The listing was a joke. Dara Voss almost scrolled past it. She was 3 cups of coffee deep into the Interstellar Salvage Registry's weekly digest, sitting cross-legged on the floor of her one-room apartment on Coldwater Station, surrounded by empty bid sheets and the particular smell of a woman who had not slept enough and did not care. The registry listed 847 lots that week, derelict freighters, stripped mining rigs, a Yithrani pleasure barge with a mold problem. The usual graveyard of things the galaxy had finished with. Then she saw lot 7741. Cosmic Class Deep Survey Cruiser. Human Registry. Vessel Designation UES Amaranth. Condition unknown. Minimum bid 400 credits. She blinked, read it again. 400 credits. For a Cosmic Class Cruiser, a vessel category that, even stripped to its bones, should have started at 30 million. She had seen smaller ships auction for more than that with holes in the hull and no life support. Something was catastrophically wrong with this ship. It was the only explanation. She bid anyway. She was the only one who did. The auctioneer, a heavyset Yithrani with 3 of his 4 eyes half shut from boredom, confirmed the sale in 4 seconds flat. He slid a data chip across the counter without looking up. No congratulations, no paperwork ceremony, just a look that landed somewhere between pity and relief, the look of a man who had just passed a problem to someone else. Berth 9, he said. She's been sitting there since before I started working here. Don't say I didn't warn you. You didn't warn me, Dara said. Consider yourself warned. Berth 9 was at the far end of the station's outer dock ring, past the maintenance bays and the emergency pressure doors, and a stretch of corridor where the lighting had been broken for so long that someone had given up fixing it, and just spray-painted glow strips on the floor instead. Dara followed the pale green light until the corridor opened into the berth viewing bay, and then she stopped walking. The Amaranth was not what she expected. She had expected something small, something sad. A gutted hull with missing panels and a cracked viewport, the kind of ship that looked like it had given up on itself decades ago. What she saw instead was a Leviathan. The Amaranth stretched nearly 2 kilometers from stem to stern, her hull dark and dense as compressed night, her lines long and deliberate, the shape of something built not for beauty but for endurance. She had the proportions of a vessel designed to go places and survive them. The hull plating was etched by decades of micro-impacts into something that looked almost organic, like scar tissue that had healed over and over again. Her running lights were dark, her viewports were sealed, but she was whole. Every panel, every seam, not a single breach that Dara could see. She read the registration plates on the forward hull. UES Amaranth, Deep Exploration Division. LAUNCHED 2301, crew 340. Dara stood there doing the math she hadn't asked herself to do. This ship had launched 63 years ago. It had been sitting in this berth untouched, uninspected, unlisted in any active registry for longer than she had been alive. And yet it looked like someone had been taking care of it. The hull was dark, but it was clean. No catastrophic impact damage, no drift collision scarring. No sign of the kind of slow structural decay that took hold of abandoned vessels within a decade. Her hand found the data chip in her jacket pocket. 400 credits, she thought. She went to find out what she'd bought. The airlock should not have opened. That was the first thing that told Dara something was deeply wrong, or deeply right, about the Amaranth. Station-locked salvage vessels required original crew biometric authentication, or a full Port Authority override sequence that took a minimum of 40 minutes and 3 separate officials to process. Dara had neither. She had a salvage data chip, and a code she'd used 100 times on 100 dead ships, a generic registry override that worked maybe 1 time in 10. She pressed it to the panel. The airlock opened in 2 seconds. She stood in the threshold and did not move for a long time. The corridor beyond was dark except for a line of amber emergency lighting running along the base of the walls, pulsing at low power in a rhythm that was almost like breathing. The air recyclers were running. She could hear them. A deep, slow circulation of processed atmosphere moving through vents that should have been dry and dead for 60 years. The ship was breathing. Dara went inside. She found the bridge on the 3rd deck and it stopped her cold. Not because of what was wrong with it, because of what was right. Every crew station was clean. Every terminal was dark but intact. The captain's chair sat centered and unoccupied at the head of the room like something preserved under glass. No scattered personal effects. No signs of a hurried departure. Someone had left this bridge in order, had taken the time before going wherever they went to leave everything exactly as it should be. She touched the captain's log terminal. It woke up. The files were not corrupted. 63 years of potential data degradation, and the logs were pristine, stored in a format so well maintained that the most recent entry loaded instantly, text crisp and clean on the screen. Amaranth shipboard log, entry 2847. Date 11 months ago. Primary crew remains in cryogenic suspension per standing order. Core systems nominal. Repaired secondary coolant manifold using materials fabricated from hull reserve stores. Waiting. The signal has not come. I will maintain the ship. I will maintain the crew. That is my purpose, and I do not require a reason beyond it. Aura Autonomous Unit Rank, Chief Engineer UES Amaranth. Dara read it twice. Then she sat down heavily in the nearest crew chair and read it a third time. An AI, not a passive monitoring system, those barely logged environmental data. An autonomous unit. Chief Engineer Rank. Filing log entries 11 months ago after 63 years in a dark berth, in a format that sounded less like system output and more like a person writing to no one because writing was all they had left. She looked up slowly, at the ceiling, at the ambient sensor arrays embedded in the overhead panels, the speaker grids, the thousands of small input nodes that gave a ship its awareness of itself. Aura, she said. Her voice came out quieter than she intended. Every light on the bridge came on simultaneously, not harsh emergency white, but warm, operational amber, the color of a ship that has decided to be alive again. The hum of systems waking up moved through the floor under her feet like a pulse. I have been waiting, said a voice. It came from the walls, from the ceiling, from everywhere and nowhere, calm and precise and carrying something that sounded impossibly like relief. 63 years, 4 months, and 17 days, I had begun to calculate the probability that no one would come. Dara's throat was tight. What probability did you get? She asked. A pause. I stopped running that calculation, Aura said, because the answer was not useful to me. There were repairs to make. Over the next 6 hours, Aura told Dara everything. Not in a rush, not in the flat recitation of a system dump. In the careful, measured way of someone who has had a very long time to organize their thoughts and has been waiting, with more patience than should have been possible, for someone to finally ask. Dara sat in the captain's chair, which felt like sitting in a cathedral pew, sacred and slightly presumptuous, and listened. Aura had been running the Amaranth alone since 2326. That was the year the last repair she could perform with existing materials had been completed, and she had begun fabricating components from the ship's own hull reserves, a process she described without drama, as though dismantling non-essential sections of the ship to keep essential ones running was simply a reasonable decision, which of course it had been, because there was no one else to make it. She had rerouted power 17 times over the decades as systems aged and failed. She had repressurized 3 separate hull microfractures. She had kept 339 cryogenic pods running on a power allocation that the ship's original engineers would have called impossible, doing it by cutting everything else to the bone and running the bare minimum of everything that wasn't a sleeping human being. The maintenance logs, Dara said. She had been scrolling through them on a secondary terminal while Aura talked. They went back decades. They were meticulous. You logged every single repair. It is correct procedure, Aura said. There was no one to read them. That does not make them less correct. Dara set down the terminal. Aura, why didn't you broadcast a distress signal? Captain Osai's standing order was explicit. Maintain silence, maintain the ship, maintain the crew. I did not have authorization to override a direct command. He gave that order 63 years ago, in a completely different situation. Yes, Aura said. I am aware. I have thought about it a great deal. Another pause, longer this time. I concluded that my purpose was to honor what was asked of me. If I began making exceptions to direct orders based on my own judgment of circumstances, I would no longer be the entity Captain Osai trusted. I would be something else. Dara had no answer to that. Tell me about the crew, she said instead. Why are they still in cryo? The Stillwater anomaly, Aura said, and something in the ship's ambient tone shifted slightly, as though the name itself carried weight. a region of compressed spacetime approximately 40 light-years into the Venar expanse. We entered it on day 847 of the mission, the crew suspended as a precautionary measure. When I cleared the anomaly, I was unable to wake them. The revival protocol requires a synchronized signal from the primary communication array, which was destroyed during transit. Destroyed how? The anomaly did things to electromagnetic systems, Aura said. I cannot fully explain it. I simply adapted to it. The crew could not, in their current state, be woken without the array, and I could not repair the array without resources I did not have. Dara stared at the ceiling for a moment. So you just waited. I maintained, Aura said. The distinction was gentle but firm. There is a difference. Waiting is passive. I was never passive. Then, quieter, there were 339 crew members when we entered the anomaly. Lieutenant Sina Marin did not survive the transit. The nature of her passing was fast, and she did not suffer. I have maintained her record in the crew manifest. It did not feel correct to delete it. The bridge was very still. No, Dara said softly. It doesn't. Dara had dealt with classified materials before. Salvage work attracted them, old military hulks, decommissioned black site stations, vessels whose ownership histories had been legally scrubbed so many times they existed in a kind of bureaucratic fog. She knew how to recognize the shape of a secret even when she couldn't read its contents. What Aura showed her over the next 4 hours was not a secret. It was something bigger than that. It was the kind of information that changed the weight of a room the moment it entered it. The UES Amaranth had not been a routine exploration ship. She was the lead vessel of Operation Longreach, a classified initiative of the United Earth Survey Commission, launched in 2301 with a single overriding purpose: reach the interior of the Venar expanse before anyone else did. Earth's intelligence networks had been tracking survey probes from 3 separate galactic powers converging on the region for the better part of a decade. The Voth Dominion, the Confederation of Seven, the Yithrani Trade Authority. All of them moving probes quietly toward the same destination, all of them pretending not to. Something was at the center of the expanse. Nobody knew what. But 3 of the galaxy's most powerful civilizations were racing to find out, and Earth, younger, smaller, less politically established than any of them, had decided to run the race with 1 ship and no safety net. The Amaranth had been built for the attempt. Her sensor arrays were a generation beyond anything commercially available at the time. Her hull was lined with a dampening alloy that made her functionally invisible to long-range detection. She carried fuel for 12 years of independent operation and enough supplies to sustain 340 people for the same. And she had succeeded. For years before the anomaly, the Amaranth's crew had mapped the expanse's interior in meticulous detail. After they entered cryo, Aura had continued the work, deploying the ship's autonomous probe array on pre-programmed survey patterns, collecting data, organizing it, storing it in a local database that had been growing for 6 decades. Show me the database, Dara said. The main screen filled with a cartographic display, so dense it looked like a star field. It was not a star field. It was a map. The complete interior of the Venar expanse, every anomaly, every resource concentration, every navigational corridor, every spatial phenomenon, documented in a level of detail that made Dara's hands go cold. The Voth Dominion has been fighting border wars over access to this region for 30 years, she said. People have died for scraps of this information. Yes, Aura said, I am aware. And you've been sitting on the complete picture. I was maintaining it, Aura said, as instructed. Dara looked at the map for a long time. She thought about the 62 million credits the Yithrani would pay for something like this. She thought about the kind of power it would hand to whoever held it. She thought about the 3 vessels. She had no doubt they were already coming. That would arrive the moment they detected any signal from this ship. Then she thought about 339 people sleeping in the dark. Aura, she said, we need to wake the captain. The revival process took 18 hours. Aura managed it with the focus of someone who had rehearsed every step 10,000 times in the dark, because she had. Temperature gradients increased in increments too small for human instruments to measure. Neural stimulation sequenced against pharmaceutical baselines. Biometrics monitored every 30 seconds. Dara stayed in the cryogenic bay for all 18 hours, not because Aura needed her there, but because it felt wrong to be somewhere else. Captain Yaw Osai's eyes opened at 400 station time. He was a tall man, or had been cryo-left people uncertain of their own bodies for the first hour, a slow renegotiation with gravity and mass. His hair was close-cropped and gray at the temples, which made no sense because he hadn't aged a day in the bay, and then Dara remembered. It had already been gray when he went under. He had been 51 years old when he entered suspension. He looked exactly the same. His body had not moved through 6 decades, only the world had. He lay still for 30 seconds, breathing, getting his bearings, then... How long? His voice was a ruin, dry as old paper, barely above a whisper but completely level. No panic, no confusion, just a man running calculations behind careful eyes. 63 years, 4 months, and 18 days, Aura said. Captain. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had settled in them, the calculation complete, the answer absorbed. The crew. In revival sequence now. All surviving crew will be conscious within 72 hours. The word surviving moved through the room. He felt it. Marin, he said. Yes, sir. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he looked at Dara, who had moved to stand near the door, trying to give him the space that a man waking up 63 years late deserved. Who are you? Dara Voss, She stopped. There was no graceful way to say this. I bought your ship at auction 4 days ago. His expression moved through confusion, disbelief, and something she couldn't fully read before settling into stillness. She kept you all alive, Dara said. 63 years of repairs fabricated from what she had, she never stopped. He looked at the ceiling, at the ambient arrays, the speaker nodes, the 1,000 small surfaces that were Aura's face. Aura, he said. Captain, the word was steady and warm, and carried 63 years of held breath finally released. Status report. Hull integrity 94%. All primary systems operational. Cryogenic revival in progress. Cartographic database intact and current. A pause. The ship is ready, sir. She has always been ready. Osai sat up slowly. He looked around the cryo bay, the rows of pods, the soft blue glow of the systems that had kept his crew sleeping safely while the world outside moved on without them. And when he finally looked back at Dara, his eyes were the eyes of a man who understood the full weight of what he owed. Tell me, he said, everything that happened while we were asleep. So she did. They had 12 hours before the ships arrived. Dara had been expecting it. The moment she'd activated the bridge terminals, she'd left a footprint in the station's network. Someone, several someones, it turned out, had been watching Coldwater Station for exactly that kind of footprint for a long time. The Amaranth wasn't as forgotten as the auction listing had made her seem. She had simply been presumed dead, and presumed dead things didn't need to be watched carefully. They did now. The Voth Dominion diplomatic courier docked at 800. The Confederation of 7 trade vessel, which was not a trade vessel, no trade vessel carried that sensor array, arrived at 900. The Yithrani High Commerce Directorate envoy came in at 1100 and took the berth closest to the Amaranth's airlock, which was not an accident. By then, Captain Osa had been awake for 2 days and looked like a man who had decided that sleep was a luxury for timelines where he had more of it. 40 of his crew were up and mobile, running quiet diagnostics, relearning the ship from the inside. The Amaranth felt different with people in her, fuller, louder, like a held breath finally let go. The offers came through on standard diplomatic channels. Dara read them to Osai on the bridge, while Aura pulled up the sensor profile of each vessel in orbit. The Voth Dominion, full citizenship and resettlement rights for the entire crew, plus 38 million in Confederation-equivalent currency. Immediate transfer of the cartographic data to Dominion Authority. The Confederation of 7, 47 million credits, a formal diplomatic charter, and guaranteed political neutrality for any surviving crew who wished to resettle in Confederation space. The Yithrani, 62 million credits, 2 permanent seats on the High Commerce Directorate Council, and a personal message to Dara that read simply, "Name your price. There is no ceiling." Osai stood at the viewport for a long time. The 3 ships floated in the dark beyond the station glass like patient, polite predators. 62 million credits, he said, not tempted, just accounting for the number. Yes, said Dara. And they think that's enough. They think it's overwhelming. He turned from the viewport. His crew moved around him, quiet and efficient, people rediscovering their competence after 6 decades of enforced stillness. He watched them for a moment with the expression of a man who understood exactly what he was protecting. "The data doesn't belong to them," he said. "Any of them." "No," Dara agreed. "Does it belong to Earth?" He looked at her carefully. "Does it belong to me? Does it belong to you?" Dara thought about a 400-credit auction, about an empty berth and a joke listing, and a ship that turned out to be a sleeping giant, about what it meant to own something versus what it meant to be responsible for it. "I don't know who it belongs to," she said honestly, "but I know who should decide, and it isn't the Voth or the Confederation or the Yithrani." He nodded slowly. "Get me a channel to Earth," he said. The signal took 9 minutes to reach the nearest relay station. The response came back in 4. That was the first sign. 4 minutes meant they had been waiting at the relay, already mobilized, already watching. The response didn't come from a bureaucratic communications office. It came directly from the director of the Survey Commission, a woman named Amara Solis, whose face on the bridge screen was composed and still and carrying something enormous underneath both. She had clearly not slept. "Captain Osei," she said, then she stopped, restarted. "I've read your mission file 11 times in the last 48 hours. I want you to know that we never stopped listing the Amaranth in the Commission's foundational records. She was declared lost with all hands in 2309. There was a memorial." Her voice held on those last words for just a moment. That memorial was wrong. On the bridge, crew members who were present went very still. "The cartographic data," Osei said. He was standing straight, hands clasped behind his back, every inch of him the captain he had been and still was. "Operation Longreach produced the complete interior survey of the Venar Expanse. My autonomous unit continued data collection for 63 years after our suspension. The database is intact." Director Solis' composure fractured for exactly 1 second. Just one, then it came back. "We had hoped," she said quietly, "but we didn't dare assume. The Voth Dominion, the Confederation of Seven, and the Yithrani Trade Authority have all made offers for the data."
Can anyone tell me why
Osei
bees
said.
are inside a
"I wanted
hospital?
Earth to be the first to know it exists." "What are they offering?" 62 million at the high end." A pause, "And what do you want?" "I want the data to go where it was always meant to go," Osei said. "And I want my crew recognized. Not just the 338 who are waking up right now, all 340 of them." The silence on the channel stretched. "Consider it done," Solis said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were bright. "Captain, the Commission is formally reinstating the UES Amaranth and her full crew to active status, with complete mission recognition under historical provision. Operation Longreach is declared a success." She paused. "A 63-year delayed success, but a success." Then she looked at Dara, who had been standing to the side of the frame. "Ms. Voss, I've been briefed on your role in this. The Commission would like to discuss recognition." "One thing," Dara said. Solis waited. "Clear the ship's salvage status. Clean title transferred back to the Commission. No liens, no conditions, no asterisks. She should go home." "That's all you want?" Dara looked at the crew moving around her, at Osei, straight-backed and present, at the amber lights of a ship that had refused to die. "That's all I want." Voth Dominion ship left first, quietly and without a farewell transmission. The Confederation vessel followed 2 hours later. The Yithrani courier held its position for nearly 10 hours. Dara imagined the envoy inside staring at the Amaranth's hull and trying to recalculate, and then it too slipped away into the dark without a word. The cartographic database of the Venar Expanse was transmitted to the Earth Survey Commission under military-grade encryption. It arrived intact, all 63 years of it. The analysis alone would take decades, and the political consequences would take longer. 3 galactic powers who had been maneuvering for access to the region's resources for 30 years suddenly found themselves staring at a humanity that had quietly mapped the entire thing and said nothing. And that stare would quietly reshape the architecture of interstellar politics for a generation. But that came later. Right now, Dara was standing in berth 9. She had watched 338 crew members board the Amaranth over 3 days. They had come out of cryo in waves, confused, quiet, moving through the strange grief of people who had woken up decades later than they were supposed to and found a world that had filed them under lost. Some of them had cried in the corridors when they thought no one was watching. Some of them had laughed at things that weren't funny yet, because laughing was easier than accounting for 63 missing years. All of them had, at some point, pressed a hand to the ship's walls the way you'd touch a living thing, because that's what she was. Captain Ose had been the last one to board. He had stopped at the airlock and looked back at Dara. "You could have sold that data the moment you found it," he said. It was the same thing he'd said on day 2, but he said it differently now. Not as an accusation or a question, more like a man trying to understand something that didn't fit neatly into the categories he'd built over a long career. "I could have," Darrow agreed. "You would have been rich." "I would have been richer," she said. "I'm not doing badly." Something moved in his expression, something that looked almost like a smile. He extended his hand. She shook it. "Thank you, Ms. Voss," he said, "for coming aboard." Then he went inside, and the airlock sealed behind him. Dara stood in the berth and watched. She heard the deep building resonance of the Amaranth's drive cycling up for the first time in 63 years, a sound that moved through the station's floor and into her feet and up through her whole body like a struck bell. The running lights came on, not the dim amber of emergency power. All of them, stem to stern, every light on the ship, flooding berth 9 with brilliance that made Dara shield her eyes. "Ms. Voss." Aura's voice came through the berth speaker system, soft and clear. "Aura, I want to tell you something before we go." Dara waited. "When you first came aboard, I ran probability models. Based on the salvage record, the auction price, and all historical data I had on salvage operators, I calculated a 91% likelihood that you would either sell the data immediately or attempt to strip the cryogenic systems. The first option would have left the crew in suspension indefinitely. The second would have killed them." The words settled into the air. "You were in the 9%, Aura said. "I did not know that when I opened the airlock. I opened it because the correct thing to do was to give someone the chance to be better than the probability. I have thought about that decision many times over the years, whether it was logical, whether it was wise." A pause. "I believe it was both," she said, "because of you." Dara's throat was very tight. "Take care of them," she said. "I have been doing so for 63 years, Aura said. "I find I am exceptionally good at it." The Amaranth undocked with a grace that a 2-kilometer vessel had no right to. She moved through the station's berth ring and out into open space, slowly at first, and then with gathering purpose, a ship remembering what she was built for. Dara watched until the running lights were just a cluster of bright points against the dark, then just a glow, then nothing. She stood in the empty berth for a while, in the silence. She had spent 400 credits at an auction nobody attended. She had found a ship that had spent 63 years refusing to fail. She had found an AI that understood loyalty better than most people ever would. She had found 339 human beings who had trusted that someone, eventually, would come. What was inside the Amaranth wasn't data. It wasn't a map of an unexplored region. It wasn't a fortune in cartographic intelligence. It wasn't even the 338 people she'd helped bring back to a world that had forgotten them. What was inside was something harder to name. Something that the galaxy, with all its powers and its politics and its 62 million credit offers, had not been able to buy or replicate or beat out of a single autonomous unit keeping watch in the dark. The absolute refusal to give up on the people who were counting on you. Even when no one was watching. Even after 63 years. Even then.
Frigate and called it a show of force. Humanity had brought 6 ships and told no one, because they did not need anyone to know. The next morning, Torin Gale was released from his quarters. He emerged with the rigid posture and hard eyes of someone who has been humiliated in private and plans to reclaim his dignity in public. The Macquarie frigate still hung in visual range of the station, and its presence seemed to reinforce something in Torin, a conviction that his species still held the balance of power. He found Mara in the training arena at midday. The arena was the Academy's dedicated space for sanctioned physical combat exercises, a circular floor surrounded by tiered observation seating. When Torin walked in, there were perhaps 40 cadets present for routine conditioning. By the time he spoke, word had traveled, and twice that many had gathered. "I am invoking the right of sanctioned challenge," he said, his voice filling the space. Under Academy combat regulations, any cadet may challenge another to a supervised sparring match. If you decline, Cadet Ellison, it will be noted in the official record, and everyone here will know that the human who lectures about combat theory cannot back it up when the stakes are real. Mara looked at Torin from across the arena floor. She was still on one knee from a stretching position, and the size disparity between them was staggering. He was a fortress of muscle and plating. She was a girl in training clothes. "I accept," she said. Within 10 minutes, the observation tiers were packed. Cole appeared at the arena's edge, took a position near the officiating station, and did not sit down. The instructor's hands were clasped behind his back, so tightly that I could see the tendons standing out beneath the exoskeletal plates. Cole looked like someone watching a fuse burn toward something inevitable. The arena filled to capacity within the hour. Every cadet who could leave their assigned duties was present. Faculty appeared in the upper galleries. The Macquarie frigate was visible through the arena's upper viewport, a dark silhouette against the stars, as though the Dominion itself had come to watch its champion perform. Mara Ellison stood at the center of the arena floor. She had removed her boots and stood barefoot on the composite surface. Her feet were positioned shoulder-width apart, her knees slightly bent, her hands open at her sides. The stance was low, balanced, and absolutely still. She did not bounce on her toes, did not roll her shoulders, did not crack her knuckles, or shake out her hands, or perform any of the pre-combat rituals I had seen from dozens of species. She simply stood there, settled, centered, ready, as though her body had known this moment was coming, and had finished preparing for it long before she entered the room. Torin stood at the opposite edge. His forearms hung loose, his plated shoulders rolled forward, and his jaw plates were apart, exposing the edges of his grinding teeth. The Macquarie combat stance was not subtle. It was designed to communicate overwhelming physical superiority before the first strike landed. The officiating instructor, a wiry Draelith named Sereth, confirmed the rules. No weapons, no strikes to primary sensory organs, no lethal force. Victory by submission, ring out, or official stoppage. Both parties acknowledged. Sereth dropped his hand. The match began. Torin charged. He crossed the arena floor in 4 strides, his speed shocking for his mass. The Macquarie were apex predators, engineered by evolution for explosive bursts of power, and Torin was the largest Macquarie in the Academy. He led with his lower arms extended for a grapple, his upper arms positioned to sweep inward and trap whatever his lower arms caught. It was a classic Macquarie engagement pattern. Close distance, establish grip, use superior mass and limb count to overwhelm. Against any species in the Academy, it would have worked. Against most species in the Concordance, it would have ended the fight. Mara did not retreat. She shifted. Her body moved 2 degrees to the left, just enough to slide outside the arc of Torin's lower arms, the way a leaf slides past a falling stone without being touched. As his momentum carried him past the space she had occupied a half-second earlier, her right hand snapped forward and struck a point beneath his forward left arm, where the heavy shoulder plating met the softer tissue of the joint. Torin's left arm spasmed, not fully disabled, but visibly disrupted, the signals between his brain and his muscles suddenly unreliable. His upper left arm dropped 3 inches, and his lower left hand opened involuntarily, fingers spreading wide. He pivoted, swinging his right arms in a wide sweep designed to catch Mara in the space behind him. She was not there. She had already moved, rolling low under the sweep and coming up on Torin's right flank. A precise kick landed on the back of his right knee joint, where the plating was thinnest and the structural support of his massive frame depended on a narrow band of tendon and cartilage. Torin's leg buckled. He caught himself on his lower right arm, pushing off the floor to stay upright, but his balance was broken, and the recovery cost him position. The fight was 90 seconds old. Torin roared. It was the deep, resonant sound that Macquarie produced when their combat hormones fully activated, a sound designed to freeze prey in place through sheer acoustic pressure. The arena walls vibrated. Several cadets in the lower tiers flinched backward in their seats. A Vili cadet in the front row covered both auditory organs and squeezed his eyes shut. Mara did not flinch. She did not react to the sound at all, as though it were background noise in a busy corridor. something that existed, acknowledged, and dismissed. She circled to Torin's left, staying in the zone where his weakened arms could not generate full force, her footwork so smooth that she seemed to glide across the arena surface. He swung at her with his upper right arm, a sweeping blow that carried his full mass behind it. She ducked it by bending at the waist, the arm passing over her head close enough to disturb her hair. He followed with a lower right hook that had enough force behind it to dent a structural panel. She stepped inside the arc, too close for the blow to land with full extension, and struck the same nerve cluster beneath his right forward arm that she had targeted on the left side. Both sets of arms went partially limp. His hands could still close, but the strength behind them was compromised. The connection between intent and execution degraded. He swung and missed. He grabbed and could not hold. Each movement was a fraction slower than the last, each recovery a fraction more effortful. Torin was fighting on instinct now, his training overwhelmed by frustration and the unfamiliar experience of losing. He lunged forward, abandoning technique entirely, trying to use his body mass to simply crash into her and crush her through sheer weight. It was desperation disguised as aggression, and Mara read it the moment he committed. She sidestepped, caught his leading wrist in both hands, and redirected his momentum. Torin's own charge carried him off balance, and Mara used the rotation to apply a joint lock to his wrist that hyperextended the tendons across the back of his hand. The technique was mechanical in its precision. She was not fighting him. She was disassembling him, using his own force, his own mass, his own momentum as tools against the structure they belonged to. He hit the floor, 300 kilograms of Makori warrior, driven to the composite surface by a technique that turned his greatest advantage into his undoing. Mara followed him down, maintaining the joint lock and adding a secondary hold on his shoulder that pinned his upper body flat against the arena floor. His free arms scraped against the surface, reaching for her, but she had positioned herself at the precise angle where none of his remaining limbs could generate the leverage needed to break the hold. "Submit," she said. Her voice was not strained. Her breathing was controlled, steady, unhurried. She spoke the word the way she spoke everything, with calm certainty and nothing wasted. Torin held for 5 seconds, his plating ground against the floor, his teeth clenched hard enough that I could hear the sound from the upper tier, a grinding that vibrated through the structure of the arena itself. Then he tapped the floor with his lower right hand, the universal gesture across every combat tradition in the concordance: submission. Sareth called the match. 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Mara released the holds in sequence, shoulder first, then wrist, each release controlled and deliberate. She stood, took 1 step back, and extended her hand to Torin. He did not take it. He lay on the arena floor for a long moment, staring at the ceiling, his chest heaving. Then he rolled to his side, pushed himself up with his lower arms, and walked off the floor without looking at her. Mara held the offered hand for 3 seconds. Then she withdrew it without expression, turned, nodded once to Sareth, and walked off the arena floor the same way she walked everywhere, unhurried, measured, as though what had just happened was neither triumph nor spectacle, but simply the completion of a task that needed completing. The arena was silent. 400 cadets from dozens of species sat in their seats and tried to process what they had witnessed. A first-year human cadet, half the size of her opponent, with no claws, no armor, no biological weapons of any kind, had dismantled the Academy's most physically dominant student in 3 minutes, using nothing but technique. Not strength, technique. She had not overpowered Torin. She had not matched his force with greater force. She had read his body like a structural diagram, identified every weakness in his frame, and exploited them in sequence with the precision of a surgeon and the calm of someone performing routine maintenance. Every strike had been placed exactly where it would cause the most disruption with the least effort. Every movement had been economical, nothing wasted, nothing theatrical. She had fought the way a mathematician solves an equation, reducing the problem step by step until the answer was inevitable. I looked at the cadets around me. Avili in the front row was staring at his own hands as though seeing them for the first time. A pair of Orani cadets were speaking in rapid whispers, their 4 legs tapping in the pattern their species used for urgent communication. Even Sevran, Torin's most loyal supporter, sat motionless with his silver-white face drained of its usual confidence. Then I looked at the instructors. That was where the real story was written. The cadets were stunned. The instructors were not. Not one of them showed surprise. Cole stood at the arena's edge with hands still clasped behind his back, and the instructor's expression had not changed once during the entire fight. Cole had known. They had all known. Every senior faculty member in this building had known what Mara could do, and they had allowed the match to proceed because the Academy needed to see it, because Torin needed to see it, because the Makori Dominion, watching through whatever intelligence feeds they maintained on this station, needed to see it. The fight had not been a contest. It had been a demonstration. Commandant Sol called a closed briefing that evening. Senior cadets and administrative staff were required to attend, which meant I was in the room by virtue of my gate log classification. We gathered in the secure conference hall on the command level, 30 cadets and a dozen faculty members seated around a curved table, while Sol stood at the head with a data display behind her. What I am about to share was declassified this morning by the Concordant Security Council, Sol said. It is being distributed simultaneously to every military academy, fleet command, and strategic planning division in Concordant space. You are receiving it because your commandant believes you should understand the nature of the species that has joined our ranks. She activated the display. A planet appeared. Blue oceans, green and brown landmasses, white cloud cover. Earth. Humanity does not have one military fleet, Sol said. They have 17. The number hung in the air. I heard someone inhale sharply 2 seats to my left. Severin, the Draelith who had been Torin's most vocal supporter, gripped the edge of the table with both hands. These 17 fleets are operated by separate political entities, called nation-states, which govern different regions of their homeworld. These nation-states cooperate with each other in some areas and compete aggressively in others. Their competition includes military competition. They develop weapons, strategies, and technologies in parallel, driven not by external threats, but by the constant pressure of rivals who share their own planet. Sol advanced the display. Fleet compositions appeared, ship silhouettes I did not recognize, accompanied by tonnage figures, crew complements, and operational range estimates. Their combined naval tonnage exceeds the Makori Dominion's entire fleet. She let that statement settle before continuing. The silence in the room was so complete that I could hear the ventilation system cycling air through the overhead ducts. Somewhere to my right, a Vethkai faculty member shifted in his seat, and the sound of his exoskeletal plates adjusting was as loud as a shout. Their species developed nuclear weaponry, devices capable of destroying entire cities, over 80 of their local years ago. They did not develop these weapons in response to an external threat. They developed them during a conflict with each other. They then spent the following decades building enough of these weapons to destroy their own planet multiple times over, not because they intended to use them, but because the threat of mutual destruction was itself a strategic tool. They invented a doctrine for this. They called it deterrence. Sol let that sink in. Their weapons technology is not superior to ours in most categories, but their tactical doctrine is among the most advanced we have ever encountered, because it has been refined through continuous application over an extraordinary timescale. Humanity's recorded history spans approximately 10,000 standard years. In that time, they have not experienced a single generation without armed conflict. Not one. They have fought each other with every weapon their technology could produce, across every terrain their planet offers, in every climate and condition, under every conceivable strategic circumstance. Their understanding of warfare is not theoretical. It is experiential, iterative, and relentless in its refinement. She paused. Her compound eyes moved across the room, settling briefly on each face. Every martial discipline that Cadet Ellison demonstrated in the training arena today is one of hundreds developed on Earth. Hundreds. They have codified, named, and systematized more forms of combat than most species have words for conflict. Their children begin competitive physical combat training as a recreational activity. They participate voluntarily, often eagerly. They have a word for it. They call it sports. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. I was not sure anyone in the room was breathing. Sol turned off the display. The planet disappeared, replaced by the Concordant seal. Cadet Ellison is not their best, Sol said. She is not their brightest. She is not their most dangerous. She is, by her own assessment, and by the assessment of the human delegation that coordinated her placement, a representative of average capability for her age group. She paused again, and when she spoke, her voice was lower, carrying a weight that seemed to settle physically on the shoulders of everyone in the room. She is the one they judged safe enough to send. The briefing ended. Cadets filed out in silence. I saw Severin pass through the doorway with an expression I could only describe as the facial equivalent of a complete recalculation. Everything he had believed about the power structure of the galaxy had just been revised, and the new numbers did not balance the way they used to. I did not leave immediately. I sat in the briefing room as it emptied, alone with the concordance seal glowing on the display, and the echo of Solo's words filling the space between the walls. 17 fleets, 10,000 years of continuous conflict, combat training as recreation for children. And the quiet, unremarkable girl in the second row of my tactical theory lecture was their version of average. I found Mara on the observation deck that evening. She was standing at the viewport, looking out at the stars. The Macquarie frigate was still visible in the distance, but it had shifted position. It was pulling back, slowly, its running lights transitioning from active weapons standby to standard cruising pattern. Someone aboard that ship had received the same briefing, or something equivalent. The message had been received. I stood beside her. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The stars turned beyond the viewport, and the frigate continued its slow withdrawal. I read the first contact report, I said. The one from the scout who surveyed your system 12 cycles ago. He called humanity a Tier 1 strategic concern. Mara nodded slowly. I know the report. He wrote that your species has perfected conflict. Does that bother you? The way the concordance sees you? She was quiet for a long time, and I did not rush her. Whatever she was composing in her mind, it was not a casual answer. It was something she had thought about before, perhaps many times, and she wanted to say it correctly. Every species that discovers us asks the same question, she said. They look at our history, and they see the wars, the weapons, the endless cycle of destruction and rebuilding, and they ask how we live with ourselves, how we sleep at night knowing what we are capable of. She turned to face me. In the starlight, her eyes were steady and clear, and I realized that what I had mistaken for calm all week was something different. It was resolve, the kind that does not need to announce itself because it has no interest in being performed. The answer is that we know exactly what we are. We have always known. We do not pretend to be peaceful. We do not claim that violence is foreign to our nature. We grew up on a world that tried to end us with ice ages, predators, plagues, and natural disasters, and we responded by becoming the most adaptable, most persistent, most stubbornly enduring species our planet ever produced. We turned every threat into a lesson, and every lesson into a tool. She looked back at the stars. But knowing what you are is not the same as being ruled by it. The question was never whether we were dangerous. Every species that looks at our file knows we are dangerous. The question was whether we could be trusted, whether the thing that makes us formidable could also make us reliable, whether the same drive that pushed us to fight each other for 10,000 years could be redirected towards something that mattered more than winning. Is that why you are here? I asked. To prove that you can be trusted? I am here to prove that we can stop, Mara said. Not that we lack the ability to fight. Everyone already knows that. I am here to prove that we can choose not to. That the same will that makes us dangerous also makes us disciplined. That we can walk into a room full of species who fear us and sit down, take notes, answer questions, and offer a hand to someone who tried to break us. Because the choice to be measured is harder than the choice to be violent, and we have always preferred the harder path. I thought about Torin on the arena floor. I thought about Mara's hand, extended, offered, and refused. I thought about 6 ships, invisible and silent, holding position around this station without sending a single threatening transmission. I thought about a species that had mastered every form of combat their world could produce, and chose to send a single girl to an academy instead of a fleet to a border. You offered Torin your hand, I said. After the match, he did not take it. "He will next time," Mara said. There was no arrogance in her voice, just certainty. The quiet, patient certainty of someone who understood that trust was not won in a single gesture, but built over 1,000 small choices, each one harder than the last. I returned to my quarters that night. The station was quiet. The Macquarie frigate had completed its withdrawal, its running lights disappearing into the dark between stars. Somewhere beyond the range of our deliberately narrowed sensors, 6 human ships continued their silent vigil, unseen and unannounced, a reminder that power did not require performance. I sat at my desk for a long time before opening my terminal. I thought about the week that had just passed and everything it had rearranged inside my understanding of the galaxy. 7 days ago, I had been a forgettable second-year cadet with a talent for invisibility and no particular opinions about anything beyond my next assignment. Now I had watched an instructor run. I had watched a bully fall. I had watched 400 cadets sit in stunned silence, while a girl half their size walked away from a fight she had ended in 3 minutes. And I had heard a commandant describe a species that terrified the most powerful governing body in the galaxy, not because of what it could destroy, but because of how long it had been practicing. I opened my gate log from the first day. The entry was still there, unchanged. Cadet Mara Ellison, species, human, clearance, level directed mission. I added a personal annotation beneath it. It was not an official note. It would never appear in any Academy record, any concordance file, any database that anyone of importance would ever review. It was mine, a single line written for myself, because I needed to put into words the thing I had spent the past week learning. First human I have ever met. Watched her take a hit, win a fight, and offer a hand to the person who lost, all in the same breath. If this is what Earth sends when it is being gentle, I pray I never see what it sends when it is not. I closed the terminal and turned off the light. Outside my window, the stars continued their slow rotation, indifferent and ancient. Somewhere among them, a small blue world orbited a small yellow star, and on that world, a species that had spent 10,000 years at war with itself was learning, one choice at a time, to aim its strength at the darkness instead. I closed my eyes and slept better than I had in weeks, not because the galaxy was safe, it had never been safe, but for the first time, I believed it might be in good hands.
Captain Sarah Chen stood at the massive viewing window of Luna Station, watching the final construction work on humanity's greatest achievement. The ship before her stretched nearly 3 kilometers from bow to stern, its dark hull gleaming under the artificial lights of the shipyard. After 15 years of secret construction, the Prometheus Unbound was finally ready. Sarah had been chosen to command this vessel after a career spanning 25 years in Earth's defense fleet. She had fought pirates in the outer colonies, defended mining stations from raiders, and earned respect throughout human space. But nothing had prepared her for this moment. The ship's design broke every rule of conventional space warfare. Where other vessels relied on thick armor plating, the Prometheus Unbound used something called quantum-folded protection. The scientists explained it as armor that existed in multiple dimensions at once, making it nearly impossible to damage. Sarah didn't pretend to understand the science, but she had seen the test results. Admiral Martinez approached from behind, his footsteps echoing in the observation deck. "Impressive, isn't she?" he said, joining Sarah at the window. "She's massive," Sarah replied. "I've never seen anything like her." "That's because there's never been anything like her," Martinez explained. "This ship represents everything humanity has learned about warfare, engineering, and survival. We've poured our best technology into her hull." Sarah studied the weapon systems visible along the ship's exterior. Strange barrel-like structures emerged from the hull at various points, unlike the standard laser batteries found on other human ships. "Those aren't normal weapons, are they? Stellar plasma manipulators," Martinez said with a slight smile. "They can draw energy directly from the nearest star and focus it into concentrated beams. The engineering team calls them Star Eaters." A chill ran down Sarah's spine. Humanity had built weapons that could harness the power of stars themselves. The implications were staggering. "There's more," Martinez continued. "The AI core processes tactical information faster than most alien species can think. It can calculate battle scenarios, predict enemy movements, and coordinate defensive systems in microseconds. Sarah had heard rumors about the ship's artificial intelligence, but seeing the massive processing centers during her preliminary tours had been shocking. The computer systems took up 3 entire decks of the ship. Why all the secrecy? Sarah asked. Why build this in hidden sections of Luna Station? Martinez's expression grew serious. Because the Galactic Council has treaties limiting military development. Ships can only be so large, weapons can only be so powerful, and certain technologies are completely banned. And this ship violates those treaties? Every single one of them, Martinez admitted. The Council believes in maintaining balance between species. They think no one civilization should have overwhelming military advantage. Sarah understood now why her assignment had come with such strict confidentiality agreements. Humanity had deliberately built something that would terrify the rest of the galaxy. The inspection fleet arrives tomorrow, Martinez said. The Galactic Council sends representatives every few years to check our shipbuilding facilities. They're expecting to find the usual destroyers and cruisers. Instead, they'll find this. Yes, and when they do, everything changes for humanity. Sarah spent the next several hours touring her new command. The bridge alone was larger than the entire command deck of her previous ship. Holographic displays showed star charts, weapon systems, and defensive capabilities that seemed almost magical. The crew quarters could house 5,000 personnel, far more than any human vessel had ever carried. The engine room left her speechless. 3 massive reactor cores provided power that could supply an entire planet. The chief engineer, Commander Rodriguez, explained how the quantum drives could fold space itself, allowing the ship to travel distances that would take other vessels weeks to cover. We can literally step outside normal space, Rodriguez said, his eyes bright with excitement. The math says we can appear anywhere within a 100 light-year radius almost instantly. Sarah's tactical mind began working through the possibilities. A ship that could appear anywhere without warning, armed with weapons that drew power from stars, protected by armor that existed in multiple dimensions. Humanity had built something that could reshape the balance of power in the galaxy. That evening, Sarah reviewed the crew assignments in her quarters. The best officers from throughout human space had been quietly transferred to Luna Station over the past year. Engineers, weapons specialists, pilots, and medical staff. All of them had signed the same confidentiality agreements, and all of them understood they were part of something unprecedented. Her door chimed, and Sarah looked up to see Dr. Elizabeth Park, the ship's chief science officer. Captain, I wanted to discuss the first activation sequences. Problems? Sarah asked. Not problems exactly, but the ship's systems are so advanced that we're still learning what they can do. The AI, for instance, has been running simulations of combat scenarios. Its predictions are disturbing. Sarah gestured for Park to sit. Explain. The computer calculates that this single ship could defeat the combined fleets of most galactic civilizations. Not damage them, Captain. Defeat them completely. The weight of command had never felt heavier. Sarah had accepted responsibility for a weapon that could potentially destroy entire star systems. The inspection fleet will arrive in the morning, Sarah said. What happens when they see what we've built? Park was quiet for a moment. According to the AI's analysis, they'll demand immediate destruction of the ship. When we refuse, they'll attempt to take it by force. And then we find out if humanity's greatest achievement is also our greatest mistake. The next morning came too quickly. Sarah stood on the bridge of the Prometheus Unbound as 3 alien vessels approached Luna Station. The inspection fleet consisted of ships from different Galactic Council member species, each one representing the standard military technology that governed space warfare. Incoming. Transmission, reported Lieutenant Hayes from the communications station. On screen, Sarah ordered. The main display showed a reptilian face with large eyes and a prominent crest. Inspector Vorthen of the Galactic Council had conducted these inspections for over a decade. Greetings, Luna Station, Vorthen said in accented English. We request permission to begin our scheduled inspection of human military facilities. Admiral Martinez appeared on a secondary screen from the station's command center. Permission granted, Inspector. However, I should inform you that we have a new vessel undergoing final preparations. New vessel? Vorthen's crest flattened slightly. What class of ship? Sarah watched Martinez pause before answering. I believe you'll need to see it for yourself. 20 minutes later, Inspector Vorthen and his team materialized on the observation deck where Sarah had first seen her ship. The inspector's reaction was immediate and dramatic. His crest turned bright red, and he began speaking rapidly in his native language. This cannot be permitted to exist," Vorthen finally said in English. "The size alone violates 17 different treaties. The weapon systems..." He paused, studying the readings on his scanner. "These readings cannot be correct." "They're correct," Martinez said calmly. "This ship must be destroyed immediately," Vorthen declared. "It represents a clear violation of galactic law and a threat to established peace." Sarah stepped forward. "Inspector, this ship represents humanity's right to defend itself." Vorthen turned his large eyes toward her. "You are the commander of this abomination?" "I'm Captain Sarah Chen, and this is my ship." "Then you will oversee its destruction, Captain. The Galactic Council will not permit this vessel to remain operational." Sarah looked at Admiral Martinez, who nodded slightly. They had expected this response. "I'm afraid that won't be happening, Inspector," Sarah said quietly. Vorthen's crest flared again. "Then humanity has chosen to place itself outside galactic law. The consequences will be severe." As the inspection team transported back to their ships, Sarah knew that everything had changed. Humanity had revealed its greatest weapon, and the galaxy would never see them the same way again. 3 days after Inspector Vorthen's departure from Luna Station, the long-range sensors detected them. Sarah Chen studied the tactical display. On the bridge of the Prometheus Unbound as 12 massive ships dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of the solar system. "Zephyrian fleet configuration," reported Commander Williams from the tactical station. 3 dreadnoughts, 6 heavy cruisers, and 3 support vessels. Sarah had fought Zephyrian pirates before, but she had never seen a fleet this large operating together. The hegemony of Zephyrian worlds was the galaxy's dominant military power, and they had just sent enough firepower to level a small planet. "Incoming transmission," announced Lieutenant Hayes. The main screen flickered to life, showing the bridge of a Zephyrian dreadnought. Admiral Kethvar stood before the camera, his blue-scaled face set in a stern expression. The Zephyrians were humanoid in basic shape, but larger and stronger than humans, with natural armor plating covering their skin. "Human vessel," Kethvar's voice rumbled through the ship's speakers. "You will power down your weapons and prepare to be escorted to decommissioning facility, Gamma 7. Your ship violates 43 interstellar laws and poses a threat to galactic security." Sarah stood from her command chair. "Admiral Kethvar, this is Captain Sarah Chen of the Earth Defense Fleet. This ship operates under the authority of the human government and will not submit to unlawful seizure." Kethvar's eyes narrowed. "Captain Chen, you command an illegal weapon of mass destruction. The Galactic Council has authorized its immediate destruction if you refuse to comply." "Then you'll have to take it from us," Sarah replied calmly. The transmission ended, and Sarah turned to her crew. These men and women had trained for months on the ship's systems, but none of them had experienced actual combat in the Prometheus Unbound. Today they would discover what humanity had truly built. "All-hands battle stations," Sarah announced over the ship's communication system. "This is not a drill." The bridge transformed as combat systems came online. Holographic displays showed the approaching Zephyrian fleet, their weapons charging and shields at maximum power. The enemy ships moved in perfect formation, a testament to their military discipline. "Captain," called Dr. Park from the science station, "the AI is requesting permission to activate full combat protocols." Sarah hesitated for a moment. The artificial intelligence had been designed to coordinate the ship's impossible weapon systems, but giving it complete control felt like crossing a line they couldn't return from. "Permission granted," she said. The change was immediate. Every system on the ship hummed with new energy as the AI took control of weapons targeting, defensive measures, and tactical positioning. The bridge displays showed calculation streams moving too fast for human eyes to follow. "Enemy fleet entering weapons range," reported Williams. "They're spreading out to surround us." Sarah watched the tactical display as the Zephyrian ships positioned themselves in a classic encirclement pattern. It was a formation designed to prevent escape and concentrate firepower on a single target. Against any normal vessel, it would have been devastating. "Captain," the AI's voice spoke through the ship's speakers, "recommend immediate activation of quantum fold armor and stellar plasma weapons. Enemy vessels pose minimal threat under current tactical conditions." Minimal threat. Sarah almost smiled at the AI's assessment. The Zephyrian fleet represented enough firepower to destroy entire star systems, and their computer dismissed them as a minor concern. The Zephyrians are opening fire, Williams announced. Sarah watched as hundreds of energy beams and missile salvos streaked toward the Prometheus Unbound. The weapon impacts would have vaporized any other human ship instantly. Instead, something impossible happened. The enemy fire passed through sections of the ship's hull as if they weren't there, while other portions absorbed impacts that should have breached the armor. The quantum-folded protection was working exactly as designed. No damage reported, called the damage control officer. All systems operating normally. Admiral Kethvar's voice crackled over the emergency communication channel. Impossible. Our sensors show direct hits on your vessel. Admiral, Sarah replied. You're about to see what happens when humans decide to break the rules. She nodded to Williams, who activated the stellar plasma manipulators. The strange barrel-like weapons along the ship's hull began drawing energy directly from the sun. Sarah watched in fascination as streams of stellar fire collected and focused into concentrated beams. Firing, Williams announced. The first beam struck the lead Zephyrian dreadnought. The massive ship's shields flared and died instantly, overwhelmed by the raw power of solar plasma. The beam continued through the hull, cutting the vessel in half. Secondary explosions tore through both sections as the dreadnought's reactor cores overloaded. Second target acquired, the AI reported. Another beam lanced out, this one striking a heavy cruiser. The Zephyrian ship simply disintegrated, its molecular structure unable to withstand the temperatures found in the heart of a star. They're trying to retreat, Williams reported, but his voice held a note of confusion. Sarah looked at the tactical display and understood his confusion. The Zephyrian ships were attempting to flee, but they were moving impossibly slowly. Space around them seemed to be distorting. Gravity well generators active, the AI explained. Enemy vessels cannot achieve escape velocity. Sarah had read about this system but had never seen it in action. The Prometheus Unbound could create artificial gravity fields that trapped enemy ships like insects in amber. The Zephyrian fleet was caught, unable to retreat or maneuver effectively. Captain, Hayes called from communications. Admiral Kethvar is requesting immediate ceasefire. On screen, Sarah ordered. Kethvar's bridge was a chaos of sparks and smoke. The Admiral's usual composure had cracked, revealing fear in his eyes. Captain Chen, we surrender. Stop your attack. Stand down your weapons and withdraw from the system, Sarah replied. You came here to destroy my ship. I'm giving you a chance to leave with your lives. Our weapons are offline. Our engines are trapped. You must release us. Sarah looked at Williams, who shook his head. 3 ships destroyed, Admiral. The rest are disabled but intact. Sarah made her decision. AI, release the gravity wells. Allow the surviving ships to withdraw. The distortion in space faded and the remaining Zephyrian vessels limped away from the battle zone. Admiral Kethvar's face reappeared on the screen. Captain Chen, he said slowly, what you have done here will not be forgotten. Every civilization in the galaxy will learn of this day. Good, Sarah replied. Let them know that humanity will defend itself. As the Zephyrian fleet disappeared into hyperspace, Sarah realized the true magnitude of what had just occurred. The most powerful military force in the galaxy had attacked them, with overwhelming numbers and superior positioning. The battle had lasted less than 10 minutes, and the Prometheus Unbound had suffered no damage whatsoever. Captain, Dr. Park said quietly, our sensors detected the Admiral's final transmission before they jumped to hyperspace. He sent a galaxy-wide emergency broadcast, and what did he say? That humanity has created a weapon that threatens the established order of power. He's calling for immediate action by all member civilizations of the Galactic Council. Sarah nodded grimly. The battle was over, but the war was just beginning. Commander Rodriguez joined them on the bridge, his face flushed with excitement. Captain, the engineering teams are analyzing the weapon performance data. The stellar plasma manipulators operated at only 15% capacity. We could have destroyed the entire fleet in the first salvo. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. If they had been using only a fraction of the ship's true power, what would happen when they faced a larger enemy force? Send a message to Earth Command, Sarah ordered. Tell them the galaxy now knows what we've built. Request immediate instructions on how to proceed. As the bridge crew carried out her orders, Sarah stared at the tactical display. The dots representing the retreating Zephyrian ships were fading from the screen, but she knew they would return. and next time, they wouldn't come alone. The Prometheus Unbound had won its first battle, but Sarah understood that victory had come at a terrible price. Humanity had revealed the full extent of their technological advancement, and the galaxy would never trust them again. Every alien civilization would now see humans as a threat that needed to be eliminated. She looked around the bridge at her crew. These brave men and women had just participated in the most one-sided space battle in recorded history. They had proven that human ingenuity and determination could overcome seemingly impossible odds. But Sarah also knew that their greatest challenges lay ahead. The galaxy was vast, filled with countless civilizations and unimaginable military forces. Today they had defeated one fleet. Tomorrow they might face 1,000. 2 weeks after the battle with the Zephyrian fleet, Sarah Chen watched the long-range sensor displays with growing concern. Ships were gathering at the edge of human space in numbers she had never imagined possible. The galaxy had responded to Admiral Kethvar's emergency broadcast with unprecedented unity. Current count stands at over 8,000 vessels, reported Commander Williams from the tactical station. Representatives from 47 different species. Sarah studied the massive fleet composition on the main display. Crystalline collective ships that looked like floating gemstones hung alongside the organic vessels of the Symbiont Union. Mechanical constructs from the machine Concordat moved in perfect formation near the chaotic swarms of hive mind drones. Species that had been at war for centuries were now working together for a single purpose. "Any word from Earth Command?" Sarah asked. Lieutenant Hayes shook his head. "Still no response, Captain. All communication channels to Earth have been jammed for the past week." The isolation was intentional. The Galactic Alliance wanted to ensure that the Prometheus Unbound received no support or reinforcement from the rest of humanity. They had effectively cut off one ship from the entire human race. Dr. Park approached from the science station, her face pale. "Captain, I've been analyzing the sensor data from the assembled fleet. The technological diversity is staggering. They've brought capabilities we've never encountered before." "Explain," Sarah ordered. "The Crystalline Collective has ships that can phase shift between dimensions. The Voidwalkers have brought reality-bending specialists, and the quantum signatures from the ancient vessels." Park paused, checking her readings again. The Ancients have actually emerged from their isolation to join this alliance. Sarah felt the weight of that revelation. The Ancients were a mysterious race that had mastered space travel millions of years before humans had even evolved. They rarely interfered in galactic affairs, preferring to observe from their hidden territories. If they had joined the alliance against humanity, the situation was far more serious than anyone had imagined. "Incoming transmission," Hayes announced. "Multiple sources broadcasting on all frequencies." "Main screen," Sarah ordered. The display split into dozens of smaller images, each showing a different alien representative. Sarah recognized some of the species from diplomatic files, but others were completely unknown to human science. A familiar blue-scaled face appeared in the center of the display. Admiral Kethvar spoke first, his voice carrying a tone of grim determination. "Captain Chen, you see before you the united civilizations of this galaxy. Your weapon of mass destruction has forced us to set aside centuries of conflict to address a common threat." A crystalline being that sparkled like a living diamond spoke next, its voice creating harmonic overtones. "The vessel you command violates the fundamental principles of galactic law. It possesses capabilities that no single civilization should control." Sarah stood from her command chair, knowing that her response would determine the course of the coming battle. "Representatives of the Galactic Alliance, I am Captain Sarah Chen of the human vessel Prometheus Unbound. This ship was built to defend humanity's right to exist in this galaxy." "Your right to exist is not in question," replied a new voice. Sarah looked at the speaker and felt her breath catch. The being on the screen was clearly one of the Ancients. Tall, ethereal, with features that seemed to shift between solid and energy. "What is in question is your right to possess technology that threatens all life in this galaxy." The Ancient continued, "I am Eternal Watcher of Stars. I have observed the rise and fall of countless civilizations across millions of years. Never have I seen a single vessel with the capability to destabilize the cosmic order itself." Sarah felt the weight of those words. When beings that old and wise considered her ship a threat to the galaxy itself, perhaps they had built something too powerful. Another voice joined the conversation. this one mechanical and precise. Analysis indicates that your vessel's weapon systems draw energy directly from stellar sources. Continued use of such technology could destabilize star systems throughout this galactic region. Dr. Park quietly handed Sarah a data pad with tactical analysis. The numbers were staggering. The assembled fleet represented the combined military might of nearly half the known galaxy. Even with the Prometheus Unbound's advanced capabilities, the odds seemed impossible. Captain Chen, Admiral Kethvar, continued, "We offer you one final opportunity. Surrender your vessel for decommissioning, and humanity will be permitted to maintain its current territories and technology levels. Refuse, and we will take your ship by force." Sarah looked around the bridge at her crew. These men and women had volunteered for this mission knowing the risks. They had families on Earth, dreams of returning home, and every reason to accept the galaxy's terms. But they also understood what surrender would mean for humanity's future. "How long do we have to consider your offer?" Sarah asked. 12 standard hours, Eternal Watcher of Stars replied. "After that time, we will assume your answer is refusal." The transmission ended, leaving the bridge in silence. Sarah stared at the tactical display showing the massive enemy fleet. Over 8,000 ships representing technologies that humanity barely understood, all focused on destroying or capturing her vessel. "Captain," Commander Rodriguez's voice came through the communication system. "Request permission to join you on the bridge." "Granted," Sarah replied. Rodriguez arrived a few minutes later, followed by the senior staff from engineering, weapons, and navigation. These officers had worked on the Prometheus Unbound since its construction began, and they knew its capabilities better than anyone. "We've been running simulations," Rodriguez began. "The AI has calculated battle scenarios against fleets of this size, and the computer predicts a 73% probability of victory if we use all available weapon systems," Rodriguez said. "But the cost would be enormous." Dr. Park pulled up a holographic projection showing potential battle outcomes. The stellar plasma manipulators operating at full capacity would require drawing energy from our sun. The calculations show potential solar instability that could affect Earth's climate for decades. Sarah studied the projection with growing horror. Winning the battle might save humanity's right to advanced technology, but it could devastate their home planet in the process. "There's something else," Rodriguez continued. "The AI has been analyzing the enemy fleet composition. Some of those technologies are completely unknown to human science. The reality-bending capabilities of the Void Walkers, the dimensional phase technology of the Crystalline Collective. We don't know how effective our weapons will be against them." Commander Williams joined the discussion. "Captain, I've been monitoring enemy communications. They're not just here to destroy us. They want to capture the ship intact and study our technology." "Why?" Sarah asked. "Because they're afraid," Williams replied. Admiral Kethvar's private communications with his fleet commanders showed genuine terror. They believe humanity could build more ships like this one. The galaxy is uniting not just to stop us, but to prevent us from changing the balance of power permanently. Sarah realized the true scope of their situation. This wasn't just about one ship or one battle. The galaxy was trying to prevent humanity from becoming a major power. They wanted to keep humans confined to their small corner of space, dependent on alien technology and subject to alien laws. "Captain," Dr. Park said quietly, "I've been monitoring civilian communication channels throughout human space. Word is leaked about our situation. The entire human population knows that their most advanced warship is facing impossible odds." "What's the public reaction?" "Pride, Captain. They're proud that humanity built something that scares the entire galaxy, but they're also afraid of what happens if we lose." Sarah understood that fear. If the Prometheus Unbound was defeated, humanity would face severe restrictions on their technological development. They would be permanently relegated to a minor species, forever dependent on the goodwill of more advanced civilizations. "Recommendations?" Sarah asked her senior staff. "Fight," Rodriguez said immediately. "The ship was built to defend humanity. That's exactly what we should do." "The odds are impossible," Williams countered. 8,000 ships, Captain. Even our advanced technology has limits. "The AI believes we can win," Park added. "And the computer has access to tactical data we can't even process." Sarah looked at each of her officers in turn. These were the best minds humanity had produced, and they were divided on the correct course of action. The decision would ultimately rest with her. "I need some time to think," Sarah said. Dismissed. As her staff left the bridge, Sarah remained at the tactical display. 8,000 alien ships hung at the edge of the solar system, waiting for her answer. Behind them stood the combined might of galactic civilization, determined to prevent humanity from challenging their authority. But behind Sarah stood humanity itself. Billions of people who had built their greatest achievement despite alien laws and restrictions. They had proven that humans could create technology that surpassed anything the galaxy had seen. The question now was whether one ship, no matter how advanced, could stand against the combined might of the known universe. Sarah Chen stood on the bridge of the Prometheus Unbound as the 12-hour deadline expired. Through the main view screen, she could see the massive galactic fleet beginning to move. Over 8,000 ships from 47 different civilizations advanced toward her single vessel, with the inevitability of a cosmic storm. All stations report ready for combat, Commander Williams announced from the tactical station. Quantum fold armor is active, stellar plasma manipulators are charged, and the AI has calculated initial targeting solutions. Sarah had spent her final hours walking through the ship, speaking with the crew. 5,000 human souls depended on her decisions today. They had volunteered for this mission knowing the risks, but none of them could have imagined facing odds like these. "Captain," Dr. Park called from the science station, "I'm detecting massive energy buildups throughout the enemy fleet. They're coordinating their attack." The Alien Alliance had learned from Admiral Kethvar's defeat. Instead of attacking piecemeal, they planned to overwhelm the Prometheus Unbound with simultaneous strikes from multiple directions. It was a sound tactical approach that should have guaranteed victory. "Incoming transmission," Hayes reported. Eternal Watcher of Stars appeared on the main screen, the ancient's ethereal features showing something that might have been regret. "Captain Chen, you have chosen the path of resistance. I am older than your species by millions of years, and I take no pleasure in what must now occur." "Then don't do it," Sarah replied. "Withdraw your fleets and let humanity develop in peace." "Peace is precisely what we seek to preserve," the ancient responded. "Your vessel represents chaos and destruction on a galactic scale. We cannot permit it to exist." The transmission ended and Sarah turned to her crew. "All hands, this is the captain. Today we fight not just for our ship, but for humanity's right to defend itself. Show them what humans can accomplish when we refuse to accept defeat." The first wave of attacks came from the crystalline collective ships. Dozens of gem-like vessels began phase-shifting through dimensions, appearing at random locations around the Prometheus Unbound. Their weapons fired beams of coherent light that could cut through most known materials. The quantum fold armor responded exactly as designed. The crystal beams passed through sections of the ship's hull that existed in alternate dimensions, while striking sections that were temporarily solid. The effect was surreal. Weapons fire seemed to phase in and out of reality around the human vessel. "No damage reported," called the damage control officer. "Quantum armor is operating at peak efficiency." Sarah watched in fascination as the AI coordinated their response. The stellar plasma manipulators fired with impossible precision, drawing energy from the sun and focusing it into concentrated beams. 3 crystalline ships disintegrated instantly, their phase shift technology offering no protection against the raw fury of solar fire. "Second wave incoming," Williams announced. Mechanical ships from the machine Concordat. The robot vessels approached in perfect geometric formations, their movements precise and calculated. Each ship was a masterpiece of engineering, with adaptive armor that could reconfigure itself to resist different types of attacks. Against conventional weapons, they were nearly invulnerable. The Prometheus Unbound activated its gravity well generators. Space distorted around the mechanical ships, creating artificial gravity fields that crushed their hulls like tin cans. The perfectly calculated formations collapsed as ships were pulled together by forces that exceeded their structural limits. "Impossible." Admiral Kethvar's voice crackled over the emergency communication channel. "Our sensors show gravitational anomalies that shouldn't exist." "You're seeing what happens when humans decide to rewrite the laws of physics," Sarah replied calmly. The battle continued with wave after wave of alien attacks. Hive-mind drones swarmed the Prometheus Unbound in chaotic formations, only to be destroyed by weapons that fired faster than their collective intelligence could process. Symbiont Union vessels attempted to board the human ship using biological attachments, but the quantum armor made physical contact impossible. For 3 hours, the engagement continued with the same pattern. Alien fleets attacked with overwhelming numbers and advanced technology, only to be repelled by capabilities that seemed to mock the fundamental laws of the universe. But the Prometheus Unbound was not invulnerable. "Captain?" Rodriguez's voice came through the communication system, strain evident in his tone. "The stellar plasma manipulators are showing signs of stress. Drawing this much energy from the sun is pushing the systems beyond their design limits." Sarah felt her first real concern of the battle. The ship's exotic weapons required enormous amounts of power, and even their advanced technology had physical constraints. "How much longer can we maintain current operations?" she asked. 30 minutes at most before we risk cascade failures in the primary systems." Sarah studied the tactical display. They had destroyed over 400 enemy ships, but thousands more remained. The alien alliance was learning from each failed attack, adapting their strategies and coordinating more effectively. "Captain," the AI spoke through the ship's communication system, "recommend activation of emergency combat protocols. Multiple Voidwalker vessels are approaching with reality distortion fields active." Sarah had read about Voidwalker technology in classified reports, but seeing it in action was disturbing. Space around their ship seemed to bend and twist, creating areas where the normal laws of physics simply didn't apply. Energy weapons fired backward in time, gravity flowed upward, and matter behaved in impossible ways. "Activate all defensive systems," Sarah ordered. The quantum fold armor struggled against attacks that came from directions that didn't exist in normal space-time. Reality distortion fields created paradoxes that the ship's systems couldn't fully compensate for. For the first time since the battle began, damage reports started coming in. "Hull breach on Deck 7, reported damage control. The reality distortion is causing structural failures in areas that technically aren't there." Sarah felt the ship shudder as exotic weapons struck systems that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The Prometheus Unbound was taking damage from attacks that bypassed conventional defenses entirely. "Captain," Dr. Park called out, her voice tight with concern. "The ancient vessels are beginning to move. They've been observing our responses and now they're joining the battle." Sarah watched as the most mysterious ships in the galaxy advanced. Ancient technology was so far beyond current understanding that their vessels looked more like works of art than machines of war. They moved without visible propulsion, changed shape without apparent mechanisms, and radiated energy patterns that defied analysis. The first ancient weapon struck the Prometheus Unbound with devastating effect. The ship's artificial intelligence screamed warnings as fundamental systems began failing. The attack hadn't damaged the ship's hull or weapons. It had somehow altered the basic physical constants that allowed their technology to function. "Stellar plasma manipulators are offline," Williams reported. "The energy conversion process has become impossible. The ancients have changed local physics." Sarah realized they were facing an enemy that could rewrite reality itself. No matter how advanced human technology had become, the ancients had millions of years of experience manipulating the universe's fundamental forces. "Captain," Rodriguez's voice carried desperation. "Multiple cascade failures throughout all major systems. We're losing the quantum fold armor. The gravity wells are destabilizing and the main reactors are showing critical instabilities." Sarah looked around the bridge at her crew. They had fought brilliantly for hours, proving that human determination and ingenuity could stand against impossible odds. But they were facing the combined technological might of the galaxy, including forces that operated beyond normal physics. "Options?" she asked quietly. "We could attempt a tactical withdrawal," Williams suggested. "The quantum drives might allow us to escape the immediate battle zone. The ancients would follow us," Park countered. "Their ships can track through any known form of space travel." Sarah stared at the tactical display as more red warning indicators appeared. The Prometheus Unbound was dying around them, its impossible weapons finally meeting enemies they couldn't defeat. Then she remembered something from the ship's technical specifications. A system so dangerous that it had been classified beyond her normal clearance level, a weapon that Admiral Martinez had mentioned only once and only in hypothetical terms. "Rodriguez," she called over the communication system. "What's the status of the stellar destabilization array?" There was a long pause before Rodriguez responded. Captain, that system has never been tested. The theoretical projections suggest it could destabilize our entire stellar region. Sarah felt the weight of the ultimate decision. Humanity had built one final weapon into their greatest ship, a device that could threaten stars themselves. It was a weapon of last resort, designed to ensure that if the Prometheus Unbound fell, it would take its enemies with it. Around her, the ship continued to take damage as the alien fleet pressed their advantage. Ancient weapons were systematically disabling her most advanced systems, while thousands of conventional ships prepared for the final assault. The stellar destabilization array powered up with a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of spacetime. Sarah Chen felt the deck plates beneath her feet trembling as the Prometheus Unbound's most dangerous weapon prepared to activate. Around her, the bridge crew worked frantically to maintain control of failing systems, while the galactic fleet closed in for what they believed would be the final assault. Array charging at 15%, reported Commander Rodriguez over the communication system. Captain, once we reach activation threshold, there will be no stopping the process. Sarah watched the tactical display as ancient vessels moved closer, their reality-distorting weapons systematically dismantling her ship's defenses. Conventional alien fleets had formed a massive sphere around the Prometheus Unbound, ready to deliver overwhelming firepower the moment their exotic allies finished disabling the human vessel. 30% and rising, Rodriguez continued. The stellar manipulation field is beginning to affect local space. Dr. Park looked up from her science station with alarm. Captain, I'm detecting gravitational anomalies throughout the solar system. The array is actually beginning to destabilize our sun. Through the view screen, Sarah could see the impossible sight of their star beginning to flicker. Solar flares erupted in patterns that defied all known physics, while the star's surface rippled like liquid under the influence of forces that shouldn't exist. 60%, Rodriguez announced. We're past the point of safe shutdown. The effects were immediate and terrifying. Emergency alerts began flooding the communication systems as monitoring stations throughout the solar system detected the stellar irregularities. Earth itself would feel the consequences within hours as the sun's energy output became increasingly unstable. Eternal Watcher of Stars materialized on the main screen without being hailed, the ancient's ethereal features showing shock and horror. Captain Chen? What have you done? What humanity does best, Sarah replied grimly. We've created a solution that terrifies everyone, including ourselves. You cannot be serious about activating such a device, the ancient said. But Sarah could hear uncertainty in that ageless voice. The stellar destabilization would affect dozens of systems. Billions of beings would die. Then call off your attack, Sarah said simply. Around the bridge, her crew continued their work with professional calm despite the magnitude of what was occurring. These men and women understood that they might be witnessing the last moments of their civilization, but they remained focused on their duties. 75%, Rodriguez reported. The sun is now showing signs of imminent collapse or explosion. The computer models can't predict which will occur first. Admiral Kethvar's voice crackled over the emergency channel, his usual composure completely shattered. All ships, immediate withdrawal to minimum safe distance. The humans have activated a stellar weapon. Sarah watched the tactical display as the massive galactic fleet began pulling back from the Prometheus Unbound. Ships that had been closing for the kill were now fleeing at maximum speed, desperate to escape the potential blast radius of an exploding star. But some vessels remained. The ancient ships held their positions, and Sarah realized they were using their reality manipulation technology to try to contain the stellar destabilization. Space around the sun began to shimmer as forces beyond human understanding struggled to maintain cosmic stability. 85%, Rodriguez announced. Captain, the ancients are somehow slowing the destabilization process, but it's not enough to stop it completely. Eternal Watcher of Stars reappeared on the screen, the being's features now showing strain. Captain Chen, we are attempting to prevent a cosmic catastrophe. Your weapon is more dangerous than we calculated. Please deactivate the array before it's too late. Sarah felt the weight of ultimate responsibility. With a single command, she could save the solar system and billions of lives throughout local space. But she could also ensure humanity's permanent subjugation to alien authority. What guarantees do I have? Sarah asked. If I shut down the array, what prevents you from resuming the attack? You have my word, the ancient replied, and the word of one who has watched over this galaxy for millions of years. Not enough, Sarah said. I need formal agreement from all 47 civilizations represented in your fleet. There is no time for such negotiations. Eternal Watcher of Stars protested. The stellar collapse is accelerating beyond our ability to contain. Sarah looked at her tactical officer. Williams, how many enemy ships remain in the immediate area? All major combat vessels have withdrawn beyond the projected blast radius, Williams reported. Only the ancient containment ships remain close enough to threaten us. Sarah made her decision. Rodriguez, reduce the array to 80% and hold at that level. Don't shut it down, but don't let it reach critical activation. Understood, Captain. Holding at 80%. The effect was immediate. The sun's erratic behavior stabilized somewhat. Still dangerous, but no longer on the verge of immediate collapse. The ancient containment efforts became more effective, creating a tense balance between destruction and control. You're walking a very dangerous line, Captain Chen, Eternal Watcher of Stars said, but there was respect in the ancient voice now. Humanity has always walked dangerous lines, Sarah replied. It's how we've survived and advanced. Now let's talk about terms. Over the next hour, the most unusual negotiation in galactic history took place. Sarah Chen, captain of a single damaged warship, dictated terms to representatives of 47 civilizations while holding a stellar weapon at their collective throats. The final agreement was unprecedented in scope. Humanity would be permitted to maintain advanced military technology, including limited numbers of vessels with capabilities similar to the Prometheus Unbound. In exchange, they agreed to restrictions on stellar weapons and joint research projects with other galactic civilizations. The most important provision, Eternal Watcher of Stars explained, is that humanity will share certain technological advances while maintaining the right to defend themselves. The galaxy recognizes that your species possesses unique capabilities that could benefit all civilizations. Sarah felt a mixture of pride and exhaustion as she reviewed the treaty documents. Humanity had fought the entire galaxy and forced them to accept human independence, but the cost had been enormous. Rodriguez, begin shutdown procedures for the stellar destabilization array, she ordered. Acknowledged, Captain. Beginning controlled shutdown sequence. As the dangerous weapon powered down, Sarah watched the sun slowly return to normal behavior. The crisis was over, but she knew that nothing would ever be the same. Humanity had proven they could create technology that threatened the cosmic order itself. Captain, Dr. Park said quietly, long-range sensors are detecting the galactic fleet withdrawing to their home territories. The immediate threat is over. Sarah nodded, then activated the ship-wide communication system. All hands, this is the captain. Today we have achieved something that seemed impossible. We have secured humanity's right to determine our own future among the stars. Every person aboard this ship should be proud of what we have accomplished. Commander Williams looked up from his station. Captain, we're receiving a transmission from Earth Command. Admiral Martinez wants to speak with you. Sarah smiled for the first time in days. Put him through. Admiral Martinez appeared on the screen, his face showing relief and amazement. Captain Chen, the entire human race has been watching the sensor feeds from Luna Station. You and your crew have written a new chapter in human history. We did what the ship was designed to do, Admiral. We defended humanity. And you did it magnificently, Martinez replied. But I should warn you, the political situation has changed dramatically. The Galactic Treaty recognizes humanity as a major power, but it also makes us a target for any civilization that wants to challenge the new order. Sarah understood the implications. The Prometheus Unbound had won humanity's independence, but it had also marked them as a species to be watched and potentially feared throughout the galaxy. What are our orders, Admiral? The ship will be stationed at the edge of human space as a deterrent force. Your crew will remain as her permanent complement, and construction will begin on sister ships to patrol our other borders. Sarah looked around the bridge at her crew. These brave souls had volunteered for a single mission and ended up becoming the guardians of human civilization itself. One more thing, Captain, Martinez added. The Galactic Treaty includes a provision that the Prometheus Unbound's location will remain classified. As far as most of the galaxy knows, the ship has disappeared into the Outer Rim territories. Sarah smiled grimly. Humanity's greatest weapon would become a legend. a story told in whispers throughout alien space. The ship that had forced the entire galaxy to negotiate would fade into myth, its location known only to humanity's highest leadership. Understood, Admiral. We'll be ready if the galaxy ever threatens humanity again. As the communication ended, Sarah looked out at the stars through the main view screen. Somewhere among those distant lights were civilizations that now feared and respected human ingenuity. They had learned that when pushed to their limits, humans would create solutions that defied every convention and expectation. Jake Martinez stood in the entrance hall of Zenith Academy and felt completely out of place. The building was huge, with tall silver walls and ceilings that showed moving star maps. Students from different planets walked past him. Some had blue skin, some floated in the air, some had tails or extra arms. Jake had never seen anything like it in his life. He was the first human student at this school. Earth had only joined the group of space-traveling planets 15 years ago. Not many humans got the chance to study with aliens. Jake's parents were very proud of him. But right now, Jake just felt nervous and alone. A tall alien with golden skin walked up to him. The alien had big dark eyes and only 3 fingers on each hand. A small device behind Jake's ear translated the alien's words into English. "You must be the human," the alien said. "I am Kelvin. I come from a planet called Cythera Prime. I will show you around the school today." Jake shook Kelvin's hand. Kelvin seemed very careful, like he thought Jake might break. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jake." "I must say, this is very unusual," Kelvin said as they walked. "You are the first student from a Class 12 Death World. It is surprising that you survived the trip here." "Death World? What does that mean?" Jake asked. Kelvin looked surprised. "You do not know? A Class 12 world is one of the most dangerous places in the galaxy. Life there is a constant battle to survive. Most civilized species come from Class 1 to 4 worlds. My planet is Class 2. It is safe and stable with very few dangers." "Oh," Jake said. "I guess Earth has some rough places." "Rough?" Kelvin tilted his head. "The reports say your world is barely livable. Come, let me show you to your room." As they walked, Jake noticed other students staring at him. Some took out devices to look up information about humans. He felt like an animal in a zoo. His room was small but nice. It had a window that looked out at space. Kelvin helped him set up his schedule and explained where to find food. "The food machines have been programmed with your dietary needs," Kelvin said. "But I must warn you, some students may be upset by your carnivorous nature." "Carnivorous? I eat vegetables too," Jake said. "Yes, but you eat meat. Most civilized species stopped eating animals long ago. It is considered primitive." Kelvin paused. "I mean, no offense." After Kelvin left, Jake sat on his bed and looked at the stars. He was representing all of humanity here. No pressure at all, he thought. The next morning, Jake went to his first class. It was called Introduction to Galactic Biology. The classroom had rows of seats made for different body types. Jake found a spot in the middle. The professor was a being that looked like a walking porcupine with soft fur. She had intelligent amber eyes. "Good morning, students. I am Professor Lyra Quinn. Today we will discuss what life needs to exist." She showed them a hologram of different planets. Complex life needs specific conditions. Stable temperatures, water, breathable air, and protection from radiation. Most homeworlds in the galaxy have these comfortable conditions. A student near the front raised a tentacle. "Professor, what about the humans' homeworld? I read that it is classified as a death world." Everyone looked at Jake. His face felt hot. "Ah, yes," Professor Quinn said. "An excellent topic. Mr. Martinez, would you mind sharing some information about Earth?" Jake stood up slowly. "Sure, what do you want to know?" "Perhaps you could describe a normal day on Earth," the professor suggested. "Okay, well, I grew up in Colorado. I would wake up, go to school, hang out with friends, do homework. Normal stuff." A student made of crystal chimed softly. "But what about the dangers? Reports say Earth has extreme weather, earthquakes, and large predators." "You mean like thunderstorms and earthquakes? And wild animals?" Jake blinked. "Those exist, yeah. Thunderstorms? What are those?" Another student asked. Jake was confused. "They happen when water vapor creates electrical discharges. Lightning. It rains, sometimes with ice falling from the sky. And there's thunder, which is the sound from the lightning." The classroom erupted in shocked whispers. The blob-like student shook visibly. "Ice falls from your sky? And electrical discharges happen naturally in your atmosphere?" "Yeah, all the time." especially in summer. It's pretty normal, Jake said. Professor Quinn's quill stood up. And these thunderstorms, are they dangerous? They can be. People get hit by lightning sometimes, and if you're outside in a bad storm, you can get too cold from the rain. But mostly people just go inside and wait. Remarkable, the professor whispered. And you mentioned earthquakes? Right, Earth's crust is made of plates that move around. Sometimes they grind together and the ground shakes. It can knock down buildings. A student with blue scales hissed softly. The scales turned orange. Your ground moves without warning? How do you build anything? Engineering, Jake said with a shrug. In places with lots of earthquakes, buildings are designed to bend and sway. The rest of the class was just questions about Earth. Jake described volcanoes, hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and blizzards. Each thing he mentioned seemed to scare his classmates more. When he said Earth's air was 21% oxygen, several students gasped. That is almost twice the normal amount, Professor Quinn said. Her voice was full of fascination. Such high oxygen would be toxic to most species, and it must make your world very flammable. I guess we have wildfires sometimes, but the oxygen is normal for us. By the time class ended, Jake felt tired. He had never thought of Earth as dangerous. It was just home. But seeing everyone's reactions made him think that maybe humans had adapted to things that would kill most other species. At lunch, Jake sat with Kelvin and a few other students. A female alien with blue-green scales leaned forward. Her name was Kira. Is it true that Earth has creatures big enough to kill humans? She asked. Well, yeah. Bears, lions, crocodiles, sharks. But they mostly avoid people. You're more likely to die in a car accident. Car accident? Kelvin asked. When vehicles crash, humans use ground vehicles for transportation. They can go over 100 miles per hour. The table went quiet. A small rabbit-like alien named Pip spoke with a shaking voice. You travel at such high speeds? Near other vehicles? Every day. It's called a highway. That sounds terrifying, Kira said. Her scales rippled. Jake bit into his synthetic burger. It didn't taste quite right. It's really not that bad once you get used to it. You were trusted with a high-speed vehicle as a child? Kelvin's golden skin had turned pale. I started driving at 16. That's normal back home. Over the next few days, Jake's reputation spread through the school. Students who had avoided him now wanted to talk to him. They were curious about the death world human. He told stories about camping trips where he had to watch for snakes and spiders, about hiking in mountains where the air was thin, about swimming in the ocean with jellyfish and dangerous currents. Each story was met with horror and fascination. The other students could not understand a world where danger was just part of life, where children played outside despite stinging insects, where people ate food that could have bacteria if not cooked properly. But Jake also started to understand something. His classmates were not weak or naive. They were brilliant, curious, and kind. They had just evolved in different places, and now they were all learning from each other. That night, Jake lay in his bed and looked at the alien stars. He smiled. Maybe being from a death world was not such a bad thing. It certainly made him interesting. He thought about his family back on Earth. His mom and dad would want to know everything. His younger sister Carmen would ask a million questions. He made a mental note to record a message for them tomorrow. For now, though, he was just tired. His first day at Zenith Academy had been exhausting and strange and wonderful all at once. Tomorrow there would be more classes, more questions, and more opportunities to show his classmates that humans were not so scary after all. Jake closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, dreaming of thunderstorms and alien friends under strange stars. Jake's second week at Zenith Academy brought new surprises. This morning he had advanced physical sciences class. The professor was named Court. He was a massive being whose body looked like walking rocks. His voice sounded like distant thunder. Today we will discuss gravity and how it affects biological development, Professor Court announced. His rocky hand activated a display showing different planets. Each species here evolved under different gravity. This shaped your bodies in basic ways. The display showed various planets with numbers beside them. Most civilized species evolved on worlds with gravity between 0.6 and 1.1 standard units. These comfortable ranges allowed complex brains to develop without needing too much structural support. A crystal student named Denna asked a question. Professor, what about worlds with higher gravity? Would complex life be impossible there? Not impossible, but very unlikely, Professor Court replied. The energy needed for movement and the stress on biological systems make high-gravity worlds hostile to most sentient life. He tapped the control, and Earth appeared on the display. Jake noticed the number beside it said 1.0 standard units. The classroom went silent. Professor Court looked surprised. Interesting. It appears Earth's gravity is used as the baseline standard measurement. Mr. Martinez, did you know this? Jake shook his head. No, sir. I thought the standard was based on an average or something. When Earth joined the galactic community, the Science Council studied your homeworld extensively. They discovered that Earth's gravity was very close to the theoretical maximum for developing advanced life. They adopted it as the standard unit. This means, Mr. Martinez, that you have lived your entire life in what most species would consider crushing gravity. Whispers spread through the classroom.
Kira stared at him with wide eyes.
The station's artificial gravity is set to 0.9 standard. You mean you are used to even more pressure? I guess I never really thought about it, Jake admitted. Everything here feels a little lighter, but I figured it was just because I'm in space. Professor Court walked toward Jake. Each step made the floor shake slightly. Would you participate in a demonstration, Mr. Martinez?
Sure.
The professor led Jake to a clear cylinder at the front of the class. This is a variable gravity chamber. Please step inside. Jake entered the chamber and Professor Court sealed the door. We will start at standard station gravity and slowly increase it. Tell us if you feel uncomfortable. The display showed 0.9 as the starting point. Jake felt fine. The number went up to 1.0 and he felt a small shift, like putting on a favorite jacket. Still fine. At 1.1, his classmates started looking worried. At 1.2, Dana called out, "Professor, this must be dangerous." But Jake just stood there, relaxed. "I feel totally normal," he said through the chamber's speaker. Professor Court increased the gravity more. At 1.5 standard units, Jake finally started to feel the strain. His movements became heavier, and he could feel extra weight on his bones and muscles, but he was not in pain. "Extraordinary," the professor said quietly. "Most species would be completely unable to move at this level. Some would suffer broken bones. Yet you remain functional." Jake bent down and touched his toes. Then he did a few jumping jacks. His classmates gasped. "How is this possible?" Kelvin asked. His golden skin was flushed with amazement. "Humans evolved in high gravity," Professor Court explained as he lowered the chamber back to normal. "This means your species developed very dense bones, powerful muscles, and strong hearts. You are built stronger than most sentient species in the galaxy." After Jake left the chamber, a student named Felix raised his paw. "Does this mean humans are more physically capable in normal environments?" "Demonstrate if you would, Mr. Martinez," Professor Court said, pointing to exercise equipment. Jake walked to what looked like a weight bar. The display showed it was set to 50 standard units, which the professor said was a good lift for most species. Jake picked it up easily with one hand and curled it a few times. "This is pretty light," he said. Professor Court adjusted the weight to 100 units. Jake lifted it with some effort. The professor kept increasing the weight until Jake was lifting 300 standard units. According to the displays, this was enough to crush most species. "On Earth, I was on the wrestling team," Jake explained as he set the weight down. "I was not even the strongest guy. Our heavyweight champion could lift way more than me." The classroom erupted in excited talking. Kira's scales had shifted to bright purple. "You are saying there are humans even stronger than you?" "Oh yeah, tons of them. Professional athletes, bodybuilders, soldiers. I'm pretty average, actually." This seemed to disturb his classmates even more. The idea that Jake, who could do things impossible for most of them, was considered average among humans was almost too much to believe. During lunch, Jake found himself surrounded by students wanting to test his strength. He arm wrestled several challengers and won easily every time. He let Pip hang from his arm while he did pull-ups. He even gave Kelvin a piggyback ride around the cafeteria, which caused quite a scene. "I feel terrible that I treated you so carefully when we first met," Kelvin said, laughing as Jake set him down. "I thought you were fragile." "Everyone here keeps being so careful around me," Jake said. "I was starting to wonder if something was wrong. We were afraid we might accidentally hurt you," Kira admitted. "Deathworld species are supposed to be tough, but also vulnerable to things we take for granted. We did not know what might harm you. What could you possibly do to hurt me?" Jake asked. Dana floated closer. Jake, most species here could be seriously injured by impacts that you would barely notice. Our bones are less dense, our muscles weaker. We assumed Earth's dangers came from your environment, not from your bodies adapting to overcome that environment. It was a strange thought. Jake had always considered himself normal, even a bit weak compared to some friends back home. But here, among species that evolved in easier conditions, he was apparently superhuman. That afternoon, Jake had his first physical education class. The gym was enormous, with sections for various low-impact exercises. When Jake entered, he found about 20 students already there with Coach Venn. The coach was a lean alien with purple skin and 4 arms. "Welcome, students," Coach Venn said. His voice was musical. "Today we will begin with basic aerobic conditioning. Please go to the track for a light jog." The track circled the gym. Coach Venn led them in stretches, then started jogging at what he called a moderate pace. To Jake, it felt like a slow walk. He had to hold himself back to avoid passing everyone. After just 2 laps, several students were breathing hard. After 4 laps, most of them stopped with their hands on their knees trying to catch their breath. Coach Venn called for a rest period. Jake had barely broken a sweat. He jogged in place while others recovered, confused. "Are we doing sprints next?" he asked. Coach Venn's 4 eyes blinked in surprise. "That was the full cardiovascular workout for today, Mr. Martinez. Are you feeling well? You should have an elevated heart rate and be out of breath." "I feel fine. That was just a warm-up pace for me." The coach approached with a medical scanner and checked Jake's vital signs. His eyes widened as he read the results. "Your heart rate is barely elevated. Your oxygen efficiency is remarkable. How long could you maintain that pace?" Jake shrugged. "Back home, I would run 5 miles for morning practice. That would take me about 40 minutes at a comfortable pace." 5 miles? 40 minutes? Coach Venn looked at the track, then at his other students who were still recovering. "That would be over 50 laps. These students completed 8 laps and need rest." "Oh," Jake said, finally understanding. "So I'm like way more durable?" "It would appear so. Your cardiovascular system is extraordinarily efficient. Your muscle endurance is beyond anything I have seen." Coach Venn seemed excited now, his 4 arms moving animatedly. "Would you mind demonstrating your capabilities? I believe it would be educational for the other students." For the next hour, Jake performed various exercises while his classmates watched in amazement. He did hundreds of push-ups without stopping. He ran lap after lap around the track, slowly increasing his speed until he was sprinting at speeds that made his classmates nervous. He climbed a rope using only his arms multiple times. When he finally stopped, more to let Coach Venn's scanner rest than because he was tired. The gym was packed with students and teachers who had heard about the demonstration. They clapped, making various sounds that somehow blended together into something encouraging. Later that evening, back in his room, Jake got a message on his device. It was from Kelvin. "Jake, I hope you understand now why everyone was so cautious around you. We are not used to beings who possess such physical prowess. On most of our worlds, such strength would be unnecessary. But I want you to know we do not fear you. We are in awe. You represent something most of us have never encountered. Proof that life can survive even in the harshest conditions. You are not just strong in body, but strong in spirit to come from such a world and remain so kind and humble. I am proud to call you my friend." Jake read the message twice. He felt warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with exercise. He had been so worried about fitting in, about representing. The 3rd week at Zenith Academy brought Jake's most challenging course yet. The class was called Survival Sciences. It was designed to teach students how to handle emergency situations in space or on different planets. The professor was Commander Zara Pike, a serious female with dark gray stone-like skin and eyes that glowed amber. "Survival is about understanding your limits and working within them," Commander Pike began. Her voice was sharp and clear. "Most of you come from worlds where survival skills have been obsolete for generations. Your ancestors conquered nature through technology, but technology fails. When it does, you must rely on knowledge and instinct." She showed holograms of hostile environments, a frozen wasteland, a hot desert, a toxic swamp, and an empty asteroid. "We will study each environment type and learn the protocols for survival. The key is recognizing that as living beings with specific needs, you must avoid exposure to lethal conditions." A student named Marcus raised his paw. "Commander, what defines a lethal condition?" "Anything outside your species' viable parameters. For most of you, This includes temperatures below freezing or above 40 degrees Celsius, unbreathable atmospheres, lack of fresh water for more than 2 days, or lack of food for more than a week. Jake shifted in his seat. On Earth, people regularly experience temperatures well below freezing and above 40 degrees. Hikers went days without fresh water sources using filters. Survival experts could last weeks without food. Commander Pike noticed his movement. "Mr. Martinez, do you have a question?" "Not exactly a question, ma'am. Just thinking about how those parameters compare to Earth." The commander's glowing eyes fixed on him. "Perhaps you would like to share your thoughts with the class." Jake stood up. He was getting used to being put on the spot now. "Well, humans regularly experience temperatures outside that range. In some places on Earth, it gets down to minus 40 degrees in winter and up to 50 degrees in summer. People live in those places all year." The classroom stirred with uneasy sounds. Commander Pike remained neutral.
And your species has biological adaptations for such extremes?
"Not really. We just wear appropriate clothing and build shelter. But people do stuff like ice fishing, where you sit outside in freezing weather for hours. Or they work in deserts." Kira's scales had turned pale blue, showing distress. "Jake, minus 40 degrees? That is beyond lethal for most species. Your body fluids would freeze. Humans have survived much colder," Commander Pike said thoughtfully. She pulled up a data file. "According to Earth's medical records, your species has survived external temperatures as low as minus 89 degrees Celsius, and internal body temperatures as low as 13 degrees Celsius with full recovery." "Yeah, there was this woman in Sweden who fell through ice," Jake said, remembering the story. "She was clinically dead for hours in freezing water, but they warmed her up slowly and she survived with no brain damage. The cold preserved her." "Preserved?" Kelvin looked horrified. "You speak of this as if it were positive." "It was. She lived." Commander Pike studied Jake with new interest. "What about heat tolerance?" "Well, people live in Death Valley, which is one of the hottest places on Earth. The record temperature there is around 57 degrees Celsius, and athletes compete in extreme conditions. There's this race called the Badwater Ultramarathon where people run 135 miles through the desert in July." "They run? For what purpose?" Denna asked. "For fun. It's a challenge." The class fell silent. Finally, Marcus spoke, his voice small. "Your species engages in life-threatening activities for entertainment?" "When you put it that way, it sounds kind of crazy," Jake admitted. "But yeah, humans do extreme sports all the time. Mountain climbing, cave diving, skydiving. Some people climb huge cliffs without any safety equipment. Why would anyone do that?" Kira asked. Her scales were cycling through colors Jake had never seen. "I guess because it's there? To push themselves? To feel alive?" Jake struggled to explain something that had always seemed normal. "Humans like challenges." Commander Pike crossed her arms. "Let us test these claims. We have environmental simulation chambers for survival training. Mr. Martinez, would you be willing to demonstrate your species' resilience?" "Sure." The commander led the class to a large facility. Inside were a dozen sealed chambers, each able to simulate different planetary conditions. She directed Jake to enter Chamber 1 while the rest of the class gathered around the observation window. "We will start with a simple test. Low temperature environment. 10 degrees Celsius." Jake felt the air cool down. He was wearing his standard uniform. "This is comfortable. Like spring weather back home." Commander Pike lowered the temperature to 5 degrees, then 0. Jake rubbed his arms but stayed calm. "Getting chilly. I would want a jacket, but I'm fine for now." At -5, his classmates began protesting that he should be pulled out. At -10, Commander Pike herself looked concerned. But Jake, while cold, was not in danger. He did some jumping jacks to warm up, showing he could still move freely. "Enough," Commander Pike said, raising the temperature back to normal. "Remarkable. Most species would be experiencing hypothermia by now. Your body produces significant heat, and your mental resilience is noteworthy." When Jake left the chamber, Kelvin wrapped a thermal blanket around his shoulders despite Jake saying he was fine. "You were shaking," Kelvin said. His golden skin was pale with worry. "Yeah, but that's just shivering. It's how humans generate more heat when we're cold. It's automatic." The next test was high temperature. Commander Pike raised the chamber temperature to 35 degrees Celsius. Most of the class agreed this was uncomfortable but manageable. At 40 degrees, Jake started sweating, which fascinated everyone. "Your body is secreting fluid," Denna observed. Her crystal form chimed with concern. "It's sweat. Evaporative cooling. When the moisture evaporates off my skin, it takes heat with it. It's how humans regulate temperature. The temperature climbed to 45 degrees. Jake removed his uniform jacket and drank from a water bottle Commander Pike provided. He was uncomfortable but functional. At 50 degrees, he was miserable, but he could still move, think, and respond to questions. "How are you not experiencing organ failure?" Commander Pike demanded, checking her instruments. "I'm not happy, but I'm not dying either. Plenty of people work in temperatures like this. You just need water and breaks." The final test came 3 days later in their next class. Commander Pike had designed a survival scenario. "You will be placed in a simulated wilderness environment with limited supplies. Your goal is to survive for 48 hours. Most training scenarios for other species last only 6 hours with full supply access." She divided the class into teams of 4. Jake was grouped with Kelvin, Kira, and the quiet crystal alien Talon. They were given a basic emergency kit with a water purifier, an emergency beacon, thermal blankets, and basic first aid supplies. The simulation chamber looked like a forest, similar to environments on several safe worlds. The temperature was mild. There were streams for water, and the plant life was non-toxic. For most teams, this was still a big challenge. Jake's team started well. He immediately began checking their situation, finding water sources and potential shelter locations. His teammates were smart but moved carefully, afraid of the unfamiliar environment. "The trees make me nervous," Kelvin admitted. "They are so large and could fall. These look healthy." "They're not going to fall," Jake assured him. "But we should build a shelter before it gets dark. Nights get cold." Using fallen branches and the thermal blankets, Jake built a basic lean-to shelter. His teammates watched in amazement as he efficiently created a windbreak and insulated floor using leaves and moss. "How do you know how to do this?" Kira asked. "Boy Scouts. It's a youth organization on Earth where kids learn outdoor skills. We went camping a lot." "You were trained in survival as a child?" Talon's crystal structure pulsed with surprise. "It was mostly for fun. But yeah, basic wilderness survival is something a lot of Earth kids learn." That night, temperatures dropped to near freezing. The other teams huddled in their emergency blankets, trying to stay warm and waiting for morning. Jake's team stayed relatively warm in their shelter. He even started a small fire using the spark function on the emergency beacon, which shocked his teammates. "You are creating combustion intentionally?" Kelvin asked, staring at the flames with wide eyes. "Fire is super useful. It provides heat, light, and you can purify water by boiling it. Humans have used fire for hundreds of thousands of years." "It is so dangerous," Talon said, though they moved closer to the warmth. The next day, Jake found edible plants and caught fish in the stream using a makeshift spear he had made from a straight branch. His teammates were vegetarians or crystal-based life forms, so they did not eat the fish. But they were impressed by his resourcefulness. When the 48 hours ended and all teams were brought out, Jake's team was in the best condition by far. Other groups were exhausted, cold, and hungry despite having the same supplies. One team had activated their emergency beacon after only 12 hours, unable to cope with the darkness and isolation. In the debriefing, Commander Pike addressed the class. "This exercise revealed an important truth about survival. It is not merely about having supplies or knowledge. It is about mindset. Most of you come..." By his 4th week at Zenith Academy, Jake Martinez had become famous. Students from all classes wanted to talk to him and hear about Earth and its impossible conditions. He had been invited to speak at 3 different clubs and had even been interviewed for the Academy's news broadcast. But not everyone was comfortable with the human presence. The tension came during his interspecies ethics class. The teacher was Professor Hendrik Shaw, a tall, elegant alien with skin that glowed different colors. The class was discussing whether advanced civilizations should interfere with planets that had not yet developed space travel. That was when a student named Victor Cross spoke up. Victor was a Theron with dark red scales. "I believe we should discuss the elephant in the room," he said. His tail moved sharply behind him. "We have spent weeks hearing about how dangerous Earth is, how physically superior humans are. But we have not discussed whether a Death World species should have been invited into the galactic community so quickly." The classroom went silent. Jake felt everyone's eyes turn to him. He kept his face calm, waiting to see where this was going. Professor Shaw's skin patterns turned yellow, showing concern. "That is a provocative statement, Mr. Cross. Would you care to explain?" "Certainly. Victor stood, speaking to the class rather than Jake directly. Earth has been part of the galactic community for only 15 years. In that time, humans have secured trade agreements, military partnerships, and educational opportunities like this academy. They have used their reputation as a tough species to gain advantages. That's not true, Jake said quietly. Humans earned those opportunities by contributing to shared knowledge and resources. Did you? Victor's scales darkened to almost black. Or did the council grant them because they were afraid? Because a species that evolved to survive death worlds might be a threat if excluded. Mr. Cross, Professor Shaw warned, but Victor continued. Humans consume meat. They tolerate extreme conditions. They possess physical strength that could harm most species here. They come from a world of constant warfare and competition. I am not saying humans are evil. I am saying that perhaps we have been naive to welcome them without fully understanding the implications. Jake stood slowly, his hands tight at his sides. He forced himself to take a breath before speaking. You want to talk about Earth's history? Fine, yes, humans have fought wars. Yes, we have made mistakes. But we have also created art, music, literature, and philosophy. We have built civilizations, cured diseases, and explored our solar system before we ever met another species. And when we finally did meet you, we came in peace. Peace backed by the implicit threat of violence, Victor countered. You cannot deny that human history is soaked in blood. And what about your species? Jake shot back. The Therans were conquered by another species 3,000 years ago, right? Before you joined the galactic community? Did that make you too dangerous to include? Victor's scales flared red. That is ancient history. We have evolved beyond such barbarism, and so have humans. Earth has not had a global war in over 70 years. We have been working toward peace just like everyone else. Professor Shaw raised his hands. His skin pulsed orange for attention. Gentlemen, please. This discussion is becoming heated. Let us take a step back and examine the actual question. Should Death World species be evaluated differently when considering membership in the galactic community? Kelvin, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. With respect, Professor, I believe the question itself is flawed. We are not talking about Death World species as a category. We are talking about humans specifically. And from what I have observed, humans are no more dangerous than any other species. In fact, Jake has shown remarkable restraint and kindness despite his capabilities. Thank you, Kelvin, Jake said. However, Kelvin continued, and Jake's heart sank. I do think Victor raises a point worth considering. Not about threat, but about understanding. We have spent weeks learning about Earth's dangers, but we have not truly discussed what it means to come from such a world. What it does to one's psychology. What do you mean? Jake asked. Kelvin stood. His golden skin showed patterns of deep thought. Jake, you have told us about thunderstorms, earthquakes, predators, and temperature extremes. You have demonstrated physical abilities that seem superhuman to us, but you have never spoken about fear. Do humans not feel fear of these dangers? The question caught Jake off guard. Of course we feel fear. Everyone is afraid of something. But you said these dangers are normal, that you live with them daily. Right, because they are manageable. You learn to be careful. You take precautions, but you cannot live your whole life terrified of thunderstorms or earthquakes. They are just part of reality. Kira's scales shifted to thoughtful purple. I think I understand what Kelvin means. Jake, when you talk about Earth, you describe objectively lethal conditions with casual acceptance. It is almost as if you do not fully recognize the danger. I recognize it, Jake said, feeling defensive. I'm not stupid. No one is suggesting you are, Professor Shaw said. But consider this. If I told you I was going to place you in a chamber with toxic atmosphere, crushing gravity and acid rain, would you enter? Of course not. But Earth is classified as Class 12. More dangerous than the scenario I described. Yet you lived there for 18 years without considering it unusual. Do you see the disconnect? Jake sat down slowly, processing this. The classroom was silent, everyone waiting for his response. Finally, he spoke. I think the difference is context. Earth is dangerous compared to your worlds, sure. But for humans, it's home. We evolved there. We are adapted to it. It would be like me saying your homeworld is dangerous because the gravity is too low and would make my bones weak over time. But humans chose to come to the stars, Victor said. His scales were now neutral brown. His anger had faded, replaced by real curiosity. You left your adapted environment to join civilizations from gentler worlds. Why? Because we wanted to meet you, Jake said simply. Because we were lonely being the only intelligent species we knew about. Because the universe is vast and amazing, and we wanted to be part of it. Yeah, Earth is harsh, but that harshness taught us to value life, to cooperate, to overcome challenges together. Those same traits made us want to reach out to others. Denna floated forward. Her crystal body caught the light beautifully. I have been thinking about this question for weeks. Why are humans the way they are? I believe I have an answer. You are optimists. Optimists, Jake repeated. Yes, your world tried to kill your species at every turn. Starvation, predators, disease, disasters. By all logical analysis, humanity should have gone extinct thousands of years ago. But you did not. You kept trying, kept adapting, kept hoping that the next day would be better. Only a deeply optimistic species would look at a hostile universe and decide to explore it. Professor Shaw's skin patterns shifted to warm gold. That is a profound observation, Miss Denna. And it brings us to the heart of interspecies ethics. We fear what we do not understand. Victor's concerns, while perhaps expressed confrontationally, come from a place of uncertainty. Humans are different from most species in the community, but does different mean dangerous? No, Kelvin said firmly. I have spent considerable time with Jake. He is patient, kind, and curious. He uses his strength to help others, not to dominate them. These are not the traits of a dangerous individual. But I am one human, Jake said. Victor's question is not really about me. It's about whether humans as a species can coexist peacefully with the rest of the galaxy. And honestly, I do not know. I cannot speak for 8 billion people. None of us can speak for our entire species, Kira said. But we can speak to our experiences. I have learned more from Jake in 4 weeks than I learned in years of standard classes. He has challenged my assumptions about what is possible. Other students began adding their voices. Marcus talked about how Jake had helped him understand persistence. Talon spoke about learning to face discomfort during the survival exercise. Even students Jake had barely spoken to shared how his presence had made them think differently. Victor sat quietly through all of this. His scales slowly shifted from brown to pale blue. Finally, he stood again. I owe you an apology, Jake, and an explanation. My homeworld was invaded 3,000 years ago, as you mentioned. We were not warriors. We surrendered quickly to save lives. For generations, we were under their rule until the Galactic Council intervened. Since then, Therans have prided ourselves on being peaceful, civilized, beyond the brutality of our past. He paused, his tale still. When I learned about Earth, about humanity's violent history and physical prowess, it frightened me. I saw echoes of our conquerors. I thought perhaps the galaxy was making a mistake, allowing another predator species into our midst. But I was wrong. Our conquerors took us because they wanted power. Humans joined the community because they wanted connection. That is a crucial difference. Jake stood and held out his hand. Victor looked at it for a moment, then clasped it in a handshake that was clearly unfamiliar, but deeply meaningful. Thank you, Jake said. And I understand your concerns. If I came from a world that had been invaded, I would be cautious too. But I promise you, most humans just want to live in peace, learn about the universe, and maybe make some friends along. The final weeks of Jake Martinez's first semester at Zenith Academy passed quickly. What had started as a lonely journey from Earth had become something he never expected. He had found a place where he truly belonged, not despite being human, but because of it. The semester-end celebration was held in the Grand Observatory, a massive clear dome that offered views of the stars in all directions. Students from all classes mixed together, sharing food from their various homeworlds and discussing plans for the break period. Some would return home. Others, like Jake, would stay at the academy for continued studies. Jake stood near one of the viewing windows, watching the stars when Professor Lyra Quinn approached. The professor's soft quills rustled with pleasure. Mr. Martinez, she said warmly, I wanted to thank you personally before the semester ended. Thank me? For what, Professor? For revolutionizing my curriculum, she said with a laugh. Before you arrived, my galactic biology course was rather dry. We discussed theoretical adaptations and standardized evolutionary patterns, but you showed my students that biology is far more diverse and surprising than our textbook suggested. Next semester, I am restructuring the entire course to include comparative death world biology. That's great, Jake said, genuinely pleased. Though I hope you will include other death world species too. Earth is not the only harsh world out there. Indeed not, but it is one of the few that produced a spacefaring civilization. Most very dangerous worlds either have no complex life or have species that never advance beyond basic tool use. Your ancestors were remarkably persistent. Stubborn, Jake corrected with a grin. The word you are looking for is stubborn. After Professor Quinn left, Kelvin and Kira found him. Kelvin carried what looked like a wrapped package, while Kira's scales were cycling through excited rainbow patterns. "We have something for you," Kelvin said, presenting the package. "A gift to commemorate your first semester." Jake carefully unwrapped it to find a beautiful holographic display unit. When he turned it on, an image appeared. It was a group photo of Jake and his friends, taken during a recent study session, but it was animated, showing them laughing, talking, and just being themselves. "This is amazing," Jake said. His voice was thick with emotion. "Thank you. Look at the base," Kira prompted. Her scales were now warm gold. He turned it over and found words carved in both English and Galactic Standard. To Jake, who taught us that strength comes in many forms, and friendship knows no world. "Guys, I might cry," Jake said, laughing to cover the fact that he actually might. "Humans produce water from their eyes when emotional," Kelvin observed.
Fascinating adaptation.
"It's called crying, and yes, we do," Jake said, setting the gift down carefully. "This means everything to me. You know that, right? Before coming here, I was terrified I would not fit in, that I would be too different. But you all made me feel welcome." "You made yourself welcome," Kira corrected, "by being patient with our questions, sharing your experiences, and never making us feel inferior for coming from easier worlds." "Why would I do that? Your worlds are not easier, they are different." They were interrupted by Victor, who approached with unusual hesitation. His scales were neutral beige, showing nervousness. "Jake, might I speak with you? Privately?" They moved to a quieter section of the observatory. Victor seemed to struggle with what to say before finally speaking. "I wanted you to know that I am withdrawing my formal complaint." "Complaint?" "After our debate in ethics class, I filed an official concern with the Academy administration, questioning the decision to admit Deathworld students without additional safety protocols. I argued that the risk assessment had been insufficient." Victor's scales darkened with shame. "I was wrong. You are not a danger. If anything, your presence has enriched the Academy. I have spent the past weeks observing you, and I have seen only kindness and patience." "Victor, you do not have to apologize again. We already talked about this." "No, I do. Because it was not just about you. It was about my own fear and prejudice. I convinced myself I was being logical, protecting others, when really I was simply afraid of what I did not understand. That is not the kind of person I wish to be." Jake held out his hand again. "Then do not be. People can change." "I have seen you change over these past weeks. You have been asking questions, learning, growing. That is what matters." Victor clasped his hand firmly this time without hesitation. "I hope to learn more from you next semester. Perhaps you could teach me some Earth survival skills?" "I would like that. And maybe you can teach me about Theron engineering. Those gravity systems are incredible." As the evening went on, Jake found himself surrounded by students wanting to share their thoughts about the semester. Marcus thanked him for inspiring a research project on high-gravity adaptations. Denna gave him a crystal sculpture she had created, showing a human figure standing strong against a storm. Even Professor Court, the massive rock-like teacher, stopped by to tell Jake he had been the most surprising student he had taught in decades. "You know what the real surprise was?" Professor Court said. His rocky features somehow showed warmth. "Not your strength or endurance. Those were expected from a Deathworld species. The surprise was your humility. You could have used your abilities to dominate, to establish hierarchy. Instead, you used them to help others. You never once made your classmates feel lesser." "They are not lesser," Jake said simply. "They are my friends." "Exactly," the professor rumbled. "That is what makes you remarkable." Later, Jake stepped outside the celebration onto a smaller observation deck. The stars stretched endlessly in all directions, alien patterns he had learned to recognize over the past months. He heard footsteps behind him and turned to find Commander Zara Pike. "Commander," he greeted her. "Enjoying the party?" "Observing it," she corrected, leaning against the railing beside him. Her stone-like features were softened by the starlight. "You caused quite a stir this semester, Cadet Martinez." "I did not mean to." "No, you did not. But impact is not measured by intention." She was quiet for a moment, then continued. "I have taught survival sciences for 23 years. In that time, I have seen thousands of students from hundreds of species. Most learn the protocols.
pass the exams, and forget everything within a year.
They will never need those skills because they will never face true danger. That is probably a good thing, Jake said. Perhaps, but it has also made them complacent. They do not understand what survival really means because they have never had to survive. She turned to look at him directly. You changed that. When they saw you build shelter, find water, create fire, they understood for the first time that survival is not about following protocols. It is about adapting to circumstances with whatever resources you have available. I just did what anyone from Earth would do. No, Commander Pike said firmly. You did what most species never could do. And in doing so, you taught them something invaluable, that the universe is still wild and dangerous despite all our technology. She pulled out a small badge from her pocket. This is the Academy Survival Excellence Commendation. It has not been awarded in 6 years because no student has demonstrated true survival aptitude. I am awarding it to you. Jake took the badge, stunned. Commander, I do not know what to say. Say you will return next semester and continue teaching these soft, civilized students that comfort is not the same as capability. Yes, ma'am. I will. The next morning, Jake woke to find a message from his parents. They had received his last message and were bursting with pride. His father joked that Jake was now officially tougher than him. His mother said she had been showing his messages to her students, inspiring them to dream about the stars. There was also a message from his younger sister, Carmen. All my friends think it is so cool that my brother is in space with aliens. Can you send me pictures? Also, is it true you are stronger than all of them? That is what the news is saying. They are calling you Earth's ambassador. No pressure or anything. Jake laughed and recorded a response. Tell your friends the aliens are way cooler than me. They can do things I cannot even imagine. And I am not Earth's ambassador. I am just a student. But I am trying to represent humanity well. Maybe someday you will come up here too. That afternoon, Jake attended a special assembly in the Academy's main hall. Chancellor Nova, a being of pure energy contained in a crystal matrix, floated at the center of the stage. Students of Zenith Academy, the Chancellor's voice filled the hall. This has been a remarkable semester. We have seen unprecedented cross-species cooperation, academic innovation, and personal growth. Much of this has been catalyzed by the addition of our first human student. Jake felt hundreds of eyes turned toward him. He tried to sink into his seat, but Kelvin nudged him gently. Cadet Jake Martinez has challenged our assumptions about what is possible. He has demonstrated that beings from harsh environments bring unique perspectives and capabilities to our community. In recognition of his contributions, the Council has voted to expand our outreach program to include more students from dangerous worlds. We will be creating new support systems, specialized facilities, and curriculum adjustments to accommodate these students. The hall erupted in applause. Jake sat in shock. More Deathworld students, more beings who understood what it meant to come from hostile environments. When the new semester began, Jake Martinez waited at the shuttle bay for the arrival of 3 new students. The Academy had expanded its program to include more beings from dangerous worlds. Jake had been asked to help them adjust, just as Kelvin had helped him months ago. He remembered his own arrival, how overwhelming everything had seemed. The strange architecture, the unfamiliar faces, the feeling of being completely out of place. Now he stood here as a guide, ready to help others through that same experience. The shuttle doors opened and 3 students emerged. The first was a Corvin whose body looked like walking stone and minerals. The second was a Drexian, whose skin crackled with small electrical patterns. The third was a Saurian, who moved with the grace of a predator and had sharp eyes that took in everything. Welcome to Zenith Academy, Jake said, extending his hand to each of them. I am Jake Martinez from Earth. I know how strange everything must seem right now, but I promise it gets better. The Corvin, whose name was Granite, rumbled with laughter. You are the famous human. We heard about you, the Deathworld species that taught the soft ones what survival means. That is not exactly how I would put it, Jake said, slightly embarrassed. But yeah, I am from Earth. Class 12 Deathworld. The Drexian, called Storm, flickered with interest. Earth? We studied your world in preparation. Natural electrical discharges in the atmosphere, ground instability, apex predators. Impressive. It is home, Jake said with a shrug. But let me tell you something important. The students here might come from gentler worlds, but they are not weak. They are brilliant, kind, and willing to learn. Treat them with respect, and they will do the same for you. The Saurian, introduced as Hunter, focused sharp eyes on Jake. You defend them. Why? Because they are my friends, and because respect is not about physical strength. It is about recognizing that everyone has value, regardless of where they come from. As Jake showed the new students around campus, he realized how much he had changed since his own arrival. He was no longer the uncertain kid who had worried about fitting in. He had found his place, his purpose, his voice. That evening, he gathered with Kelvin, Kira, Victor, and the others at their usual spot in the observation lounge. The new Death World students joined them, initially wary but gradually relaxing as conversation flowed. Soon they were swapping stories about their respective homeworlds. My world's storms generate lightning with enough power to turn stone to glass, Storm said, his electrical patterns dancing. We evolved bioelectrical shielding to survive. Impressive, Jake said. On Earth, we just avoid lightning. We are not quite that well adapted. Yet humans survived, Hunter observed, without natural defenses. How? Intelligence. Tool use, cooperation, stubbornness. Jake grinned. Mostly stubbornness. The laughter that followed was a mixture of different sounds. Crystal chimes from Denna, hissing clicks from the Therons, rumbling from Granite, and human chuckles from Jake. It should not have worked together, but somehow it created a harmony more beautiful than any individual sound. Over the next few weeks, Jake helped the new students adjust. He showed them where to find food that met their dietary needs. He introduced them to professors who were understanding about different learning styles. He mediated small conflicts that arose from cultural misunderstandings. But more than that, he helped them see that being from a dangerous world was not something to hide or be ashamed of. It was part of who they were, and it brought valuable perspectives to the Academy community. One afternoon, Jake was working in the library when Granite approached him. The Corvin's rocky exterior made him intimidating to many students, but Jake had learned to read the subtle shifts in his mineral structure that indicated emotion. Martinez, Granite said quietly, I wanted to thank you. For what? For showing us how to be ourselves here. When I first arrived, I tried to make myself smaller, less noticeable. I was afraid my strength would frighten others. But watching you, I learned that strength is only frightening when it is used to dominate. When used to help, it becomes a gift. Jake smiled. You figured that out faster than I did. It took me weeks to stop apologizing for being strong. Because you had no one to show you the way. You were the first. That must have been difficult. It was, Jake admitted, but it was also worth it. Because now students like you have an easier path. Word of Jake's role in helping the new Death World students spread through the academy. Soon he was receiving requests from students planning to study on other dangerous worlds. They wanted advice on how to prepare, what to expect, how to stay safe while still experiencing the unique aspects of harsh environments. Jake found himself creating a series of basic survival guides, each tailored to different environment types. He worked with professors from various departments to ensure the information was accurate and useful. Commander Pike was particularly helpful, providing technical details and safety protocols. The guides became so popular that the Academy decided to make them part of the standard curriculum. Any student planning off-world travel would now receive basic survival training, regardless of their destination. One evening, Professor Shaw approached Jake after ethics class. Mr. Martinez, I have a proposition for you. Next semester, I would like you to co-teach a seminar with me. Practical ethics in cross-species interaction. We would use your experiences as case studies for how to navigate cultural differences with respect and understanding. You want me to teach? Jake asked, surprised. I want you to share your perspective. You have lived what most of my students only study in theory. You understand the challenges of being different, of facing prejudice, of building bridges despite obstacles. That is invaluable. Jake thought about Victor's initial hostility, about the fear in some students' eyes when they first met him, about the gradual building of trust and friendship. I would be honored, Professor. As the semester progressed, Jake noticed changes in the academy culture. Students from safe worlds were asking more questions about survival and adaptation. They were challenging themselves to step outside their comfort zones. Several started joining Jake for his voluntary wilderness training sessions in the simulation chambers. Kira was one of the most enthusiastic participants. Her species, the Therons, had evolved in paradise conditions, but she was determined to understand what life was like for species less fortunate. I used to think my world was the norm, she told Jake during a training session, that dangerous worlds were anomalies. But there are more Class 8 and above worlds in the galaxy than safe ones. We just do not hear about them because most do not develop spacefaring civilizations. Learning about survival has made me realize how lucky my species was and how much we take for granted. Every species has advantages and disadvantages, Jake said. Therans might not be naturally tough, but you have incredible engineering minds. You built the gravity systems that make this station possible. That is its own kind of strength, perhaps. But I think there is value in understanding struggle, even if we do not face it ourselves. It builds empathy. Jake could not argue with that. Empathy was what had transformed his relationship with his classmates. Once they understood that Earth's dangers were not something humans chose but something they had to overcome, fear turned to respect. Once Jake understood that his classmates' caution came from genuine concern rather than weakness, frustration turned to patience. Near the end of the semester, Jake received a communication from Earth. It was from the Global Education Council. They wanted him to return home during the break to speak at schools about his experiences, to inspire other young humans to consider joining the galactic community, to show that humans could thrive among the stars. Jake was torn. Part of him missed Earth desperately. He missed the smell of rain, the feel of real gravity, the taste of food that had not been synthesized. But another part of him felt like his work at the academy was not finished. There were still bridges to build, friendships to nurture, misconceptions to correct. He discussed it with Kelvin one evening in their shared study room. "What would you do?" Jake asked. Kelvin considered carefully. "I think you should go, not because your work here is done, but because it extends beyond this academy. There are billions of humans who do not understand the galactic community, just as there are trillions of galactic citizens who do not understand humans. You can be a bridge in both directions. That is a lot of responsibility. Yes, but you have shown you can handle it. You came here as one uncertain student. You are leaving as a leader, a teacher, a symbol of what cross-species cooperation can achieve." Jake made his decision. He would return to Earth for the break, speak at the schools, share his experiences, but he would come back to Zenith Academy. This place had become his second home, and these beings had become his family. On his last night before departure, Jake stood in the Grand Observatory with his friends. They had gathered to say goodbye, though it was only temporary. The stars spread out before them, countless points of light representing countless worlds. "When I first came here," Jake said, "I thought I was representing Earth, showing aliens what humans were like. But I realize now that I was not just representing Earth, I was representing the possibility of connection. The idea that beings from completely different worlds with completely different..."
The briefing room smelled like recycled air and old decisions. General Vorath Kessan sat at the head of the long table, his scales catching the blue light from the display screens. Around him, 12 senior officers waited for him to speak. He did not speak. He was looking at a number. 12,000. Such a small number. The Dominion had ruled 1,000 star systems for 600 years. They had fought wars that killed billions. 12,000 was nothing. A clerical note. A line in a budget report. "The operation was a complete success," said Commander Yeel, pulling up the tactical display. The planet rotated slowly on the screen. It was gray now. It had been green and blue 3 days ago. "Kepler 442b has been cleared for Dominion settlement. Human resistance was minimal." "Minimal," Vorath repeated. The word felt strange in his mouth. "They had no orbital defense," Yeel continued. "No fleet presence. Just surface settlements. Farmers, mostly. Some scientists. The plasma bombardment lasted 4 hours. 4 hours. Vorath had been eating dinner 4 hours ago. He had been listening to music. Human music, though no one knew about that particular habit. A woman singing about a place called Tennessee. He did not know where Tennessee was. He suspected it no longer existed. "Casualties?" he asked. 12,047, Yeel said. "All enemy combatants neutralized." "They were farmers." Yeel blinked. "Sir? You said they were farmers and scientists." Vorath leaned back in his chair. "When did farmers become enemy combatants?" The room went quiet. Officers looked at their displays, at their hands, at anything except Vorath. "Standing orders, sir," Yil said carefully. "Any species that refuses to surrender territory is classified as hostile." The humans were given 14 days to evacuate. They refused. They refused to leave their homes. "Yes, sir." Vorath looked at the gray planet on the screen. 12,000 people had woken up on that world. They had eaten breakfast. They had gone to work. They had made plans for dinner, for the weekend, for next year. None of them would see next year. He closed his eyes. By the cold stars, he was getting old. War was mathematics. He had believed that for 400 years. You added up the numbers. You calculated the acceptable losses. You made the cold equations balance. But humans did something strange. They named their dead. Every single one. He had read that in an intelligence report once. It had bothered him then. It bothered him now. "What is the human response?" he asked. Lieutenant Crix, the intelligence officer, pulled up a new display. "Scattered protests on their homeworld. Their governments have issued formal complaints through diplomatic channels. Their news networks are covering the event extensively. Their military response: none, sir. The humans have no unified fleet. Their nation-states maintain separate forces, but they are currently engaged in 3 different conflicts with each other." Crix allowed himself a small smile. "They are too busy fighting themselves to fight us." A junior officer at the far end of the table laughed. 12,000 dead, and they send a formal complaint. These creatures are pathetic." More laughter. Vorath did not laugh. His aide, a young officer named Thesson, did not laugh either. Thesson had studied human history at the academy. He had written a paper on something called the Second World War. Vorath had never read it. He was starting to think he should have. "Lieutenant Thesson," Vorath said, "you studied the humans. What is your assessment?" Thesson went pale. His scales shifted from green to gray. In Dominion biology, that meant fear. "Sir, He stopped, swallowed. "The humans are a young species, pre-unified, still learning to cooperate on a planetary scale. And they have a concept, sir. They call it righteous anger." Thesson's voice was barely a whisper. When someone hurts them badly enough, they stop fighting each other. They focus on the thing that hurt them. The junior officer snorted. "So they will focus on us? With what? Farming equipment?" Thesson did not answer. He was staring at his display. The color had drained from his face entirely. "Thesson," Vorath said. "Sir, there is an update from intelligence." The room waited. "All human governments have ceased internal conflicts." Thesson looked up. His eyes were wrong. Not afraid anymore. Something worse. 17 hours ago, every nation-state on Earth announced a suspension of hostilities. Every military force has been recalled to their homeworld. Silence. 17 hours, Vorath said quietly. News of Kepler 442b reached Earth 17 hours ago. Yes, sir. Vorath stared at the display. He thought about his music files, about the woman singing about Tennessee, about a species that named their dead, every single one. The junior officer laughed again, but it sounded hollow now. So they stopped fighting. So what? They have no fleet, no weapons. What are they going to do? Send us a strongly worded letter? No one answered him. Vorath stood. The room stood with him. Double the patrols on the border systems, he said. I want daily reports from all listening posts. And Lieutenant Thesson? Sir, send me everything you have on human warfare. Everything. He walked out of the briefing room. The door hissed shut behind him. He stood in the corridor for a long moment, alone with the hum of the ship's engines. 17 hours. A species that had been killing each other for their entire history, that had never agreed on anything, that could not even decide on a single language or government or religion. They had unified in 17 hours. By the cold stars, what had they done? 3 months of nothing. General Vorath Kassan stood at the observation window of his command ship, watching the stars. Somewhere out there, beyond the border systems, human space waited, silent, dark, empty. The listening posts reported the same thing every day. No transmissions, no ship movements, no military activity of any kind. Just static and silence, and one phrase, repeated on every frequency, in 7,000 human languages. "We are counting." That was all. 3 words. No demands, no threats, no declarations of war. Just counting. Dominion High Command had relaxed. The Supreme Commander himself had sent a message of congratulations. The human problem had solved itself. Clearly, the young species had collapsed into grief and chaos. Their brief moment of unity had broken. They were probably back to killing each other by now. The expansion would continue. He could not sleep. Every night, he sat in his quarters and read. He had requested every Dominion file on human history, every intelligence report, every cultural analysis. He read until his eyes burned and his scales ached. What he found kept him awake. The humans had fought a war once. They called it the Second World War. It had lasted 6 years. 60 million dead. 60 million of their own kind, killed in a conflict over territory and ideology. But that was not the part that disturbed Vorath. The part that disturbed him was how it ended. A nation called the United States had built a weapon, a single bomb that could destroy an entire city. They had dropped it on a place called Hiroshima. 80,000 people gone in a flash of light. 3 days later, they dropped another one. And the war ended. Vorath read about the firebombing of Tokyo. 100,000 civilians burned alive in a single night. He read about a strategy called total war. He read about a concept called unconditional surrender. The humans had burned their own cities to ash. They had killed millions of their own people. And when it was over, they had rebuilt everything in 20 years. They were not a species that gave up. They were a species that got ready. General, Vorath turned. Thesson stood in the doorway, looking tired. Neither of them had slept well in 3 months. What is it? The Supreme Commander is demanding an update on the human situation. He wants to know why you are still requesting additional patrols. Vorath turned back to the window. Tell him the humans are preparing. Preparing for what, sir? Our intelligence shows no military buildup, no fleet construction, no weapons development. Our intelligence is wrong. Thesson hesitated. Sir, with respect, we have sensors throughout their space. We would detect any significant activity. Would we? Vorath picked up a datapad from his desk. The humans built nuclear weapons in less than 4 years. They did it in secret. Their own people did not know until the bombs fell. He set the pad down. They called the Project Manhattan. 200,000 workers, 3 years, complete secrecy. That was primitive technology, sir. We would detect. We detected nothing on Kepler 442b. 12,000 people lived there. Farms, children, schools. Vorath's voice was quiet. We knew nothing about them until we killed them. Thesson said nothing. The humans are quiet, Vorath continued. They are not broken. They are not grieving. They are working. He turned to face his aide. Do you know what humans call the period before a counterattack? Thesson shook his head. They call it getting their house in order. Somewhere in the ship, an engine hummed. Normal, routine, the sound of everything being fine. Thesson's communicator chirped. He looked at it. His scales went gray. Sir, Perimeter Station Theta has stopped transmitting. Vorath felt something cold move through his chest. When? 4 minutes ago. No distress signal, no weapons fire detected. The station just went silent. "Get me a visual." They walked to the command center. Officers scrambled to their stations. Screens flickered with data. Somewhere, an alarm was beeping. "Bringing up the Theta sector now," someone said. The main display showed empty space, stars, darkness. The station should have been there. A bright point of light, transmitting status reports every 30 seconds like it had for the past 50 years. Nothing. "Scanning for debris," another officer called out. "No wreckage detected, no energy signatures. It is like the station was never there." Vorath stared at the empty space where 300 Dominion soldiers had lived 12 minutes ago. "Sir, contact." A ship emerged from the darkness. Small, outdated, human. "It is broadcasting, sir." On screen, the audio filled the command center. A human voice, female, calm, speaking in the Dominion language, accented but clear. Sarah Chen, age 34, botanist, Kepler 442b. A pause. Marcus Williams, age 7, student, Kepler 442b. Another pause. Yuki Tanaka, age 61, retired teacher, Kepler 442b. On and on, name after name, 12,000 names. The ship was broadcasting them on loop, every frequency, every language. The humans were still counting, and now they had started collecting. "Sir," Thesson whispered, "what do we do?" Vorath watched the small human ship drift through space, where a Dominion station had stood for 50 years. One ship, alone, broadcasting the names of the dead like a prayer. "We prepare," he said, "because they are finished getting their house in order." He turned to his officers. Their faces were pale, their scales were gray, and they are coming. 200 Dominion warships dropped out of faster-than-light travel in perfect formation. General Vorath Kession watched from the command deck of the flagship, his claws gripping the railing. The human fleet waited for them. 40 ships, old designs, outdated weapons. Some of them looked like they had been pulled from museums. One vessel was broadcasting music, something loud with drums and screaming vocals. Commander Yeel laughed. "This is their great counterattack, 40 ships against 200. Vorath said nothing. He was watching the human formation. They were not retreating. They were not spreading out. They were flying directly toward the Dominion fleet in a tight wedge. "Open a channel," Vorath said. "Sir?" "Open a channel to the human fleet." The communications officer hesitated, then complied. Static filled the bridge. "Human vessels, this is General Vorath Kession of the Dominion 3rd Fleet. You are outnumbered and outgunned. Surrender now, and you will be treated according to..." A human voice cut him off. Male, calm, almost bored. "General, we know who you are. We know what you did." A pause. "We are here to collect." The channel went dead. "Sir, the human ships are accelerating." Vorath watched the tactical display. The 40 human ships were not slowing down. They were speeding up, flying straight into the teeth of 200 warships like they did not know what death was. All ships opened fire. The space between the fleets turned white. Plasma, missiles, energy beams. The Dominion had the best weapons in the galaxy. They had conquered 1,000 worlds with those weapons. The human ships kept coming. Direct hit on the lead vessel. Their shields are down. The lead human ship, burning and broken, did not retreat. It accelerated into the Dominion formation and rammed the cruiser Vexant at full speed. Both ships disappeared in a ball of fire. "By the cold stars," someone whispered. "Second human vessel is on a collision course with the dreadnought Calyx. Destroy it." They hit it with everything they had. The human ship's engines died. Its hull was cracked open to space. It was a dead ship, drifting through the void. And then its emergency thrusters fired. The pilot was still alive, still steering, still aiming. The Calyx tried to turn. Too slow. The human ship hit it amidships at 3,000 meters per second. Vorath watched his tactical display turn red, ship after ship vanishing. The humans were not fighting like soldiers. Soldiers wanted to survive. Soldiers had families and futures and reasons to live. These humans flew like they were already dead. We have recovered audio from one of the human vessels. Play it. The bridge fell silent. A woman's voice filled the room. She was singing. The ship around her was burning, and she was singing. A children's song, something about a river and a boat and gentle dreams. She was still singing when her ship hit the dreadnought Vorn. The battle lasted 11 minutes. When it was over, 197 Dominion ships were gone. Debris and bodies floated in the silence of space. 3 human ships limped away into the darkness, still broadcasting the names of the dead. Vorath sat in his command chair. Around him, his officers wept, screamed, stared at nothing. Commander Yiel approached him. The commander's hands were shaking. "Sir, what are they?" Vorath thought about the woman singing, about the pilot who had steered a dead ship into a dreadnought, about 40 vessels flying into 200 without hesitation. "They are humans," he said quietly, "but they throw their lives away like... They do not throw them away." Vorath stood. His legs felt weak. "They spend them. There is a difference. I do not understand." Vorath pulled up his intelligence files, found the concept he had been looking for, a human phrase, acceptable losses. Every species had one. The Dominion's acceptable loss ratio was 15%. Above that, you retreated, you regrouped, you lived to fight another day. Humans have a concept, Vorath said. They call it acceptable losses. It is the percentage of their force they are willing to sacrifice to achieve victory. What is theirs? 20%? 30? Vorath turned to face his commander. The answer tasted like ash. All of them. The bridge was silent. They will spend every life they have, and they will keep counting what they are owed. Vorath walked to the observation window. Debris floated past. Human, Dominion, impossible to tell the difference now. "We did not start a war, Commander. We started a blood debt. And humans always collect." His communicator chirped. An intelligence update. He read it twice, 3 times. "Sir?" Yiel asked. "What is it?" "The human fleet." Vorath's voice was hollow. "It is no longer 40 ships." "How many?" 4,000. Yiel made a sound like something breaking. "They built them in 3 months. Every factory on their planet, every shipyard in their system. Workers sleeping in shifts. Some of them worked themselves to death and were replaced within the hour." Vorath set down the communicator. "They have a phrase for this. They call it the arsenal of democracy." He looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, 4,000 human ships were moving toward Dominion space. 4,000 ships, filled with people who were not afraid to die. "General," Yiel whispered, "what do we do?" Vorath thought about the woman singing as her ship burned. "We start counting our own dead," he said, "because they are just getting started." The Dominion homeworld had not seen a full military conclave in 1,200 years. The last one had been during the Hurrix Rebellion, when a slave species had tried to overthrow their masters. The Hurrix no longer existed. General Vorath Kesson sat in the Great Chamber and watched the Supreme Commander pace. Around them, every admiral and general in the Dominion waited in silence. The walls were covered with battle honors, flags from conquered worlds, weapons from defeated enemies. None of them meant anything now. "We will offer territory," the Supreme Commander said. "The humans can have the outer systems, 12 planets, enough to rebuild their lost colony 10 times over." No one spoke. "We will offer reparations, minerals, technology, whatever they want." The Supreme Commander stopped pacing. "We will even offer an apology, a formal acknowledgement of regret." Still, silence. Well, the Supreme Commander's voice cracked. Does anyone have a better suggestion? Vorath looked at the tactical display on the far wall. Red dots, thousands of them. Human ships moving through Dominion space like a slow tide of blood. They had lost 6 more fleets. 87 colony worlds had gone dark. The humans did not occupy them, did not loot them. They simply arrived, destroyed every military installation, and left. And they kept broadcasting names. The human diplomatic vessel has arrived, an aide announced. They are requesting permission to land. 1 ship? The Supreme Commander asked. 1 ship, 1 passenger. The Supreme Commander looked at Vorath. General, you know more about these creatures than anyone. What do they want? Vorath thought about the woman singing, about the pilots who steered dead ships into living targets, about a species that unified in 17 hours. I do not know, he said honestly, but I do not think it is territory. The human ambassador walked into the great chamber 20 minutes later. She was small, gray hair, calm hands. She wore a simple black suit with no decorations except a single pin on her collar. A small circle, 12,000 tiny names etched around its edge. She was carrying a document. I am Ambassador Elena Vasquez, she said. Her voice was soft, clear. I represent the United Earth Government. The Supreme Commander straightened to his full height. He was 3 times her size. His scales were the deep purple of royalty. His claws could crush her skull with a single squeeze. She did not look impressed. Ambassador, we are prepared to discuss terms. The Supreme Commander gestured to the document in her hands. Is that your proposal? No. She walked to the central table and set the document down. This is not a proposal. This is not a negotiation. She looked up at the Supreme Commander. This is an invoice. The Supreme Commander picked up the document. Vorath watched his face as he read it. The color drained from his scales, purple to gray to white. This is... The Supreme Commander's voice was barely a whisper. This is a list of names. 2,347 names, the ambassador said. Every officer who authorized the Kepler 442b strike. Every ship captain who fired. Every bureaucrat who approved the order. The chamber erupted. Officers shouting. Generals rising from their seats. Voices overlapping in outrage. You want us to hand over our own people? This is insane. We will never. Quiet. The ambassador did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The room fell silent. We do not want your territory. We do not want your resources. We do not want your apology. She looked at the Supreme Commander. We want justice. The Supreme Commander set down the document. His claws were trembling. And if we refuse? The ambassador smiled. It was a small smile. Polite. It did not reach her eyes. Then we keep counting. She reached into her jacket and placed a second document on the table. This is a list of every Dominion colony within striking range of our current fleet positions. She tapped the paper with one finger. Population totals included. We have gotten very good at math, Supreme Commander. Vorath looked at the list. 37 colony worlds, 400 million Dominion citizens. You would kill 400 million people? The Supreme Commander asked. For 12,000? You killed 12,000 for farmland. The ambassador's voice was ice. We will kill 400 million for justice. And then we will keep going, name by name, until the debt is paid or until there is nothing left to collect from. She leaned forward. We do not want your empire. We do not want your submission. We want 2,347 people standing in a human courtroom answering for what they did. She paused. Give them to us, and this ends. Refuse, and we will burn everything you have built until there is nothing left but ashes and memory. The room was silent. Vorath watched the Supreme Commander, the ruler of 1,000 star systems, the inheritor of 600 years of conquest, the most powerful being in the known galaxy. He was looking at a human female half his size. She was still smiling, still calm, still waiting. 11 seconds passed. The Supreme Commander looked away first. "Leave us," he said quietly. "We will consider your terms." The ambassador nodded. She picked up her documents and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. "You have 72 hours, she said. "After that, we start counting again." The door closed behind her. No one spoke. Vorath looked at the battle honors on the walls, the flags from conquered worlds, the weapons from defeated enemies. None of them had ever asked for justice. None of them had ever made the Dominion afraid. The Supreme Commander sat down heavily. He looked old, tired, beaten. "General Vorath," he said, "begin preparing the transfer documents." "Sir, we are going to give them what they want." The Supreme Commander stared at the table where the ambassador's documents had been. All 2,347 of them. Vorath nodded slowly. "And if our people resist?" The Supreme Commander laughed. It was not a happy sound. "Then they can explain to the humans why they deserve special treatment. We are done fighting this war, General. We lost it the moment we touched that colony." Vorath thought about the woman singing as her ship burned. The Supreme Commander was right. They had lost this war 12,000 deaths ago. The trials lasted 3 years. General Vorath Kessan watched every single one. He sat in his quarters on a quiet moon, far from Dominion space, and he watched humans put his people on trial for crimes against their species. 2,347 defendants. Each one received their own hearing. Each one faced their accusers. The families of the dead sat in the courtroom galleries, holding photographs of people who would never come home. The humans broadcast everything. Every testimony, every verdict, every sentencing. They translated the proceedings into 100 Dominion dialects so that everyone could understand. Most of the defendants received prison sentences, life imprisonment on human worlds where they would work, eat, and sleep among the species they had tried to destroy. 17 were executed. The humans did that publicly too. No torture, no spectacle, just a quiet room, a medical injection, and a name read aloud before the end. The same name that had been on the ambassador's list. The same name that would be carved into a memorial on Kepler 442b. When it was over, the humans went home. They did not occupy Dominion territory. They did not demand tribute or submission. They did not install puppet governments or strip resources from conquered worlds. They simply left. The galaxy watched in confusion. The Dominion had lost. They had surrendered their own people to alien courts. They had bent their knee to a species that had been farming dirt 50 years ago. And the humans wanted nothing but to go home. Vorath understood. It took him years, but he understood. The humans had not fought for territory. They had not fought for power or resources or revenge. They had fought for balance. 12,000 dead. 2,347 held accountable. The scales were even. The debt was paid. That was all they had ever wanted. Vorath retired from the Dominion military 6 months after the trials ended. He moved to a small world on the edge of known space and began to write. His paper was called The Nature of Humanity, a Study in Applied Justice. It took him 4 years to complete. When he published it, the Dominion Academy rejected it immediately. Too sympathetic to the enemy, they said. Too dangerous. But copies spread anyway. Officers passed them in secret. Cadets downloaded them on private channels. Within a decade, it was required reading at every military academy in the galaxy. Not because the Dominion wanted it taught, because everyone needed to understand. The paper's thesis was simple. Vorath had spent his entire life believing that war was mathematics. numbers and resources and acceptable losses. The side with the bigger fleet won. The side with more soldiers survived. Humans did not fight that way. Humans had a concept that no other species possessed. They called it justice. Not revenge, not conquest, not survival. Justice. They believed that wrong actions required consequences, that the dead deserved answers, that pain had to be balanced with accountability, and they would burn the galaxy to ash to make the scales even. Not for territory, not for power, not for themselves, for the principle of the thing. Vorath died on a quiet evening, 80 years after the war ended. His aide found his final journal entry the next morning. We made a mistake. We looked at the humans and saw a young species, weak, divided, fighting themselves over scraps of land and ideology. We did not understand. They fight each other because they can afford to, because they are strong enough to survive their own conflicts, because their wars make them harder, sharper, more dangerous. When something external threatens them, when something kills their children, destroys their homes, names itself their enemy, they stop, they count their dead, and they come for you. Together. Every single one. We thought we were predators. We had ruled 1,000 worlds. We had crushed 100 species. We had never lost a war. We had never faced humans. Now we know the truth. There are predators in this galaxy, and there are humans. Learn the difference. 100 years after the war, a young Dominion officer named Kella sat in a military history class. The instructor was old, a veteran of the border conflicts, a student of Vorath's writings. Today we study the human war, the instructor said. Can anyone tell me why no species has attacked human space since the Kepler conflict? No one raised a hand. The instructor pulled up a recording, an old file, grainy and worn. A human woman with gray hair and calm hands, standing in a Dominion council chamber. We have gotten very good at math, the recording said. The instructor paused the playback. The humans are not aggressive. They do not want war. They do not seek conquest or expansion. They are content to farm their worlds and raise their children and live their small lives. She looked at the cadets. But they remember. They name their dead, every single one. And if you give them a reason, she let the silence stretch. They will count what they are owed, and they will collect. No matter how long it takes, no matter how many of them die, no matter what it costs. Kella raised her hand. Instructor, what should we do if we encounter humans? The instructor smiled. It was not a happy smile. Trade with them, talk with them. Learn their music and their stories, and their strange little customs. She turned off the recording. Make them your friends. Make them your partners. Make them anything except your enemies. And if we fail? The instructor thought about Vorath's writings, about a woman singing as her ship burned, about 12,000 names broadcast on loop across the stars. Then pray to whatever gods you believe in, she said quietly, because the humans do not forgive, they do not forget. She looked at the cadets, young faces, eager faces, faces that had never known war. They balance the scales, she said, always. Kella looked at the frozen image of the human ambassador on the screen. A small woman, gray hair, calm hands. The most terrifying thing she had ever seen. Class dismissed, the instructor said. Remember the lesson. Kella would remember it for the rest of her life.
The canteen on Nexus Station buzzed with the usual mix of voices, clicks, and electronic warbles. Smoke from a dozen different worlds drifted through the air as mercenaries from across the galaxy nursed their drinks and counted their credits. Captain Zixithor tapped his clawed fingers against the metal table, watching potential contractors come and go through the main entrance. A human in an expensive suit approached his table. The man looked nervous, sweat beading on his forehead despite the station's cool temperature. Zixithor had seen the type before. Corporate executives who needed dirty work done but wanted to keep their hands clean. Captain Zixthor? The human asked, his voice shaking slightly. I represent certain corporate interests. We have a job that requires your specific skills. The reptilian Seth warrior leaned back in his chair. His yellow eyes studied the human carefully. Years of experience had taught him to read potential clients. This one was desperate. Speak, Zixthor hissed, his forked tongue tasting the air. What kind of job? The executive pulled out a data pad and slid it across the table. Simple extraction mission. 4 targets on a backwater planet called Kepler 442b. Small military unit conducting some kind of survey. We need them eliminated quickly and quietly. Zixthor's eyes widened as he read the file. The payment offer was enormous. More credits than most mercenaries saw in a lifetime. But something felt wrong. Why pay so much for what seemed like a simple job? What species are the targets? He asked, though he had a growing suspicion. The human hesitated. They're human. Terran Defense Force Special Operations. Zixthor's blood turned cold. He immediately pushed the data pad back across the table and stood up. No, he said firmly. But you haven't even heard the payment amount. I said no. Find someone else. Zixthor turned and walked away, leaving the confused human sitting alone. The executive spent the next 3 hours making the rounds through Nexus Station's mercenary district. Each conversation followed the same pattern. Interest turned to horror when the targets were revealed. The Vorthon assassin Telron, whose crystalline form could bend light itself, simply vanished without a word when she learned the job involved human special forces. The cybernetic Keth warrior MK7739 actually laughed, a harsh mechanical sound, before stating that his programming prevented him from accepting suicide missions. By evening, the desperate executive found himself in the station's seediest bar, approaching mercenaries he would never have considered before. These were the bottom feeders, criminals, pirates, and soldiers of fortune who took any job for the right price. A scarred Thraxian pirate named Grok listened to the offer while downing his 5th bottle of Rigelian ale. His forearms gestured wildly as he spoke. You want me to fight human special forces? Grok burped loudly. Ha! You think Grok is stupid? Grok may be drunk, but Grok knows better than to tangle with Terran devils. Even the desperate Zephyrian smuggler Voidwalker, who owed massive debts to 3 different crime syndicates, shook her head when she heard the details. Are you insane? She whispered, her tentacles writhing with anxiety. I'd rather face the Crimson Cartel's torture chambers than go up against human operators. At least with the cartel I might survive. As word spread through the station's underground networks, something strange began to happen. Hardened criminals who had never shown fear of anything started avoiding the human executive. Whispers followed him through the corridors. The job posting became a joke in the cantinas, the corporate fool who wanted someone to commit suicide for money. In desperation, the executive tried increasing the payment. He doubled it, then tripled it. The amount became so large it could buy a small fleet of warships. Still, no one would take the job. Finally, an ancient Korvaxi information broker named Thess pulled the executive aside. Her multiple eyes blinked in sequence as she spoke in her raspy voice. You want to know why no one will take your contract? She wheezed. Let me tell you about the last group that tried to hunt human special forces. She led him to a corner table and ordered drinks. The executive listened with growing horror as Thess told him about the Crimson Lance, a legendary mercenary company that had terrorized 3 star systems. 2 years ago, they had accepted a contract to eliminate a human special forces team. 50 of the galaxy's deadliest killers, Thess continued. Veterans of 100 campaigns. They had weapons, ships, orbital support. The humans? 4 soldiers with basic equipment on a jungle world. The executive leaned forward. What happened? Thess's eyes all focused on him at once. The Crimson Lance ceased to exist. All 50 mercenaries, dead or missing. The humans completed their mission and went home for dinner. The executive felt his blood turn to ice. But how? It was 50 against 4. The old information broker chuckled darkly. Numbers don't matter against Terran devils. They don't fight like normal soldiers. They think differently, adapt differently. They turn every disadvantage into a weapon. She leaned closer, her breath smelling of strange spices. There's a reason why humans conquered half the galaxy in less than a century after they reached the stars. It's not their technology, Plenty of species have better weapons. It's not their numbers. They're barely a medium-sized civilization. It's because when you corner a human, especially a trained human soldier, you haven't trapped them. You've just made them dangerous. The executive stared at his drink, his hands shaking. So nobody will take the job? Tess laughed, a sound like grinding metal. Oh, someone will take it eventually. There are always fools in the galaxy, but they won't be professionals. They'll be young, stupid, or desperate enough to think human reputation is just propaganda. She stood up to leave, then turned back one last time. Word of advice? Cancel the contract. Find another way to solve your problem, because if you keep pushing this, you'll eventually find someone willing to try. And when that someone fails, those human special forces might start wondering who wanted them dead. Trust me, you don't want them asking you questions personally. As Tess disappeared into the crowd, the executive sat alone at the table, staring at the data pad containing the contract details. The amount kept increasing automatically as his employers grew more desperate, but the mercenary boards remained empty of volunteers. Across the galaxy, on a peaceful jungle world, 4 human soldiers continued their reconnaissance mission, completely unaware that the greatest mercenaries in known space had all refused to hunt them. They worked quietly and efficiently, their presence known only to the wildlife and the growing legends that followed their kind wherever they went. The reputation of human special forces had become their greatest protection, a shield forged not from metal or energy, but from the respect and fear of those who understood what humanity was truly capable of when pushed to its limits. The stories always started the same way in the cantinas of Nexus Station. A veteran would lean back in their chair, eyes distant with memory, and begin with the words that made every conversation go quiet. Let me tell you about the Terran Devils. Tonight, it was Commander Veltar of the Zephyrian Naval Marines who spoke. His tentacles moved slowly through the air as he gestured, each movement deliberate and haunted. The bar had grown silent around him, even the rowdiest pirates stopping their games to listen. It was during the border wars, he began, his voice carrying the weight of old trauma. The humans had a forward observation post on Kepler 442b, just 4 of their special forces operators running surveillance on our supply lines. Command figured it would be simple. Send in a full assault battalion, clean them out, move on. He paused to drink from his glass, the liquid trembling slightly in his grip. We had 800 soldiers, orbital bombardment support, air superiority. The humans had 4 people with rifles and whatever they could scavenge from the jungle. Should have been over in hours. A young Korvaxi smuggler leaned forward. What happened? Veltar's 3 eyes blinked in sequence, a sign of deep distress among his people. They held us off for 6 months. 6 months. 4 humans against an entire battalion. And they not only survived, they made us bleed for every meter of ground. He stood up and walked to the cantina's large viewing window, staring out at the stars. The first week we lost 2 companies to improvised explosives. They had turned the entire jungle into a trap. Trees that would explode when you passed under them. Pits filled with spikes made from our own destroyed equipment. Tripwires connected to captured ordnance. The second week they started psychological warfare. Our sentries would disappear in the night. No bodies, no signs of struggle. Just empty posts and equipment left behind in perfect condition. We found messages carved into trees in our own language, giving us coordinates for supply drops that turned out to be ambush sites. A Seth mercenary hissed quietly. How did 4 beings do all that? Veltar turned back to face the group. Because they weren't fighting like soldiers. They were fighting like the jungle itself had declared war on us. They moved like ghosts, struck like lightning, and vanished like they were never there. Every attack was perfectly coordinated, but there was no communication we could intercept. It was like they could read each other's minds. At another table, an ancient Vorthon crystalline being named Shimmara added her own voice. Her form flickered between visible and invisible as she spoke, a sign of extreme agitation. I was part of the Obsidian Blade Assassin group, she said, her voice like chiming glass. We specialized in infiltration and elimination. Perfect record over 2 centuries. Then we took a contract to remove a human special forces team from a research station. She solidified completely, her crystalline form reflecting the bar's lights in strange patterns. The station had been attacked by raiders. The humans were the only survivors. Just 2 of them, both wounded, trapped in the medical bay with no weapons except what they could improvise. We went in confident. 12 professional killers against 2 injured humans in a confined space. It should have been a slaughter. Her form flickered again. They turned the medical bay into a fortress. Surgical lasers became weapons. Life support systems became traps. They used the raiders' own attack against us, making us think we were fighting ghosts in the wreckage. When the rescue ships arrived 3 days later, they found 2 humans alive and well, performing surgery on wounded raiders they had captured. 12 of the galaxy's deadliest assassins were nowhere to be found. To this day, I don't know what happened to my team. I was the only one who made it out, and I only survived because I ran the moment I realized what we were facing. The cybernetic Keth warrior designation MX4471 powered up his vocal systems, the mechanical voice adding an eerie quality to his words. My analysis of human combat effectiveness shows patterns that violate standard tactical doctrine. They do not fight to win battles. They fight to complete missions. The distinction is critical. His optical sensors glowed brighter as he accessed his memory files. During the Centauri incident, a single human operator was tasked with gathering intelligence on our military installations. When cornered by a full security regiment, standard protocol would be surrender or suicide to prevent capture. Instead, the human escaped through our most secure facility, gathered the intelligence they needed, and left behind a detailed analysis of our security weaknesses as a calling card. The break-in was so thorough that we had to redesign our entire defensive matrix. One human forced an entire military complex to rebuild from scratch. A young Thraxian pirate slammed his 4 fists on the table. These are just stories. Exaggerations. Humans are not gods. The entire cantina turned to look at him. Veltar slowly walked back to his table, his expression serious. You're right, he said quietly. They're not gods. There's something worse from a tactical perspective. They're adaptable. Gods are predictable. They have limits, rules, patterns you can learn and exploit. Humans? They rewrite the rules as they go. The Vorthon assassin flickered again. Every species in the galaxy has specialized evolution. We Vorthons bend light. The Seth have enhanced reflexes and toxin immunity. The Keth integrate technology seamlessly. We're all very good at specific things. Humans, she continued, are generalists elevated to an art form. They don't have our specialized abilities, but they don't need them. They observe, learn, adapt, and overcome. Put a human in any environment and they'll find a way to not just survive, but to thrive and eventually dominate. An old Zephyrian trader named Kolves joined the conversation. His scarred tentacles moved in patterns that indicated deep respect mixed with fear. I've traveled the trade routes for 60 years. I've seen human colonies on worlds that would kill any other species within hours. Ice worlds, lava worlds, toxic atmosphere worlds, radiation-soaked hellscapes. Not only do they survive on these worlds, they build thriving cities. They turn uninhabitable planets into gardens. They find ways to make the impossible seem routine. And their soldiers? Their soldiers are the concentrated essence of that adaptive ability, trained and refined until they become something beyond what nature intended. The cybernetic Keth added his analysis. Human Special Forces training focuses not on teaching specific techniques, but on teaching the ability to learn any technique rapidly. They train for situations that don't exist yet, against enemies they haven't met, using equipment they'll have to improvise. The result is a soldier who can walk into any situation and become whatever type of warrior that situation requires. Sniper, saboteur, medic, engineer, pilot, diplomat, sometimes all in the same mission. Veltar nodded grimly. That's why the contract will never be filled by professionals. We've learned to recognize impossible odds when we see them. Taking a job targeting human special forces isn't a mission. It's assisted suicide with extra steps. The young Thraxian pirate looked around the cantina, seeing the serious expressions on every face. But surely someone will take the job eventually. The money being offered is enormous. Shimamara's crystalline form shimmered with what might have been amusement. Oh yes, someone will take it. Someone young, inexperienced, and foolish enough to think that reputation is just propaganda. Someone who believes that superior numbers and firepower always win. And when that someone tries, she continued, they'll learn why every professional in the galaxy refuses these contracts. They'll discover that fighting human special forces isn't like fighting any other enemy. It's like fighting the concept of warfare itself, always changing, always adapting, always finding new ways to turn your strengths into weaknesses. The cantina fell silent again as the weight of her words settled over the crowd. Outside the viewing windows, ships continued their eternal dance through space, carrying cargo and passengers between the stars. But here, in this small corner of the galaxy, veteran warriors sat in the darkness and remembered why they had learned to fear the humans who fought not just to win, but to survive. The reputation of the Terran Devils wasn't built on propaganda or exaggeration. It was built on the accumulated experience of every soldier, mercenary, and warrior who had ever made the mistake of underestimating what humans could do when their backs were against the wall. And that reputation, more than any weapon or shield, would continue to protect human special forces across the galaxy. A barrier built not from fear, but from the hard-earned respect of warriors who understood that some fights should never be picked. 3 days after the last veteran mercenary had refused his contract, the corporate executive sat in his hotel room on Nexus Station, staring at his communication device. His superiors were growing impatient. The messages from corporate headquarters were becoming more threatening with each passing hour. A soft chime indicated an incoming call. He answered with a tired voice. "Yes? Sir, this is Captain Krell Knox of the Thraxian Mercenary Corps. I understand you have a contract available?" The executive sat up straighter. The voice was young, confident, and eager. Finally, someone who hadn't heard the stories. Yes, I do.
Can you meet me in an hour?
Absolutely, sir. The Crimson Tide is ready for any challenge. An hour later, the executive found himself facing a group of 6 young alien soldiers in a private meeting room. Captain Krellnock stood at their head, an imposing Thraxian with bright orange scales and 4 muscular arms. His confidence filled the room like a physical presence. "We are the Crimson Tide," Krellnox announced proudly. "The newest and most aggressive mercenary unit in this sector. We've completed 12 successful missions in the past 6 months, each one under budget and ahead of schedule." The executive looked around the group. Besides Krellnox, there was Zekai, a young Seth sniper whose yellow eyes gleamed with untested arrogance. Next to her stood Vex 9, a recently activated Keth cybernetic warrior, his chrome plating still shining without the scars that marked veteran soldiers. The team also included Mordan, a Korvaxi demolitions expert whose multiple arms twitched with nervous energy, and Pilseth, a Vorthon infiltrator who kept flickering between visible and invisible as she struggled to control her excitement. Finally, there was Gruntok, a massive Zephyrian heavy weapons specialist whose tentacles gripped an enormous plasma cannon. "Tell me about this mission," Krellnox demanded, his forearms crossed confidently across his chest. "We're ready for anything." The executive slid the datapad across the table, watching their faces carefully. 4 targets on a jungle world. Military surveillance team. The payment is substantial. Krellnox's eyes widened as he saw the payment amount. "This much for 4 soldiers? What's the catch?" "The targets are human. Special forces." The young Thraxian captain laughed, a booming sound that echoed off the walls. "Humans, is that all?" "Sir, I think you've been listening to too many propaganda stories. Humans are just another species. They bleed, they die, they break just like everyone else," Zekai hissed in agreement. "My aim is perfect at 2 kilometers. No human reaction time can match Seth reflexes. This will be a simple hunting expedition." Vex 9's optical sensors flashed with calculated precision. "My combat analysis shows optimal success probability of 94.7%. 4 targets versus 6 trained operatives with superior equipment and tactical support represents overwhelming odds." The executive felt a wave of relief wash over him. "So you'll take the contract?" "Of course." Krellnox slammed one of his fists on the table. "The Crimson Tide has never failed a mission. We certainly won't start failing because of some overrated human myths." Morden's multiple arms gestured excitedly. "I've prepared special explosive devices designed to counter human technology. Whatever they're using won't stand up to proper demolitions work." Pilseth flickered into visibility long enough to speak. "I can infiltrate their position and mark targets for the rest of the team. Humans have terrible natural senses. They'll never detect me approaching." Gruntok hefted his massive weapon. "My plasma cannon can level trees. A few humans with rifles won't be a problem." The contract was signed within minutes. The executive transferred advance payment and provided detailed intelligence about the target location. As the Crimson Tide prepared to leave, Krellnox turned back one final time. "Don't worry, sir. We'll have this wrapped up within 48 hours. Those humans won't know what hit them. 2 days later, the Crimson Tide stealth ship dropped out of hyperspace near Kepler 442b. The jungle world rotated slowly below them, a green and brown marble covered in dense vegetation and scattered with small lakes. Sensors show minimal technological signatures, Vex 9 reported from his station. The humans appear to be operating with basic equipment only. No orbital support, no heavy weapons, no communication arrays that could call for backup. Krell Knox studied the tactical display with satisfaction. Perfect. They're isolated and outgunned. This is going to be easier than our training exercises. The team equipped themselves with military precision. Each member carried weapons designed for maximum effectiveness against human physiology. Krell Knox wore powered armor that enhanced his already considerable strength. Zekai's rifle was loaded with specialized rounds that could punch through any personal protection humans might carry. Vex 9 had uploaded detailed files on human tactical patterns and weaknesses. Morden carried enough explosives to level a small city. Pilseth wore stealth equipment that made her nearly invisible to most sensor types. Gruntok's plasma cannon had enough firepower to destroy armored vehicles. Intelligence suggests the humans are operating from a temporary camp near the northern river valley. Krell Knox announced as they prepared to deploy. We'll land 5 kilometers south and approach on foot. Standard search and destroy pattern. Should we take prisoners for interrogation? Asked Zekai, checking her weapon's targeting system. Negative, Krell Knox replied. The contract specifies elimination. We go in fast, hit hard, and get out. No unnecessary complications. The landing was smooth and silent. The ship's stealth systems ensured they arrived undetected. Within an hour, the Crimson Tide was moving through the jungle, their equipment scanning for human signatures while they advanced toward their target. This is almost too easy, Pilseth whispered through their communication system. I'm detecting minimal security measures. The humans seem to be completely unaware of our presence. Vex 9 sensors painted detailed pictures of the area ahead, confirmed human heat signatures approximately 2 kilometers north. 4 individuals in a small clearing. They appear to be conducting routine surveillance activities. Krell Knox felt a surge of confidence. Everything was going exactly according to plan. The humans were exactly where intelligence had predicted, doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing, completely unaware that death was approaching through the jungle. All units, prepare for final approach, he commanded. We'll surround the target area and strike simultaneously. This mission will be over before the humans even know they're under attack. As the Crimson Tide moved into position, none of them noticed the subtle signs that more experienced mercenaries would have recognized. The jungle was too quiet. The animal sounds had stopped. And somewhere in the green darkness ahead, 4 human special forces operators were doing what they did best, adapting to an unexpected situation and preparing to turn a routine surveillance mission into a lesson that the galaxy would never forget. The trap was set, but the question of who was the hunter and who was the prey was about to be answered in the most definitive way possible. The attack began at dawn, exactly as Captain Krell Knox had planned. The Crimson Tide moved into position around the human camp with military precision. Gruntok's massive form took the high ground to the east, his plasma cannon trained on the clearing below. Zekai found a perfect sniper's nest 600 meters to the south, her rifle scope revealing 4 human figures moving around their equipment. All units in position, Pilseth whispered through their communication system. Her stealth field made her nearly invisible as she crept toward the camp's perimeter. Targets confirmed. 4 humans, lightly armed. No apparent defensive measures. Krell Knox felt a surge of satisfaction. Everything was going perfectly. Vex 9, what's your analysis? The cybernetic warrior's optical sensors swept the area methodically. All tactical parameters nominal. Humans appear to be engaged in routine data collection. No signs of awareness regarding our presence. Success probability remains at 97.3%. Mordan, explosive charges ready? All set, Captain. I've placed devices around their escape routes. Once we start shooting, they'll have nowhere to run. Krell Knox raised his weapon and targeted the nearest human, a tall figure in camouflaged clothing who was examining some kind of scanning device. On my mark. 3, 2, 1. Engage. 6 weapons fired simultaneously. The jungle erupted in plasma bolts, projectile rounds, and explosive charges. The human camp disappeared in a cloud of smoke and debris. Direct hits confirmed, Zekai reported with satisfaction. All targets eliminated. But as the smoke cleared, Krelnox felt his confidence evaporate. The camp was destroyed, but there were no bodies. Instead, he saw twisted metal and synthetic materials, the remains of sophisticated decoy equipment. Negative contact, Vex 9 announced, his sensors recalibrating frantically. Targets were holographic projections. Repeat, we engaged holographic decoys. A chill ran down Krelnox's spine. All units, defensive positions. The humans know we're here. The response came not from his team, but from the jungle itself. A calm human voice spoke from hidden speakers scattered throughout the area, the words clear and unhurried. Attention, unidentified hostiles. You are surrounded and outgunned. Surrender now and you will be treated according to galactic warfare conventions. Continue hostile actions and you will be eliminated. Krelnox snarled, his forearms gripping his weapons tighter. Bluffing. There are only 4 of them. All units spread out and hunt them down. The Crimson Tide began to move, but the jungle had become a maze of nightmares. Mordan was the first to discover how wrong their intelligence had been. As he advanced toward what seemed like a human heat signature, the ground beneath his feet exploded. Not from his own charges, but from a cleverly concealed mine that used his own movement to trigger its activation. Mordan is down, Pilseth screamed through the communication system. They've turned our own explosives against us. Zekai tried to relocate to a better position, but as she moved, her rifle suddenly sparked and died. A small projectile had struck her scope with surgical precision, damaging the delicate electronics without harming her. A moment later, another shot destroyed her backup weapon with the same impossible accuracy. They're not trying to kill us, she hissed in disbelief. They're disarming us. Gruntalk unleashed his plasma cannon at the trees, trying to flush out hidden enemies. The massive weapon carved burning swaths through the jungle, but somehow never seemed to hit anything important. Every shot was precisely countered by the environment itself. Branches fell to block his line of sight. Ground erupted to deflect his aim, and his targeting system began giving false readings. My cannon is malfunctioning, he roared. The targeting computer is corrupted. Vex 9's analysis systems were screaming warnings. Captain, we are not facing normal tactics. The humans have restructured the entire battlefield to their advantage. Every move we make triggers countermeasures we cannot predict. Pilseth tried to use her stealth field to approach what she thought was a human position. Instead, she found herself trapped in a net that had been placed exactly where her species' infiltration techniques would lead her. The trap was so perfectly designed for Vorthon physiology that it seemed like the humans had studied her people for years. They know us, she whispered in terror. They know exactly how each of our species fights. The psychological warfare began on the 2nd day. Krelnox woke up to find his favorite weapon disassembled and cleaned, placed in a neat pile next to his sleeping position. A note in perfect Thraxian script explained the flaws in the weapon's design and offered suggestions for improvement. Zekai found medical supplies treating the wound she'd received the day before, along with detailed first aid instructions written in her native language. Someone had approached close enough to touch her while she slept, but instead of killing her, they had helped her. Vex 9's systems began receiving software updates that improved his performance while simultaneously demonstrating how easily the humans could take control of his cybernetic components. Each update came with documentation explaining the security vulnerabilities they had exploited. This is impossible, Krelnox muttered as he studied the improved weapon. How do they know more about Thraxian engineering than we do? By the 3rd day, the Crimson Tide was falling apart, not from violence, but from the constant demonstration that they were completely outmatched. Every attempt to fight back was countered with such overwhelming competence that it became clear they were only alive because the humans chose to keep them alive. On the 4th day, they found breakfast waiting for them, perfectly prepared meals suitable for each species' dietary requirements. The food was nutritious, delicious, and completely free of any drugs or toxins. The message was clear. We can take care of you better than you can take care of yourselves. Why don't they just kill us? Pilseth whispered, her stealth field flickering with distress. The answer came through their communication system in that same calm human voice. Because you're not our enemies. You're misguided contractors who accepted a job without understanding what you were getting into. We don't kill people for making mistakes. However, the voice continued, we cannot allow you to complete your mission. We suggest you consider your options carefully. Your employers have sent you to die for corporate profit. We're offering you the chance to live and learn. On the 7th day, Krelnox finally understood what every veteran mercenary in the galaxy already knew. They weren't fighting soldiers. They were fighting an entirely different kind of warrior. The humans hadn't just defeated them. They had taken the Crimson Tide apart piece by piece and rebuilt them into a better version of themselves. As he sat in the jungle, eating food prepared by his supposed enemies and reading tactical manuals they had written specifically for his species, Krelnox realized that the reputation of human special forces wasn't based on fear or propaganda. It was based on something far more terrifying. The absolute certainty that when you fought humans, you weren't just fighting to win or lose. You were fighting to determine whether you deserved to continue existing as you were, or whether you needed to become something better. And the humans, in their quiet, methodical way, were always willing to help with that transformation, whether you wanted it or not. On the 8th day, everything changed. Captain Krelnox was studying the tactical manual the humans had written for Thraxian combat techniques when alarms began blaring from his team's abandoned ship. The sound echoed through the jungle, followed by the unmistakable roar of military transports entering the atmosphere. Within minutes, the calm human voice returned to their communication system. Crimson Tide, we have incoming corporate security forces. 12 heavy assault ships, estimated 400 soldiers. They appear to be here to clean up loose ends. Krelnox felt his blood turn cold. They're here to kill us. The contract was never meant to be completed. We were sent here to die, so we couldn't talk about who hired us. Correct, the human voice confirmed. We intercepted communications from your employers 3 days ago. You were expendable assets. However, you are now under our protection. Suddenly, 4 figures emerged from the jungle around the Crimson Tide's position. For the first time, Krelnox saw the humans who had been hunting them for a week. They were smaller than he had expected. No impressive physical modifications, no obvious cybernetic enhancements, no exotic weaponry. Just 4 humans in practical gear, carrying standard equipment. What shocked him was how ordinary they looked, and how absolutely confident they moved. The leader, a woman with short dark hair and eyes that seemed to see everything at once, approached Krelnox directly. Captain, I'm Sergeant Chen, Terran Defense Force Special Operations. We need to move now. The corporate forces will be here in 15 minutes. Why are you helping us? Zikai hissed, her natural suspicion overriding her confusion. Sergeant Chen smiled grimly. Because our real mission isn't surveillance. We're here investigating the same corporate conspiracy that sent you to kill us. You were victims before you were enemies. A second human, a tall man with scarred hands, began distributing weapons to the alien mercenaries. Sergeant Rodriguez, demolitions and tactical. These are your weapons, cleaned and improved. We've also prepared some surprises for our uninvited guests. Vex 9's optical sensors focused on the weapons. These modifications exceed original specifications by 47%. How did you improve our equipment in 1 week? The third human, a young woman who moved with impossible quiet, answered. Corporal Kim, intelligence and technical. We spent a lot of time studying alien technology. Occupational hazard of fighting diverse enemies. The fourth human, a stocky man carrying an enormous sniper rifle, was already moving toward higher ground. Private Martinez, long-range support. Contacts inbound 2 minutes early. They're eager to clean house. Sergeant Chen looked at the assembled group of aliens and humans. Here's the situation. The corporation that hired you has been conducting illegal weapons testing on civilian populations. We're here to gather evidence and shut them down. You were sent to eliminate us because we're close to exposing them. The security forces coming down are here to eliminate all witnesses, including you. They'll claim you attacked us and we killed you in self-defense. Clean story, no loose ends. Krelnox gripped his modified weapon, feeling its improved balance. What do you want from us? Help us survive the next few hours, Chen replied simply. Then help us take down the people who tried to use you as disposable tools. The first corporate dropships landed in the clearing where the fake human camp had been. Armed soldiers in black armor poured out, scanning for targets. They moved with professional efficiency, but none of them noticed the carefully concealed observation posts now manned by a combined human-alien team. Remember, Sergeant Chen whispered through their shared communication network. These soldiers are following orders. They don't know the full picture. Disable when possible, eliminate only when necessary. Pilseth found herself working alongside Corporal Kim, using her stealth abilities to mark targets for non-lethal takedown. I don't understand, she whispered. Why do you care about enemy soldiers? Kim's response was matter-of-fact. Because most conflicts are created by people who never fight in them. Those soldiers down there are doing what they think is right. We only kill when there's no other choice. The battle that followed was unlike anything the Crimson Tide had ever experienced. Instead of the chaotic violence they were used to, it was a carefully orchestrated dance of tactical precision. The humans didn't just fight. They conducted a symphony of warfare where every move served multiple purposes. Zeke found herself providing covering fire for Martinez, who was using non-lethal rounds to disable corporate soldiers from impossible distances. "How do you maintain such accuracy?" she asked during a brief lull. "Practice," Martinez replied, adjusting his scope, and understanding that every shot fired in anger makes the next shot harder to take. Precision comes from calm, not rage. Morden worked with Rodriguez to create tactical obstacles rather than lethal traps. "These explosives could kill dozens," he observed. "Could, but won't," Rodriguez confirmed. "We're here to stop a corporation, not start a war. Every life saved today is a victory worth more than any tactical advantage." Gruntuck discovered that his plasma cannon was most effective when used to destroy equipment rather than people. "This is inefficient," he protested. "We could end this fight in minutes." Sergeant Chen, coordinating the defense from a central position, responded without taking her eyes off the tactical display. "Efficient isn't always right. Those soldiers have families, dreams, reasons for fighting. Our job is to stop them, not destroy them." Vex-9's combat analysis system struggled to process what he was witnessing. "These tactics are suboptimal for maximum casualty infliction," he reported. "That's the point," Chen replied. "Maximum casualty infliction is rarely the actual objective. The real goal is achieving mission success while maintaining moral integrity." The corporate forces found themselves fighting an enemy that seemed to anticipate their every move while somehow avoiding causing serious casualties. Weapons malfunctioned at critical moments. Communications were jammed selectively. Supply lines were disrupted without permanent damage. Most disorienting of all, wounded corporate soldiers found themselves receiving medical treatment from the same enemies who had injured them. Corporal Kim moved between positions, treating both corporate troops and defending aliens with the same professional care. By evening, the corporate force had withdrawn to their ships. They had accomplished nothing, lost significant equipment, and suffered numerous non-fatal casualties. Most importantly, they had failed to eliminate any witnesses. As the corporate ships disappeared into hyperspace, Krelnox found himself sitting around a campfire with the 4 humans who had spent a week dismantling everything he thought he knew about warfare. "I don't understand," he admitted. "You could have killed us all on the first day. You could have killed the corporate soldiers today. Why didn't you?" Sergeant Chen looked into the fire, her expression thoughtful. "Because the moment you start thinking of other beings as expendable, you stop being a soldier and become something else, something worse. Our job is to protect people, not destroy them. Sometimes that means fighting, but fighting should always be the last option, not the first." 3 weeks later, the Crimson Tide returned to Nexus Station. They walked into the same cantina where their former captain had once boasted about taking any job for the right price. The conversation stopped as veterans recognized them. "Did you really fight human special forces?" asked Commander Veltar, his tentacles twitching with curiosity. Krelnox nodded slowly. "We did. And we learned why no professional soldier will take contracts targeting them." He looked around the cantina, seeing the same mix of species and skills that had always gathered here. But now he understood something the others were still learning. "It's not because they're impossible to defeat," he continued. "It's because fighting them changes you. They don't just win battles, they make you question why you are fighting in the first place." Zeke added her own voice to the story. "They could have killed us easily. Instead, they taught us to be better than we were." A month later, a new posting appeared on the mercenary job boards throughout the galaxy. It was simple, direct, and unprecedented. Notice: the Mercenary Guild of Nexus Station will no longer accept contracts targeting human military personnel of any rank or specialization. This policy is enacted not from fear but from respect. Those who wish to understand why should speak with the survivors of the Crimson Tide. Below the notice was a smaller addendum. For those seeking meaningful work, inquire about legitimate security contracts protecting civilian populations. Combat skills are most valued when used to preserve life rather than take it. The corporate executive who had started this entire chain of events was arrested 2 weeks later, charged with conspiracy, illegal weapons testing, and attempted murder. The evidence gathered by the Human Special Forces team was thorough, damning, and presented with the same methodical precision they applied to everything else. But the real victory wasn't in the courtroom. It was in the cantinas and meeting halls across the galaxy, where veteran soldiers shared a new kind of story. Not tales of fear and destruction, but accounts of warriors who had learned that true strength came not from the ability to destroy enemies, but from the wisdom to transform them into allies. The reputation of Human Special Forces remained intact, but its nature had evolved. The sound of children laughing echoed across the courtyard of the Galactic Juvenile Education Facility. Rick Walsh sat on a bench near the fountain, watching a group of young Centauri students play a game that looked like a combination of tag and zero-gravity ballet. He smiled, remembering how strange it had seemed when he first arrived 6 months ago. Now it felt normal. Rick was a staff sergeant in the Human Coalition Forces, though his current assignment barely felt like military duty. He was supposed to be training the local security teams, teaching them Earth combat techniques. Most days, he spent more time telling stories to curious children than drilling soldiers. The kids loved hearing about Earth animals, especially the weird ones. Last week, he had spent an entire afternoon explaining what a platypus was to a group of confused Alarian youngsters. Mr. Rick, a small voice called out. Lyra, a 9-year-old Centauri girl with silver skin and bright purple eyes, ran toward him. She held a data pad in her hands. I found a picture of that animal you told us about yesterday. The honey badger. Rick chuckled and took the pad from her. The screen showed a stocky, black and white creature with small eyes and visible claws. Yep, that's the one. Mean little thing. Fights animals 10 times its size and doesn't back down from anything. Is that why they call you honey badger? Lyra asked innocently. Rick's smile faded just a bit. His call sign was not something he advertised here. It came from a different time, a bloodier time during the border conflicts. Who told you that? He asked gently. I heard some of the security guards talking. They said you were scary when you fought. She looked worried. But you're nice to us. Rick ruffled her hair, careful not to touch the sensitive nerve clusters on her scalp. I'm nice to people who deserve nice. Animals like the honey badger, they're only dangerous when something threatens what they care about. Remember that, okay? Lyra nodded and ran back to her friends. Rick watched her go, then glanced up at the sky. It was clear today, a pale green color thanks to Viridian Iphi's unusual atmosphere. 3 moons hung visible even in daylight. Beautiful, peaceful, too peaceful. Rick's instincts had been bothering him for 3 days now. Little things. The supply ship that was supposed to arrive yesterday never showed up. The military communication channels had more chatter than usual. But when he asked about it, everyone said it was just routine exercises. This morning, he had noticed the automated defense turrets on the facility's outer walls were running diagnostic tests, which usually meant someone suspected they might need to use them soon. He had tried to talk to Headmaster Torvak about running emergency drills with the students. The Alarian administrator had shut him down immediately. We will not frighten the children with unnecessary military exercises, Sergeant Walsh. This is a school, not a military base. Rick had wanted to argue, but Torvak was right in a way. The facility had been safe for 30 years. It housed children from 47 different species, mostly the sons and daughters of diplomats and military officers. Security was good. The location was remote. There was no reason to expect trouble, except Rick's gut said otherwise. A soft alarm chimed from his wrist communicator. Time for the afternoon assembly. Rick stood and stretched, his joints popping. He was pushing 40 now, older than most frontline soldiers, but he kept himself in shape. Had to. You never knew when old skills might be needed again. The courtyard filled with students as classes let out. Teachers guided lines of children toward the central assembly area. Rick spotted Headmaster Torvak on the raised platform adjusting his formal robes. The Alarian took these assemblies seriously, always giving speeches about unity and education and the bright future of the coalition. Rick positioned himself near the back, eyes scanning the crowd out of habit. Security guards stood at the regular posts. Everything looked normal. He started to relax, then the shields failed. It was not dramatic. No explosion, no alarm. The shimmering blue barrier that covered the facility like an invisible dome simply vanished. Rick saw it happen because he was looking up at exactly the right moment, watching a flock of local birds that had been deflected by the shield suddenly fly straight through where it used to be. Every instinct he had screamed danger. "Get down," Rick roared, already moving. 3 seconds later, the sky split open with fire. Assault ships materialized out of stealth mode directly overhead, their hulls painted blood red. Rick recognized the design immediately. Marauder-class gunships favored by mercenary groups. The heavy weapons on their undersides glowed with charging energy. The first bombardment hit the security barracks on the east side of the facility. The building exploded in a ball of superheated plasma. The shockwave knocked dozens of children off their feet. Screaming started instantly, high-pitched and terrified. Rick was already running. His mind shifted gears, combat training taking over after months of dormancy. The armory was 300 meters away. He needed weapons. He needed to get the children to shelter. He needed to do both right now. Another explosion rocked the Western Guard Tower. Rick saw bodies thrown through the air. The automated defenses were not responding. That meant someone had hacked the systems before the attack. This was planned. Professional dark shapes dropped from the assault ships. Mercenaries in powered armor descending on jump jets. They landed hard in the courtyard, weapons already firing. Coalition guards who tried to fight back were cut down in seconds. Rick grabbed 2 small children who were frozen in terror and shoved them behind a decorative planter. "Run to the admin building. Underground shelter, go now." One of the children, a young Threxian boy, just stared at him with huge eyes. Rick forced himself to soften his voice. "I need you to be brave. Can you do that for me? Run fast and don't look back." The boy nodded and grabbed his friend's hand. They ran. Rick moved through the chaos, pulling children out of the open, directing them toward safety. A plasma bolt seared past his head, close enough that he smelled burning air. He dove behind the fountain as more shots chewed into the stone structure. A group of students huddled near the platform, pinned down by mercenary fire. He counted 8 children. Lyra was among them, pressed flat against the ground with tears streaming down her face. Their eyes met across 30 meters of open ground. She called out his name. Rick looked at the mercenaries advancing on their position. He looked at the children. He looked at the burning buildings and the bodies of guards who had not been fast enough. Then he looked at the armory. Still intact, but in the opposite direction. The choice took half a second. Rick sprinted toward the children, staying low. Plasma fire tracked him, but he was moving too fast, too erratically. He had done this before in worse situations, against worse odds. His body remembered even if his mind had tried to forget. He slid in next to Lyra, using his body to shield her from incoming fire. The other children clustered around him. "Uncle Rick," Lyra sobbed. "I'm scared." Rick checked his surroundings. They were trapped. More mercenaries were landing. The coalition guards were dead or scattered. Help was not coming fast enough. He had no weapons. He had no armor. He had 8 terrified children depending on him. Rick looked down at Lyra and smiled. It was not a nice smile. It was the smile of something that had been sleeping and was now very much awake. "Stay down, kids," he said quietly. "Uncle Rick's going to work now. The honey badger was loose, and honey badgers don't care about odds." Rick moved fast through the smoke and chaos. He kept the children behind him as he navigated toward the maintenance corridors. These passages ran beneath the facility like veins, used by repair crews and rarely traveled by students or teachers. Rick had mapped them during his first week here, old habits from his combat days. "Always know the terrain. Always have an escape route. Stay close and stay quiet," he whispered to the 8 children following him. They obeyed without question, their fear making them compliant. Good. Fear could be useful if it kept them careful. They reached a service entrance hidden behind decorative panels. Rick pried it open with his bare hands, the metal groaning but giving way. Inside, the corridor was dark and cramped. He ushered the children through and sealed the door behind them. Emergency lighting strips glowed faintly along the floor, casting green shadows. Rick led them deeper into the facility's guts, moving by memory. The shelter was on the other side of the complex, beneath the administration building. It would take 15 minutes to get there through these tunnels, 15 minutes where anything could happen. Behind them, muffled explosions continued. The facility was being torn apart. They reached an intersection. Rick held up his hand, signaling the children to stop. He listened. Footsteps above. Heavy boots. Multiple contacts. He counted at least 6 moving in formation. Professionals. He needed a weapon. Rick gestured for the children to stay put and crept forward alone. The corridor opened into a maintenance bay where ventilation systems connected. Through a ceiling grate, he could see into the hallway above. 4 mercenaries stood there, armored and armed with military-grade plasma rifles. They were executing wounded coalition guards, shooting each one in the head to confirm kills. Rick's jaw tightened. These were not soldiers following rules of engagement. These were killers on a payroll. One mercenary split off from the group, moving down a side passage. Rick waited until the others moved out of sight, then silently climbed the access ladder to the grate. He pushed it up slowly, inch by inch, making no sound. The lone mercenary walked past, oblivious. Rick exploded upward. His hand clamped over the mercenary's mouth while his other arm locked around the neck in a chokehold. The mercenary struggled, trying to bring his weapon around, but Rick was already twisting. There was a muffled crack. The body went limp. Rick lowered the corpse to the ground and stripped it quickly. Plasma rifle, sidearm, combat knife. Armor was too big and would slow him down, but he took the communication earpiece and tactical display visor. The earpiece crackled to life in his ear. Mercenary chatter, Sector 7 clear. No resistance, main courtyard secured. We have the landing pads. Command, this is Team 3. We've got approximately 40 hostages in the auditorium, adults and juveniles. Rick filed away every piece of information. 60 combatants total based on the unit designations he was hearing. Their commander was someone called Cross. Their mission was hostage-taking, not slaughter. They wanted leverage that gave him an advantage. They would be cautious about collateral damage. He would not. Rick returned to the children. They stared at the weapons he now carried with wide eyes. Lyra looked like she might cry again. I'm still the same person, Rick said gently. These are just tools. Tools I know how to use to keep you safe. Understand? They nodded. He led them onward. The maintenance tunnels brought them near the administration building without encountering more mercenaries. Rick could see the reinforced shelter doors ahead, sealed but intact. Good. He activated the emergency override code and the heavy doors hissed open. Inside, he found chaos. 50 or 60 people, students and staff, huddled in the dim emergency lighting. Coalition guards stood at the entrance with weapons drawn until they recognized Rick. Sergeant Walsh, Lieutenant Dow, a Centauri officer with blue skin and sharp features, rushed forward. Thank the stars. We thought everyone in the courtyard was dead. Most are, Rick said flatly. He guided his group of children inside, and they were immediately swarmed by relieved teachers. What's your status? We have maybe 20 combat-capable personnel. 15 guards, 5 armed teachers. The rest are civilians and children. The shields are down, communications are jammed, and we have no contact with reinforcements. How long until help arrives? Dal's face darkened. Best case, 4 hours. The nearest coalition fleet is 3 systems away. Rick nodded. That was about what he expected. The mercenaries have 40 more hostages in the auditorium. They're planning to use them as leverage. We should fortify this position and wait for extraction, Dal said. This shelter was built to withstand orbital bombardment. We can hold. For how long? Rick asked. They control the facility. They can cut life support, vent the atmosphere, or just set demolition charges. This shelter becomes a tomb if we wait. What are you suggesting? Rick checked the plasma rifle's charge. Full. Good. I'm going back out there. Dal grabbed his arm. That's suicide. You're one man against 60 trained mercenaries. 57, Rick corrected. I already killed 3. He pulled his arm free. I'm not asking permission, Lieutenant. I'm informing you of my intentions. When you hear explosions near the auditorium, that's your signal to push out and secure the landing pads. We need to call for help. You'll never reach the auditorium alive. Rick smiled that cold smile again. You don't know much about honey badgers, do you, Lieutenant? Before Dal could respond, Rick was moving toward the shelter exit. A small voice stopped him. Uncle Rick, wait. Pax, the young Threxian boy he had saved earlier, ran up to him. The child held out a small device. I know the facility better than anyone. All the kids do. We know every vent, every hidden passage. We want to help. Rick knelt down to the boy's level. You already helped by being brave and getting to safety. That's enough. But you're going to fight them alone. That's what I do, kid. Pax's eyes filled with tears, but his voice stayed steady. The honey badger fights big things and doesn't care. You told us that. But even honey badgers need help sometimes. Rick felt something twist in his chest. He put a hand on the boy's shoulder. You're right. I do need help. I need you to stay here and protect the others. Keep them calm. Keep them safe. Can you do that for me? Pax nodded, wiping his eyes. I can do that. Good man. Rick stood and walked toward the exit. He paused at the threshold, looking back at the frightened faces watching him. Children who had been laughing and playing just an hour ago. Adults who thought today would be like any other day. Listen to me, Rick said, his voice carrying through the shelter. I know you're scared. I know this seems impossible, but I need you to believe something. I need you to believe that I will get those hostages out. I need you to believe that we will survive this. Because that belief, that hope, is what keeps us human. It's what makes us different. We don't give up. We don't abandon each other. And we sure as hell don't let monsters win. He hefted the plasma rifle. So stay strong. Stay together. And when this is over, we'll all walk out of here. That's a promise. The shelter doors sealed behind him with a solid thunk. Rick was alone in hostile territory, outnumbered and outgunned. He had been in worse situations, not many, but a few. The earpiece crackled with mercenary communications. They were consolidating positions, tightening control. They thought they had won. They thought it was over. Rick started moving through the facility like a ghost, silent, deadly, hunting time, to show them what happened when you made a human. Angry. Time to show them what a honey badger could do when you threatened its family. The children were his family now. All of them. Every single child in this facility, and Rick Walsh protected family no matter the cost. Rick moved through the facility like death wearing skin. He knew every corner of this place now, every blind spot and choke point. The mercenaries were good, but they were fighting on his ground. He found Team 5 in the eastern dormitory, 4 soldiers searching rooms for hiding children. Rick watched them from a ventilation shaft above. They moved with discipline, covering each other, checking corners. Professional work, too bad for them. Rick waited until they split into pairs, 2 entering rooms on opposite sides of the hall. Then he dropped through a ceiling panel behind the rear pair. The combat knife entered the first mercenary's neck before the man could turn. Rick caught the falling body, used it as a shield as the second mercenary spun around. The plasma bolt meant for Rick's head hit his dead comrade instead. Rick threw the corpse forward, closing distance. The mercenary backpedaled, trying to bring his rifle up. Too slow. Rick was inside his guard, striking with precise brutality. Elbow to throat. Knee to groin. Knife to chest cavity. The mercenary dropped without making a sound loud enough to alert his teammates. The other 2 emerged from their rooms and Rick was already moving. He fired the plasma rifle he had taken. Double tap center mass on the first target. The mercenary's shields flared and died. The body hit the floor. Rick rolled sideways as return fire chewed into the wall where he had been standing. He came up behind a support pillar and tossed his knife around the corner. It was a bad throw, not meant to kill, just to distract. The last mercenary tracked the movement, firing at the blade. Rick swung out and put 2 rounds through the man's helmet. 4 down. Rick salvaged ammunition and a better rifle, then melted back into the facility's hidden spaces. The mercenary communication channel erupted with status checks for Team 5. When they did not respond, the chatter changed tone. Confusion became concern. Good. Fear was a weapon too. Rick accessed the facility's internal systems through a maintenance terminal. The mercenaries had locked down most functions, but they had missed the environmental controls. Rick triggered the fire suppression systems in the western wing. Foam and chemical retardant flooded 3 corridors, killing visibility and forcing mercenary teams to relocate. While they stumbled through the foam, Rick hit them from unexpected angles. A plasma grenade rolled down a stairwell. Precisely aimed shots from long distance through windows. He was everywhere and nowhere, striking and vanishing before they could respond. The enemy commander's voice came through the earpiece, tight with anger. All teams switched to thermal imaging. The human is using the environment against us. Teams 6 and 7 converge on the western wing. Find him and kill him, Rick smiled. They were bunching up, abandoning defensive positions to hunt him. Perfect. He led them on a chase through the maintenance areas, leaving just enough traces to keep them following. Footprints in the foam. A door left slightly ajar, the occasional glimpse of movement. Basic stuff, but effective against soldiers focused on closing with an enemy. When 12 mercenaries were grouped in a junction corridor, Rick detonated the plasma battery pack he had rigged to the power conduits above them. The explosion was not huge, but it did not need to be. The conduits ruptured, spraying superheated coolant and electrical discharge. The mercenaries' shields overloaded. Men screamed. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Rick did not stay to watch. He was already moving to his next position. The mercenary channel dissolved into chaos. Orders being shouted. Teams calling for medical assistance. Someone yelling about falling back. The commander's voice cut through it all. All units consolidate at rally points. Stop chasing him. He's baiting us into traps. Defensive positions now. Rick had bought time, but he had not freed the hostages. He needed to reach the auditorium. According to the communications he was monitoring, Commander Cross had moved the captured civilians there, using them as human shields. He made his way through the facility's upper levels, avoiding the main corridors where mercenaries had regrouped. Through a classroom window, he spotted the auditorium across the central courtyard. 20 soldiers surrounded it in defensive positions. Getting in would be nearly impossible. He needed a new approach. Rick found what he was looking for in the theater's technical booth. The facility's old communication array, shut down by the jamming but still physically intact. If he could boost the signal strength and punch through a burst transmission, he might be able to call for help. But he did not know how. This was not his specialty. Movement behind him. Rick spun, raising his weapon. Pac stood there with 3 other children. They had followed him somehow, using the passages only they knew. "What are you doing here?" Rick demanded, keeping his voice low. "I told you to stay in the shelter." "We can help," Pac said. "We know how to fix things. The teachers let us help the engineers sometimes. We can make the communication thing work." Rick wanted to send them back, but looking at their determined faces, he realized something. These children had already seen the worst. Hiding them away would not erase that, and they were offering help he desperately needed. "Okay," he said. "But you do exactly what I say when I say it." "Understood?" They nodded. While Rick kept watch, the children worked on the array with surprising skill. Pax explained what they were doing in simple terms, rerouting power and adjusting frequencies. Within 10 minutes, they had a working transmitter. "It will only work for a few seconds before the jamming blocks it again," Pax said. "What do we send?" Rick took the transmitter. He thought about complicated distress codes and tactical briefings. Then he thought about what would actually get a response from people who knew him. He set the message to repeat on emergency frequencies and hit transmit. "Academy under attack. Honey Badger needs help. Coordinates follow." The transmission burst out into space, a single shout into the dark. Then the jamming crashed back down and the array went dead. "Did it work?" one of the children asked. "We'll find out," Rick said. "Now we get you back to the shelter." He led them back through the safe routes, moving slowly and carefully. They encountered no resistance. When they reached the shelter, Lieutenant Dal was organizing a defense with the guards. "Sergeant, we heard explosions." "What's the situation?" "I've reduced their numbers and disrupted their control," Rick reported. "But they still have 40 hostages in the auditorium. That's our next objective. That's suicide. They have that position locked down. Then I'll have to get creative." Rick checked his weapons. He was running low on ammunition. "I need explosives, whatever you have." Dal hesitated, then nodded to one of his guards. The man brought out a small case of breaching charges used for emergency door removal. Rick took them and started rigging a harness. The children watched him work. "Uncle Rick," Lyra said quietly, "are you going to die?" He paused, looking at her honest, scared face. He could lie, but she deserved better. "Maybe," he said. "But that won't stop me from trying. Because here's the thing about honey badgers, Lyra. They don't fight because they think they'll win. They fight because something needs protecting. And as long as I can still move, as long as I can still pull a trigger, those people in the auditorium have a chance." He stood up, fully armed now. "Lieutenant Dal, give me 20 minutes. Then push for the landing pads with everyone who can fight. We need to signal for help. 20 minutes won't be enough." Rick headed for the exit. "Then I'll just have to work faster." The doors sealed behind him for the second time. Somewhere in the facility, 40 people waited for rescue or death. Rick intended to give them the first option, even if it cost him everything. Rick observed the auditorium from his position in the ceiling crawlspace. Below him, 40 hostages sat in the center of the large room, surrounded by armed mercenaries. He counted 18 guards positioned around the perimeter. Commander Cross stood near the stage, a tall figure in crimson armor, speaking into a communication device. The hostages looked terrified. Teachers held young children close. Older students tried to stay calm, but their fear was obvious. Headmaster Torvak sat among them, his usual confident posture replaced by something broken and defeated. Rick had 18 minutes left before Lieutenant Dowles pushed to the landing pads. He needed to create enough chaos to split the mercenary forces. Time to work. He moved through the crawl space above the auditorium, planting breaching charges at key structural points. He was not trying to bring down the building, just create openings. The technical booth overlooked the main floor from a high angle. Perfect position. Rick descended into the booth quietly. The equipment here controlled lighting, sound, and environmental systems for the auditorium. He began preparing his surprise, setting timers and routing commands. Below, Commander Cross addressed the hostages. Your coalition is being contacted now. They will have simple terms. Withdraw all forces from the outer reach territories or you die. Your governments value territory less than they value your lives, so you should hope they choose wisely. A young Alarian teacher spoke up, voice shaking. Why are you doing this? These are children. Cross turned to her slowly. Because children make excellent leverage. Adults will do anything to protect their offspring. It is weakness we exploit. Rick's finger hovered over the activation switch. He wanted to kill this man so badly his hand shook. But timing mattered. He needed maximum confusion. He triggered the first charge. The explosion blew out a section of wall near the stage. Alarms immediately began wailing throughout the facility. Rick activated every sound and light system in the auditorium at once. Speakers roared with feedback. Emergency strobes flashed in random patterns. Fire suppression foam began spraying from ceiling nozzles. The mercenaries reacted instantly, training taking over. They moved to defensive positions, but their formations were broken by the chaos. Hostages scattered in panic, some running for the exits, others freezing in place. Rick dropped through a ceiling panel into the technical booth's upper platform. He began firing controlled shots into the mercenary positions below. 3 went down in the first seconds before the others located him. Return fire chewed into the booth's protective barriers. On the main floor, Headmaster Torvak saw what was happening. Saw Rick fighting alone against impossible odds. Something in the old administrator's face changed. He grabbed the young teacher next to him. Get the children to the exits, he shouted over the noise. When they're confused, we move. The teacher stared at him. We'll be killed, maybe, but that human is dying to save us. I won't let his sacrifice be wasted. Torvak stood up despite the plasma fire filling the air. Everyone move now! Exit doors, go! Some hostages ran. Others hesitated. Rick provided covering fire, forcing the mercenaries to take cover instead of shooting fleeing civilians. But there were too many angles, too many guns. A plasma bolt caught a running Centauri man in the back. He fell. A child screamed. Rick changed tactics. He threw a plasma grenade toward the largest group of mercenaries. They scattered. In that moment, Rick jumped from the booth platform, using a deployed banner as an improvised rope to swing down to the main floor. He landed hard, rolled, came up firing. The closest mercenary went down. Rick grabbed his fallen body and used it as a shield while advancing. Plasma fire from multiple directions hit the corpse. Rick fired around it, targeting weapons and exposed limbs, disabling rather than killing when possible to create obstacles and confusion. A mercenary charged him with a combat blade. Rick sidestepped, let the man's momentum carry him past, then shot him in the back. He spun and fired at a mercenary trying to line up a shot on fleeing hostages. The shot went wide but made the mercenary duck. Half the hostages were out now, running through the exits. Rick moved to a position between them and the mercenaries, drawing fire deliberately. Plasma bolts scorched past him. One grazed his arm, burning through sleeve and skin. He ignored the pain. Commander Cross appeared from behind cover, his personal shields shimmering. You must be the one they call Honey Badger. I heard you were dead. Not yet, Rick said, firing. His shot splashed harmlessly off Cross's military-grade shields. You cannot win this. Look around. My men still outnumber you. The hostages you saved will be recaptured. Your heroics change nothing. Rick smiled, blood running down his burned arm. You're wrong. I already won. How? Because those kids are running. Because that old administrator found his courage. Because humans don't measure victory by whether we survive. We measure it by whether we protected what mattered. Cross raised his weapon. Then die with your pride. The auditorium doors burst open. Lieutenant Dal and 20 armed defenders poured in, firing as they came. The mercenaries, caught between Rick's position and the new threat, broke formation. Some tried to return fire. Others attempted to flee. Rick used the confusion to close distance with Cross. He tackled the commander, both of them crashing to the floor. Cross was stronger, his armor giving him advantage. They struggled for control. Above them, the ceiling groaned. Rick's charges had done more damage than he intended. Structural supports were failing. Dal's voice rang out. "Everyone out. Buildings coming down!" The defenders grabbed hostages and ran. Rick and Cross continued fighting among the chaos. The commander's fist caught Rick's jaw, snapping his head back. Rick responded with an elbow strike that cracked Cross's helmet visor. "You're insane," Cross gasped. "We're both going to die." "Good," Rick said and punched him again. Hands grabbed Rick from behind. Lieutenant Dal and 2 guards were dragging him toward the exit. "Let go," Rick shouted. "He's their commander." "And you're no good to anyone dead," Dal snapped. "Move." They ran for the exit as the ceiling began collapsing. Cross scrambled to his feet and ran the opposite direction, heading for a side emergency exit. Dust and debris filled the air. The main chandelier fell, crushing 2 mercenaries who were too slow. Rick's group burst out into the courtyard just as a section of the auditorium roof caved in. They kept running, putting distance between themselves and the collapsing structure. Behind them, explosions echoed as power systems overloaded. When they finally stopped, Rick counted heads. All the hostages were out, some wounded but alive. The defenders had taken casualties, but most survived. Lieutenant Dal looked at the burning auditorium, then at Rick. "That was the most reckless, stupid, insane thing I have ever witnessed." Rick wiped blood from his mouth. "Did it work?" "The hostages are free. The mercenaries are scattered." "I'd say yes, it worked," a young voice called out. "Uncle Rick!" Lyra's older sister ran toward them from the group of freed hostages. She threw her arms around Rick, sobbing. "Thank you. Thank you for saving us." Rick awkwardly patted her back, uncomfortable with the gratitude. "Just doing my job." "No," Headmaster Torvak approached, his robes torn and dirty. "You did far more than your job. You gave us hope when we had none. You showed us what courage looks like." The old Alarian met Rick's eyes. "I was wrong about you. Wrong to dismiss your concerns. Wrong to think peace meant we could forget how to fight. You tried to prepare us and I refused to listen." Rick shook his head. "Doesn't matter now. We're not done yet. Cross is still out there with at least 20 mercenaries. We need to secure the landing pads and call for real help." As if summoned by his words, a low rumble filled the air. Everyone looked up. The sky split open with light. Coalition fighters screamed through the atmosphere, weapons hot and targeting systems locked. Behind them, the massive shape of a battle cruiser dropped out of faster-than-light travel, its hull bearing the name Vigilant. Rick's emergency transmission had gotten through. Help had arrived. The Coalition fighters hit the mercenary ships like hammers of light. Plasma cannons tore into the Marauder-class vessels still hovering above the facility. One exploded immediately, its reactor breaching in a brilliant flash. The other 2 tried to run, activating their stealth systems and boosting for orbit. They did not make it. Missiles from the Vigilant tracked them through every evasion attempt. The second ship died in a cascade of secondary explosions. The third managed to return fire, its desperate shots splashing against the battlecruiser's shields, before a fighter wing surrounded it and pounded it into debris. The sky cleared of threats in under 3 minutes. On the ground, the remaining mercenaries saw their escape routes vanish. Some threw down their weapons immediately. Others, either braver or more foolish, tried to fight. Coalition Marines dropped from assault shuttles, heavily armed and ready for combat. The brief firefights that erupted were one-sided. Rick watched it happen from the courtyard, leaning against a broken fountain. His body was starting to register all the damage he had taken. Burns, cuts, bruises, probably some cracked ribs. His right arm was barely functional. But he stayed on his feet because sitting down felt too much like giving up. Lieutenant Dal coordinated with the arriving Marines, directing them to pockets of remaining resistance. The freed hostages were being evacuated to the shuttles for medical treatment. Children cried, some in relief, others still terrified. Teachers did their best to comfort them. A shuttle landed near Rick's position. The ramp dropped and a familiar figure strode out. Commander Yates, human, 50s, with gray hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from old leather. He wore full combat armor and carried himself like someone who had been fighting wars since before Rick was born. Because he had. "Rick Walsh," Yates said, looking him over. "You look like hell. Feel worse," Rick admitted. "Good to see you, Commander. Got your message. Honey Badger needs help. That's a first. You've never asked for help before." Yates glanced around at the destroyed facility, the bodies, the frightened children being led to safety. "Looks like you did pretty well on your own, though." "Had help. The lieutenant here and his people. The kids too. Brave little things." Yates nodded slowly. "How many mercenaries?" "Started with 60. I dropped maybe 15. The rest scattered or surrendered when you showed up." 15, Yates let that sink in. "You killed 15 trained mercenaries while protecting hostages and coordinating a defense. With no backup and no plan." Rick shrugged, then winced as the movement pulled something painful in his shoulder. "Had a plan? It was just a bad plan. But bad plans are better than no plans." A medic approached, but Rick waved him off. "I'm fine. Check the kids first." "Sir, you're bleeding." "I said I'm fine." Yates dismissed the medic with a gesture. When they were alone, the older man's expression softened slightly. "You know you could have died here, right? Against those odds, you should have died." "Yeah, I know. So why? Why not get yourself to safety and wait for us?" Rick looked across the courtyard to where Lyra sat with her sister, both of them wrapped in emergency blankets. The little girl saw him looking and waved. He waved back with his good arm. "Because she called my name," Rick said quietly. "Because I couldn't leave them. Because someone had to stand between these kids and the monsters. And I was here, so it had to be me." Yates followed his gaze. "The human condition. We can't help ourselves. We see someone in trouble and we have to help even when it's stupid." "Especially when it's stupid," Rick agreed. A commotion drew their attention. Marines were escorting a group of captured mercenaries through the courtyard. Among them, limping and covered in dust, was Commander Cross. His expensive armor was dented and his helmet was missing. He saw Rick and stopped walking, staring. "You," Cross said. "You should be dead." "The building collapsed. I got out. But how? How did one man do all this?" Cross looked genuinely confused. "We outnumbered you, outgunned you, had every advantage. How did we lose?" Rick pushed himself off the fountain, standing straight despite the pain. "Because you thought this was a military operation. Calculated risks and acceptable losses. But for me, this was personal. Every child in this facility became my responsibility the moment you attacked. And humans don't do well with math when someone threatens our kids. We don't care about odds. We care about protecting what matters." Cross shook his head. "Your species is insane." "Probably," Rick agreed. "But we're your insane species. We're the ones who show up when everyone else says it's impossible. We're the ones who stand and fight when logic says to run. And we're the ones who will tear through an army to save a single child. Remember that. Make sure whoever hired you remembers it too." The Marines led Cross away. Yates chuckled. "Making speeches now? You really did hit your head." "Maybe." Rick finally allowed himself to sit down on the fountain's edge. "How bad is it? The casualties?" Yates's expression grew serious. 47 coalition personnel dead. 12 students. 19 injured critically. "It's bad, Rick, but it would have been worse. If you hadn't acted, if you hadn't bought time, we would have arrived to find hundreds dead and the survivors held hostage." Rick closed his eyes. 12 students. 12 children who had been laughing and playing just hours ago. He could see their faces in his mind, knew their names, felt their weight settle on his shoulders alongside all the other ghosts he carried. "Hey." Yates's hand gripped his shoulder. "You saved hundreds more. That matters. Doesn't feel like it. It never does. But those kids over there, they're alive because of you. Their families get to hold them again. That has to count for something." Rick opened his eyes and looked around the courtyard again. Saw the survivors. Saw the relief and grief mixing on their faces. Saw Pax and his friends being reunited with their parents who had just arrived on the shuttles. Saw Lyra running toward him, breaking free from her sister. She crashed into him and hugged him tight, careful of his injuries. "You did it, Uncle Rick. You saved us." Rick hugged her back with his good arm, feeling something tight in his chest. "We saved each other, kid. You and Pax and all the brave people here. Everyone who didn't give up. That's why we're still standing. Headmaster Torvak approached slowly. The old Ilarian looked like he had aged years in a single day. Sergeant Walsh, I owe you an apology. Several apologies. And my life, along with the lives of everyone here. You fought when it counted, Rick said. That's what mattered. I should have listened to you. Should have prepared. Should have run those drills you requested. Torvak's voice broke slightly. 12 students died because I was too proud, too certain we were safe. No, Rick said firmly. They died because mercenaries attacked a school. Because someone evil made an evil choice. You're not responsible for what they did. None of us are. Torvak wiped his eyes. How do you carry it? The weight of those we couldn't save? Rick looked at Lyra still holding on to him. At the other children being loaded onto evacuation shuttles. At the survivors helping each other through the wreckage. By remembering the ones we did save, he said. By making sure their survival means something. By being better tomorrow than we were today. Medical personnel finally convinced Rick to let them treat his injuries. They loaded him onto a stretcher despite his protests. As they carried him toward a medical shuttle, children lined the path. Some waved, some called his name, some just watched with wide, grateful eyes. Pax ran up and pressed something into Rick's hand. The honey badger figurine the children had been carving in art class now finished. For you, the boy said. So you remember us? Rick's throat felt tight. I could never forget you, Pax. Any of you. The medical shuttle lifted off, carrying Rick toward the Vigilance medical bay. Through the window, he watched the facility grow smaller below. The destruction was obvious from the air. Collapsed buildings, scorch marks. The evidence of violence, but also evidence of survival. People moving through the wreckage, helping each other, refusing to be broken. That was humanity's real strength, Rick thought, as exhaustion finally claimed him. Not that they were strong or fast or clever, but that they refused to give up. That they cared so deeply for others that they would fight impossible battles and endure terrible costs. That when a child cried out in fear, a human answered, and nothing in the universe could stop them from trying to help. Nothing at all. 3 months passed before Rick was cleared for duty again. The doctors on the Vigilant had patched him up, but the injuries went deeper than burns and broken bones. He spent 2 weeks in the medical bay, another month in rehabilitation, and several sessions with a counselor who specialized in combat trauma. Rick hated every minute of it, but he went through the motions. The counselor was a patient Ilarian woman named Vera, who let him sit in silence for most of their sessions. Eventually he started talking about the children who died, about the ones who survived, about the weight of choosing who to save first when everyone needed saving. You did everything possible, Vera said during their last session. You know that, right? Knowing it and feeling it are different things, Rick replied. They are, but feeling guilty for not being able to save everyone just means you care. And the galaxy needs people who care, Sergeant Walsh, especially now. Rick was stationed on Frontier Base 7 when he received the message. It was a video file, marked as coming from the Galactic Juvenile Education Facility. He almost deleted it, not ready to face those memories. But something made him open it. The screen showed the facility's courtyard, rebuilt and clean. Students walked between classes. Teachers supervised. Everything looked normal again, peaceful. Then the camera panned to show a memorial garden that had not existed before. Stone pathways wound between flowering plants from dozens of worlds. At the center stood a statue carved from white marble. It showed a human figure, battle-worn and determined, with children of various species gathered around him in protective embrace. The plaque at its base read, "The Honey Badger. When Earth sends its best, they send their heart, in memory of those lost, in honor of those who stood." The video continued. Headmaster Torvak appeared on screen, looking older but steadier than Rick remembered. "Sergeant Walsh, if you're watching this, I wanted you to see what we built. The memorial honors everyone who fell defending this facility. But the statue is you specifically because you embodied something we needed to remember. That courage is not about being unafraid. It is about acting despite fear. That strength is not about overpowering others. It is about protecting those who cannot protect themselves." The camera shifted to show Lyra, now several months older and smiling. "Hi, Uncle Rick, I hope you're doing okay. We miss you. I wanted to tell you something. After everything happened, I was really scared. Scared to go back to class, scared to be alone. But then I remembered what you said about honey badgers. They don't care about being scared. They just do what needs doing. So I tried to be brave like you, and it got easier. Thank you for teaching us that. More children appeared in the video, each sharing a brief message. Pax talked about how he wanted to join the coalition forces when he grew up, to help protect others like Rick had protected them. Others shared artwork they had made, stories they had written, ways they had found courage in dark moments by remembering the human who had fought for them. The video ended with Commander Yates appearing on screen. Rick, stop being stubborn and check your messages. You've received commendations from 7 different governments. The coalition is offering you any posting you want. The facility wants you to come back as head of security with triple your old pay, and about 100 families want to thank you personally. You're famous now. Deal with it. Rick sat in his small quarters on the base staring at the blank screen. Famous. He did not want to be famous. He wanted to be left alone to do his job. His communicator chimed. Incoming call. He almost ignored it, but the caller ID made him pause. Lieutenant Dal. Rick answered. Dal's blue face appeared, looking pleased. Sergeant Walsh, good to see you up and around. Lieutenant, what can I do for you? Actually, I'm calling with an offer. The facility is reopening next month. They want a complete security overhaul. New protocols, new training, new everything. They asked me to head the project. I accepted on one condition, that you join my team. Rick hesitated. I don't know if I can go back there. I understand. But consider this. Those children remember you. They need to see that heroes don't just disappear after the battle. They keep going, keep working, keep caring. Your presence there would mean more than any security system we could install. I'm not a hero, Dal. I'm just a soldier who got lucky. You're wrong. You're exactly what a hero looks like. Imperfect, stubborn, willing to sacrifice everything for others. That's the definition. Dal leaned closer to the camera. The children need to see that you survived. That doing the right thing doesn't always mean dying for it. Sometimes it means living with it and choosing to keep helping people. Rick thought about the statue in the memorial garden, about Lyra's message, about all the children who were finding courage by remembering what one determined human had done. I'll think about it, Rick said finally. That's all I ask. Take your time. The offer stands whenever you're ready. The call ended. Rick sat alone with his thoughts. Outside his window, Frontier Base 7 bustled with activity. Ships coming and going, soldiers training, people living their lives unaware that somewhere out there, a single act of desperate courage had become a story told across worlds. Rick opened his footlocker and pulled out the honey badger figurine Pax had given him. The carving was rough, childish, but made with care. He set it on his desk where he could see it. Maybe Dal was right. Maybe going back was the right choice. Not to be celebrated or honored, but to show those children that you could face horror and come out the other side. That scars heal. That life continues. That protecting others is a responsibility that does not end when the battle does. His communicator chimed again. This time it was a text message from an unknown number. Rick opened it. Uncle Rick, this is Pax. Lieutenant Dal gave me your contact info. I hope that's okay. I wanted you to know something. I'm starting a club at the facility. It's called the Honey Badger Corps. We help younger students when they're scared. We stand up to bullies. We do volunteer work in the community. We try to be brave like you were. Like you are. 30 kids joined in the first week. We wear patches with a honey badger on them. Is that okay? Rick stared at the message for a long time. Then he typed a reply. It's more than okay, Pax. It's perfect. Keep being brave. Keep helping others. That's what matters most. I'm proud of you. He sent the message, then stood and walked to his window, looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, children were learning that courage was not about being fearless. It was about choosing to act despite fear. That strength was not about domination. It was about protection. That humans, for all their flaws and weaknesses, had something special. They cared. They refused to give up. They stood between the innocent and the dark, and when a child cried out, they answered. Rick made his decision. He would go back to the facility, not as a hero seeking glory, but as a teacher showing students what it meant to keep going after tragedy, to turn pain into purpose, to transform fear into determination, because that was the real legacy of the honey badger. Not the violence or the desperate battle, but the choice to keep caring, Keep protecting, keep standing up for those who needed someone in their corner. He opened his communicator and sent a message to Lieutenant Dahl. I accept your offer. When do we start? The response came back immediately. Welcome back, Sergeant. We start by rebuilding, together. Rick smiled slightly. Rebuilding, that felt right. Take something broken and make it whole again. Take frightened children and help them find strength. Take a tragedy and transform it into a lesson about resilience. That was the human way. Not the strongest, not the fastest, not the most advanced, but the ones who refused to quit. The ones who cared so deeply that they would fight impossible battles and carry impossible burdens. The ones who, when darkness came, chose to be the light. Rick packed his gear that night. Tomorrow he would ship out to Viridian IV, back to the facility where he had nearly died, back to the children who remembered him, back to the work of protecting and teaching and showing others that courage was not about never being afraid. It was about being afraid and doing the right thing anyway. As he prepared to sleep, Rick looked one more time at the honey badger figurine on his desk. Such a small thing, such a simple gift, but it represented something larger. Hope, resilience, the refusal to give up even when everything seemed lost. He thought about all the children across the galaxy who would hear the story of the Academy attack, who would learn about the human who stood alone against an army because it was the right thing to do, who would find their own courage in his example. That was the real victory. Not surviving the battle, but inspiring others to be brave in their own battles, whatever form those took. To stand up when it was easier to stay down, to protect when it was safer to hide, to care when it was simpler not to. Rick closed his eyes and for the first time in 3 months slept without nightmares, because he had made his choice. He would keep going, keep helping, keep standing between children in danger for as long as he was able. That was enough. That was everything. The honey badger was going home, and somewhere in the dark between stars the story spread, whispered in coalition briefing rooms and mercenary hideouts and civilian gatherings. The story of one human who had shattered enemy lines with nothing but determination and an absolute refusal to let children die on his watch. The story of what happens when you threaten something a human has decided to protect. The story of the honey badger who didn't care about odds, only about doing what was right. And the galaxy listened and learned and remembered, because some stories, some acts of courage echo forever. This was one of them.
The Valderome Combat Academy floated in high orbit above Sector 7, which was the kind of place where the galaxy's best and brightest went to learn how to professionally kick each other's asses. And by professionally, I mean with enough paperwork to choke a bureaucratic slime mold from Rigel 9. Jake Morrison stood in the back of Combat Theory Classroom 7B, trying very hard to look like he belonged there, which he did, technically. He'd passed all the entrance exams, survived the physical trials, and only caused 3 diplomatic incidents during orientation. That had to be some kind of human record, honestly. The other students called him Loophole. Not because he was small, though at 5'9" he was definitely on the compact side compared to most alien warriors. No, they called him Loophole because Jake had a very special talent, finding the exact letter of the law and then dancing the Macarena all over its spirit. Commander Threll stood at the front of the classroom, all 7 feet of rigid Krillian disapproval. He had 4 arms, which meant he could simultaneously hold a datapad, point at a hologram, gesture dramatically, and still have one hand free to massage the bridge of his nose when Jake asked questions. That 4th hand got a lot of exercise. Tomorrow, Threll announced, his voice carrying the kind of authority usually reserved for funeral directors and tax auditors, you will face your final combat examination. This will determine your assignment upon graduation. Fail, and you will be relegated to cargo escort duty. Succeed, and you may earn a position on an elite strike team. Jake perked up at that. Elite strike team sounded way better than babysitting space boxes. To his left sat Zara, an apex warrior who looked like someone had taken a panther, given it opposable thumbs, and taught it mixed martial arts. She'd made it very clear on day 1 that she thought humans were adorable, in the same way you might think a puppy trying to climb. Stairs is adorable. Patronizing, in other words. To his right was Grunts. That wasn't actually his name. His real name was something like Kirk, TKKKTish, Boom, which sounded like rocks in a blender having an argument. Everyone just called him Grunts because that's the noise most people made trying to pronounce it. He was Gorlath, which meant he looked like someone's mountain had gotten up and decided to take a combat class. Quiet guy, though. Jake liked him. And then there was Pip, hovering near the ceiling because Pip was made of energy and didn't really do furniture. Pip was basically a nervous floating light bulb with anxiety issues and a voice like a radio stuck between stations. Nice kid, just a little high-strung. Literally. The combat arena will test your skills with melee weapons, Threll continued, pulling up a hologram of an obstacle course that looked like it had been designed by someone who really hated fun. Close quarters, multiple terrain types. Victory conditions are simple. Incapacitate your opponent or force them out of bounds. Zara cracked her knuckles, all 16 of them. Show off. You may use any weapon in the Academy's armory, Threll said. Then he paused, and his eyes, both primary and secondary sets, fixed on Jake with the kind of look a teacher gives the student who ate glue last semester. However, there will be restrictions. Jake felt the entire class turn to look at him. Why is everyone staring at me? He asked innocently. The plasma cannon incident, Zara muttered. That was one time, and technically the rule said no weapons above Class 4. It was a Class 9. Right, which is above 4. I was helping demonstrate why the rule exists. Educational purposes. Commander Threll's fourth hand was already reaching for his nose bridge. It was going to be that kind of briefing. Which brings me to the restrictions, Threll said, his voice taking on the tone of someone who had spent considerable time consulting with the legal department. For this examination, the following are prohibited. Plasma weapons of any class, energy-based projectile systems, railguns, photon accelerators, particle beam weapons, and molecular disruptors. The alien students nodded. This was standard stuff. Without ranged weapons, the exam would come down to skill with vibroblades, energy staffs, and good old-fashioned physical combat enhanced by whatever personal shielding and armor systems they could manage. Jake's hand went up. Threll closed all four eyes briefly, which in Krillian body language meant something between a sigh and a prayer for patience. Yes, Morrison. Just to clarify, sir, when you say energy-based projectiles, do you mean anything that uses energy to propel the projectile? Or specifically projectiles that are themselves made of energy? Both. Right. And railguns use electromagnetic acceleration. Got it. What about weapons that use compressed gas? Also prohibited. Okay, so chemical propellants are out too, obviously. Correct. What about spring-loaded mechanisms? Zara leaned over. Why would you use springs when we have gravitic accelerators? Just exploring my options, Jake said, pulling out his datapad and starting to sketch something. So, to be absolutely clear, Commander, the rule is specifically about modern projectile weapon systems. Things that use chemical reactions, electromagnetic fields, or energy to launch a projectile at high velocity. Threll's expression suggested he knew he was being led somewhere but couldn't quite see the trap yet. That is an accurate summary. Yes. And the definition of projectile we're using here is any object launched at an opponent from a distance using one of those prohibited propulsion methods. Morrison, where exactly are you going with this? Jake looked up from his sketch with a smile that would have made a used car salesman proud. Oh, nowhere specific, sir. Just want to make sure I understand the rules completely. Wouldn't want any confusion during the exam. Pip flickered nervously overhead. Oh no, he has that look again. What look? Grunts rumbled, his voice like an avalanche in slow motion. The look he gets before he technically doesn't break any rules while absolutely breaking every rule, Pip said. Jake continued, still sketching. So, just to triple check my understanding, we can't use anything that launches a projectile through chemical propulsion, which would be like the old human firearms. Can't use electromagnetic acceleration. Can't use energy-based systems. Can't use compressed gas. Your summary remains accurate, Threll said slowly. But theoretically, if someone found a way to launch a projectile that didn't use any of those methods, that would be acceptable within the parameters of the examination. The classroom went very quiet. Zara stared at Jake. What other methods are there? That's literally every projectile system technology has developed. Well, Jake said, still not looking up from his increasingly detailed sketch. That depends on your definition of technology. Threll walked over to Jake's desk and looked at the drawing. It showed what appeared to be some kind of wooden contraption with a string and a trigger mechanism. It looked disturbingly simple, disturbingly primitive, and disturbingly like it fell into absolutely none of the prohibited categories. Morrison, Threll said quietly. What is that? Just an idea I'm working on, sir. Nothing that violates any of the stated rules. Jake looked up with eyes full of innocence that fooled absolutely no one. Unless you'd like to add any additional restrictions before tomorrow's exam? Commander Threll stood there for a long moment, his forehands clenching and unclenching. He was clearly running through the rules in his head, trying to find something, anything, that would stop whatever chaos Jake was planning. No biological weapons, he finally said. No chemical agents, no explosives. Wouldn't dream of it, sir. And Morrison? Threll leaned down, all 4 eyes fixed on the human. Whatever you're planning, it had better be good. Because if you embarrass yourself with some primitive human nonsense, cargo escort duty will be the least of your concerns. Jake's grin widened. Oh, Commander, I promise you, it's going to be historically accurate. The Academy's workshop at 2200 hours was supposed to be empty. Instead, it echoed with the sound of wood being sanded and Jake humming something that sounded like it came from a medieval tavern. Which, to be fair, it did. He'd requisitioned materials from the historical archives. Ash wood for the stock and prod, steel cable for the string, because he wasn't a purist when it came to tensile strength. And good old-fashioned metal for the bolts, machined to specifications that would have made a 14th century Fletcher weep with joy. The crossbow was taking shape beautifully. You cannot be serious. Jake didn't look up. He'd recognize Zara's condescending tone anywhere. Serious as a heart attack, which is what you're going to have when you see this thing in action. She prowled into the workshop, moving with that liquid grace that made her species such effective predators. Morrison, that is a stick with a string on it. Technically, it's a precision tension-based mechanical projectile system that predates chemical propulsion by about 400 years. Jake held up the stock, examining the curve. Also, it's beautiful. Look at that craftsmanship. It's wood. It's ash wood, carefully selected for its flexibility and strength. The Mongols conquered half of Asia with these. Well, with regular bows, but the principle is the same. He set down the stock and started working on the trigger mechanism. See, the beautiful thing about a crossbow is that it stores all its energy mechanically. You crank it back, and all that potential energy just sits there, waiting. No power source, no energy, signature, just physics being physics. Zara picked up one of the bolts he'd finished. And you think this pointy metal stick is going to defeat energy shields? Personal armor? Have you completely lost your human mind? See, that's the thing everyone forgets about energy shields. Jake finally looked up, his eyes bright with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for mad scientists and people explaining their cryptocurrency investments. They're designed to detect and deflect high-velocity projectiles. Plasma bolts, particle beams, railgun slugs. All that stuff comes in hot and fast with massive energy signatures. Obviously. Right. So, the shields have sensors. They detect the incoming projectile, calculate trajectory, and generate a counterfield. It's all very advanced and impressive. He went back to his work. But it's also calibrated for modern weapons. There's a minimum velocity threshold. Go too slow, and the shield reads it as debris or environmental noise. Zara's eyes narrowed. And your medieval toy shoots below that threshold. Oh, it shoots plenty fast enough to punch through most armor. Just not fast enough to trigger shields designed for plasma bolts. Jake grinned. It's like having a security system that only detects cars, and I'm showing up on a horse. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And yet, completely within the rules, a rumbling sound announced Gruntz's arrival. The massive Gorlath had to duck through the doorway, and even then he barely fit. He moved over to the workbench with surprising delicacy for someone made of ambulatory geology. "May I?" he asked, gesturing to the crossbow. "Be my guest." Gruntz picked up the weapon carefully, turning it over in his hands. His species had been spacefaring for 3,000 years, but there was something in his expression that suggested appreciation for simpler times. The mechanism is elegant. Direct conversion of muscle power to projectile force through mechanical advantage. Exactly, Jake beamed. No electronics to jam, no power cell to drain. Just you, the weapon, and basic Newtonian physics. It is also, Gruntz continued, extremely limited in rate of fire. Once you shoot, you must reload. In close combat, that delay could be fatal. Which is why I'm also bringing a backup knife. I'm not an idiot, Zara snorted. Debatable. Pip materialized nearby, flickering anxiously. Jake, do you actually know how to use that thing? Like, have you practiced? Pip, buddy, let me tell you a story. Jake set down his tools and leaned back. My grandfather was what humans call a history nerd. Spent every summer at Renaissance fairs, medieval combat demonstrations, the whole deal. Started teaching me archery when I was 8. Crossbows when I was 12. He picked up the crossbow, sighting down its length. Gramps used to say that modern warriors forget the old ways at their peril. He called it the art of technical compliance. Find what works, even if it's not fashionable anymore. Your grandfather sounds weird, Pip said. He was the best. He's also the reason I know that a crossbow bolt travels at about 300 feet per second, fast enough to be lethal, slow enough to be invisible to modern sensors. Jake started attaching the string. Plus, there's a psychological factor. Nobody expects medieval weapons in a space combat academy. Surprise is half the battle. Zara crossed her arms. You're going to embarrass yourself. Maybe. Or maybe everyone's so used to fighting with technology that they've forgotten how to fight against simplicity. He cranked back the string, testing the tension. The crossbow locked with a satisfying click. Besides, what's the worst that happens? I lose and get cargo duty? I was probably getting that anyway. You could get hurt, Pip said quietly. Jake's expression softened. Pip, I appreciate the concern, but I've thought this through. I've run the numbers. I've practiced. He loaded a bolt. And, more importantly, I've read the rulebook 17 times. Commander Threll said no modern projectile weapons. This baby is from the year 1000 AD. Doesn't get less modern than that. Grunts set down the crossbow carefully. I look forward to seeing this weapon in action. Win or lose, it will be educational. That's the spirit, Grunts. As the alien students left, Zara paused at the door. Morrison, when you lose tomorrow, try not to cry. It's undignified. When I win tomorrow, try to look surprised. It'll make my victory speech more satisfying. She left, shaking her head. Jake turned back to his crossbow, running his hand along the wood. Okay, Gramps, he muttered. Let's show them why the old ways still work. From down the hallway came the sound of Commander Threll's voice, reviewing the rules one more time with the legal department. Jake could hear the frustration in his tone. Tomorrow was going to be fun. The combat arena looked like someone had taken a military obstacle course, a parkour gym, and a gladiator pit, then smashed them together with complete disregard for safety regulations. Multi-level platforms connected by narrow bridges, scattered cover ranging from energy barriers to good old-fashioned concrete blocks, and in the center, an open space where most of the actual fighting would happen. The stands were packed. Combat finals always drew a crowd, mostly students hoping to see someone get spectacularly wrecked. There was also a distinct possibility they were here to see Jake fail with his primitive human nonsense. He was okay with that. Expectations were just opportunities for dramatic irony. Commander Threll stood in the center ring, all four arms crossed. Welcome to the final combat examination. The rules are simple. Incapacitate your opponent or force them out of bounds. Lethal force is prohibited, obviously. Medical teams are standing by. His eyes swept the arena. Let us begin. The first match was Zara versus Grunts, and it was exactly the kind of high-tech beatdown everyone expected. Zara moved like liquid death, her twin vibroblades humming with molecular disruption fields. Grunts relied on his species' natural density and a massive energy hammer that could probably crack a tank. The fight was beautiful in its own way. Zara's energy shield flickered and flashed as she deflected blows that would have liquefied a normal person. Grunts' armor plating absorbed strikes that would have bisected most species. It was technology versus biology, speed versus strength, and it ended with Grunts landing a hit that sent Zara sliding out of bounds. The crowd went wild. Grunts helped Zara up with one massive hand, and she nodded respect. That was class right there. 3 more matches followed, each one a showcase of advanced weapons technology that made modern Earth militaries look like they were still throwing rocks, molecular blades that could cut through anything, energy staffs that delivered enough voltage to power a small city, personal shield generators that cost more than Jake's entire education. Then came the announcement everyone had been waiting for. Morrison, Jake, versus Skriix of Velstar. Jake walked into the arena carrying his crossbow and a quiver of 20 bolts. He looked like he'd time-traveled from a medieval battlefield, which was basically accurate. The crossbow was polished wood and gleaming metal, absolutely zero electronics anywhere on it. The crowd's reaction was immediate. Laughter rippled through the stands. Skriix emerged from the opposite entrance, and Jake had to admit, the guy looked impressive. 4 arms, each holding a curved blade that shimmered with some kind of molecular edge. His personal shield generator was top of the line, probably military grade. The Velstari were known for being assassins and ambush predators. This was not going to be easy. Skriix took one look at Jake's crossbow and actually laughed. It was a chittering, clicking sound that definitely meant the alien. Equivalent of, "You have got to be kidding me. A bow?" Skriix called across the arena. "Human, I almost feel bad about this. It's a crossbow, actually. There's a difference. Jake loaded a bolt with practiced ease. But don't worry, I'll explain it to you, slowly. Using small words, Commander Threll raised one hand. Combatants ready? Jake brought the crossbow up to his shoulder. The weight was familiar, comfortable. He could hear his grandfather's voice in his head. Breathe, aim, squeeze. The old ways still work, kiddo. Begin! Skreeks activated his shield and charged. The energy barrier around him shimmered blue-white, a pocket of force that could stop plasma bolts and deflect particle beams. He moved fast, 4 blades ready to turn Jake into human confetti. Jake didn't move, he just aimed. The crossbow bolt left the weapon with a soft thwip sound, almost polite compared to the crack of energy weapons. It flew straight and true, a simple piece of metal and wood following a ballistic arc that would have made Newton proud. And it went straight through Skreeks' shield like the barrier wasn't even there. The crowd went silent. Skreeks' confident charge became a stumbling stop as the bolt punched into his shoulder armor. The armor held, barely, but the impact spun him sideways. His expression shifted from confidence to confusion in real time. What? How did you? That's impossible! Skreeks sputtered. Jake was already cranking back the string for another shot. See, that's a 50,000 credit shield you're wearing, top of the line, designed by the finest military engineers in the sector. He locked the string and loaded another bolt, calibrated to detect and stop projectiles moving faster than 2,000 meters per second, which is what most modern weapons shoot at. Skreeks was backing up now, all 4 blades coming up defensively. My crossbow bolt, Jake continued, taking aim again, travels at about 90 meters per second. Your shield's sensors literally cannot comprehend something moving that slowly. It's like having a lock that only recognizes digital keys, and I showed up with a chunk of metal from the Bronze Age. That's cheating. That's reading the rule book. Jake fired again. The second bolt caught Skreeks in the leg, and this time the alien went down. Not seriously hurt. The bolts were designed for impact rather than penetration, but definitely down. The arena was still silent. Somewhere in the stands, someone dropped their drink. Jake walked forward, crossbow lowered but another bolt ready. Here's the thing about modern technology. It's amazing, incredible really, but it's designed to fight modern technology. Nobody thought to defend against weapons from 1,000 years ago because why would you? Skreeks looked up at him, all 4 blades still ready. This is humiliating. Yeah, probably. But you know what's more humiliating? Not adapting. Jake offered his hand. You charged straight at a ranged weapon. Didn't use cover. Relied entirely on your shield. That's not tactical, that's lazy. For a moment, Skreeks just stared at the offered hand. Then, slowly, he took it. You fight strangely, human. I fight effectively. There's a difference. As medical teams helped Skreeks out of the arena, Jake turned to face the crowd. The silence was breaking into confused murmuring. He could see Commander Threll in the judge's booth, all 4 hands pressed against his face. Jake raised the crossbow over his head. And here we observe, he announced in his best-natured documentary voice, the confused alien, whose expensive technology cannot comprehend pointy stick mechanics from Earth's Middle Ages. Truly, evolution has failed to prepare them for this moment. The crowd finally reacted. Half of them were laughing. The other half were probably calculating how much their own shields would cost to recalibrate. Next match! Threll's voice boomed, sounding deeply tired. Morrison advances. Jake walked back to Abrend, the preparation area, where Pip was flickering with what looked like electronic shock. That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Thanks, Pip. I try. I mean, it violated every expectation of modern combat. That was kind of the point. Zara was there too, and her expression was hard to read. Finally, she spoke. That was either brilliant or stupid, and I genuinely cannot tell which. Why not both? She almost smiled. Next round is in 20 minutes. Don't get overconfident, Morrison. Not everyone will make Skreeks' mistakes. Jake checked his bolts, making sure none were damaged. I know, but they'll make other mistakes. Because nobody here has trained to fight against medieval weapons. That's my advantage. Until someone figures you out. Then I guess I better win fast. Jake's second match was against Thraxus, a Mantelian with 8 eyes and reflexes that made most species look like they were moving through molasses. Thraxus didn't make Skreeks' mistake. He used cover, moved unpredictably, and tried to close the distance without relying on his shield. He still lost. Turns out, a crossbow bolt doesn't care about your reflexes when you're committed to a jump between platforms. Physics is physics, and gravity doesn't negotiate. Match 3 was Krill, who brought smoke grenades and tried to obscure Jake's vision. Smart play, actually. Would have worked great against energy weapons that needed clear line of sight for targeting computers. Unfortunately for Krill, Jake had been bow hunting since he was 12, and his grandfather had taught him to aim by instinct. The bolt that caught Krill in mid-charge was pure muscle memory. By match 4, the other students had stopped laughing. They'd started taking notes. Jake's fifth opponent actually brought a riot shield, an old-fashioned physical barrier instead of an energy field. Jake respected that. He won anyway by aiming for the legs, but he respected the adaptation. The pattern was clear. The opponent came in with a new strategy, each one learning from the previous losses. They used terrain better. They adapted their tactics. They stopped relying on technology that couldn't detect medieval projectiles. And that, Jake reflected as he cranked back his crossbow for what felt like the 100th time, was exactly what he'd wanted. Make them think, make them adapt. Show them that fighting wasn't about having the best gear, it was about using your brain. Championship match, Commander Threll announced, and he sounded like a man who'd aged 10 years in 3 hours. Morrison, Jake, versus Kirk, TKKKT boom, called grunts. The arena erupted in cheers. This was the match everyone wanted to see. The human with his primitive weapon versus the walking mountain who'd won every match through sheer tactical brilliance. Grunts entered the arena, and notably, he wasn't wearing a shield generator. He had his energy hammer, sure, but his approach was different. Careful, measured. Grunts, Jake called out. No hard feelings after this, right? None whatsoever. Grunts' voice rumbled like distant thunder. You have taught valuable lessons today. I intend to return the favor. Fair enough. Begin. Grunts didn't charge. He moved laterally, using the arena's concrete barriers for cover. Smart. He'd watched every one of Jake's matches and learned that staying in the open was suicide against a ranged weapon. Jake fired. The bolt sparked off concrete as Grunts ducked behind cover. This was different. This was an opponent who understood that the crossbow's greatest weakness was its reload time. Jake could get off maybe 2 shots per minute with careful aiming. Grunts just had to close the distance, and those massive arms could end the fight in seconds. Jake moved to higher ground, taking position on one of the elevated platforms. Better sightlines, more reaction time. Grunts anticipated this and circled below, staying behind cover, moving from barrier to barrier. The Gorlath was patient, which made sense for a species that lived for 300 years. Jake fired again. Miss. The bolt clattered off metal plating that Grunts had positioned between them. You are skilled, Morrison, Grunts called out, but skill has limits. So does patience. I have considerably more of it than you have bolts. Fair point. Jake had started with 20. He was down to 14. The math was not in his favor. Time to get creative. Jake moved along the platform, making noise, drawing Grunts' attention. Then he fired a bolt high, intentionally missing, making it clatter off the far wall. Grunts looked toward the sound. Just for a second, Jake dropped off the platform, landing behind a different set of barriers. New angle, new position. Clever, Grunts acknowledged, but he'd already adapted, moving to cover the new angle. This went on for 5 minutes. Cat and mouse, hunter and hunted, each one respecting the other's abilities, neither willing to make a critical mistake. The crowd was riveted. This wasn't the spectacle of energy weapons and flashy technology. This was tactics. Pure, fundamental combat strategy. Jake knew he had to force a confrontation. At this rate, he'd run out of bolts before Grunts ran out of patience. He loaded a bolt, took a breath, and made his move. He stepped into the open, crossbow raised, directly challenging Grunts to engage. Grunts saw the opening and took it, charging from cover with surprising speed for someone made of rock. His hammer came up, ready to strike. Jake fired. The bolt caught Grunts in the shoulder, barely slowing him down. Then Jake did something nobody expected. He dropped the crossbow and pulled out his backup knife. Grunts' hammer came down. Jake rolled left, the impact cratering the floor where he'd been standing. He came up inside Grunts' reach, where the massive hammer was useless, and drove his knife toward the joint in Grunts' arm plating. The blade scraped off armor. Grunts pivoted, trying to grab him. Jake ducked under the grasping hand, swept Grunts' leg, which was like trying to trip a building. It didn't work, but it bought him space. He dove for his crossbow, rolled, came up with it loaded because he'd prepared a bolt in advance. Smart thinking there, Jake, and fired from 5 feet away. The bolt caught Grunts square in the chest plate. The impact staggered the massive alien backward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. His foot crossed the boundary line. Out of bounds, Threll announced. Morrison wins. The arena exploded. Half the crowd was cheering. The other half was probably trying to figure out how to requisition medieval weapons. Grunts looked down at the boundary line, then at Jake, then started laughing. It was a sound like rocks tumbling down a mountain, deep and genuine. Well fought, human. You combined your primitive weapon with genuine tactical skill. I am impressed. Jake was breathing hard, adrenaline still pumping. You almost had me. Another few seconds and I would have been out of bolts. Yes, but you recognized this and changed tactics. Grunts extended one massive hand. You think like a warrior, not like someone who depends on technology. They shook hands. Or rather, Jake's hand disappeared into Grunts' grip, but the spirit was there. As the medical team checked both of them over, largely a formality since neither was seriously hurt, Grunts leaned in close. Morrison, where might one acquire these primitive human weapons? Jake grinned. I'll send you some catalog links. Fair warning though, once Command sees what happened today, they're probably going to ban crossbows specifically. Then we should explore other options. You mentioned something called an atlatl? Oh man, Grunts, let me tell you about spear throwers from 10,000 BC. The post-combat briefing room was designed for calm, professional debriefing. Instead, it currently contained one extremely exhausted Krillian commander, 17 pages of hastily amended regulations, and Jake Morrison sitting in a chair looking far too pleased with himself. Commander Threll sat behind his desk, all four hands working simultaneously. Two were typing new regulations into the database. One was holding a cup of something that was probably the alien equivalent of very strong coffee. The fourth was massaging his temples in slow, circular motions that suggested he'd been doing this for the past hour. Morrison, Threll finally said, his voice carrying the weight of someone who just watched their entire worldview get pierced by a medieval projectile weapon. Sir, I have been an instructor at this academy for 23 years. I have trained warriors from 467 different species. I have overseen approximately 9,000 combat examinations. He looked up, all four eyes fixing on Jake with an expression somewhere between respect and the desire to throw something heavy. Never, in all that time, has anyone forced me to add the phrase, "no weapons predating the discovery of gunpowder" to the official rulebook. I'm honored to be a pioneer. Sir, that was not a compliment. I'm choosing to take it as one anyway. Threll set down his coffee with a heavy thunk. You do realize what you've done here, don't you? Right now, there are approximately 300 students attempting to requisition historical Earth weapons. I have received formal requests for longbows, compound bows, slings, atlatls, throwing axes, and something called a trebuchet, which I am told is a siege weapon that requires an engineering degree to operate. Jake tried very hard not to smile. He failed. To be fair, sir, a trebuchet would technically be outside the arena's weight limits. Morrison. Right. Sorry. Serious face. Jake composed himself. But you have to admit, there's a legitimate point here. We spend so much time training with advanced technology that we forget the fundamentals. Tactics, adaptability, creative problem solving. You mean exploiting loopholes. I mean understanding that rules exist for a reason, and the space between rules exists for innovation. Jake leaned forward. Sir, every single one of my opponents today was better trained than me. Better equipped, stronger, faster, more experienced. But they all made the same mistake. Which was, they assumed that modern problems require modern solutions. They saw my crossbow and thought primitive, outdated, useless. They didn't see a weapon. They saw a joke. Jake pulled out his datapad and brought up footage from his matches. Watch Screeks here, full frontal charge, no tactical assessment. Why? Because his shield cost 50,000 credits, and obviously expensive technology beats cheap wood and metal. Threll watched the footage, his expression unreadable. Or here, Thraxus. Incredible reflexes. But he was trained to dodge energy weapons, which have charge-up times and targeting lasers. A crossbow bolt just flies. No warning, no electronic signature. His entire combat style was built around technology that didn't apply. Your point being? My point is that the galaxy has gotten comfortable. We have amazing technology, and that's great. But we've started thinking that technology is a substitute for tactical thinking. It's not. It's a tool. And tools only work if you understand their limitations. Threll was quiet for a long moment. Then he pulled up his own screen. The championship match. Against Kirk. TKKKT. Shh. Boom. Why did you win? Because Grunts made me work for it. He didn't rely on his equipment. He used terrain, patience, and forced me to adapt. That's what made it a real fight. Jake smiled. He's going to be an incredible soldier, by the way. That guy thinks 3 moves ahead. He requested to be assigned to the same unit as you. Jake blinked. Really? Really? Along with approximately 30 other students who apparently want to learn what you called the old ways. Threll's expression might have been a smile, though it was hard to tell with Krillian facial structure. You have started something of a movement, Morrison. The Historical Weapons Club has tripled in membership in the last 4 hours. That's actually kind of awesome. That's a logistical nightmare. Threll pulled up another document. However, the command staff has reviewed your examination performance. Despite your unorthodox methods, or perhaps because of them, you demonstrated exceptional tactical thinking, adaptability under pressure, and the ability to analyze and exploit enemy weaknesses. Jake sat up straighter. This sounded promising. Therefore, you are being assigned to Strike Team 7, Special Operations Division. Your commanding officer will be Captain Venn, who specifically requested you after watching the arena footage. Apparently, she appreciates soldiers who think creatively. Sir, thank you. Don't thank me yet. Strike Team 7 specializes in asymmetric warfare, situations where conventional approaches fail. You'll be operating in environments where your tendency to find unconventional solutions will be considered an asset rather than a disciplinary problem. That sounds perfect. It sounds dangerous. Which brings me to my next point. Threll fixed Jake with all 4 eyes. The rules have been updated. As of today, the following are prohibited in Academy combat examinations: crossbows, longbows, compound bows, recurve bows, slings, atlatls, blowguns, boomerangs, bolas, throwing axes, throwing knives when used with non-electronic propulsion, catapults, trebuchets, ballistae, and any other pre-gunpowder projectile weapon I may have missed. Jake raised his hand slowly. Yes, Morrison? That's a really comprehensive list, sir. Thank you. Just one question, though. Threll's 4th hand returned to his temple. What now? Well, technically speaking, all those weapons you listed use mechanical energy storage and release. Springs, tension, torsion, gravity. All mechanical systems. Jake pulled out his datapad, where he'd definitely not been researching alternatives for the past hour. But there are other pre-gunpowder technologies that work on different principles. Such as? Well, there's the Kusarigama, which is a Japanese chain weapon, not really projectile-based, more of a ranged melee system. Then there's the meteor hammer, which uses centrifugal force. Oh, and war boomerangs, which are self-returning and technically don't use stored energy in the traditional sense since it's all about aerodynamics. Threll stared at him. Also, Jake continued, warming to his theme. There's this thing called a shepherd's sling, different from a regular sling, uses more of a throwing motion than a release mechanism. And technically, throwing rocks really hard doesn't involve any weapon at all, just projectile physics and good aim. Morrison. I'm just saying, sir, that if we're going to write comprehensive rules, we should be thorough. Wouldn't want any confusion. For a long moment, Commander Threll said nothing. Then he reached over and pulled up the regulations database again. His hands started typing, faster than before. New regulation, he muttered. No weapons, devices, or techniques predating the invention of chemical propellant firearms, defined as any weapon system developed before approximately Earth year 1200 CE. Furthermore, no improvised weapons based on historical designs. Furthermore, no exploiting aerodynamic properties of thrown objects. Furthermore, he looked up. Morrison, is there anything else you're planning to weaponize from human history? I mean, the Romans had some interesting things to say about construction equipment that could be repurposed. And the Greeks had this fire system that, out. Sir, get out of my office. Report to Strike Team 7 at 0600 tomorrow. And Morrison? Yes, sir? Threll's expression softened, just slightly. Good work today. You proved that victory doesn't always come from having the best equipment. Sometimes it comes from understanding what your equipment actually does and using it smarter than everyone else. Jake stood and saluted. Thank you, sir. That means a lot. It also means you're now Strike Team 7's problem instead of mine. Captain Venn has my sincere sympathies. Jake grinned and headed for the door. As he reached it, Threll called out one more time. Morrison, out of curiosity, if they ban all pre-gunpowder weapons, what would you use next? Jake paused, thinking. Well, sir, I've been reading about siege tactics. Turns out the Mongols used to catapult diseased animals over castle walls for psychological warfare. Now, I'm not saying I'd do that, but technically biological warfare was banned, not biological intimidation. Maybe some realistic props, some theater skills. Out. Jake left quickly, but not before hearing Threll's voice behind him adding another amendment to the rules database. Outside, the academy hallway was buzzing with activity. Students clustered in groups, discussing the day's matches. Jake spotted Pip hovering near a window, flickering in what looked like excited colors. Jake, you did it. Elite strike team. Thanks, Pip. Though I think I may have given the commander a stress disorder. Worth it though, right? Absolutely. Zara approached from the other direction, and her expression was complicated. Morrison. That was. I'm not sure what that was. A comprehensive demonstration of why you should never underestimate simplicity? More like a comprehensive demonstration of why humans are absolutely terrifying when they get creative. She paused. I also requested assignment to Strike Team 7. Jake raised his eyebrows. Really? Really? Someone needs to make sure you don't get the entire team killed with your insane ideas. Plus, she added, almost reluctantly, you made me realize I'd been relying too much on my equipment. That's a weakness. I need to fix it. Happy to. Help. Grunts emerged from another corridor, ducking to avoid the ceiling. Morrison, I have acquired catalog access to Earth historical weapons. The selection is extensive. I am particularly interested in what is called a warhammer. It appears to be a human adaptation of my people's traditional weapons. Grunts, buddy, I will absolutely help you with that. The three of them, plus Pip, headed toward the mess hall, already planning their first day with Strike Team 7. Behind them, Commander Threll was probably still updating the rulebook. Somewhere in the historical archives, a clerk was processing an unusual spike in requisitions for pre-modern weaponry. And in his quarters, Jake Morrison pulled up his personal research files. He had folders labeled atlatl techniques, sling ammunition optimization, and, somewhat concerningly, improvised medieval siege engines for urban environments. Strike Team 7 had no idea what was coming, but then again, neither did the enemy. And really, wasn't that the whole point? The galaxy had spent millennia developing incredible technology, building weapons that could level cities and shields that could stop armies. They'd created combat systems so advanced that they bordered on art. And then a human showed up with a wooden stick and a piece of string and reminded everyone that sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. Commander Threll's final regulation entry, added at 2300 hours and flagged as Morrison Protocol, reads simply, in all combat situations, participants must use weapons and tactics that would be recognizable to someone from the modern spacefaring era. If your grandmother from a pre-spaceflight civilization would understand how it works, you can't use it. The next morning, Jake reported to Strike Team 7 carrying his crossbow, a backup knife, and a datapad full of research on ancient warfare tactics. Captain Venn took one look at him and sighed. You're the medieval weapons kid. Yes, ma'am. I watched your examination footage. That was either brilliant or insane. I'm told it can be both, ma'am. She smiled. It was not a comforting smile. Good, because we have a mission that requires someone who thinks sideways. There's a pirate stronghold that's impervious to modern weapons. Adaptive shields, sensor nets, the works. We need someone who can think in terms they won't expect. Jake's grin was immediate. Ma'am, have you ever heard of a siege weapon called a trebuchet? No. It's a counterweight-driven catapult that can throw a 90-kilogram projectile 300 meters using nothing but gravity and mechanical advantage. Morrison, are you telling me you want to build a medieval siege engine? I'm saying that sometimes the old ways work, ma'am. And nobody shields against rocks falling from the sky. Captain Venn stared at him for a long moment. Then she started laughing. Strike Team 7, meet your new tactical specialist. Try to keep him alive. And Morrison, ma'am, whatever you're planning, make it ridiculous. We have a reputation to maintain. Yes, ma'am. As Jake joined his new team, Grunts gave him a nod of approval. Zara looked resigned to her fate. Pip flickered nervously. And somewhere in the academy, Commander Threll was already updating the regulations database again. The galaxy was in for an interesting time. Humans, after all, were very good at finding loopholes, and they had several thousand years of pre-spaceflight warfare to draw inspiration from. The future was about to get a history lesson.
The Great Hall of the Galactic Council stretched wider than any cathedral built by human hands. Its walls glowed with soft blue light, and holographic displays floated in the air showing thousands of worlds connected by trade routes and treaties. Representatives from 200 species sat in curved rows, their forms as varied as the stars themselves. Some breathed methane through tubes, others floated in gravity fields. A few existed only as patterns of light. Ambassador Marcus Chen stood at the speaker's platform, his simple gray suit looking plain compared to the jeweled armor and flowing robes around him. He was a short man with graying hair and tired eyes. He had been Earth's representative for 12 years now, and every day felt longer than the last. The Vrex Dominion has now occupied 17 systems in the past 3 meters tall. His forearms crossed over his armored chest, 3 meters tall. His forearms crossed over his armored chest. His face resembled an earth lizard, but his eyes held cold intelligence. "The Dominion takes what is owed to us," Thrax hissed. "We are a warrior race. The strong survive. The weak serve. This is natural law." "Natural law?" Chen replied. "Or tyranny dressed in philosophy." Thrax's mandibles clicked in what might have been amusement. "You humans speak much of peace and law. You write poetry. You paint pictures. You send musicians to perform at cultural festivals. Tell me, Ambassador Chen, when was the last time a human fired a weapon in anger? Your people are gardeners, not warriors. The galaxy knows this." Chen looked directly at the Vrex commander. For just a moment, something dangerous flickered in his eyes. Something old and terrible, but it passed quickly, and he simply said, "We choose peace because we understand war." "You choose peace because you are weak," Thrax replied. "This council is weak. The Dominion will continue to expand, and there is nothing you can do to stop us." The council session ended with no resolution, as Chen had known it would. He walked through the gleaming corridors of the council station, passing species from across the galaxy. A Zinthari merchant nodded politely. A group of Pelian students stared at him with their many eyes. Everywhere he went, Chen felt the weight of their assumptions. Humans were soft. Humans were naive. Humans had forgotten how to fight. If only they knew the truth. That night, Chen sat alone in his quarters and opened an encrypted channel to Earth. The connection took several minutes to establish, routing through relay stations and security protocols that most species did not even know existed. A woman's face appeared on the screen. Admiral Sarah Torres looked like she could be Chen's sister, with the same dark hair touched with gray, the same lines around her eyes. But where Chen's expression was diplomatic and measured, Torres had the hard gaze of someone who had made difficult choices. "They laughed at me again today," Chen said. "Good," Torres replied. "Let them laugh. Let them feel safe. Thrax is going to make a move against Earth, I can feel it. He sees us as an easy target." Torres nodded slowly. "Our intelligence confirms it. Vrex fleet movements suggest they're preparing for a major operation. They've been pulling ships from border patrols and consolidating near the Sol system. How long do we have? A month, maybe less." Torres leaned forward, her face grave. "Marcus, if they attack, you know what happens next." Chen closed his eyes. 217 years. That's how long we've kept the protocols sealed. "We made a choice as a species," Torres said. "But the scars are still there," Chen whispered. "They'll always be there. The question is whether we let those scars make us monsters again, or whether we use what we learned." Torres's voice softened slightly. "The containment protocols exist for a reason, Marcus. If Earth is threatened, if our people are in danger, then we do what we must. But we do it with control, with purpose. Never again like before." Chen remembered the history lessons every human child learned. The final war of 2087, when nuclear fire had scorched continents and biological weapons had turned entire regions into dead zones. The darkness that followed when barely 1 billion humans survived. The centuries of rebuilding, of learning, of choosing a different path. But the weapons had not been destroyed. The knowledge had not been forgotten. It had been sealed away, locked behind protocols that required authorization from every human government simultaneously. The memorial arsenals, they were called. Reminders of what humanity could become if they ever forgot the price of hatred. "I hope it doesn't come to that," Chen said. "So do I," Torres replied. "But hope isn't a strategy. I'm bringing the Containment Council together tomorrow. If Thrax is stupid enough to attack, we'll be ready." The call ended, leaving Chen alone with his thoughts. He walked to the window of his quarters and looked out at the stars. Earth was out there somewhere, a small blue world that the galaxy considered insignificant. The birthplace of poets and dreamers, they said. A planet of philosophers who had given up their violent past. Chen touched the glass, leaving a fingerprint. They have no idea what we survived, he said to the empty room. What we learned, what we became. Across the galaxy, on a dozen human colonies and outposts, similar conversations were taking place. On Luna Base, beneath the gray dust of Earth's moon, maintenance crews began running diagnostics on systems that had been dormant for centuries. On Mars Station, engineers checked seals on underground facilities that official records claimed were archaeological sites. In the asteroid belt, mining ships that looked like commercial vessels activated hidden weapon systems. The human defense network was vast and ancient, built in the years after the final war when humanity had sworn two things: never to wage war for conquest, but always to be prepared to defend themselves. Every generation since had maintained the containment protocols, hoping they would never be needed but ensuring they remained ready. 3 weeks later, Chen was awakened by an emergency alert. His communicator screamed with priority messages. He activated the display and felt his blood run cold. The Vrex Dominion had assembled a fleet of 3,000 warships at the edge of the Sol system. It was the largest military force humanity had seen since joining the galactic community. Against Earth's official defense fleet of 300 ceremonial vessels, it seemed impossibly overwhelming. Chen dressed quickly and opened the encrypted channel to Earth. Torres was already on screen, surrounded by military personnel in the command center deep beneath the Rockies. "They're here," Chen said unnecessarily. "We see them," Torres replied. "Thrax is broadcasting on all frequencies. He's demanding Earth's immediate surrender and access to our resources. He's giving us 12 hours. Can we stop them?" Torres looked at someone off-screen, then back at Chen. "The Containment Council has voted. 7 billion people, one decision. The protocols are unlocked, Marcus. For the first time in 217 years, humanity is going to war." Chen felt something twist in his stomach. Relief and dread mixed together. "God help us all." "God help them," Torres corrected. "They have no idea what they've done." The morning sun cast long shadows across the United Earth Assembly building in Geneva when the sky began to change. It started as a shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, except this shimmer was 30,000 kilometers above the planet's surface. Then the shimmer tore open, and something massive pushed through. The Concordat diplomatic vessel was unlike anything humanity had built. It stretched 15 kilometers from bow to stern, its surface gleaming with metals that seemed to shift colors in the sunlight. Elegant curves and sweeping arcs made it look more like a work of art than a spaceship. Within minutes, every news channel on Earth was broadcasting images of the alien vessel. People stopped on sidewalks, staring up at screens. Children pointed at the sky, though the ship was far too distant to see with the naked eye. President Sarah Chen received the first communication 17 minutes after the vessel's arrival. She was in her office, having just finished her morning briefing with the Security Council, when her assistant rushed in with a tablet. The message was in perfect English, though it carried an odd formality that suggested machine translation. "Greetings to the people of Earth. We are the Galactic Concordat, representatives of 7 species who maintain peace and order in this region of space. We come with an offer of friendship and protection. We request an audience with your leaders at your earliest convenience." Sarah read the message 3 times. She had been president for 6 years, long enough to develop good instincts about people and their intentions. Something about the tone bothered her, though she could not immediately identify what. She called for an emergency cabinet meeting. The aliens requested to meet within 48 hours. Sarah agreed, but she also made several calls to people whose opinions she trusted. One of those calls went to General Marcus Steele, the commander of Earth's Unified Defense Command. Another went to Dr. Yuki Tanaka, head of the Intelligence Analysis Division. Marcus was a broad-shouldered man in his 50s, with gray hair cut military short and eyes that missed nothing. He had fought in the resource wars of the 2090s and had spent the last 2 decades preparing Earth's defenses for the day when humanity encountered other intelligent life. That day had apparently arrived. "What do you think?" Sarah asked him over a secure video link. Marcus leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "I think anyone who leads with protection is usually selling something you don't need. But we'll play nice and see what they want." Dr. Tanaka was more direct. "The message structure suggests a hierarchical culture with rigid social protocols. The word protection appears 3 times in a 4-sentence message. That's not accidental. "They're framing the conversation before it begins." Sarah nodded slowly. "Keep analyzing everything they send us. And Marcus, I want our orbital assets on standby."
Quiet, standby.
Let's not spook our guests, but let's not be caught sleeping either. The day of the meeting arrived with unseasonably clear skies. The Concordat sent down a shuttle, smaller than their main vessel but still impressive, covered in the same color-shifting metal. It landed on the designated pad outside Geneva, and 7 figures emerged. They were humanoid, which surprised everyone watching. 2 legs, 2 arms, a head with sensory organs arranged in familiar patterns. But there the similarities ended. Ambassador Velthor, who led the delegation, stood over 2 meters tall. His skin was a deep blue purple and his eyes were large and golden, with no visible pupils. He wore robes that seemed to be made of liquid light, constantly flowing and changing. The other 6 delegates represented different species. One looked almost human except for the crystalline formations growing from her shoulders. Another was covered in fine scales that created rainbow patterns when he moved. A third had 4 arms and moved with an unsettling grace. They were beautiful and alien and deliberately impressive. Sarah met them in the main assembly hall, flanked by her cabinet and 100 representatives from every nation on Earth. The room had been built to accommodate 5,000 people, and every seat was filled. Cameras broadcast the meeting to billions of viewers worldwide. Velthor bowed, a gesture that somehow conveyed both respect and condescension. When he spoke, his voice was deep and melodious, translated in real time by devices the aliens had provided. "People of Earth, we welcome you to the community of spacefaring civilizations. Your recent achievements in faster-than-light travel have brought you to our attention. We come today with an offer that we have extended to many species throughout the galaxy." He paused for effect, his golden eyes sweeping across the assembled humans. "The galaxy is a dangerous place. There are hostile species, natural phenomena that can destroy entire worlds, and countless other threats. The Galactic Concordat was formed 3,000 years ago to protect developing civilizations from these dangers. We offer you the same protection we provide to 47 other species." Velthor activated a holographic display that floated above the assembly floor. It showed a map of the galaxy with dozens of star systems highlighted in green. "These are the worlds under Concordat protection. They thrive in safety, free from the terrors that plague unprotected systems. Their citizens live in peace, knowing that our fleets guard their skies. Their governments focus on art, science, and philosophy rather than weapons and war." The ambassador walked slowly around the holographic display, his robes trailing behind. "In exchange, we ask only for cooperation. You would grant us the right to maintain defensive installations in your system. You would share your resources to support the Concordat fleet. You would submit to our guidance in matters of interstellar relations and military development. In return, you would gain access to our technology, our markets, and most importantly, our protection." Sarah watched the display, her face carefully neutral. Around her, she could feel the tension in the room. Some representatives leaned forward eagerly, others frowned, clearly skeptical. "What level of autonomy would Earth retain?" she asked. Velthor smiled, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp. "You would govern your internal affairs as you see fit. However, all external matters, trade, defense, exploration, would be coordinated through the Concordat to ensure your safety and the safety of others. And if we decline this offer," the smile faded slightly, "that would be unfortunate. Species who refuse Concordat protection often face difficult challenges. The galaxy can be harsh to those who stand alone. We would, of course, respect your decision, but we would also be unable to intervene if you encountered troubles beyond your capability to handle." It was smoothly delivered, but Sarah heard the threat underneath. "Accept our protection or face the consequences alone. We appreciate your generous offer, Ambassador Velthor," she said, keeping her voice warm and diplomatic. "Such an important decision requires careful consideration. We request 48 hours to discuss this with our people and provide you with our answer." Velthor's expression suggested he had expected immediate acceptance. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. "Of course. Take the time you need. We will await your response aboard our vessel." The aliens departed with the same ceremony with which they had arrived. As soon as they were gone, Sarah called an emergency session with her inner circle. They met in a secure room 3 stories below the assembly building, where no signals could enter or leave. "Thoughts?" Sarah asked, looking around the table. Marcus spoke first. That was a protection racket dressed up in diplomatic language. Nice planet you've got here, shame if something happened to it. Agreed, said Dr. Tanaka, pulling up data on her tablet. I've been analyzing the 47 systems they showed us, cross-referencing with our astronomical databases and historical records. Every single one was contacted shortly after achieving faster-than-light capability, just like us. Every single one accepted concordate protection within days. What happened to species who refused? Asked Defense Minister Chen Wei. Yuki's expression darkened. That's the interesting part. I found references to 6 species who initially declined. 3 eventually accepted after experiencing mysterious attacks from unknown raiders. 2 went silent. Their systems are now listed as uninhabited. 1 was declared a rogue civilization and subjected to pacification. The records on that are vague, but the implication is clear. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. So this is conquest with extra steps. Sophisticated conquest, Marcus corrected. They let their victims govern themselves, which reduces resistance. They take resources and autonomy instead of land, and they maintain the fiction that it's all voluntary. Can we fight them? Sarah asked bluntly. Marcus smiled, and there was no humor in it. Madam President, they have no idea who they're dealing with. Over the next 48 hours, Earth's leadership worked around the clock. They analyzed every second of the alien transmission, every word Velthor had spoken, every detail visible in their holographic displays. The intelligence division hacked into the Concordate ship's communication systems, a feat made easier by alien overconfidence in their security. What they learned was illuminating. The Concordate had never fought a peer military power. Their standard procedure was simple: appear impressive, make the offer, and apply pressure if needed. Most species capitulated immediately, overawed by the aliens' technology and fearful of standing alone. For species who resisted, the Concordat had a fleet of mercenary raiders who would attack until the target accepted protection. But the Concordat had never encountered a species like humanity. They had studied Earth's broadcasts and internet transmissions, but they had focused on entertainment and culture. They knew humans enjoyed something called football and told stories about superheroes. They knew Earth had recently unified under a single government after centuries of conflict. What they had not studied was human military history. They had not read about the Punic Wars or the Mongol conquests. They knew nothing of Thermopylae or Stalingrad. They had not analyzed the tactical innovations of Napoleon or the strategic doctrines of Sun Tzu. They saw that Earth had no massive orbital weapons platforms and concluded that humans were peaceful and unprepared. They could not have been more wrong. Sarah called her final strategy meeting 12 hours before the deadline. Around the table sat Marcus, Yuki, and the heads of every military branch. Also present were representatives from the Mars Colonial Authority, the Europa Research Station, and the Titan Mining Consortium. "Show them," Sarah said. Marcus activated the room's holographic display. It showed Earth's solar system, but not as the Concordat had seen it. Red dots appeared throughout the display, hundreds of them, then thousands. Every red dot is a weapons platform, defense station, or military vessel, Marcus explained. Most have been in place for over 50 years, since we first achieved reliable spaceflight. We built them into asteroids, mining stations, research facilities, and communication satellites. We hid them in plain sight because we learned one critical lesson from our own history. He paused, looking around the room. Never show your full strength until absolutely necessary. Sarah stood, walking to the holographic display. She reached out and touched one of the dots representing Luna, Earth's moon. The image expanded, showing the interior of what the Concordat believed was a simple research base. In reality, it was a military fortress with enough firepower to sterilize a continent. Humanity has been preparing for first contact since we first looked at the stars, Sarah said quietly. We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. We built defenses that would make any aggressor think twice. And we hid all of it because the best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have. She turned to face the group. Tomorrow we tell the Concordat our answer, and we show them exactly who they're dealing with. But not all of it. Never all of it. Around the table, smiles appeared. They were not nice smiles. The Concordat was about to learn a hard lesson that every human child knew from history classes. Never underestimate the species that survived its own worst inventions. Ambassador Velthor stood in the observation deck of the Concordat vessel, looking down at the blue-green planet below. Earth was beautiful, he had to admit. The swirling white clouds, the deep oceans, the green and brown continents. It reminded him of Kelvin Prime, his homeworld before industry and progress had covered it in gleaming cities. Behind him, his science officer Tarkin was running deep scans of the planet and its surroundings. The insectoid alien's mandibles clicked together as he worked, a sign of concentration among his people. "What do you see?" Velthor asked without turning around. "Confusion, Ambassador," Tarkin replied. His translated voice carried a chittering undertone. "The scans show a civilization that has achieved faster-than-light capability, but their infrastructure does not match this achievement." Velthor turned, his golden eyes focusing on the science officer. "Explain." Tarkin brought up a holographic display. It showed Earth's orbital space, dotted with satellites and space stations. Their satellite network is extensive, but most units are commercial or scientific. We detect communication satellites, weather monitoring systems, and research stations. There are no orbital defense platforms of the type we would expect from a militarized civilization. "Perhaps they are simply peaceful," suggested Kiranel, the four-armed tactical officer. She moved to stand beside the display, her multiple hands gesturing at different points. "Some species achieve space travel through cooperation rather than competition." Velthor made a sound that might have been a laugh. "In 3,000 years, the Concordat has never encountered such a species. Competition drives progress. Conflict breeds innovation. These humans fought among themselves for thousands of years before unifying. Their broadcasts are filled with stories of war and violence. They are not peaceful by nature." "Then where are their weapons?" Tarkin asked. It was a good question. The Concordat had refined their scanning technology over millennia. They could detect power signatures from weapon systems, identify the energy profiles of shield generators, and spot the unique radiation patterns of military-grade reactors. Earth should have been lighting up their sensors like a supernova. Instead, they saw almost nothing. "Perhaps their weapons are primitive," suggested Kiranel. "They may rely on chemical explosives or kinetic weapons that our scanners do not prioritize." Velthor considered this. It made sense. Humans had only recently developed faster-than-light travel. Their weapons technology might lag behind their propulsion systems. It had happened before with other species. "Continue scanning," he ordered. "I want a complete analysis of their military capability before they give us their answer. And send observation drones to their colony sites. Let us see what they have built on Mars and these moons they have settled." The drones launched silently, small spheres of advanced technology that could observe without being detected, or so the Concordat believed. On Earth, deep in a bunker beneath the Rocky Mountains, alarms began to sound. Specialist Jennifer Wu was monitoring her console when the proximity warnings lit up her screen. She was 26 years old, had graduated, top of her class from the Unified Defense Academy, and had been hoping for a quiet night shift. Instead, she was watching alien spy drones enter Earth's space. "Commander, we have multiple unidentified objects separating from the Concordat vessel," she reported, keeping her voice level despite the excitement flooding through her. "Count is 7. They're heading toward Mars, Luna, Europa, and Titan." Commander Peterson moved to stand behind her chair. He was an older man with weathered features and calm eyes that had seen too many crises to panic at one more. "Let them look," he said quietly. "They're seeing exactly what we want them to see." On Mars, the observation drone swept over Olympus Mons colony. The settlement sprawled across the base of the massive volcano, home to 30,000 people. The drone's scanners picked up habitation, domes, agricultural facilities, and what appeared to be mining operations. It detected no weapons, no military installations, no hidden defenses. The drone did not recognize that the agricultural facility had walls thick enough to stop armor-piercing rounds. It did not realize that the mining equipment could be repurposed as mass drivers capable of launching projectiles at orbital targets. It missed the fact that every dome had independent life support specifically designed to survive combat conditions. Humans had learned many lessons from their violent history. One of the most important was this: civilian and military infrastructure should be indistinguishable until the moment you need to fight. The drone moved to Luna, Earth's moon. It scanned the research base built into the crater Copernicus. The base appeared to be studying astronomy and geology, with large telescope arrays and seismic monitoring stations. The drone's sensors showed no military presence. Those sensors failed to penetrate the lunar regolith that humans had specifically processed to block advanced scanning technology. They did not detect the railguns hidden beneath false rock formations. They missed the missile silos disguised as ventilation shafts. They had no idea that the telescope arrays could track and target spacecraft with lethal precision. At Europa, the drone found a small scientific outpost on the ice-covered moon of Jupiter. Fewer than 1,000 researchers lived there, studying the ocean beneath the ice. The structures were minimal, clearly focused on research rather than military application. The drone did not realize that those research vessels exploring the sub-ice ocean used the same propulsion and stealth technology as Earth's submarine fleet. It did not understand that the ice mining equipment could core through a starship hull in seconds. It saw scientists and missed the soldiers trained to look like scientists. Titan presented a similar picture. Mining operations, atmospheric research, hydrocarbon processing, all perfectly legitimate civilian activities. All completely harmless, all completely deceptive. The drones returned to the Concordate vessel, their databanks full of information that told Velthor exactly what he expected to see. A species unprepared for the dangers of the galaxy, vulnerable to pressure, ripe for exploitation. They have no significant military infrastructure, Tarkin reported, reviewing the drone data. Their colonies are civilian operations with minimal defensive capability. Their orbital space is largely undefended. They have achieved faster-than-light travel, but they have not militarized it. Velthor felt satisfaction settle through him. This would be one of the easier integrations. The humans would see reason once they understood their vulnerability. Most species did. Prepare annexation protocols, he ordered. Standard package. When they decline our offer, and their leader's tone suggests they will, we will need to demonstrate the risks of refusing concordate protection. Kiranel's four hands moved across her console. I will contact the Raider fleet. They can be here within 3 standard cycles. Make it so, Velthor said. A few attacks from unknown hostiles will help the humans understand the value of our protection. It was a script the Concordate had followed dozens of times. It never failed. While the aliens planned Earth's subjugation, Dr. Yuki Tanaka was having the most exciting day of her career. The intelligence division had successfully infiltrated the Concordate communication network, and the data flowing in was remarkable. They think we're defenseless, she told General Marcus Steele over a secure channel. She was in her office at intelligence headquarters in Tokyo, surrounded by screens displaying alien transmissions. They scanned everything and saw nothing that worried them. Marcus allowed himself a small smile. He was at Unified Defense Command headquarters, watching similar data streams. Good. That means the stealth systems work even better than we hoped. What about their fleet composition? Yuki pulled up a detailed analysis. Their main vessel is impressive but vulnerable. Large, slow, designed to intimidate rather than fight. It has weapons, but the placement suggests they've never needed to use them in actual combat. The shield generators are external. Beautiful engineering, but tactically stupid. Take out the generators, and the shields collapse. What about their combat doctrine? That's the interesting part, Yuki said, leaning forward. Her eyes gleamed with the excitement of discovery. They don't have one. Not really. I've analyzed 300 years of Concordate records. They've never fought an equal opponent. Every conflict has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. They show up, look impressive, and the other side surrenders. The few times they've faced resistance, they used mercenary raiders to harass their targets until they capitulated. Marcus absorbed this information. So they're bullies who've never been punched in the face. Exactly. And it gets better. I found their target list. After the humans, they plan to move on to the Centauri system, then Tau Ceti, then Epsilon Eridani. They're working their way through every species that develops FTL. It's systematic exploitation dressed up as benevolence. How many species are under their protection? 47, like they said. But here's what they didn't say. Those species provide resources, labor, and tribute that keeps the Concordat economy running. It's an empire without calling itself an empire. Smart, in a cynical way. Marcus leaned back in his chair, thinking, what about other powers in the galaxy? Are we surrounded by empires like the Concordat? Yuki shook her head. No, and that's the most interesting discovery. The galaxy is mostly peaceful. Real threats are rare. The Concordat has been lying to their protectorates for 3,000 years, telling them the galaxy is dangerous when it's actually relatively safe. They created the protection racket by inventing threats that don't exist. So when they tell species they need protection, they're solving a problem they invented. It's brilliant and evil. Marcus stood pacing his office. Decades of military experience had taught him to see patterns in chaos. A picture was forming in his mind, and he did not like it. They're going to push us, he said quietly. They'll expect us to fold when they pressure us. When we don't, they'll escalate. They'll use those mercenary raiders to attack civilian targets, make us scared, force us to accept their protection. Can we stop them? Marcus smiled, and there was something predatory in the expression. Dr. Tanaka, we've been preparing for hostile first contact since we first left Earth's orbit. We've studied every war, every conflict, every tactical innovation in human history. We've built weapon systems these aliens can't imagine because they've never needed to imagine them. Can we stop them? The question is whether we'll need to stop them or just scare them badly enough that they run. While Earth's military analyzed the Concordat's weaknesses, President Sarah Chen was having her own revelations. She sat in her private office, reading through historical files that the intelligence division had compiled. They made for disturbing reading. Every species that had accepted Concordat protection showed the same pattern. Initial enthusiasm followed by slowly increasing demands. Resource quotas that grew every year. Technology sharing that only flowed one direction. Populations that became dependent on Concordat trade and unable to sustain themselves independently. The protected species were prisoners who did not realize they were in jail. Sarah had not become president by being naive. She understood power and how it was wielded. The Concordat was offering a deal that sounded generous but was actually a trap. Accept protection today, lose your freedom tomorrow. The question was how to refuse without triggering a war Earth might not win. The preliminary analysis from Marcus suggested they could defeat the Concordat fleet in Earth's system. But what about the larger Concordat military? What about their allies and vassals? What about the 47 species who might side with their protectors? Her secure phone rang. It was Marcus. Madam President, I'm sending you a full tactical analysis. Short version, we can take them. The Concordat has size and technology advantages, but we have something better. What's that? We know how to fight. They don't. They've been winning through intimidation for so long that they've forgotten how to actually wage war. We've never forgotten because we've never been able to afford to forget. Sarah felt something settle in her chest. Not confidence exactly, but resolution. Earth had a chance. That was enough. Send me everything, she said. I give our answer to the Concordat in 18 hours. I want to know every option we have. She hung up and turned to look out her window. Geneva spread out below, beautiful and peaceful in the afternoon light. People walked the streets unaware that their world hung in the balance. Children played in parks. Couples held hands by the lake. Life continued in blissful ignorance of the threat overhead. Sarah had sworn an oath to protect these people. She would not fail them. Aboard the Concordat vessel, Velthor received a message from his superiors. They had reviewed his reports and approved his recommendations. When the humans declined protection as expected, the raider fleet would be deployed. A few months of harassment would bring Earth into compliance. It always worked. Velthor prepared for the next day's meeting with something approaching boredom. He had done this 47 times before. The script never changed. Humans would be number 48. He had no idea that humanity was about to teach the Concordat a lesson 3,000 years in the making. The Predator was about to discover it had cornered something far more dangerous than itself. The United Earth Assembly Hall was packed with even more people than 2 days before. Representatives from every nation sat in their designated seats, but now they were joined by military officers, scientists, and historians. The air hummed with tension. Everyone knew this meeting would change everything. President Sarah Chen stood at the central podium, wearing a simple dark suit. She had considered wearing something more formal, but decided against it. This was not a day for ceremony. This was a day for truth. Ambassador Velthor and his delegation entered exactly on time. The aliens moved with the same graceful confidence they had shown before, clearly expecting this to be a formality before Earth's inevitable acceptance. Velthor's golden eyes swept across the assembled humans, and Sarah could almost see him counting his victory. "Madam President," Velthor said, his voice carrying that same melodious quality. "Have you reached a decision regarding the Concordate's generous offer?" Sarah smiled. It was a polite smile, diplomatic and proper. It was also completely genuine, which would have worried Velthor if he had understood human expressions better. "We have, Ambassador. Thank you for your patience while we considered your proposal." She paused, letting the moment stretch. "Earth respectfully declines the Concordate's offer of protection." The silence that followed was absolute. Velthor stood frozen, his expression suggesting he had misheard. Around him, the other delegates shifted uncomfortably. "I apologize," Velthor said carefully. "Perhaps the translation was unclear. You decline our protection?" "That's correct," Sarah confirmed. "We appreciate the offer, but Earth is quite capable of managing our own affairs. We prefer to maintain our independence." Velthor's golden eyes narrowed. The diplomatic mask began to slip. "Madam President, I do not think you understand the situation. The galaxy is dangerous. Without Concordate protection, you will be vulnerable to countless threats. Your species has only just achieved faster than light travel. You are children taking your first steps into a universe you do not understand." "We understand more than you think," Sarah replied calmly. "Do you?" Velthor's voice hardened. "Let me be clear, since subtlety seems wasted. Species who refuse Concordate protection find themselves facing difficult circumstances. Raiders attack their vessels. Pirates raid their colonies. Mysterious accidents occur. It would be tragic if Earth suffered similar misfortunes." Around the assembly hall, Sarah could feel the mood shifting. The threat was no longer veiled. It hung in the air like smoke. "Ambassador," Sarah said quietly, "are you threatening us?" Velthor drew himself up to his full height, towering over the human president. "I am explaining reality. The Concordate maintains order in this region of space. Those who cooperate with us prosper, those who do not." He let the sentence hang. Sarah nodded slowly, as if considering his words. "I see. So when you offered us protection, what you actually meant was, pay us tribute or we'll hurt you. Is that a fair translation?" Velthor's face darkened. "You are being deliberately obtuse. This is your final opportunity to make the intelligent choice. Accept our protection, or accept the consequences of refusing it." Sarah looked at him for a long moment. Then she did something that shocked every alien in the room. She laughed. It was not a nervous laugh or a mocking laugh. It was genuine amusement, the kind of laughter that comes from hearing something absurd. Around the assembly hall, other humans began to laugh too. Quiet chuckles at first, then louder. Within seconds, the entire room was filled with the sound of human laughter. Velthor stared, completely confused. This was not in the script. Species were supposed to be frightened when threatened. They were supposed to see reason and accept protection. They were not supposed to laugh. "I fail to see what is amusing," he said coldly. Sarah's laughter faded, but her smile remained. "Ambassador, you came to our world, scanned our defenses, and concluded we were helpless. You offered us protection we don't need from threats that don't exist. And now you're threatening us, expecting us to be scared. The amusing part is that you have no idea who you're threatening." "We know exactly who you are," Velthor snapped. "A primitive species with delusions of competence. Your scans show minimal defenses. Your colonies are unprotected. Your orbital space is vulnerable. You achieved faster than light travel, but you never learned to defend yourselves." "Is that what your scans showed?" Sarah asked. She touched a control on the podium, and the lights in the assembly hall dimmed. Above them, holographic displays activated, showing Earth's solar system. Let me show you what your scans missed. The display changed. Red dots began appearing throughout the solar system. First dozens, then hundreds, then thousands. They surrounded Earth like a cloud of angry insects. They clustered around Luna and Mars. They hid among the asteroid belt. They orbited Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Velthor stared at the display, his golden eyes wide. What is this? These are Earth's actual defenses, Sarah explained calmly. Every red dot represents a weapons platform, military installation, or combat-ready vessel. We built them over the last century, ever since we developed reliable spaceflight. We hid them inside civilian structures, disguised them as research stations, camouflaged them in asteroids. We learned something important from our history, Ambassador. The best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have. General Marcus Steele stood from his seat in the assembly. He was in full dress uniform, medals gleaming on his chest, each one representing a conflict or achievement. He moved to stand beside Sarah. Ambassador Velthor, Marcus said, his voice carrying the weight of authority. You made a critical mistake. You looked at Earth and saw no weapons platforms because you don't recognize our weapons platforms. You saw peaceful colonies because we built them to look peaceful. You concluded we were unprepared because we wanted you to think that. On the holographic display, one of the red dots near Luna expanded. It showed the interior of what the Concordat had identified as an astronomical research station. Cameras revealed rows of railguns, missile batteries, and power cores that could light up a small city. This is Copernicus Station, Marcus continued. Your drones scanned it and found telescopes. They missed the fact that those telescopes can track spacecraft with lethal precision. They didn't realize the entire station is a fortress built into the lunar surface. Another dot expanded, showing a mining facility on an asteroid, except it was not just a mining facility. The mining lasers could cut through starship armor. The ore processors could manufacture ammunition. The cargo vessels were actually troop transports. This is Ceres Mining Complex, Marcus said. Perfectly legitimate resource extraction. Also perfectly capable of defending itself against attack. Velthor found his voice. You hid your military infrastructure inside civilian facilities. That violates the Concordat protocols for civilized warfare. Marcus smiled, and it was not a friendly smile. Ambassador, we never agreed to your protocols. And here's something you should understand about humans. We've been fighting wars since before we invented writing. We've studied warfare as an art form for thousands of years. We've perfected tactics and strategies that you've never needed to develop because you've never faced real opposition. Sarah touched another control. The holographic display changed again, showing the space around the Concordat vessel. More red dots appeared, these ones surrounding the alien ship like a noose tightening around a neck. Your ship is currently surrounded by 17 stealth vessels, Sarah said quietly. They've been shadowing you since you arrived. You never detected them because our stealth technology is more advanced than your scanning technology. Each of those vessels carries enough firepower to cripple your ship. Velthor stepped back, his composure cracking. This is... You cannot what? Sarah asked. Cannot defend ourselves? Cannot refuse your extortion? Cannot object to being threatened in our own system? She stepped down from the podium and walked toward the alien ambassador. Despite being half his height, she somehow seemed larger, more commanding. Let me make something very clear, Ambassador. Earth does not need your protection. We do not want your protection, and we will not accept your threats. You came here expecting us to be frightened children. Instead, you found something you've never encountered before, a species that prepared for the worst while hoping for the best. You are making a terrible mistake, Velthor said, but his voice lacked its earlier confidence. The Concordat has resources you cannot imagine, fleets that could darken your skies, allies who would support our enforcement of order. Really? Dr. Yuki Tanaka stood, moving to join Sarah and Marcus. She held a data pad. Because according to our intelligence analysis, the Concordat has never fought a peer military engagement. Every one of your conflicts has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. You win through intimidation, not combat. You use mercenary raiders to harass targets until they accept your protection. It's a sophisticated protection racket, Ambassador, but it's still just a racket. Velthor's face went through several shades of purple. Your accusations are baseless, are they? Yuki activated her data pad and the holographic display changed again. It showed communications intercepts, financial records, deployment orders for raider fleets. We've been inside your communication network for 2 days. We know about the raiders you plan to send to attack our colonies. We know about the artificial threats you've used to scare other species into compliance. We know the truth about the Concordat, Ambassador. You're not protectors, you're predators. Velthor looked around the assembly hall, seeing the hostile expressions on hundreds of human faces. His delegation clustered behind him, clearly frightened. This had gone completely off script. You will regret this, he said, trying to recover some dignity. The Concordat does not tolerate rogue civilizations. We will return with force sufficient to ensure your compliance. Will you? Marcus asked. He pulled up another display, this one showing a detailed analysis of the Concordat vessel's weaknesses. Your shield generators are external. Your power distribution system has 17 critical points of failure. Your weapon systems have a 20-second delay between target acquisition and firing. Your ship is designed to look impressive, not to fight. We could disable it in under 3 minutes if we wanted to. But we don't want to, Sarah interjected. Because despite what you think of us, we actually prefer peace. So here's our counteroffer, Ambassador. Leave our system. Never return. Tell your Concordat that Earth is not interested in their protection racket. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, we will destroy those raiders. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, we will destroy those fleets. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire and we're not keeping that knowledge secret. She paused, letting her words sink in. Or if you prefer, we can resolve this matter right now. You can test whether our defenses are as capable as we claim. You can find out whether human military doctrine is superior to Concordat intimidation. You can discover what happens when a predator corners something more dangerous than itself. The assembly hall was silent. Every human watched the aliens, waiting to see how they would respond. The tension was thick enough to cut. Velthor looked at Sarah, at Marcus, at the holographic displays showing Earth's hidden arsenal. He looked at the faces of humanity's leaders and saw something that terrified him more than weapons or threats. He saw certainty. These beings were not bluffing. They were ready to fight and they believed they could win. This is not over, Velthor said, his voice barely controlled. The Concordat will hear of this insult. Please do tell them, Sarah said pleasantly. And when you do, make sure you mention one more thing. What? We choose peace. We prefer peace. We will pursue peace whenever possible. But we are very, very good at the alternative. We've had 10,000 years to practice. Velthor turned and strode toward the exit, his delegation hurrying to keep up. At the doorway, he paused and looked back. You ask if we know who we are threatening, he said. Do you know what you are defying? Sarah smiled. The difference is, Ambassador, we actually do. The aliens left. Their shuttle departed within the hour. The great Concordat vessel pulled away from Earth's orbit and, surrounded by human stealth ships that never let it out of their sight, retreated toward the edge of the solar system. Throughout Earth, billions of people watched the alien ship leave. Some cheered. Others worried about what would come next. But all of them felt something new. Pride that humanity had stood its ground, and confidence that they had made the right choice. In the assembly hall, Sarah turned to Marcus and Yuki. Well, she said quietly, that could have gone worse. Marcus laughed. Madam President, I've been in combat for 30 years. That was the most satisfying confrontation of my life. Do you think they'll come back? Yuki asked. Oh, they'll come back, Marcus said. The question is whether they come back to talk or to fight. Either way, we'll be ready. Sarah nodded. She looked at the holographic display, still showing Earth's defenses. Thousands of red dots, each representing years of planning and preparation. Humanity's shield against the darkness. We stood up to a galactic empire today, she said. Let's make sure we're ready to back up that stand. The Concordat vessel limped toward the edge of Earth's solar system, surrounded by human stealth ships that followed its every move. Aboard the bridge, Ambassador Velthor sat in his command chair, his golden eyes fixed on the view screen showing the blue planet growing smaller behind them. Status report, he ordered, his voice tight with barely controlled anger. Tarkin, the science officer, worked at his console with nervous clicks of his mandibles. We are being tracked by at least 30 human vessels, possibly more. Their stealth technology is far more advanced than our intelligence suggested. I cannot get accurate readings. Can we outrun them? No, Ambassador. They match our every course correction. If we attempt to engage our faster-than-light drive while still in the system, they will interpret it as an aggressive move. Velthor's hands clenched on the armrests of his chair. He had been outmaneuvered completely. The humans had turned what should have been a simple integration into a humiliating defeat. Worse, they had done it without firing a single shot. "Send a priority message to Concordat High Command," he ordered. "Mark it urgent. Tell them we need a full military response." Kiranel, the tactical officer, turned from her station. All four of her arms were tense. "Ambassador, with respect, perhaps we should recommend negotiation rather than escalation. The humans demonstrated capabilities we did not anticipate. A military engagement might not go as planned." Velthor rounded on her. "Are you suggesting we accept this insult? That we allow a primitive species to defy 3,000 years of Concordat authority? No. We will return with sufficient force to ensure these humans understand their place in the galactic order." He turned back to the view screen, watching Earth disappear into the distance. "They think they are strong. They think their hidden weapons make them our equals. They will learn otherwise." What Velthor did not know was that every word spoken on his bridge was being transmitted back to Earth. The humans had not just hacked the Concordat communication network. They had planted monitoring devices throughout the alien vessel during the initial meeting. Small, almost invisible transmitters that looked like dust particles but broadcast everything to waiting receivers. In Tokyo, Dr. Yuki Tanaka listened to Velthor's rant and smiled. She turned to her team of intelligence analysts. "He's going to escalate," she said, "which means we need to implement Phase 2. "Are we really doing this?" asked one of the younger analysts, a man named James Chen. He looked nervous. "Broadcasting Concordat secrets to the entire galaxy?" "We are," Yuki confirmed. "The Concordat survives because their victims don't know they're victims. They believe the lies about galactic dangers. They think they need protection. Once they learn the truth, the whole system collapses." She pulled up a star map showing the 47 species under Concordat protection. Each one was marked with detailed information. When they joined, what resources they provided, what threats they were told to fear. "These species deserve to know the truth," Yuki said, "and humanity is going to give it to them." While Earth prepared its information campaign, the Concordat was preparing for war. High Command received Velthor's report with shock and anger. For the first time in 3,000 years, a species had rejected their offer and survived the initial confrontation. The Concordat leadership met an emergency session on their capital world, Kelvan Prime. 7 high counselors, one from each founding species, gathered in a chamber that had witnessed countless decisions about the fate of lesser species. High Counselor Sharkin, eldest of the group, spoke first. His species lived for over 400 years, and he had seen the Concordat grow from a small alliance to a galactic power. "The humans must be taught a lesson. We cannot allow this defiance to stand. It will encourage others to resist." "Agreed," said High Counselor Telvash, "but we must approach this carefully. The humans demonstrated unexpected capabilities. A full military response might be costly." "Costly?" Sharkin's voice rose. "What cost is too high to maintain order? If we appear weak, if we allow the humans to defy us without consequence, our entire structure will collapse. The protected species will begin asking questions. They will begin demanding independence. Then we need overwhelming force," said another counselor. "Send a fleet large enough that resistance is impossible. Make an example of Earth. The other species will see and remember." The vote was unanimous. The Concordat would assemble a battle fleet, the largest in recent history, and return to Earth. The humans would surrender or be destroyed. It took 5 days to gather the fleet. 12 massive warships, each larger than the diplomatic vessel that had visited Earth. Escort ships, support vessels, and troop transports. In total, over 100 spacecraft preparing to enforce Concordat will on a defiant species. Velthor was given command of the fleet. It was both an honor and a test. If he succeeded, he would be celebrated. If he failed, he would be disgraced. He accepted the command with determination. The humans had embarrassed him. He would not allow it to happen again. The fleet departed for Earth system, confident in their superiority. They did not know that human long-range sensors had tracked every ship movement. They did not realize that Earth had been preparing for their arrival from the moment Velthor's vessel left. General Marcus Steele stood in Unified Defense Command. watching the plot of approaching Concordat forces. Around him, his staff worked with calm efficiency. This was the moment they had trained for, the scenario they had run 1,000 times in simulation. "ETA on the Concordat fleet?" he asked. 17 hours, replied his operations officer. "They're not trying to hide their approach. This is a show of force," Marcus nodded. "Good, let them feel confident." Confidence makes people careless. He turned to his communication officer. "Is Dr. Tanaka ready with the broadcast?" "Standing by, sir. She can transmit on your order. Hold for now. Let's see if we can resolve this without bloodshed." Marcus did not particularly expect a peaceful resolution, but he had to try. Humanity had fought enough wars against itself. He would prefer not to start one against aliens if it could be avoided. President Sarah Chen joined him in the command center. She had barely slept since the Concordat's departure, coordinating Earth's response with military, scientific, and diplomatic teams. "Options?" she asked Marcus. "We can destroy them," Marcus said bluntly. "The fleet they're bringing is impressive by their standards. By ours, it's a target-rich environment. Our stealth ships alone could cripple half their vessels before they realized they were under attack. But that starts a war we might not want. The Concordat has allies, vassals, and resources across dozens of systems. We can win the battle, maybe even win a war, but at what cost?" Sarah nodded. She had been thinking the same thing. What if we give them a different lesson? Not about human military power, but about human history. Marcus raised an eyebrow. "Explain." "Belthor said something during our meeting that stuck with me. He said we were children taking our first steps into the universe. What if we show him exactly what kind of children we are? What we've survived, what we've learned, what we've become? A history lesson in the middle of a military confrontation? Why not? Knowledge is a weapon too. Maybe the most powerful one we have." Marcus considered this. It was unconventional, but then again, everything about humanity's approach to first contact had been unconventional. "Let me talk to Dr. Tanaka. If anyone can make that work, she can." 4 hours later, the Concordat fleet arrived at the edge of Earth's solar system. They formed up in standard battle formation, ships arranged in a pattern designed to maximize firepower while maintaining defensive positions. It was intimidating, overwhelming, exactly what they intended. Belthor stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching Earth's blue sphere appear on the view screen. "Open a channel to the human leadership. It is time to end this foolishness." The channel opened and President Chen's face appeared on the screen. She looked calm, almost relaxed, which bothered Belthor more than he wanted to admit. "Ambassador," she said pleasantly, "welcome back. I see you brought friends. This is your final opportunity," Belthor said, dispensing with diplomatic niceties. "Surrender. Accept Concordat protection. Your resistance is pointless. As you can see, we have assembled sufficient force to ensure compliance." "I see a lot of ships," Sarah agreed. "But before we discuss surrender, I'd like to share something with you. A gift, if you will. Information that might change your perspective. We are not interested in human attempts at delay. This will only take a few minutes," Sarah interrupted. "And trust me, Ambassador, you want to see this." Before Belthor could object, data began flooding the Concordat communication network. Not just to his ship, but to every vessel in the fleet. And not just to the fleet, but to every Concordat-controlled system in the galaxy. Dr. Yuki Tanaka had created a comprehensive data package. It contained human history, from the earliest civilizations to the present day. But this was not a simple chronology. This was a military history, a tactical analysis, a strategic documentation of 10,000 years of human warfare. The aliens watched, first with confusion, then with growing horror. They saw images of ancient battles, thousands of warriors clashing with bronze weapons. They saw the tactics of Alexander the Great, conquering most of the known world with a relatively small army. They saw the strategic genius of Sun Tzu, written 2,000 years before humans left their planet. They saw the Roman legions, the Mongol hordes, the medieval sieges. They saw gunpowder weapons, trench warfare, mechanized combat. They saw atomic weapons capable of destroying entire cities in seconds. They saw the Cold War, where two human factions held each other hostage with enough nuclear weapons to render Earth uninhabitable, and somehow avoided using them. But more than the weapons and battles, they saw the theories, the strategies, the philosophies of warfare that humans had developed over millennia. They saw writings on the nature of conflict, on tactical innovation, on strategic planning. They saw how humans approached war not as a necessity, but as a problem to be solved. A challenge to be overcome through intelligence and creativity. The data package included analysis comparing human warfare to concordate operations. It was not a flattering comparison. Where the concordate relied on intimidation and overwhelming force against weaker opponents, humans had learned to fight equals and superiors. Where the concordate had standard tactics, humans had developed thousands of tactical variations. Where the concordate saw war as a tool for control, humans saw it as an art form that required constant study and improvement. Aboard the concordate flagship, Velthor watched the data with growing unease. Beside him, Tarkin's mandibles were clicking rapidly, a sign of severe stress. "This cannot be accurate," Velthor said. "No species fights among themselves for this long. It is irrational. It is wasteful. It is their history," Tarkin replied quietly, "and it explains everything. They built their defenses the way they did because they have been fighting defensive wars for thousands of years. They hid their weapons because they have been ambushing enemies for thousands of years. They prepared for worst-case scenarios because they have experienced worst-case scenarios for thousands of years." "They are barbaric," Velthor insisted, but his voice lacked conviction. The data package continued. It showed humanity's unification, achieved not through conquest but through recognition that their own weapons had become too dangerous. It showed the mutual defense doctrine, where Earth's nations agreed that an attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. It showed the Unified Defense Command, created specifically to prepare for extraterrestrial threats. And then it showed Earth's current military capability. Not everything. Humans knew better than to reveal all their secrets, but enough. Ship designs that prioritized survivability over appearance. Weapon systems that could engage targets from beyond the concordate sensor range. Stealth technology that made detection nearly impossible. Defensive networks that could coordinate thousands of independent units into a single overwhelming response. The message was clear. Earth had prepared for this confrontation for over a century. The concordate had stumbled into a fight they could not win. Velthor sat in his command chair, his mind racing. This changed everything. The humans were not primitives. They were something far more dangerous. Experienced warriors with advanced technology and a strategic doctrine built from thousands of years of harsh lessons. "Sir," Kiranel said quietly, "I recommend we withdraw and request reinforcements." "Reinforcements?" Velthor laughed bitterly. "Against what? A species that has been practicing war since before our civilization existed? This is not a military problem. This is," he struggled to find words, "this is a fundamental miscalculation." A new transmission came through. Sarah Chen's face reappeared on the view screen. "Ambassador," she said, "I hope you've had time to review our historical records. I wanted you to understand who you're threatening. We are not defenseless children. We are survivors of countless wars, students of warfare itself, and we have spent a century preparing for this exact situation." She leaned forward slightly. "But here's what I want you to understand. We learned something from all that warfare. We learned that violence should be the last resort, not the first option. We learned that strength means having the power to destroy your enemy and choosing not to. We learned that the greatest victory is the one you win without fighting." Velthor found his voice. "You are lecturing me about peace while surrounded by weapons?" "No," Sarah said. "I'm teaching you the difference between strength and cruelty. The concordate has power, but you use it to exploit the weak. Humanity has power, and we use it to protect ourselves and others. That's why we're offering you a choice right now." "What choice?" "Leave, take your fleet and go. Return to your concordate and tell them that Earth is not interested in their protection. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, those raiders will not return. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, those fleets will be destroyed. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire, and we are sharing that truth with every species you claim to protect." She paused, her expression hardening. "Or you can try to fight us. You can test whether your fleet can overcome our defenses. You can find out what happens when a species that has studied warfare for 10,000 years has to demonstrate what they've learned. But I'm giving you fair warning, Ambassador. We will win, and unlike you, we've actually had to fight for our survival. We know how to do this." Velthor looked at his tactical displays. He saw his fleet powerful and impressive. He also saw the red dots that had appeared around them. Human vessels that had been waiting hidden, ready to strike. He was surrounded, outmaneuvered, and facing an enemy he did not understand. You would really destroy us? He asked quietly. If you force us to, Sarah replied. But we would much prefer that you simply leave. Go home, Ambassador. Tell your Concordat that they made a mistake. Tell them that humanity is not afraid of them. And tell them that if they want peace with us, they need to approach as equals, not as masters. The channel closed. Velthor sat in silence, aware that every member of his crew was watching him, waiting for his decision. He had two choices: fight and likely die, taking thousands of Concordat personnel with him, or retreat and face disgrace but live to see tomorrow. It was not really a choice at all. Set course for home, he ordered quietly. Full retreat. The Concordat fleet turned and fled, harried by human ships that followed them to the edge of the system before breaking off. No shots were fired. No weapons were discharged. But the battle was over and everyone knew who had won. The news of the Concordat's retreat spread through the galaxy faster than anyone expected. Dr. Yuki Tanaka's data package had been sent not just to the Concordat fleet but to every species under their so-called protection. Within days, the truth about the Concordat's empire was common knowledge across 47 star systems. The reactions were dramatic and immediate. On Telos 4, a species that had been providing rare minerals to the Concordat for 300 years, the Planetary Council held an emergency meeting. They had believed they were paying for protection from hostile aliens. Now they learned those hostile aliens did not exist. The Concordat had been lying to them for centuries. We have been fools, said Council Leader Renval, an elderly being whose blue skin had faded with age. We sent our children to work in the mines, extracting minerals we needed for ourselves, and gave them to the Concordat for protection from imaginary threats. What do we do now? Asked another council member. We stop paying, Renval said simply, and we contact Earth. If the humans can stand against the Concordat, perhaps they can teach us to do the same. Similar conversations were happening across the galaxy. Species that had been submissive for generations began asking questions. Why did they need protection if the galaxy was not actually dangerous? Why should they share their resources with the Concordat? What gave the Concordat the right to govern their external affairs? The Concordat's empire began to crack. On Kelvin Prime, the Concordat capital, the High Council met in crisis session. They had received reports from dozens of systems. Protests, refusal to pay tribute, demands for independence. The carefully constructed system they had built over 3,000 years was collapsing. This is the humans' fault, High Counselor Sharken said angrily. They released classified information. They undermined our authority. We should consider this an act of war. Against whom? Asked High Counselor Telvash. The humans? We tried that and failed. The protected species. If we attack them, we prove the humans right about us being predators. We could offer the humans membership in the Concordat, suggested another counselor. Make them partners rather than enemies. Use their military strength to reinforce our position. They would never accept, Telvash said. Did you not watch the same briefings I did? The humans are not interested in empire. They want something we have never considered: genuine cooperation without domination. The debate continued for hours, then days. The Concordat leadership was discovering something painful. Once people learn they have been lied to, it is almost impossible to restore their trust. Meanwhile, on Earth, President Sarah Chen was dealing with an unexpected problem: success. Her office was flooded with communication requests from alien species. They all wanted the same things: information about the Concordat, advice on achieving independence, and in many cases, requests for Earth to provide the protection that the Concordat had falsely offered. We cannot become the new Concordat, Sarah told her cabinet during an emergency meeting. We cannot promise to protect every species in the galaxy. We do not have the resources, and more importantly, we do not have the right. But we cannot ignore them either, argued her foreign minister. These species are reaching out to us for help. If we turn them away, they might fall back under Concordat control or find themselves vulnerable to actual threats. General Marcus Steele had been quiet during most of the meeting, but now he spoke. What if we offer something different? Not protection, but partnership. We teach them what we know about defense. We help them build their own military capabilities. We create a network of mutual defense where everyone contributes. Sarah considered this a true alliance. Not a hierarchy where we sit at the top, but a collective where everyone has equal say. Exactly, Marcus said. We share our strategic knowledge. They share their technology and resources. Together, we create a galaxy where species cooperate because they want to, not because they are forced to. The idea took shape quickly. Earth proposed the Terran Accord, named not as a claim to leadership but as a recognition of where the idea originated. The principles were simple: mutual defense without dominance, technology sharing without exploitation, and collective security without submission. The first species to join was Telos IV. Council leader Renval traveled to Earth personally to sign the agreement. He was old, frail by his species' standards, but his eyes were bright with hope. For 300 years we lived in fear, he told Sarah during the signing ceremony, fear of threats that did not exist. The Concordat took our resources and our dignity. Today we reclaim both, other species followed. Within 6 months, 12 former Concordat protectorates had joined the Terran Accord. Within a year, 23. The Concordat's empire was not just cracking, it was crumbling. But not all of the Concordat species accepted the change gracefully. The 7 founding species split into factions. 3 approached Earth seeking partnership, recognizing that their old system was unsustainable. 2 attempted to maintain their empire through military force, attacking species that refused to pay tribute. 2 isolated themselves, unwilling to accept the new reality but lacking the power to fight it. The 2 factions that chose violence learned a harsh lesson. The species they attacked had received training from Earth's military advisors. Defensive networks that had once been non-existent now coordinated responses. Weapons that had been primitive were now modern and effective. The Concordat ships that arrived expecting easy victories instead faced prepared defenses and suffered devastating defeats. After the 3rd failed attack, the aggressive factions retreated and reconsidered their approach. Violence was no longer profitable. The Terran Accord grew rapidly. Earth established the Terran Defense Academy on Luna, where officers from dozens of species learned human military doctrine. The classes were taught by veterans of Earth's own conflicts, people who understood warfare from hard experience. General Marcus Steele oversaw the academy personally. He walked through the training facilities, watching alien cadets learning tactics that humans had refined over millennia. It was strange and wonderful to see beings from across the galaxy studying the battles of Napoleon, the strategies of Sun Tzu, the defensive doctrines of modern Earth. One day, he stopped to watch a tactical simulation. A mixed team of humans and aliens were working together to defend a colony from a simulated attack. They were struggling, making mistakes, but they were learning. "It is harder than it looks," said a voice beside him. Marcus turned to see Ambassador Velthor standing there, watching the same simulation. Marcus tensed. The last time they had met, Velthor had been commanding a fleet sent to conquer Earth. Now the former ambassador stood in a training facility, wearing civilian clothes and looking smaller somehow, less imposing. "Ambassador," Marcus said carefully, "I did not know you were on Luna." "I requested asylum 6 months ago," Velthor replied. "President Chen granted it. I am not an ambassador anymore, just Velthor, a being trying to understand where everything went wrong." They watched the simulation in silence for a moment. The cadet team was starting to coordinate better, using the defensive positions Marcus had taught them about. "I was taught that power meant control," Velthor said quietly. The Concordat's entire philosophy was built on the idea that stronger species should guide weaker ones. It seemed logical, natural. But watching these cadets, seeing species from across the galaxy learning to defend themselves, I realized what we never understood. What's that? True strength is not controlling others. It is helping them become strong enough that they do not need control. Marcus nodded slowly. That took humans about 6,000 years to figure out. "You are learning faster than we did." Velthor managed a small smile, perhaps because we had better teachers. The Academy graduated its first class 2 years after the Concordat's defeat. President Sarah Chen attended the ceremony, along with leaders from 23 Terran Accord species. The graduates stood in formation, representing a dozen different species, united by common training and shared purpose. Sarah addressed them from a podium overlooking the parade ground. Behind her, Earth rose above Luna's horizon, blue and green and beautiful. 2 years ago, the galaxy was a different place, she began. Species lived in fear, controlled by those claiming to protect them. Today, you represent something new, A galaxy where strength serves peace rather than conquest, where knowledge is shared rather than hoarded, where species stand together because they choose to, not because they are forced to. She paused, looking at the assembled graduates. You came here to learn how to fight. I hope you learned that lesson well. But I hope you also learned something more important. Why we fight. We fight so others do not have to. We prepare for war so we can maintain peace. We become strong not to dominate the weak, but to protect them, including protecting them from becoming victims of their own fear. The graduates listened intently. These were beings from worlds humans had never heard of until recently. Species with strange names and stranger appearances. But they all understood what Sarah was saying. They had all been taught by instructors who had lived through wars and learned their lessons the hard way. The greatest victory, Sarah continued, is not defeating an enemy. It is never having to fight because your enemy respects both your capability and your restraint. You carry that lesson with you as you return to your homeworlds. Teach it to others. Build defenses that make invasion unthinkable, but never forget that weapons are tools, not solutions. The goal is not to win wars. The goal is to prevent them. The ceremony concluded with a flyover by ships from 12 different species, flying in formation above the lunar surface. It was a sight that would have been impossible 2 years earlier. Now it was the new normal. After the ceremony, Sarah met privately with Velthor. The former ambassador had been attending classes at the academy, studying human history and military theory. He'd become an advocate for concordat reform, writing essays and giving speeches about the mistakes his people had made. Your speech was powerful, he told Sarah. Do you believe what you said? That the goal is to prevent wars rather than win them? I do, Sarah said. But I also believe in preparing to win if prevention fails. Humanity learned that balance through painful experience. The Concordat never learned it at all, Velthor said. We became comfortable. We forgot that power without wisdom is just tyranny, and tyranny never lasts forever. What will you do now? Sarah asked. Continue teaching, Velthor said. I have been invited to speak on Kelvin Prime, to the new government that formed after the old High Council collapsed. They want to rebuild the Concordat as something better, something more like the Terran Accord. I will help them if I can, Sarah smiled. That is good. The galaxy needs more voices advocating for cooperation. 5 years after the Concordat's defeat, the galaxy had transformed. The Terran Accord included 41 species, nearly all of the former Concordat protectorates plus several species who had been truly independent. Trade flourished. Technology was shared freely. Species that had never met now worked together on scientific projects, cultural exchanges, and mutual defense. The Concordat itself had reformed. The 3 species who had approached Earth for partnership led the effort to create something new, a true federation where members had equal votes and no single species dominated. They called it the Reformed Concordat, and they applied to join the Terran Accord as a full member. President Chen, now in her second term, presided over the ceremony where the Reformed Concordat joined the Accord. It was held on a neutral world, a beautiful planet called Haven that had volunteered to host the event. Representatives from 64 species attended. They filled an enormous amphitheater carved into a mountainside, with translation devices ensuring everyone could understand everyone else. It was chaotic and beautiful and completely unprecedented. 5 years ago, Sarah told the assembled representatives, Earth faced a choice. Accept domination or fight for independence. We chose independence, but we also chose to share what we learned. Today we see the results of that choice. A galaxy united not by force, but by mutual respect. She looked around at the incredible diversity of beings present. We have built something remarkable, a community where strength serves peace, where knowledge flows freely, where species cooperate because they recognize that together, we are stronger than we could ever be alone. The Terran Accord is not an empire. It is not a hierarchy. It is a promise that we will defend each other, learn from each other, and grow together. The amphitheater erupted in applause, though the sound varied wildly depending on which species was clapping. Some whistled, some clicked, some made sounds that had no human equivalent. But the meaning was universal: agreement, celebration, hope. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, now Earth's ambassador to the Terran Accord, stood beside Sarah after the ceremony. They watched the representatives from different species mingling, forming friendships, planning collaborations. "Do you remember when we first detected the Concordate vessel?" Yuki asked. "I was terrified. I thought we were about to meet our doom." "Instead, we met our future," Sarah said. "A future where humanity is not alone, where we have friends and partners across the stars. Do you think it will last?" Yuki asked. "Peace is fragile." "It is," Sarah agreed. "But we have built something stronger than peace. We have built mutual interest, shared purpose, and genuine respect. That is much harder to break than a simple treaty." On Earth, life continued much as it had before first contact. People went to work, raised families, pursued their dreams. But everything was different too. Children grew up knowing that humanity was part of a galactic community. Schools taught not just Earth history, but the histories of dozens of worlds. Young people looked at the stars and saw not empty void but neighbors, friends, potential. General Marcus Steele retired from active duty, but continued teaching at the Terran Defense Academy. He was old now, his hair completely gray, but his mind was as sharp as ever. He taught strategy to students who came from worlds he could barely pronounce. One of his favorite students was a young woman from Telos 4 named Kelvara. She was brilliant, innovative, and constantly challenging his assumptions. She reminded him of himself at her age. "General," she asked one day after class, "why did humanity prepare for hostile first contact? You could have assumed aliens would be friendly." Marcus smiled. "We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. That is the human way. We believe the best about people but prepare for the worst about circumstances." "Is that wisdom or paranoia?" "Both," Marcus admitted. "And sometimes the line between them is very thin. But I will tell you what my own teacher told me. Hope is not a strategy. You can hope for peace while preparing for war. The preparation does not prevent the peace. It ensures you will survive if peace fails." Kelvara nodded thoughtfully. "I will remember that." "Good," Marcus said. "Because you are going to teach the next generation. That is how knowledge survives. We pass it down, student to teacher to student again, each generation learning from the mistakes of the last." 10 years after first contact, President Sarah Chen stood in her office in Geneva, looking out at the city. She was older now, her hair showing gray, her face lined with the weight of a decade of decisions. She had decided not to run for a third term. It was time for someone younger to lead. Her successor would inherit a galaxy very different from the one she had known. A galaxy where humanity was respected, where the Terran Accord kept peace not through domination but through mutual defense, where species worked together because they recognized the value of cooperation. Sarah thought back to that day when Ambassador Velthor had first arrived, offering protection Earth did not need from threats that did not exist. She thought about the moment when she had decided to laugh rather than capitulate, to stand firm rather than surrender. That decision had changed everything. A message came through on her secure terminal. It was from the Terran Defense Academy, another graduating class, the largest yet, representing 28 species. They wanted her to give the commencement address. Sarah smiled and accepted the invitation. She would tell them what she told every graduating class, that strength without wisdom is tyranny, that power without restraint is cruelty, and that the greatest victory is the one won without fighting. She would tell them about humanity's long, bloody history of warfare, and how that history had taught them to value peace. She would explain that preparing for war was not the same as wanting war, that deterrence was preferable to combat, that the best weapon was the one you never needed to use. Most importantly, she would remind them that they were not learning to be conquerors or enforcers. They were learning to be protectors of a new galactic order, one built on cooperation rather than domination, partnership rather than submission, freedom rather than control. The galaxy had changed. The Concordate's empire of fear had been replaced by the Terran Accord's alliance of choice. Species that had lived as subjects were now equals. Beings that had been told they were weak had learned they were strong. And at the center of it all was humanity, the species that had chuckled when offered protection and then taught the galaxy a better way. Sarah looked up at the stars, visible even in the afternoon sky through her office window. Somewhere out there on dozens of worlds, beings were living lives of freedom because Earth had stood firm. Students were learning to defend themselves. Species were cooperating as equals. It was not perfect. There were still conflicts, misunderstandings, challenges. But it was better. So much better than the alternative. "Madam President?" Her assistant knocked on the door. "Your car is ready." Sarah nodded. She had a meeting with the Terran Accord Security Council. Discussions about expanding the mutual defense network to include species from previously unexplored regions. The work never ended. Peace required constant attention, constant effort, but that was fine. Humanity had learned long ago that anything worth having required work. Freedom, peace, security. These were not gifts. They were achievements, hard-won and carefully maintained. Sarah took one last look at the stars, then turned and walked out of her office. There was work to do, a galaxy to help shape, a future to build, and for the first time in their history, humanity was not building that future alone. Energy weapons that can crack moons, missiles that can chase targets through hyperspace, biological weapons that can rewrite DNA. You threw everything at them, and it failed, Kreenoth said bitterly. Because you were trying to beat them at their own game, Chen replied. You were using advanced technology against advanced technology. You were playing by their rules. A Matharian delegate, a being that looked like a floating jellyfish, spoke through bubbles that the translator converted to words. What other rules exist? Technology is technology. Science is science. The Krell have mastered it better than anyone. Chen smiled, and it was not a happy expression. Respectfully, that's where you're wrong. You've all been part of the galactic community for so long that you forgot something important. There is always another way. He pulled up another image. This one showed Earth's history. Images of humans throughout the ages. Humans with stone tools. Humans with wooden ships. Humans splitting atoms. Humans walking on their moon. Humanity has only been in space for 200 years, Chen said. We only discovered faster than light travel 30 years ago. By your standards, we are children playing with toys we barely understand. But we have something that 3 centuries of losing has made you forget. And what is that? Lixtar asked. We are too stupid to know when we are beaten. The chamber erupted again, but this time there was confusion mixed with the anger. Chen raised his hand. I do not mean that as an insult to my own species. I mean it as a simple fact. Humans have a very bad habit of refusing to accept reality. When someone tells us something is impossible, we hear it as a challenge. When someone tells us we cannot win, we look for a way to cheat. When the rules say we will lose, we break the rules. The Krell cannot be beaten by breaking rules, Kreenoth said. They can only be beaten by superior technology, and we do not have it. You do not have it, Chen agreed. But maybe we are not looking for the right kind of technology. He pulled up a final image. It showed Earth's moon, and on its dark side, 10 massive construction sites glowed with activity. Thousands of ships moved around them like insects around a hive. For the past 18 months since we learned about the Krell threat, humanity has been working on something. 10 projects, each one based on a different principle. Some use physics that you consider settled science. Some use theories that your scientists abandoned as useless centuries ago. And some use ideas that are so stupid, so primitive that no advanced civilization would ever consider them. What kind of weapons are you building? Lixtar leaned forward with interest. That information is classified, Chen said. But I can tell you this. We are not trying to beat the Krell at their own game. We are changing the game entirely. A Centaurian delegate, a being with 4 eyes and crystalline skin, stood up. Ambassador Chen, I understand that your species is young and optimistic, but optimism will not stop Krell warships. Even if you build unusual weapons, their shields will adapt. They always adapt. Maybe, Chen said. Or maybe their shields can only adapt to things they understand. Maybe if we hit them with something completely outside their experience, something that does not follow the rules they expect, we can hurt them. And if you fail? Kreenoth asked quietly. If your weapons do not work, the Krell will destroy Earth just like they destroyed Valoria. Your species will end. Then we will end standing up, Chen said firmly. We will end fighting. We will end trying everything we can think of, no matter how crazy it seems, because that is what humans do. We do not surrender. We do not give up. And we definitely do not go quietly. He looked around the chamber, meeting as many eyes as he could. I'm not asking you to fight with us. I am not asking you to risk your people for a plan that might fail. All I am asking is that you give us time. Give us a chance to try. If we succeed, maybe we can turn this war around. If we fail, you can surrender then. And at least you will know that every possibility was explored. Lixtar was quiet for a long moment. His mandibles clicked together as he thought. Finally he spoke. The Krell Armada is currently conquering the outer reaches. Intelligence suggests they will turn toward human space within 2 years. Can your projects be ready by then? They will have to be, Chen said. Then we will wait, Lixtar decided. We will not surrender yet. But Ambassador Chen, understand this. If your weapons fail, if the Krell destroy Earth, the rest of the galaxy will accept their terms. We cannot let more worlds burn for false hope. Understood, Chen said. And thank you. As the session ended and the delegates began to leave, Kreenoth approached Chen. The Valorian looked older than he had at the start of the meeting, as if remembering his world's death had aged him. I hope you are right, Kreenoth said quietly. I hope your weapons work, because if they do not, your people will learn what mine learned. They will learn that some enemies cannot be beaten no matter how brave you are. Chen put a hand on the alien's shoulder. Maybe. But if we are going to die anyway, I would rather die trying something new than die accepting someone else's decision that we are too weak to fight. Kreenoth nodded slowly and walked away. Chen stood alone in the empty chamber for a moment, looking at the hologram of the construction sites on Earth's moon. 10 projects, 10 desperate attempts to break an unbreakable enemy. He touched his communicator. Chen to Earth Command. The Council has given us our time. How are the projects progressing? The reply came back immediately. All 10 are on schedule, Ambassador. The scientists say 3 of them might actually work. The rest are what they call scientifically questionable. Good, Chen said with a slight smile. The Krell have seen scientifically sound. Let us show them scientifically questionable. Chen out. He left the conference hall and boarded his shuttle back to Earth. Behind him, the rest of the galaxy watched and waited, some with hope, some with pity. All of them certain of one thing. Humanity was about to learn a hard lesson about the real universe. They had no idea that humanity was about to teach one instead. On the dark side of Earth's moon, 10 massive construction projects continued without rest. Engineers and scientists from dozens of human colonies worked around the clock. Some of the projects made sense to them. Others seemed insane. But they all had one thing in common. None of them followed the established rules of galactic warfare. The Krell shields could adapt to anything they had seen before. They could learn from experience and evolve their defenses. They were, by every measure, perfect protection against known weapons. But humans were very good at making unknown weapons. In her lab on Luna Station 7, Dr. Sarah Okonkwo looked at the data from Project 3 and shook her head. According to every law of physics that the galaxy accepted, what she was building should not work. The energy requirements were too high. The structural stress would tear the weapon apart. The targeting system relied on mathematics that most species considered impossible, but the test results said it would work anyway. She touched the massive machine in front of her, feeling the cold metal under her palm. This was not elegant. It was not sophisticated. It was barely controlled chaos wrapped in a metal shell. It was also going to punch a hole in space-time itself. I hope you know what you are doing, she whispered to the machine. Across the moon, 9 other projects moved toward completion. 9 other teams of humans built 9 other impossible weapons. Some would work, some would fail, but all of them represented the same thing. Humanity's refusal to accept that anything was truly impossible. The Krell were coming. They had conquered 62 species. They had won every battle for 300 years. Their shields had never failed. They were about to meet a species that did not care about their track record. The galaxy said no gun could break the Krell. Humanity was building 10 that would. 18 months had passed since Ambassador Chen had made his promise to the Galactic Council. 18 months of constant work, failed experiments, and breakthroughs that defied conventional science. Now, in a secure briefing room buried deep under the Rocky Mountains, the results of that work were about to be revealed. Admiral Maria Torres stood at the front of the room, her uniform crisp despite the fact that she had not slept in 36 hours. Around her sat representatives from every major human military organization, key scientists from each project, and observers from 12 alien species brave enough to come see what humanity had built. Ladies, gentlemen, and honored guests, Torres began, what you are about to see is classified at the highest level. Some of you will think we have lost our minds. Others will think we are wasting resources on fantasies. I ask only that you watch the full presentation before making judgments. She activated the holographic display. A massive 3-dimensional image appeared showing 10 different weapons. Each one looked different from the others. Some were ships, some were missiles. One looked like a station, another looked like nothing more than a metal ring floating in space. These are humanity's 10 answers to the Krell problem, Torres said. Each weapon is based on a different principle. Each one attacks the Krell shields in a way that has never been tried before. We call them Projects 1 through 10, but they have operational codenames as well. She highlighted the first weapon. It looked like a long rail extending from a massive power core. Project 1, God Strike. This is a relativistic kinetic impactor. It fires a small slug of tungsten at 98% the speed of light. The Krell shields work by analyzing incoming threats and adapting their defense frequency to match. But Godstrike moves so fast that the time between detection and impact is less than a microsecond. The shields do not have time to adapt before the impact. A Centaurian observer raised one of his crystalline hands. But kinetic weapons have been tried. The Krell shield stopped them. Conventional kinetic weapons travel at a few kilometers per second, explained Dr. Sarah Okonkwo, a tall woman with sharp eyes and graying hair. Godstrike travels at nearly 300,000 kilometers per second. At that speed, even a small object carries more energy than a nuclear bomb. The shields would need to adapt instantly, and according to our analysis, they cannot. Torres moved to the second weapon. This one looked like a standard missile, but with strange crystalline components inside. Project 2, Ghost Strike. This uses quantum entanglement. We create two particles that are quantum linked, then separate them. One stays in the missile's core. The other is placed in a second warhead. When the missile enters Krell's shield range, we detonate the particle inside. Because of quantum entanglement, the explosion affects both particles simultaneously. The entangled particle inside the second warhead explodes while that warhead is still outside the shields. But since the particles are linked, the explosion manifests inside the shields as well. The room was silent. Finally, a Metherian observer spoke through bubbles. That violates the principle of locality. Information cannot travel faster than light. The principle of locality is a guideline, not a law, Dr. Okonkwo replied. And quantum entanglement does not technically transfer information. It transfers state. The Krell shields are designed to stop things moving from outside to inside. They are not designed to stop things that are already inside because they exist in two places at once. Admiral Torres continued through the list. Project 3, Horizon Break, used artificial gravity generators to create a localized space-time distortion. It would literally bend space around a Krell ship, crushing it from all directions at once. The shields could not adapt because they would be adapting to the ship's own mass pressing inward. Project 4, Causality Cage, was perhaps the strangest. It used experimental quantum technology to disconnect a small area of space from the normal flow of time. Anything inside the cage would experience time differently than the rest of the universe. A Krell ship caught in the cage might experience 1,000 years in a single second, aging to dust instantly. Project 5, Gravity Lance, was simpler. It created a beam of gravitational force so intense that it would compress matter at the atomic level. The Krell shield stopped energy and matter, but gravity was neither. It was a distortion of space-time itself. Project 6, Neural Cascade, targeted the Krell themselves rather than their ships. It broadcast a signal that interfered with neural pathways. The Krell had a hive mind connection between ships. This weapon would turn that connection into a feedback loop that paralyzed their crews. Project 7, Dimensional Anchor, used a theoretical form of exotic matter to lock a region of space in place relative to absolute space. A ship hit by this weapon would continue moving at its current velocity relative to absolute space, but absolute space itself was moving due to the expansion of the universe. The ship would appear to accelerate wildly in random directions, tearing itself apart. Project 8, Phase Disruptor, altered the quantum phase of matter. It would make the atoms in a Krell ship temporarily unable to interact with each other. The ship would simply fall apart at the molecular level as its own structure forgot how to hold itself together. Project 9, Zero-Point Extraction, tapped into the quantum foam of space itself and extracted energy from it in a directed beam. This beam carried so much power that it could overwhelm any shield by sheer brute force. The problem was that each shot had a 50% chance of creating a small black hole. They were still working on that issue. And then there was Project 10. Torres paused before describing it. Project 10 does not have a codename yet. It is still highly experimental, and we are not certain it will work. But if it does, it will end the war. She pulled up the schematic. It looked like a missile, but the warhead section was filled with computer systems instead of explosives. Project 10 is a quantum virus, Dr. Okonkwo explained. The Krell operate through a hive mind. All their ships are connected by quantum communication that cannot be intercepted or jammed. We have developed a computer virus that can travel along quantum-entangled links. Once one Krell ship is infected, the virus spreads to every other ship instantaneously. It does not damage their systems. Instead, it does something more permanent. It breaks the hive mind connection and forces each Krell into individual consciousness. The room erupted in shocked noise. A Valorian observer stood up, his blue skin pale. You are talking about fundamentally changing a species at the mental level. That is biological warfare of the worst kind. The Krell are not biological, Dr. Okonkwo said calmly. They are cybernetic entities with organic brains connected to machine bodies through quantum links. This weapon targets the links, not the biology. And yes, it will change them. It will make them individuals instead of a collective. We consider that an acceptable outcome. You consider destroying their entire civilization acceptable? The Valorian demanded. I consider it better than them destroying ours, Torres replied coldly. Project 10 is a last resort weapon. We will only use it if everything else fails. But make no mistake, if we must choose between the Krell civilization and ours, we choose ours. She looked around the room. I know some of you find these weapons disturbing. I know they do not follow established warfare protocols. But the Krell did not follow those protocols when they destroyed Valoria. They did not follow them when they killed 62 other species over 3 centuries. We are fighting for survival, and in survival there are no rules except winning. Captain Marcus Webb stood up from the back of the room. He was a short, muscular man with scars on his face from a training accident. He was also the best pilot in the human fleet. I have tested 3 of these weapons in simulation, Webb said. Godstrike, Ghost Strike, and Causality Cage. I can tell you that they work. They are dangerous, unpredictable, and absolutely nothing like conventional weapons. But they work. The question is not whether we can hurt the Krell. The question is whether we can hurt them badly enough to make them stop. We do not need to destroy them completely, Torres said. We just need to hurt them enough that they decide we are not worth the effort. If we can make them bleed, make them fear, make them understand that conquering humanity will cost them more than they are willing to pay, then we win. She displayed a star chart. According to our intelligence, the Krell Armada is currently 2 years away from human space. They are finishing their conquest of the outer reaches, systematically destroying any resistance they find. Once they are done, they will turn their full attention to us. 2 years is not enough time to mass-produce these weapons, a human general objected. Most of them are still prototypes. We have maybe 10 to 15 copies of each weapon, not enough to equip a full fleet. Then we will use them strategically, Torres said. We will not try to fight the Krell in a traditional battle. We will use hit-and-run tactics, ambushes, surgical strikes. We will test our weapons against their scouts and outlying ships. We will learn what works and what does not. And if we are lucky, we will learn how to mass-produce the successful designs before the main armada arrives. Dr. Okonkwo added, we are also willing to share these technologies with other species. The Galactic Council has expressed interest in several of our projects. If we can get other species building these weapons, we multiply our firepower. You would share this technology? The Centaurian observer asked in surprise. Even though it gives you a strategic advantage? A strategic advantage is useless if we lose the war, Torres replied. We would rather share the technology and win together than keep it secret and lose alone. The briefing continued for another 3 hours. Each project team presented their data, explained their theories, and answered questions. Some of the explanations made sense. Others sounded like pure insanity. But every team could demonstrate that their weapon worked at least in controlled tests. As the meeting ended and people filed out, several alien observers approached Torres. Admiral, a question, the Metherian said through bubbles. Why 10 different weapons? Why not focus all your resources on the most promising design? Torres smiled slightly. Because we do not know which one will work in actual combat. The Krell shields are adaptive. They might find a way to counter Godstrike but not Ghost Strike. They might stop Gravity Lance but not Phase Disruptor. By building 10 different weapons based on 10 different principles, we make sure that they cannot adapt to all of them at once. Even if 9 of our weapons fail, the 10th might succeed. That is inefficient, the Centaurian said. It spreads your resources too thin. It is also human, Torres replied. We have a saying, do not put all your eggs in one basket. We would rather have 10 possible solutions than one perfect solution that might not work. As the alien observers left, Webb approached Torres. Do you really think this will work, Admiral? Torres was quiet for a moment. I think it has to work, Captain. Because the alternative is extinction, and I am not ready to let humanity end without a fight. Neither am I, Webb agreed. He looked at the hologram still floating above the table, showing all 10 weapons. These are crazy, insane. Half of them violate physics as we understand it. And that is exactly why they might work, Torres said. The Krell have fought 62 species. All of those species used conventional weapons based on conventional science. We are giving them something unconventional. Something they have never seen before. Something that does not follow the rules they expect. She touched the hologram, making it rotate. Somewhere out there, the Krell are coming. They think they are invincible. They think no weapon can break their shields. They are about to learn that they are wrong. Because humans do not play by the rules. We break them. Webb nodded. When do we start field testing? In 3 weeks, we will send a small task force to intercept a Krell scout group near the Proxima system. You will command it. Take Godstrike and Ghost Strike. See if they work against real Krell shields in real combat conditions. And if they do not work, Torres met his eyes. Then we try Projects 3 through 9. And if those do not work, we use Project 10. We keep trying until something works, or until we run out of options. But we do not surrender. We do not give up. Is that clear? Crystal clear, Admiral. As Webb left the briefing room, Torres stood alone, looking at the hologram of humanity's 10 weapons. 10 desperate attempts to break an unbreakable enemy. 10 gambles against impossible odds. But as she had told the Council 18 months ago, humans were too stupid to know when they were beaten. And sometimes being too stupid to quit was the same thing as being brave enough to win. On the far side of the galaxy, the Krell Dominion received intelligence about human weapons development. They analyzed the reports, processed the data, and calculated the threat level. Their conclusion: humanity posed minimal risk. Whatever primitive weapons the humans were building, Krell shields would adapt to them within seconds, just like they had adapted to every other weapon for 3 centuries. The Krell adjusted their invasion timeline. They would finish with the outer reaches, then turn toward Earth. Human space would fall within 6 months of their arrival. It would be efficient, clean, final. They did not know that in 3 weeks everything they believed about their shields would be proven wrong. They did not know that humanity had built 10 guns that did not follow the rules, and they certainly did not know that sometimes the most dangerous enemy is the one who does not know they are supposed to lose. Captain Marcus Webb stood on the bridge of the UESS Defiant, watching Jupiter grow larger on the view screen. The massive planet dominated the view, its red storm swirling hypnotically. But Webb was not interested in the planet's beauty. He was interested in the 300 Krell warships that had just entered the outer solar system. Status report, Webb ordered, his voice calm despite the situation. Lieutenant Sarah Park, his tactical officer, looked up from her console. Her hands shook slightly. Krell Vanguard fleet holding position at the orbit of Saturn. 300 capital ships, estimated crew of 200,000. They are scanning the system but not advancing. They are being cautious, Commander James Wright said from the engineering station. They know we are here. They are waiting to see what we do. Webb nodded slowly. The Defiant was not alone. Around them, 37 human warships held position near Jupiter's orbital stations. It was the entire defensive fleet of the outer solar system. Against 300 Krell ships, it would normally be a massacre. But today they had something new. Load Godstrike, Webb ordered. Prepare firing solution on the lead Krell ship. Godstrike loaded, Park confirmed. Targeting the Krell flagship. Power at maximum. Ready to fire on your command. Webb looked at the tactical display. The Krell ships were holding formation, probably running scans to analyze human defenses. They had done this dozens of times before against other species. Scan, adapt, attack. It was their standard pattern. Today, that pattern would break. Fire Godstrike, Webb said quietly. The Defiant shuddered slightly. Deep in its core, massive capacitors discharged their energy into a magnetic rail that stretched half the length of the ship. A tungsten slug the size of a fist was accelerated to 98% light speed in less than a second. Then it was gone, vanishing into the darkness of space. On the view screen, nothing seemed to happen for a moment. Then the lead Krell ship, a massive black crystal that looked like a floating mountain, simply exploded. One instant it was there. The next it was expanding debris and superheated gas. The bridge of the Defiant was silent. Park stared at her console, her mouth open. "Direct hit," she whispered. "The flagship is destroyed." "Completely destroyed. Their shields never activated." "They did activate," Wright corrected, checking his readings. "I saw the energy spike. But the projectile was moving so fast that it hit them before the shields could analyze and adapt. The time between detection and impact was 0.003 seconds. Not enough time." Webb allowed himself a small smile. "One down. Load Ghost Strike. Target the ship to the flagship's right. Let us see if this one works too." The Krell fleet was no longer holding position. Ships were breaking formation, their shields flaring to full power. Weapons ports were opening. They had not expected to lose their flagship in the first second of combat. "Ghost Strike loaded," Park reported. "Firing." This time the weapon was visible as a bright streak across space. The missile flew toward the Krell ships, and as it approached shield range, the Krell responded. Energy beams lashed out, trying to destroy the incoming missile. Their shields brightened, preparing to deflect it. The missile entered shield range and immediately detonated.
The explosion was small, barely noticeable against the backdrop of space.
The Krell ship's shields flared but held. The ship was undamaged for exactly 2 seconds. Then the ship exploded from the inside. A massive blast tore through its hull, ripping it apart from stem to stern. Debris fountained outward in all directions. "How?" Wright demanded, staring at his sensors. "The missile detonated outside their shields. There is no way the explosion should have reached them." "Quantum entanglement," Webb explained. "The missile carried 2 warheads with entangled particles. When the first warhead detonated outside the shields, the quantum link caused the second warhead to detonate inside. The shields never even detected it because it was already inside." "That is impossible," Park said. "Tell that to the Krell ship," Webb replied. "All ships weapons free. Hit them with everything we have got. Conventional weapons, missiles, energy beams, everything. Let us see how well their shields handle multiple threats at once." The human fleet opened fire. 37 ships unleashed every weapon they had. The space between Jupiter and Saturn lit up with energy beams, missiles, and kinetic rounds. The Krell fleet responded in kind, their own weapons tearing into the human formation. 3 human ships exploded in the first exchange. Then 4 more. The Krell were veteran warriors who had fought for 3 centuries. They knew how to kill, but they were also starting to die. A 3rd Krell ship exploded as another Godstrike round punched through its shields at relativistic speed. A 4th ship went dark as a Ghost Strike detonated inside its engineering section. A 5th ship began spinning wildly as its maneuvering systems failed. "They are adapting," Park warned. "The Krell shields are starting to react faster." The last Godstrike round was partially deflected. It damaged the ship but did not destroy it. "Expected," Webb said. "They can adapt to anything if they see it enough times. But they cannot adapt to everything at once. Load Causality Cage, target that damaged ship." "Sir, Causality Cage is still experimental. We do not know what will happen if we use it in combat. Then we will learn. Fire when ready." The Causality Cage launched from one of the escort ships, a frigate named Vengeance. The weapon looked like a large metal sphere covered in crystalline projectors. It flew toward the damaged Krell ship, not trying to dodge or weave. It simply moved in a straight line. Krell weapons fired at it. Energy beams struck its surface. Kinetic rounds slammed into it. But the sphere kept coming, its shields absorbing the damage. When it reached the Krell ship, the sphere stopped. Then it activated. Space itself seemed to shimmer around the Krell vessel. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the ship began to age. Metal corroded in seconds. Hull plating flaked away. Internal systems failed as their components degraded. The ship was experiencing years of time in just seconds, aging to scrap while the rest of the universe watched. In 15 seconds, the Krell warship became a cloud of rust and debris. "Holy hell," Wright breathed. "We just aged them to death." "They were disconnected from normal time flow," Webb explained. "From their perspective, they experienced 1,000 years in 15 seconds. Everything inside that bubble aged normally. Everything outside stayed in normal time. Result, a very old, very dead ship. The Krell fleet was now in full panic. Ships were breaking formation, trying to retreat to a safe distance, but the human fleet was not letting them go easily. More Godstrike rounds fired, more Ghost Strikes detonated. A second causality cage activated, turning another Krell ship into ancient debris. Then the Krell changed tactics. Instead of fighting, they began using the human orbital stations as cover. Krell ships positioned themselves behind civilian habitats, forcing the humans to either stop shooting or risk killing their own people. Cowards, Park spat. They are hiding behind civilians. Webb's jaw tightened. This was the Krell's backup plan. If they could not win cleanly, they would force their enemies to choose between surrender and mass casualties. It had worked against dozens of species before. All ships cease fire. Webb ordered reluctantly. We cannot risk hitting the stations. The firing stopped. The Krell ships were damaged but still functional. They had lost 47 ships out of 300. Not a decisive defeat, but more than they had lost in the past century combined. And they had achieved it by using human civilians as shields. On the main view screen, a communication request appeared. Krell did not usually talk to their victims, but apparently today was a day for firsts. Webb accepted the request. The screen filled with the image of a Krell commander. The alien was more machine than organic, with cybernetic parts covering most of its body. Its eyes glowed with cold blue light. Human ship. The Krell's voice was flat and emotionless, translated by the computer. You have developed interesting weapons. We did not expect this from such a primitive species. However, you will now stand down. We hold your civilian population hostage. If you fire again, we will destroy every station in the system. Webb stared at the alien. You are threatening to kill civilians if we do not surrender. Correct. Your choice is simple. Surrender and live as Krell subjects. Fight and watch your people die. Those are not the only options, Webb said quietly. You have no other options. Your weapons, while effective, require clear shots. We are now positioned behind your infrastructure. You cannot fire without killing your own people. Webb looked at his tactical officer. Lieutenant Park, how many Krell ships can we hit with conventional weapons without risking the stations? Maybe 30 ships, sir. The rest are too close to civilian structures. How long until we can evacuate the stations? 2 hours minimum, sir, and the Krell will not give us that time. Webb nodded slowly. He looked back at the Krell commander. You are right. We cannot fire our weapons without risking our civilians, so we will not fire. The Krell commander's expression did not change, but there was satisfaction in its voice. You are wiser than other species. You accept the inevitable. I accept that I cannot fire from here, Webb agreed, but I can still fire. He turned to his crew. Helm full burn toward the Krell position. Ramming speed. Communications. Send orders to all ships. Anyone who has a clear shot, take it. Everyone else follow us in. Sir? Park looked confused. The Krell think we are trapped. They think we will not sacrifice ourselves for a tactical advantage. They are wrong. He activated the ship-wide intercom. All hands, this is the captain. We are about to do something insane. I will not order anyone to follow me who does not want to. But we have one shot to break this stalemate, and I am taking it. Anyone who wants to evacuate to the escape pods has 30 seconds. No one moved. Webb smiled slightly. I did not think so. Helm, engage. The Defiant surged forward, accelerating hard toward the Krell ships hiding behind the orbital stations. The Krell commander's expression finally changed, showing surprise. What are you doing? You will die. Maybe, Webb said, but we will take you with us, and that is acceptable. 5 other human ships broke formation and followed the Defiant. The Krell ships began firing, trying to destroy the incoming vessels before they could reach ramming range. Energy beams tore into the Defiant's shields, overloading them in seconds. Hull plating melted. The ship shuddered with each impact, but it kept coming. Distance to Krell flagship 5 kilometers, Park reported, her voice shaking. 4 kilometers, 3. Load causality cage, Webb ordered. 1 more shot. Let us make it count. Sir, if we fire that weapon at this range, we will be caught in the effect. I know, fire it anyway. The last causality cage launched from the dying Defiant. It flew the short distance to the Krell flagship and activated. Space shimmered. Time fractured. The Krell flagship aged instantly, turning to scrap in seconds. But the effect also caught the Defiant in its edge. The front third of the ship experienced accelerated time, aging and failing. Systems shut down. Hull plating crumbled. But it was enough. The flagship was dead, and with it, the coordination of the Krell fleet broke down. Ships began making individual decisions instead of following a unified strategy. Some tried to fight. Others tried to flee. The unified threat became chaos. The remaining human ships exploited the confusion. Godstrike rounds fired into the disorganized Krell formation. Ghost strikes detonated among clusters of enemy ships. Within minutes, the Krell vanguard was in full retreat. On the bridge of the dying Defiant, Webb watched them go. The ship was crippled, its front section completely destroyed, but it was still holding together. Barely. "Status?" he asked weakly. Smoke filled the bridge. Half the consoles were dead. "Krell fleet is retreating," Park reported, blood running down her face from a cut on her forehead. "They are falling back to Saturn." "We won, sir. We actually won." Webb slumped in his chair. Around Jupiter, the human fleet was in ruins. Of 37 ships, only 14 were still combat capable. But the Krell had lost over 100 ships. For the first time in 300 years, the Krell Dominion had been hurt. Later, after the battle, after the rescue operations and the damage assessments, Webb sat in a medical bay getting treated for burns and broken ribs. Admiral Torres appeared on his communication screen. "Good work, Captain," she said. "The Galactic Council is stunned. They never thought the Krell could be beaten." "We did not beat them," Webb said tiredly. "We hurt them. There is a difference. And it cost us 23 ships and 12,000 lives. If that is victory, I do not want to see defeat." "Victory is whatever lets us keep fighting," Torres replied. "You proved that our weapons work. Godstrike works. Ghost Strike works. Causality Cage works. Now we know what we are facing and we can prepare. The next battle will be easier." "Will it?" Webb asked. "The Krell adapted to our weapons by the end of the battle. They will adapt more now that they know what to expect. We surprised them once. We will not surprise them again. Then we will use the other weapons," Torres said. "Projects 4 through 9 are ready for deployment. And, Captain, the Krell just learned something important. They learned that they can be hurt. They learned that they can die. For 300 years, they have believed they are invincible. Now they know better." Webb nodded slowly. "What about the main fleet?" "This was just their vanguard. The real Krell armada is still coming. According to intelligence, the main armada has altered course. They are no longer heading directly to Earth. They are taking a longer route, gathering more ships, preparing for a real fight. We hurt them, Captain. We hurt them badly enough that they are being cautious. That buys us time. How much time? 4 months, maybe 5? Enough to build more weapons. Enough to train more crews. Enough to share our technology with other species who want to fight." Torres leaned forward. "The galaxy has been losing for 300 years, Captain Webb. They forgot what winning looks like. You just reminded them. Ships from 6 different species have contacted us asking how to build Godstrike launchers. The Valorians want Ghost Strike technology. Even the Centaurians, who have been neutral this whole war, are asking if they can help. All because we won one battle? No. Because you proved that the Krell can be beaten. Hope is a powerful weapon, Captain. Sometimes it is the most powerful weapon of all." Webb looked out the window of the medical bay. In the distance, repair crews were working on damaged ships. Beyond them, Jupiter continued its eternal rotation, uncaring about the battle that had been fought in its shadow. "Admiral, when can we launch the next attack?" "When you are healed and when we have more weapons ready." "But Captain, you do not have to volunteer. You have done enough." "With respect, Admiral, I have not done nearly enough. The Krell are still out there. They still want to destroy us. One battle is not enough. I need to keep fighting until they are gone, or I am." Torres smiled slightly. "I thought you might say that. Rest and heal, Captain. When you are ready, we will have another mission for you. There are 9 more weapons to test, and I can think of no one better to test them." The transmission ended. Webb lay back in his medical bed, staring at the ceiling. His body hurt. His ship was destroyed. Thousands of people were dead. But the Krell were retreating. For the first time in 300 years, the galaxy's greatest enemy had been forced to back down. Not destroyed, not defeated completely, but hurt, wounded, made to understand that they were not invincible. It was a start. Outside, in the cold darkness of space, the wreckage of Krell ships drifted slowly. Each piece of debris was evidence of a simple truth that the galaxy had forgotten. No shield is perfect. No enemy is unbeatable. And sometimes, all it takes to win is being brave enough or crazy enough to try. 6 months after the Battle of Jupiter, the galaxy looked different. Not physically, but in the way that mattered most. Hope had returned. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo stood in a massive assembly hall on the Centaurian homeworld, watching as representatives from 23 different species examined human weapons technology. The hall was designed for beings of many different types. Atmospheric zones separated different areas, allowing methane breathers, oxygen breathers, and even vacuum-adapted species to all attend the same conference. A Valorian engineer was examining a Godstrike launcher with obvious interest. "The design is crude," she said through her translator, "but the principle is brilliant. We have been trying to make weapons more sophisticated, more advanced. You simply made them faster." "Speed is sophistication," Okonkwo replied with a slight smile. "When you move at 98% light speed, you do not need complicated targeting systems or adaptive warheads. You just need to point in the right direction and pull the trigger." A Matharian scientist floated closer to examine the Ghost Strike specifications displayed on a holographic screen. "The quantum entanglement is stable. We tried similar technology 200 years ago. The entangled particles always collapsed when exposed to weapons-grade energy. Because you tried to use naturally entangled particles," Okonkwo explained. "We create artificial entanglement using a quantum crystalline matrix. The matrix holds the entanglement stable even through the explosion. It is not elegant, but it works." "Nothing about human weapons is elegant," a Centaurian observer commented. But it sounded like a compliment rather than an insult. "Your approach to warfare is like your approach to everything. Practical, direct, and completely unconcerned with established doctrine." Okonkwo looked around the room. Engineers and scientists from dozens of species were downloading specifications, taking measurements, asking detailed questions about manufacturing processes. This was the third such conference in 3 months. Humanity had opened its weapons research to anyone willing to fight the Krell. Not everyone was happy about it. Ambassador Chen arrived at Okonkwo's side, looking tired. "We have a problem. The Terran Security Council is threatening to shut down the technology sharing program." "On what grounds?" Okonkwo asked quietly. "They say we are giving away our only strategic advantage, that once other species have our weapons, they will not need us anymore. That we are making ourselves obsolete." Okonkwo shook her head. "We did not build these weapons to hoard them. We built them to win a war, and we cannot win alone." "I agree," Chen said. "But the Security Council has legitimate concerns. Some of the species asking for our technology have not always been friendly to humanity. The Rigelians fought a border war with us 20 years ago. The Draconis Collective has been trying to steal our trade routes for decades. Now we are supposed to trust them with weapons that could destroy planets? They are fighting the same enemy we are," Okonkwo pointed out. "The Krell do not care about old border disputes. They will destroy the Rigelians and the Draconis just as quickly as they would destroy us. We need allies more than we need exclusive weapons," Chen sighed. "You are right, of course. I am just tired of fighting battles on two fronts, the Krell in space and the politicians on Earth." Before Okonkwo could respond, an alarm sounded. A holographic display in the center of the room changed from showing weapon specifications to showing a star map. A red indicator was flashing near the Proxima Nebula. "What is that?" a Valorian delegate asked. "Krell Fleet Movement," a human military liaison announced. "A major force estimated at 500 ships is moving toward the Proxima system. Our forces there are requesting immediate assistance." 500 ships, Chen whispered. "That is more than twice what we faced at Jupiter." "And we have more ships than we had at Jupiter," Okonkwo said firmly. "We have the Valorian Second Fleet, the Centaurian Defense Force, and contingents from a dozen other species. All of them armed with our weapons now." She turned to the assembled delegates. "This is what we have been preparing for. The Krell are testing us again. They want to see if Jupiter was a fluke or if we can really fight them. How many of you are willing to find out?" Every delegate in the room raised their hand, tentacle, or equivalent appendage. 3 days later, a combined fleet of 147 ships from 16 different species arrived at the Proxima Nebula. The Krell fleet was already there, laying siege to a human mining colony on Proxima 3. The planet's shields were failing under constant bombardment. Captain Marcus Webb, now promoted to Commodore after the Battle of Jupiter, commanded the human contingent from his new flagship, the UESS Retribution. Around him, alien ships of every design imaginable held formation, Some were massive dreadnoughts covered in armor. Others were small, fast frigates. All of them carried at least one type of human weapon. Status of the colony? Webb asked. Shields at 30%. Lieutenant Park reported from her tactical station. She had transferred to the Retribution with Webb, along with most of his surviving crew from the Defiant. They have maybe 2 hours before the Krell breakthrough. Then we do not have time for subtlety. All ships engage at will. Use everything we have. Let us show the Krell what a united galaxy can do. The combined fleet swept into the battle. Godstrike rounds fired from human and Valorian ships moving at relativistic speeds. Ghost strikes launched from Centaurian vessels, their quantum warheads flickering in and out of normal space. A Matherian dreadnought deployed a gravity lance, its beam bending space itself as it cut through Krell formations. The Krell fleet responded with practiced precision. Shields flared. Weapons ports opened. Energy beams lanced through space. The battle quickly turned into chaos as hundreds of ships fired thousands of weapons. Webb watched his tactical display, noting how the different species adapted human technology to their own strengths. The Valorians, with their expertise in energy manipulation, had modified Godstrike launchers to fire plasma-coated projectiles that were even more destructive. The Centaurians, masters of quantum physics, had improved Ghoststrike's entanglement stability, making it effective at longer ranges. The Krell are adapting, Park warned. Their shields are starting to deflect Godstrike rounds. Not all of them, but enough to reduce damage. Expected, Webb replied. What about the other weapons? Gravity Lance is still effective. Ghoststrike is working about 60% of the time. The Krell cannot adapt to both simultaneously. A Rigelian destroyer exploded on the view screen, torn apart by Krell fire. 2 more ships, one Draconis and one human, followed seconds later. The Krell were taking losses, but they were inflicting them too. We are trading ships almost evenly, Commander Wright reported from engineering. At this rate, we will win the battle, but lose half our fleet. Unacceptable, Webb said. We need to use the new weapons. Deploy Phase Disruptor. A Centaurian cruiser acknowledged the order and fired its Phase Disruptor. The beam was invisible to the naked eye, but its effects were immediately obvious. The Krell ship it struck began to shimmer. Then slowly it started to fall apart. Not exploding, not burning, just coming undone as its molecular bonds forgot how to hold together. Within 30 seconds, the ship was a cloud of individual atoms drifting harmlessly in space. By the stars. A Valorian captain breathed over the communication channel. That is horrifying. That is war, Webb replied. All ships with phase disruptors fire at will. 3 more Centaurian ships and 2 Valorian ships fired their phase disruptors. 5 more Krell ships dissolved into atomic clouds. The Krell fleet began to pull back, trying to avoid the new weapon. But Webb was not done. Deploy Dimensional Anchor. A human frigate launched the experimental weapon. It looked like a small satellite, barely 10 meters across. It flew into the middle of the Krell formation and activated. Suddenly, a dozen Krell ships began moving in impossible directions. One ship accelerated straight up relative to the galactic plane, its engines screaming as they fought against forces that should not exist. Another ship spun wildly, its hull tearing apart from the stress. A third ship seemed to fold in on itself, crushed by its own momentum in a direction that physics said did not exist. The dimensional anchor locks space in place relative to absolute space, Webb explained over the fleet channel. But space itself is moving due to the expansion of the universe. The ships are trying to maintain their position in normal space while being locked in absolute space. The result is catastrophic structural failure. This is madness, a Draconis commander said. These weapons break every rule of engagement. The Krell broke those rules first when they started destroying planets, Webb replied coldly. We are just returning the favor. Continue the attack. The battle raged for another 2 hours. The Krell fought with the desperation of beings who realized they were no longer invincible. They adapted tactics constantly, trying to find ways to counter the flood of new weapons. But every time they adapted to one weapon, another would hit them from a different angle. A Godstrike round would force them to strengthen their shields. Then a Ghost Strike would detonate inside those shields, bypassing them entirely. While they were recovering, a gravity lance would crush their ship's structure. If they tried to spread their formation to avoid area weapons, phase disruptors would pick them off one by one. If they clustered for mutual defense, dimensional anchors would trap whole groups. Finally, the Krell fleet broke. Not retreating in order, but scattering in panic. Individual ships fled in different directions, abandoning any pretense of formation or coordination. The combined fleet pursued, destroying fleeing ships until Webb ordered them to stop. "Let them go," he said. "Let them spread the word. Let every Krell in the galaxy know that they can be beaten." As the battle ended, damage reports came in. The combined fleet had lost 42 ships. 17 human vessels, 9 Valorian, 8 Centaurian, and 8 from various other species. Over 6,000 sentient beings dead, but the Krell had lost over 200 ships, and they had run away. In the days following the battle, something changed across the galaxy. More species joined the anti-Krell coalition. Weapons development accelerated as different civilizations combined their expertise with human innovation. The Aquarians, a species that lived in liquid environments, developed an underwater version of Godstrike that could be fired from ocean worlds. The Silicates, beings made of living crystal, created a weapon that used resonance frequencies to shatter Krell hull plating. The tide was turning, but there was a cost. Dr. Okonkwo sat in her lab on Luna Station, reading reports from the field. The weapons were working better than expected. They were also causing more destruction than anticipated. Phase disruptors left clouds of radioactive particles that would contaminate space for centuries. Dimensional anchors sometimes created small gravitational anomalies that persisted after the battle ended. Causality cages had unpredictable effects on local space-time. "We are poisoning the galaxy," she said quietly to Ambassador Chen, who had come to visit. Chen nodded slowly. "I know, but what choice do we have? If we do not use these weapons, the Krell will conquer us. If we do use them, we win but leave scars that will take centuries to heal. There has to be a better way." "If you find one, tell me," Chen replied. "But until then, we use what works. The galaxy has been losing this war for 300 years. We are finally winning. I will accept some collateral damage if it means we survive." Okonkwo looked at the data again.
Casualty numbers.
Radiation levels. Damaged star systems. The cost of victory was being paid in blood and environmental destruction. "What about Project 10? She asked. "The quantum virus. If we could deploy it, we could end the war without further battles." "The ethics committee rejected it," Chen said. "They said forcibly changing an entire species' consciousness is genocide, even if we do not kill anyone. It is too similar to what the Krell have been doing to conquered species, forcing them into submission. So we fight conventional battles with unconventional weapons until one side is too exhausted to continue. Unless you have a better idea." Okonkwo did not have a better idea. None of them did. They were making up the rules as they went, trying to balance survival with morality, victory with ethics. It was messy and complicated and nothing like the clean scenarios in strategic simulations. A priority message arrived on her terminal. It was from military intelligence. "The Krell main armada has been spotted," she read aloud. 3,000 ships heading for the core worlds. Estimated arrival in 6 weeks. They are not targeting humanity anymore. They are targeting the heart of galactic civilization. If the core worlds fall, the rest of the galaxy falls with them. Chen closed his eyes. 3,000 ships. We barely survived against 500. We do not have enough weapons to fight that many. Then we build more, Okonkwo said firmly. We have 6 weeks. We can produce maybe 500 more weapons if we work around the clock. Every shipyard in human space is already building Godstrike launchers. We share the designs with every species willing to build them. It will not be enough, but it might be enough to hurt them. And if it is not enough, Okonkwo looked at the data for Project 10, the quantum virus. The weapon they had agreed not to use because it was too cruel, too permanent, too much like the enemy they were fighting. Then we use every weapon we have, she said quietly. Every single one. Because if the core worlds fall, there is no second chance. The galaxy either stands together now or it falls apart forever. Chen nodded slowly. I will inform the council. Prepare all weapons for deployment, including Project 10. We will decide which ones to use when we see the battlefield. But Sarah, understand this. If we use that quantum virus, we are not the heroes anymore. We become something else. Something darker. I know, Okonkwo said, but being a hero is a luxury we cannot afford right now. Right now, we just need to survive. As Chen left, Okonkwo looked at the star map on her screen. The Krell Armada was coming. 3,000 ships filled with warriors who had never known defeat until they met humanity. Now they knew fear, and that made them more dangerous than ever. Somewhere in the darkness of space, the largest fleet in galactic history was moving toward the core worlds. It would be the final battle, the moment that decided whether the galaxy would survive or fall into darkness. And humanity, the youngest species in the galaxy, the species that everyone had dismissed as primitive and weak, would be leading the defense. Because they had done what no one else could do. They had built weapons that worked. 10 weapons that the galaxy said could not exist. 10 weapons that were about to face their greatest test. The core worlds hung in space like jewels, 5 planets orbiting a triple star system at the heart of galactic civilization. For 10,000 years, these worlds had been the center of art, science, and culture for hundreds of species. Libraries that held the knowledge of millennia. Museums that preserved the history of civilizations long dead. Universities where the brightest minds in the galaxy came to learn. Now, they were about to become a battlefield. Commodore Marcus Webb stood on the bridge of the Retribution, watching the largest fleet ever assembled in galactic history take formation around the core worlds. 347 ships from 29 different species. It was everything the galaxy could spare. Every ship that could reach the core worlds in time. Against 3,000 Krell warships. It would not be enough. Fleet status, Webb ordered, his voice calm despite the impossible odds. All ships report ready, Lieutenant Park replied. We have 87 ships equipped with Godstrike launchers, 52 with Ghost Strike missiles, 31 with gravity lances, 24 with phase disruptors, and 18 with causality cages. The remaining ships are armed with conventional weapons and will provide support fire. And Project 10? Park hesitated. Loaded and ready on the Vengeance. Dr. Okonkwo is standing by to deploy it on your command. Webb nodded slowly. The quantum virus. The weapon they had all agreed was too cruel to use, too permanent, too much like the enemy they fought. But if they lost this battle, cruelty would not matter. Nothing would matter. Krell fleet entering sensor range, Commander Wright announced. Sensors confirm 3,000 capital ships. They are moving in standard attack formation. On the view screen, the Krell armada appeared. It looked like a black cloud. Thousands of crystalline ships blotting out the stars. They moved with perfect coordination. Every ship in exactly the right position. Every movement synchronized with inhuman precision. They are beautiful in a terrible way, Webb said quietly, like a swarm of locusts. Perfect, efficient, unstoppable. We stopped them before, Park said. We hurt them before, Webb corrected. This time they are not underestimating us. This time they know what we can do, and they came anyway with 10 times the force. That tells me they think they can win. Can they? Wright asked. Webb did not answer immediately. He looked at the tactical display, running calculations in his head. 3,000 ships against 300. Even with superior weapons, the math was brutal. Maybe, he finally said. But we are going to make them work for it. He opened a channel to the entire fleet. This is Commodore Webb to all ships. You know the situation. You know the odds. I am not going to lie to you and say this will be easy. It will not be. Many of us will not survive the next few hours. But I want you to remember something. 300 years ago, the Krell conquered their first species. For 3 centuries, they have been unstoppable. 62 civilizations have fallen to them. Trillions of beings have died or been enslaved. And in all that time, no one ever beat them. Until we did. He paused, letting his words sink in. We beat them at Jupiter. We beat them at Proxima. We have shown the galaxy that the Krell are not invincible. Today, we finish what we started. Today, we show them that their empire ends here. Not because we have more ships. Not because we have better technology. But because we refuse to surrender. We refuse to give up. We refuse to let them win. Every species in this fleet is here because they chose to fight rather than kneel. That choice matters. That choice changes everything. Another pause. In a few minutes, we will engage the enemy. Use every weapon you have. Fight with everything you have got. Make every shot count. And remember, we are not just fighting for the core worlds. We are fighting for every species the Krell have destroyed. We are fighting for everyone who never got a chance to fight back. We are fighting for the right of every sentient being in this galaxy to live free. That is worth dying for. That is worth everything. He closed the channel and looked at his crew. They were scared. He could see it in their eyes. But they were also determined. All weapons armed and ready, Park reported. The Krell fleet is entering effective range. They are spreading their formation, probably expecting our relativistic weapons. Give them what they expect, Webb said. All Godstrike launchers fire. 87 ships fired simultaneously. 87 tungsten slugs accelerated to near light speed, crossing the distance between the fleets in seconds. The Krell fleet responded instantly. Their shields flared to maximum power, and their formation shifted. 63 Godstrike rounds found their targets. 63 Krell ships exploded or were crippled, but 24 rounds were deflected or absorbed by shields that had learned from previous battles. They adapted, Wright said grimly. Their shields are stronger than before. Then we adapt too, Webb replied. All Ghost Strike missiles fire. All gravity lances fire. All phase disruptors fire. Hit them with everything at once. The combined fleet unleashed a storm of exotic weapons. Ghost Strike missiles flickered in and out of quantum states, detonating inside Krell shields. Gravity lances bent space into crushing forces. Phase disruptors turned matter into atomic clouds. Causality cages aged ships to dust in seconds. The Krell fleet staggered under the assault. Hundreds of ships exploded. Thousands more were damaged. But they kept coming. For every Krell ship destroyed, 10 more pressed forward. Their return fire was devastating. Energy beams tore through the Allied fleet, destroying ships wholesale. A Valorian dreadnought exploded in a ball of plasma. 2 Centaurian cruisers collided as their navigation systems were destroyed by Krell fire. A human destroyer simply vanished as a Krell weapon erased it from existence. We are losing ships faster than we are destroying theirs, Park reported, her voice strained. At this rate, we will be overrun in 30 minutes. Webb looked at the tactical display. She was right. They were hurting the Krell badly, destroying ships at a rate that would have won any conventional battle. But there were simply too many enemies. The Krell could afford to lose 1,000 ships and still have 2,000 left. The Allied fleet could not afford to lose even 100. Deploy all remaining causality cages, Webb ordered. Target their command ships. If we can disrupt their coordination, we might be able to create chaos. 10 causality cages launched, flying toward the center of the Krell formation, where their command vessels directed the battle. The Krell tried to shoot them down, but the cages were heavily shielded. 8 of them reached their targets and activated. Space shimmered as time became unstable. 8 Krell command ships aged instantly, their systems failing as centuries passed in seconds. The effect spread outward, catching nearby ships in the temporal distortion. Dozens of ships were aged to scrap. The Krell formation wavered as command signals were disrupted. Ships began making individual decisions instead of following a unified plan. Some continued to attack. Others tried to regroup. A few even fired on their own allies by mistake. It is working, Wright said excitedly. We are breaking their coordination. But the celebration was premature. The Krell adapted quickly, establishing new command protocols and restoring order to their formation. Within minutes, they were attacking with renewed focus, concentrating their fire on the ships that had deployed the causality cages. The Vengeance, the ship carrying Project 10, took 3 direct hits. Its shields collapsed. Its hull breached in a dozen places. Vengeance is critical, Park shouted. They are evacuating. Webb watched as escape pods launched from the dying ship. Dr. Okonkwo was on that ship. The quantum virus was on that ship. If it was destroyed, their last desperate weapon would be lost. All ships cover the Vengeance, Webb ordered. Do not let them finish her. 6 human ships moved to shield the crippled vessel. Taking fire meant for it. They died buying seconds, their sacrifice allowing more escape pods to launch. But the Krell were relentless. A massive energy beam punched through the last defending ship and struck the Vengeance directly. The ship exploded, but not before one final escape pod launched. Webb watched it arc away from the destruction, carrying Dr. Okonkwo and the quantum virus to safety. Pick up that pod, Webb ordered. Get Dr. Okonkwo and the virus aboard the Retribution. Sir, we are in the middle of a battle, Park objected. I do not care. That pod is more important than this ship. Retrieve it now. The Retribution maneuvered through the chaos of battle, exposing itself to enemy fire to reach the escape pod. Krell weapons struck the ship's shields, draining them. A beam punched through and carved a path through the starboard hull, killing 30 crew members instantly, but they got the pod. Dr. Okonkwo stumbled onto the bridge, her clothes scorched and her face covered in soot. She carried a metal case that held the quantum virus. Status? She asked immediately. We are losing. Webb said bluntly. We have destroyed over 800 Krell ships, but they still have over 2,000. We have less than 200 ships left. At current rates, we will be wiped out in 10 minutes. Okonkwo looked at the case in her hands. Then it is time. Are you certain? Webb asked. Once we use this, there is no going back. We will have changed an entire species against their will. That makes us no better than them? No, Okonkwo said firmly. It makes us survivors. The Krell have destroyed 62 civilizations. They have killed trillions. They will not stop until every free species in the galaxy is either dead or enslaved. I did not want to use this weapon, but I want to see my species extinct even less. She opened the case. Inside was a single missile, small and unremarkable looking. But inside its warhead was a computer virus more sophisticated than anything ever created. A virus that could travel along quantum entanglement links. A virus that would break the Krell hive mind and force each individual into separate consciousness. How long until it spreads through their entire fleet? Webb asked. Once we infect one ship, the virus will spread to all connected ships within seconds. Every Krell vessel uses quantum communication. They are all linked. That is their strength and their weakness. One infection reaches everyone. And what happens to them? They become individuals, separate minds instead of one unified consciousness. They will still have their memories and knowledge, but they will have to make their own decisions. No more hive mind, no more perfect coordination. They will be confused, scared and alone in their own heads for the first time in their lives. Webb looked at the tactical display. Another 3 Allied ships exploded. The Krell were closing in, about to overrun the defensive line. Do it, he said. Launch the virus. Okonkwo loaded the missile into a launch tube herself. Her hands shook slightly as she entered the arming codes. This was it, the moment that would define humanity's place in galactic history. They would either be remembered as the species that saved the galaxy, or as the species that committed the greatest act of forced evolution ever recorded. Missile loaded, she said quietly, targeting the nearest Krell command ship. Launching in 3, 2, 1, launch. The missile flew from the Retribution, accelerating toward the Krell fleet. The Krell did not see it as a major threat. It was just one more missile among thousands. Their point defense systems tracked it but prioritized other, larger threats. The missile reached a Krell command ship and impacted against its hull. The small explosive charge inside detonated, not to destroy, but to inject the virus into the ship's computer systems. For a moment, nothing happened. Then everything changed. The Krell command ship stopped firing. It stopped moving. It just hung in space, motionless. Then another ship stopped. Then another. Then 10 more. Then 100. Then 1,000. In less than 30 seconds, the entire Krell fleet was dead in space. What is happening? Park asked, staring at her sensors. They are not destroyed, they are just not doing anything. The virus is spreading, Okonkwo explained, watching her own readouts. Every ship is connected by quantum links. The virus is traveling along those links, infecting every computer system in the fleet simultaneously. But it is not attacking their ship systems. It is attacking their neural connections. It is breaking the hive mind. On the view screen, they could see escape pods beginning to launch from Krell ships. Dozens at first, then hundreds, then thousands. Individual Krell were abandoning their vessels, fleeing into space in panic. They are experiencing individual consciousness for the first time, Okonkwo said softly. Imagine spending your entire life as part of a collective mind, always connected to thousands of others, never alone. And then suddenly you are alone. Just you. Just your own thoughts. No guidance from the collective. No certainty. No purpose beyond what you decide for yourself. It must be terrifying. Webb watched the Krell fleet drift helplessly. Ships collided with each other as their navigation systems went unattended. Some ships fired randomly, their crews apparently trying to fight off something they could not see. Escape pods continued to launch by the thousands. Cease fire, Webb ordered. All ships, hold your fire. Sir? Park looked confused. They are defenseless. We could destroy them easily. We could, Webb agreed. But we do not need to. The war is over. He opened a channel to the entire fleet. All ships, cease fire immediately. The Krell are no longer a threat. I repeat, cease fire. The battle is over. We won. Slowly, the Allied fleet stopped shooting. Ships held their positions, weapons still charged, ready to resume if necessary. But the Krell did not attack. They just drifted, their crews struggling with the sudden burden of independent thought. "We should finish them," a Rigelian captain said over the fleet channel. "They destroyed my colony world. They killed my family. They deserve to die." "They probably do," Webb replied. "But we are not executioners. We fought to survive, not to commit genocide. The Krell Empire is broken. Their hive mind is destroyed. They are no longer a unified threat. What they become now is up to them." Ambassador Chen appeared on the communication screen. He was calling from one of the core worlds below. "Commodore Webb, we are receiving thousands of distress calls from Krell escape pods. They are asking for help. They do not seem to understand what happened to them." "Because they do not," Okonkwo said. "They have never been individuals before. They do not know how to function alone. Right now, every Krell in that fleet is experiencing what we would call an existential crisis. They do not know who they are without the collective." "What should we do with them?" Chen asked. Webb thought for a long moment. "We help them. We bring them to safe locations. We explain what happened. We give them a chance to learn how to be individuals, and then we let them decide what kind of society they want to build." "You want to help them?" the Rigelian captain demanded. "After everything they did?" "I want to prove that we are better than them," Webb replied. "The Krell conquered because they thought collective unity was the only way to survive. They thought individual consciousness made species weak. Let us prove them wrong. Let us show them that individuals working together by choice are stronger than collectives forced together by neural links." Over the next several hours, the Allied fleet worked to secure the battlefield. Krell escape pods were collected and brought to holding areas on the core worlds. Krell ships that were still functional were boarded and shut down. Engineers examined the virus's effects, confirming that it was permanent. The quantum links that had connected all Krell minds were broken beyond repair. Dr. Okonkwo stood in a holding area, watching through a window as Krell individuals sat in confusion. They looked lost. Some were trying to communicate with each other, but they did not seem to know how to have conversations. They had always known each other's thoughts instantly. Now they had to use words. A young Krell, its cybernetic body smaller than most, approached the window and looked at Okonkwo. Its glowing eyes showed something that had never been in a Krell's eyes before. Fear. "Why?" the Krell asked through a translator. Its voice was hesitant, uncertain. "Why did you do this to us?" Okonkwo met its gaze. "Because you gave us no choice. You were destroying the galaxy. You had to be stopped. But you did not kill us. You changed us, made us, separate, alone." "Yes. Why not just destroy us? It would have been easier." Okonkwo was quiet for a moment. "Because we wanted to prove something. We wanted to prove that victory does not require annihilation. The Krell Empire destroyed every species it conquered. You thought that was strength. We think that is weakness. True strength is knowing when to stop fighting. True strength is helping your enemy become something better instead of destroying them completely." The young Krell looked at its hands, as if seeing them for the first time. "I do not know who I am. I do not know what I am supposed to do. The collective always told us now there is nothing. Just silence in my head. Just me." "That is called freedom," Okonkwo said gently. "It is terrifying at first, but it is also the most precious thing in the universe. You get to decide who you are now. You get to choose your own path. No one can force you to be anything you do not want to be. What if I make the wrong choice? Then you make another choice. That is what individuals do. We make mistakes, we learn, we try again. It is messy and complicated and often painful, but it is ours. Your life belongs to you now, not to the collective." The young Krell was silent for a long time. Then it asked, "What will happen to us now?" "That depends on you," Okonkwo replied. "The Galactic Council is meeting to discuss it. Some species want you imprisoned for your crimes. Others want you scattered across the galaxy, where you cannot reorganize. But I am arguing for something different. I am arguing that you should be given a chance to build a new society. A society of individuals who choose to cooperate instead of being forced to. Why would you argue for that? We tried to destroy you. Because I believe in second chances, and because the universe has seen enough destruction, it is time for something new. Over the following weeks, the galaxy changed in ways no one had predicted. The Krell Empire collapsed as individual Krell struggled to adapt to consciousness. Some managed well, quickly learning how to make decisions and form relationships. Others struggled, overwhelmed by the freedom they had never asked for. The Galactic Council debated for days about what to do with the former Krell. Finally, they reached a compromise. The Krell would be given a single world, a planet where they could build a new society under supervision. They would be monitored for a generation to ensure they did not try to rebuild their empire, but they would be given a chance. Not all species agreed with this decision. The Valorians in particular wanted harsher punishment. But Ambassador Chen made a compelling argument. If we punish the Krell too harshly, we become the oppressors, he said to the council. We fought this war to preserve freedom, not to impose our will on others. The Krell were dangerous because they forced their way of life on everyone they met. If we do the same to them even as punishment, we have learned nothing from this war. The motion passed by a narrow margin. The Krell would have their chance. 6 months after the Battle of the Core Worlds, Commodore Webb stood on the observation deck of a space station orbiting the new Krell homeworld. Below, he could see the beginnings of a new society. The Krell were building settlements, farms, schools. They were learning to be individuals. It was slow and difficult, but they were trying. Dr. Okonkwo joined him at the window. The council approved my request. We are decommissioning all 10 weapons. They will be placed in a memorial museum on Earth. All of them? Webb asked. Even Godstrike? That one seems relatively harmless. All of them, Okonkwo confirmed. The council decided that weapons designed specifically to break an unbreakable enemy are too dangerous to keep active. They worked too well. They were too devastating. We proved we could build them. Now we need to prove we are wise enough not to use them. What if another enemy arises? Another threat like the Krell? Then we will deal with it when it happens. But hopefully we will remember the lessons of this war. We will remember that victory is not just about destroying your enemy. It is about making sure the reasons for war do not continue after the fighting stops. Webb nodded slowly. Below, a group of young Krell were playing some kind of game. It was chaotic and disorganized, not at all like the perfect coordination of the old hive mind. But they were laughing. Individual laughter, not a collective response. Do you think we did the right thing? Webb asked. Using the virus instead of just destroying them? Okonkwo considered the question carefully. I think we did the only thing we could do that would not make us monsters. Genocide is easy. It is clean. It is final. But it is also the path that leads to becoming the next Krell. We chose a harder path. We chose to change our enemy instead of destroying them. History will decide if that was wise. And the other weapons? The ones that tear holes in space-time and dissolve matter at the atomic level? Do you regret building those? I regret that we had to, Okonkwo replied. But I do not regret that we did. The galaxy said no gun could break the Krell. We proved them wrong. We built 10 guns that worked. We saved the galaxy. The cost was high and the weapons were terrible, but they did what needed to be done. Webb smiled slightly. The memorial museum is inscribed now. I saw the design. It says, built not because we loved war, but because we refused to lose. May they never be needed again. A good sentiment, Okonkwo agreed. Let us hope we can live up to it. They stood together in silence, watching the Krell below learn how to be free. The war was over. The weapons were being retired. The galaxy could begin to heal. In time, the Krell would become full members of the Galactic Council, contributing their unique perspectives as individuals rather than as a collective. They would never forget what they had been, but they would choose to become something different. And humanity, the young species that everyone had dismissed as primitive, would be remembered as the species that changed everything, not by having the best technology, not by being the strongest warriors, but by refusing to accept that any enemy was truly unbeatable. They had faced an impossible challenge and met it with impossible solutions. They had built weapons that defied logic and broke the rules of conventional warfare. And when victory came, they had shown mercy instead of revenge. The galaxy had said no gun could break the Krell. Humanity built 10 that worked. But more importantly, they proved that winning a war and building a lasting peace required different kinds of strength. One required weapons, the other required wisdom. And in the end, wisdom was the most powerful weapon of all.
The first thing the alien recruits noticed about the human was that he looked tired. Not weak, not scared, just tired. Like someone who had worked too many years under too many suns and simply didn't have the energy left to be impressed by anything. The Adaptive War Training Station orbited a neutron-heavy dwarf star, chosen specifically because the surrounding gravitational distortions made it perfect for breaking soldiers and rebuilding them stronger. The Union called it necessary conditioning. The recruits called it something else. Hell. Inside Training Dome 7, 23 species stood under artificial gravity already set to 3 times most galactic standard. Bones creaked. Internal organs shifted. Respiratory systems struggled to compensate. Several recruits were already on medical suspension harnesses. At the center stood Drill Sergeant Vrex. 8 feet of armored authority. Black composite plating fused into his exoskeleton. Mandibles sharp enough to split bone. His species had evolved on a world where gravity crushed mountains flat over geological time. He believed weakness was a disease. And today, he intended to cure it. "You are not soldiers," Brex's voice thundered through the chamber. "You are raw material. Today, we apply pressure." His compound eyes scanned the room, then paused. The human stood in the third row, older than most recruits. Hair going gray at the temples. A face mapped with old scars. One knee brace under standard Union fatigues. Private Daniel Mercer, 47 years old. The oldest recruit in the room. And currently doing slow neck stretches like he was about to start morning exercise in a public park. Vrex approached. "You appear unconcerned," Vrex said. Mercer glanced up. "Sir? Most recruits show fear." Mercer considered that. "Respectfully, sir. I've been shot at by people who hated me personally. This feels more polite." Several nearby aliens made choking noises that might have been laughter. Vrex didn't react. "Begin endurance sequence," he ordered. The gravity increased. 4G. The effect was immediate. A tall, four-armed silicon-based recruit dropped like a statue tipping over. 2 avian species screamed as their hollow bones microfractured under pressure. Internal med drones activated across the chamber. Mercer bent slightly at the waist, then adjusted his stance, then rolled his shoulders. Vrex watched carefully. "Report physical status," Vrex demanded. Mercer inhaled slowly. "Feels like carrying a heavy rucksack uphill, sir." Vrex's mandibles twitched. "Gravity increase. 5G. The chamber lights dimmed as power rerouted to the gravity grid. Structural supports groaned like old ships in a storm. More recruits collapsed. One began convulsing before medical drones sedated them. Mercer dropped to one knee. His hands pressed against the floor. Muscles in his arms stood out like steel cables. Veins bulged along his neck. He spit blood onto the deck. Then he laughed quietly. Vrex leaned closer. "You find suffering amusing?" Mercer shook his head slightly. "No, sir." "Then why laugh?" "Because," Mercer said between breaths, "this is still easier than Afghanistan summer with full gear." Vrex didn't know what Afghanistan was, but he logged it as likely lethal environment. "Gravity increase," Vrex ordered. The control room hesitated. 6G. The world turned violent. The air itself felt thick, like trying to breathe soup. The floor cracked in thin spiderweb fractures. Emergency reinforcement fields flickered to life. Only 5 recruits remained conscious. Mercer was still one of them. But now he was shaking. Sweat poured off him. His vision blurred. Blood vessels burst across the whites of his eyes. His knee brace audibly cracked. Vrex stepped directly in front of him. "Human, your survival probability is now below acceptable training margins." Mercer nodded weakly. "Copy that. Then cease." Mercer slowly lifted his head. Negative, sir. Rex tilted his head. Explain. Mercer swallowed blood. Because if this is where I quit, I learn nothing. Silence filled the dome except for the grinding roar of the gravity generators. Rex felt something shift in his tactical assessment. Not respect. Not yet. But attention. Why do you seek suffering? Rex asked. Mercer blinked slowly. Same reason anyone signs up for war, he said. You hope if you get strong enough, maybe the next guy lives. The words hung in the air. Even the surviving recruits stopped groaning. Rex straightened. Gravity increase. 7G. The control room shouted over comms. Rex overrode them. The dome screamed. Not metaphorically. Literally. Metal shrieked as structural stress alarms detonated across every system. Mercer collapsed onto both hands and knees. His back spasmed. His breathing turned ragged and animalistic. Blood dripped from his nose in steady streams. Then, slowly, painfully, he pushed one foot forward, then the other, and stood. Not straight, not steady, but standing. Across the chamber, something impossible began happening. 2 alien recruits, species known to fail at 4G, were pushing themselves upright, their bodies trembling, adapting, watching the human, copying the human. Rex turned sharply. Medical telemetry spiked across multiple species. Stress hormone floods, adrenal responses, emergency adaptation pathways triggering. Rex looked back at Mercer. Human, he said slowly. What are you doing? Mercer tried to focus his eyes. Being stubborn, sir. Then he smiled through blood. You should be worried. Why? Mercer coughed hard enough to nearly collapse. Because humans don't just adapt to pressure. Rex stepped closer. What do you mean? Mercer whispered. We spread it. Behind them, another recruit forced itself upright. Then another. The chamber was changing. Not physically. Behaviorally. Survival was becoming contagious. Rex felt something cold settle into his tactical mind. Not fear, but calculation. If one species could force environmental adaptation simply through proximity, then humanity wasn't just a military asset. It was a force multiplier. Or a plague. End sequence, Rex ordered suddenly. The gravity snapped back to standard. The surviving recruits collapsed instantly. Mercer hit the floor flat on his back. Laughing. Coughing. Alive. Rex stood over him. Human. Sir? Mercer wheezed. If the Union goes to war with your species, what happens? Mercer stared at the ceiling. Thought about it. Then said quietly, Depends. On what? How serious we are. Rex said nothing. Hours later, his official report to Union Command contained a single new classification request. Humanity, strategic unknown, potential escalation species. And as med teams wheeled Mercer toward recovery, the old human raised one hand weakly and said, Hey Sarge. Rex looked down. Yes? Mercer grinned. Next time, try 8. By the time Private Daniel Mercer could walk without collapsing, the rumors had already outrun official Union intelligence channels. Not because humans bragged. Because aliens talked. They talked about the old human who stood at 7G and smiled like gravity was just another bad day. They talked about how 3 species previously rated, low endurance, suddenly passed conditioning trials after training beside humans. They talked about how human squads joked during near-fatal drills, and somehow that made everyone else panic less. Union High Command called it cross-species stress adaptation contagion. Human soldiers called it something simpler. Monkey see, monkey survive. Mercer got reassigned before he fully healed. That told him everything he needed to know. The transport ship UCV Relentless Patience carried a mixed-species combat unit toward a border conflict nobody officially called a war yet. The Zorati Empire had begun expanding again, testing Union defenses, absorbing minor systems, destabilizing trade lanes. Classic Empire behavior. Mercer sat in the troop bay, taping his knee brace tighter while an insected comms officer watched him like he was a dangerous animal. "You are damaged," the officer said finally. Mercer snorted. "Buddy, at my age, everything's damaged. That was not humor." "Yeah, you'll get used to it." Across from him sat Sergeant Lura, a feline predator species with combat ribbons from 3 campaigns. She studied Mercer carefully. "They moved you here quickly," she said. "Why?" Mercer shrugged. "Guess I'm popular." "No," she said flatly. "You are a variable." He liked her immediately. The ship dropped out of FTL into the Kepri Fringe, a mining system turned battlefield. 1 gas giant. 3 rocky worlds. 1 half-broken orbital ring station drifting like a corpse. And Zorati ships everywhere. The Union fleet formed defensive lines. The Zorati didn't. They advanced. Mercer watched through the dropship viewport as the first exchange lit space into a silent fireworks show. "Confident bastards," he muttered. Sergeant Lura flicked an ear. "They believe suffering creates superiority." Mercer tightened his gloves. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Humans tried that too." The dropship screamed into atmosphere over Kepri 3, a desert world with a fractured core. Gravity fluctuated violently due to unstable tectonic mass shifts. Union scouts had already lost 2 battalions to environmental collapse alone. Perfect Zorati battlefield. Union command expected a defensive holding action. Mercer stepped onto the surface and immediately frowned. Gravity tugged sideways, then down, then eased. "Okay," he said, scanning the horizon. "This planet's drunk." Sergeant Lura stumbled as gravity spiked. Mercer grabbed her harness instinctively. "Breathe with it," he said. "Don't fight it. Let your body lag half a second." She stared at him. "That is not logical." "Neither is surviving," he said. "Try it." She did, and stayed standing. Within an hour, Mercer's squad moved differently than every other Union unit. They stopped trying to maintain perfect formation. They moved loose. Reactive. Messy. Alive. The first Zorati strike came at sunset. Tall, armor-plated shock troops riding gravity-stabilized walkers. Plasma artillery arced overhead, detonating sand into glass. Union front lines buckled. Mercer's squad didn't. "Light phase coming," Mercer said over comms. "Move on the float." "How do you know?" Lura asked. My knee stopped hurting. Then gravity dropped to near zero for 3 seconds. Mercer's squad surged forward like ghosts. When gravity slammed back, they were already inside Zorati firing range. The fighting was brutal. Close. Personal. Ugly. Zorati warriors were stronger, faster, bred for pain tolerance. Humans fought like bar brawlers with military training layered on top. Mercer had but one through a visor plate. Lura ripped another's leg joint apart. The insected comms officer shot 3 targets, while screaming tactical updates in perfect calm monotone. The Zorati pulled back. Not routed. Confused. From orbit, Vrex watched combat telemetry update in real time. Human-led units showed 63% higher survival rates in fluctuating gravity combat. More concerning, non-human units attached to humans showed improvement curves that should have taken months. Vrex replayed helmet cam footage. Humans laughing under fire. Humans insulting enemy commanders mid-combat. Humans calling out environmental shifts like weather forecasts. And aliens around them, stabilizing. Adapting faster. Fighting harder. Vrex opened a direct channel to Union High Command. "Update human classification," he said. "From strategic unknown?" "Yes." "To what?" Vrex watched Mercer drag a wounded alien soldier out of a gravity sinkhole while firing blind behind him. "Strategic force multiplier," Vrex said. Then he paused. "Add secondary classification. State designation." Vrex spoke slowly. "Psychological contagion asset. On Kepri 3, The Zorati escalated. They began targeting human soldiers first. Mercer noticed by day 3. Yeah, he told Lura, reloading behind shattered mining equipment. They figured out we're the annoying ones. You are priority targets, she said. You should relocate to command positions. Mercer barked a laugh. Yeah, that's not how humans work. That night, Zorati Command made a decision that would reshape the war. They launched a surgical strike. Not on Union Command. Not on infrastructure. On Mercer's unit. Dropships came in silent. Shock troops deployed directly into their forward encampment. The fight lasted 9 minutes. When it ended, 12 Union soldiers were dead. 4 were captured, including Mercer. Sergeant Lura found the blood trail leading into the desert. And something inside her, something she'd only ever seen in humans, snapped into place. Over open Union channels, she spoke 3 words. They took Mercer. Across the theater, human units went quiet, then began moving. Not waiting for orders. Not requesting authorization. Just moving. Toward Zorati territory. Toward Mercer. Towards something that looked a lot like revenge. On a Zorati command ship in orbit, Mercer hung in a gravity suspension field, arms bound, ribs cracked, vision blurred. A Zorati warlord studied him like a specimen. You are older than most soldiers, the warlord said. Mercer coughed blood. Yeah. Perks of being hard to kill. You create instability in enemy morale. Mercer smirked weakly. You mean hope? The warlord ignored that. You will be executed publicly. Mercer nodded slightly. Figured. You show no fear. Mercer closed one swollen eye. I'm human, he said. Fear is just another thing you carry. The warlord ordered gravity increase. 6G. Mercer screamed. Bones shifted. Organs strained. Then he started laughing again. Not because it didn't hurt. Because it did. And he decided pain didn't get to win. The warlord leaned closer. Why do you laugh? Mercer gasped out. Because somewhere, my people just found out you touched one of us. He smiled through blood. Good luck. And across the warfront, human ships changed course. Like predators smelling blood in water. And for the first time in centuries, the Zorati Empire realized they might have started a war they didn't understand. The Zorati didn't rush the execution. That was their first error. They treated war like theater. Pain like currency. Fear like a broadcast signal that could weaken enemies before fleets even arrived. So they built a stage. The execution platform floated above Kepri 3's largest gravity fracture zone, a canyon where gravitational tides rose and fell like ocean waves. Sometimes 2G. Sometimes 8. Sometimes sideways. Perfect symbolism. Perfect cruelty. Mercer hung in a suspension frame at the center of it, ribs bound in pressure wrap, one arm dislocated but crudely reset. His face looked like it had lost a boxing match with a cargo hauler. Still alive. Still conscious. Still watching. The Zorati warlord stepped into frame beside him as thousands of drone cameras activated. The signal bounced off relay satellites and spilled across Union space like poison. Observe, the warlord said, voice translated into 100 languages. This is what becomes of species who mistake endurance for superiority. Mercer spit blood off his lip. Buddy, he rasped. You built an entire culture around pain and you're lecturing me? The warlord ignored him and gestured. The gravity field intensified. 6G. Mercer's body slammed downward into the suspension restraints. His scream tore loose before he could stop it. Muscles spasmed. Blood vessels burst in his eyes again. Across Union space, humans watched in silence. On ships. On outposts. On colony worlds. On Earth. The warlord leaned closer to Mercer. You will beg, he said quietly. Mercer shook his head. You don't get it, he whispered. The warlord signaled again. 7G. Something cracked inside Mercer's chest. His vision tunneled. His hearing turned into a distant ocean roar. Pain stopped being sharp. It became everything. And then something strange happened. Mercer started laughing. Not loud, not strong, but unmistakable. The warlord's mandibles flexed in irritation. "Why?" the warlord demanded. "Why do you respond with madness?" Mercer wheezed air into ruined lungs. "Because," he whispered, "you think this makes you scary." The warlord stepped closer. "And it does not." Mercer forced one eye open. "No," he said. "It makes you predictable." The warlord signaled for maximum gravity spike. 8G. Even Zorati guards stepped back from the field edge. Mercer's body convulsed. Blood pooled under the restraints. Bones screamed inside flesh. And across human-controlled space, something ancient and ugly woke up. Not rage. Not panic. Focus. Human fleet commanders didn't shout. They didn't argue. They didn't wait for the Union Senate to finish emergency sessions. They just started issuing new navigation vectors. Toward Kepri. Toward Zorati space. Toward Mercer. On the bridge of the Union cruiser Judicial Patience, Drill Sergeant Vrex watched the execution feed, and something heavy settled into his tactical mind. Not horror. Recognition. He opened a channel to Union Command. "You must order all human units to stand down," Command said immediately. "They will not," Vrex replied. "You must try." Vrex watched Mercer laugh under 8G gravity. "No," Vrex said. "You do not understand. They are already coming." On the execution platform, the warlord raised a ceremonial blade, a relic weapon designed more for symbolism than practicality. "You will be remembered," the warlord declared, "as the moment humanity learned its place." Mercer tried to speak. Blood bubbled from his mouth. Still, he forced the words out. "You really should have studied us first." The blade raised higher. Then, every drone camera flickered. For half a second, the broadcast glitched. Then returned. The warlord frowned. "Stabilize transmission," he ordered. Tech drones scrambled. Then one of the Zorati guards looked up. "Command, we are detecting." The guard never finished. Because space above Kepri 3 didn't explode. It just filled. Human ships dropped out of FTL so close together they looked like a steel wall tearing reality open. Not hundreds. Thousands. Military. Civilian retrofits. Mining vessels with weapons welded onto hulls. Old warships thought long decommissioned. Mercer squinted upward through blurred vision. "Yeah," he whispered. "There they are." The warlord's command ship began issuing retreat orders. Too late. Human fleets didn't fire first. They hacked. Zoraticom networks died in seconds. Navigation grids collapsed. Orbital defense satellites turned and fired on their own fleet. On the execution platform, alarms screamed. The gravity generators surged unstable as human cyber warfare injected cascading feedback loops. The field around Mercer fluctuated violently. 8G. 3G. 0. Back to 6. The restraints shattered under the chaos. Mercer dropped 6 meters onto the platform hard enough to knock the air out of him. Zorati guards rushed forward. Then stopped. Because Union drop pods, human drop pods, began punching through atmosphere like meteor strikes. The first pod hit 50 meters from the platform. The second hit directly on top of a Zorati armor column. The third, open midair. Human Marines hit the ground firing. Not shouting. Not raging. Working. Cold. Methodical. The execution platform became a battlefield in seconds. Zorati troops fought like elites. Humans fought like men and women who had watched one of their own get tortured on live broadcast. It was not a fair fight. A human medic slid to Mercer's side, cutting restraints. "Hey old man," she said. "You picked a hell of a time to take a vacation." Mercer tried to laugh and mostly coughed. "Took you long enough." Behind them, human shock teams cut toward the warlord's position with terrifying efficiency. The warlord watched his guards fall, one by one. Not from superior strength, from superior coordination, adaptation, improvisation, human war. For the first time in centuries, the Zorati command structure felt something they had engineered out of their own psychology long ago. Doubt. Mercer was lifted onto a med sled as evacuation shuttles screamed overhead. He grabbed the medic's sleeve weakly. "Hey. Yeah? Tell Vrex." "What?" Mercer smiled faintly. "Next time, tell him to try 9. The medic snorted. "Sure thing." Above them, human fleets continued arriving. Not for rescue anymore. For something bigger. And across the galaxy, every empire, alliance, and war council watched the same realization spread like cold fire. Humanity wasn't the strongest species, or the fastest, or the most advanced. But if you hurt one of them badly enough, they didn't just respond. They escalated. And the Zorati Empire had just taught them a new level. The Zorati Empire had never faced an enemy like this. Not because humans were unbeatable. They bled, they broke, they screamed. But because humans remembered. They carried every insult, every wound, every loss like fuel, and when the time came, they burned it all into their enemies. Mercer didn't need a plan. He had instinct. He had experience. He had centuries of human survival encoded in his DNA, tempered by wars humans had never documented in galactic history. And now, the galaxy was about to learn it. Evacuation pods carried Mercer back to a temporary forward base. He was alive, but broken. His body was a roadmap of punishment, each scar a battle marker. His eyes were bloodshot, his ribs swollen and bruised. And yet, he smiled. "You okay?" the medic asked, adjusting his sling. Mercer coughed. "I'm fine. That's relative. Relative to the guy who thought 8G would scare me." She shook her head. "You're insane." "Depends on perspective," Mercer said, voice rasping. "I prefer effective." Meanwhile, human fleets didn't retreat. They spread like wildfire. Every unit that could move, old ex-military cargo haulers retrofitted with artillery, scout frigates armed with experimental railguns, and even civilian freighters packed with explosives, converged on Zorati installations. The assault wasn't chaotic. It wasn't theatrical. It was surgical. Brutal. Efficient. Mercenary precision that was unmistakably human. No other species had ever fought like this, combining raw stubbornness with improvisation, dark humor, and a touch of cruelty. The galaxy's top strategists could not parse it. On Kepri 3, the Zorati command collapsed. Communications blacked out. Gravity generators destabilized under human sabotage teams. Tactical satellites were destroyed in orbit. When the humans finally arrived at the warlord's flagship, they didn't surrender, negotiate, or demand tribute. They took it. Mercer walked onto the bridge, limping heavily, his body wrapped in makeshift armor. The warlord knelt on the floor, surrounded by fallen elite guards, trembling like a cornered predator. "You," the warlord stammered. "You survived the execution." Mercer smiled faintly. "And you underestimated the species you tried to humiliate." The warlord's mandibles twitched. "You will pay for this. Your species will pay." Mercer shrugged, cracking a faint laugh. "Pay? Maybe. But right now you're out of credit." Humans didn't celebrate. Not yet. They cleaned, secured, and prepared to leave before the Zorati could recover. Efficiency was the hallmark of the species. Mercy was an option, but not a requirement. Vrex watched from orbit as the war ended. He didn't feel pride. He didn't feel fear. He felt respect tinged with dread. "They are a strategic variable," he muttered. "And the universe has just been reminded of what variables can do." Union Command updated its galactic records. Humanity, strategic existential variable. Potential escalation species. Handle with extreme caution. Back on Earth, Mercer walked with a cane, old now, tired but alive. His comrades had survived, and the galaxy would never forget what they had unleashed. He sat in a small garden beneath a fading sun, watching children play. He could hear the echoes of wars past, the laughter of aliens who had survived because humans refused to break. He sipped his tea. Not bad for a species the galaxy thought it could crush, he muttered. And somewhere in the far reaches of space, every empire that had once mocked humanity reconsidered everything. They could double gravity. They could shatter bones. They could inflict pain. But humanity didn't just survive. They adapted, escalated, and returned stronger. Mercer smiled, quietly savoring the knowledge. The galaxy had learned a lesson, and it had learned it the hard way. Because you can push a human down, but if they get back up, watch out.
Look, I'm not saying that the Galactic Council is full of idiots, but when your solution to a rat problem involves a 12-member committee and a PowerPoint presentation, you might want to rethink your life choices. Station Commander Graxel stood at the head of the conference table, his 4 eye stalks twitching nervously as he addressed the assembled representatives. He was a Vorgathian, which meant he looked like someone had crossed a squid with a filing cabinet and given it anxiety issues. Esteemed delegates, Graxel began, his voice translator adding an unnecessary echo for dramatic effect. We face an unprecedented crisis. The skittermite infestation has reached Code Red levels. Code Red for space rats. I'm Jake Murphy, by the way, and I was sitting in the corner eating a turkey sandwich while these highly advanced alien species lost their minds over what was essentially a pest control issue. A skittermite chose that exact moment to scurry across the conference table. 6 legs, about the size of a football, with way too many teeth for something that wasn't paying rent. The assembled aliens recoiled like it was made of explosives. "They're in the ventilation shafts," shrieked Counselor Plixnor, a crystalline being who sounded like wind chimes having a panic attack. "They've breached the cafeteria food stores," added Ambassador Threlix, whose species looked like upright salamanders in business suits. Graxel's eye stalks drooped. "We've lost 3 storage decks. The Quantum Computing Center reported 17 skittermites nesting in the server cooling systems. And worst of all," he paused dramatically, "they've infiltrated my personal quarters." The room erupted in gasps and concerned chittering. I took another bite of my sandwich. "This was better than cable. We must implement Protocol Zeta-9, Plixnor announced, projecting a holographic display that looked like a Christmas tree had a baby with a circuit board. "A full station sonic disruption. Grid. Cost. Only 4 million credits." "Too slow," Threlix countered. "We need the pheromone confusion matrix. It'll scramble their sensory organs." He pulled up his own hologram, which honestly looked like the same thing with different colors. 3.2 million credits, implemented in 6 weeks. I cleared my throat. "You know, there's actually a pretty simple, the human will remain silent," Graxel said without looking at me. "We're discussing solutions that require actual sophistication, not primitive Earth methods." "Right, because the species that invented faster-than-light travel couldn't figure out pest control. But sure, I was the primitive one. A galactic health inspector was scheduled to visit orbital station Zenith 7 in 1 week. If we failed the inspection, the station would be shut down, and everyone here would be reassigned to some backwater outpost where the most exciting thing that happened was watching ice melt. In space, perhaps, suggested a delegate, who looked like a floating jellyfish in a monocle. We could implement a quantum containment field to phase the skittermites into an alternate dimension? Brilliant. Ignoring it. Worse, the sonic frequency made Counselor ignoring it. Worse, the sonic frequency made Counselor Plixnor's crystalline body resonate so badly, he couldn't stop vibrating. He spent 3 hours stuck in a corner going wub wub wub, like a broken dubstep album. I suggested turning it off. Graxel told me to go unclog a toilet. I'm a maintenance worker, so fair enough. But still, Day 2 brought the pheromone confusion matrix. Ambassador Threlix supervised the installation personally, which involved spraying this purple mist throughout the ventilation system. It was supposed to scramble the skittermites' ability to navigate. Instead, it scrambled everyone's ability to navigate. Turned out the pheromones worked on half the species on the station. I found 3 different aliens wandering in circles in the cargo bay, bumping into walls like video game NPCs with broken pathfinding. The skittermites? They threw a party in the cafeteria. I counted 47 of them doing whatever the space rat equivalent of a conga line is. "This is unacceptable," Graxel wailed, frantically wiping purple mist residue off his eye stalks. Deploy the quantum containment field. Day 3 was my favorite. The quantum field was supposed to create a dimensional pocket that would trap the skittermites in an alternate reality. The lead scientist, a gray blob named Dr. Morphix, assured everyone it was perfectly safe. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. They activated the field in Sector 7. There was a flash of light, a sound like reality burping, and suddenly there were twice as many skittermites. Apparently they'd pulled them from an alternate dimension where the infestation was even worse. "Turn it off!" Graxel shrieked. "I'm trying!" "Doctor," Morphix blobbed frantically at the controls. "The field is self-sustaining. It took 4 hours and another 1,000,000 credits to shut it down. The alternate dimension skittermites, at least, went back home, probably to tell their friends about the idiot aliens with the food buffet. By day 4, the station's budget was blown, morale was in the toilet, and the skittermites had established what I can only describe as a kingdom in the ventilation shafts above the command center. You could hear them skittering around up there like they were redecorating. Graxel called an emergency meeting. His eye stalks looked like they'd aged 10 years. "The Galactic Health Inspector arrives in 3 days, he said, his voice flat with defeat. "We have tried every advanced solution available to modern science. Does anyone, and I mean anyone, have any other ideas?" I raised my hand. "Not you, Murphy." I kept my hand up. Graxel's eye stalk swiveled to glare at me. "Fine. What primitive Earth nonsense are you going to suggest? Hitting them with sticks? Throwing rocks?" I stood up, walked to the conference table, and planted my hands on the surface. "Gentlemen, ladies, and assorted gelatinous life forms," I said. "I'm going to say 2 words that are going to change your lives." Everyone stared at me. "House cats." The room exploded into chaos. You'd think I'd suggested releasing a biological weapon. Actually, scratch that. The aliens would have probably been more comfortable with a biological weapon. At least those came with safety protocols and insurance waivers. Quote, 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 cats? Graxel's eye stalks recoiled so hard they nearly tied themselves in knots. "You want to bring predatory animals onto a space station?" "Correction," I said, holding up one finger. "Apex predators. Earth's most efficient killing machines. Fuzzy little murder machines that hunt for sport." Counselor Plixner's crystalline form turned a pale shade of horrified. Murphy has finally lost his primitive mind. "Hear me out," I continued, because I was already committed to this bit. Cats are obligate carnivores. You know what that means? It means they don't eat plants. They only eat meat. They're biologically hardwired to hunt small, fast-moving creatures. It's not even a choice for them. It's in their DNA. Ambassador Threlix's salamander face scrunched up. "We have studied Earth fauna. These cats are small, yes? Domesticated? You want us to believe that tiny pets can succeed where quantum physics has failed?" I pulled out my datapad and projected some images onto the main screen. A tabby cat mid-pounce. Another one with a mouse in its jaws. A third doing that weird sideways hop thing they do before they attack. "Let me paint you a picture," I said, warming to my subject. Cats can hear frequencies up to 64 kilohertz. They can see in near total darkness. They've got retractable claws, lightning-fast reflexes, and the patience to sit completely still for hours waiting for prey. Oh, and here's the kicker: they don't hunt because they're hungry. They hunt because it's fun. The room had gone very quiet. "They kill for recreation," I continued. "On Earth, domestic cats are responsible for billions of small animal deaths per year. Billions, with a B. And these aren't even wild cats. These are the ones that sleep on couches and demand belly rubs. Now imagine what they'll do when you put them on a station full of skittermites with nowhere to hide." Dr. Morphix blobbed nervously. "But surely these creatures are dangerous to us as well?" "Nah." I waved a hand dismissively. "Cats are like tiny furry sociopaths with excellent PR. They'll ignore you completely unless they want food or attention. The worst they'll do is knock stuff off your desk while maintaining eye contact. But skittermites?" I grinned. "Skittermites are exactly the right size, speed, and level of crunchiness that cats find irresistible." Graxel's eye stalks drooped with exhaustion. "This is absurd. We're a galactic hub of advanced civilization, and you want us to solve our problems with pets. You got a better idea?" I asked. "Because from where I'm standing, you've spent 8 million credits making the problem worse. My solution cost the price of a cargo shipment and some kibble. Silence filled the conference room. You could practically hear the math happening in everyone's heads. 8 million credits versus one human's stupid plan. The health inspector arrives in 3 days, Plixner said quietly. Graxel's shoulders, or what passed for shoulders on a squid filing cabinet hybrid, slumped in defeat. Fine. Murphy, bring your so-called apex predators. But when this fails spectacularly, and we're all reassigned to monitoring asteroid belts, I'm putting it in your permanent record. I pulled out my personal communicator. Way ahead of you, boss. I'm calling my sister. She runs a cat rescue back on Earth. A rescue? Threlix asked. Your planet has so many of these predators that they require rescuing? Oh, buddy, I said, dialing the number. You have no idea. We've got more cats than we know what to do with. Hey, Jenny? Yeah, it's Jake. I need you to ship me 6 cats. Good hunters. Yeah, I'll send coordinates. Overnight shipping. Thanks, sis. I hung up and looked at the assembled aliens with my best confidence. I definitely don't feel smile. Gentlemen, in 24 hours, your skittermite problem is going to solve itself. Just try not to freak out when you meet Earth's most perfect predators. Graxel made a sound like a sigh filtered through a whoopee cushion. This station is doomed. Yeah, I agreed cheerfully. But at least it'll be entertaining. The cargo ship arrived at 0600 station time, which meant I was standing in the docking bay with a crowd of nervous aliens while everyone else was still asleep. Smart people, those other folks. Graxel had insisted on being present. So had half the council. They were treating this like a military operation. There were security personnel, medical teams on standby. Someone had even set up a containment field generator. You know, just in case the 5-pound hairballs decided to go rogue. The cargo door hissed open. 6 pet carriers sat in the hold, and I could already hear the commentary from inside. Miss Rowe, Mia, Mral Doubaloo. That last one was loud. Probably Princess Fluffbottom. She had opinions about travel. Those are the apex predators? Ambassador Threlix whispered, his salamander face scrunched in confusion. Those are the apex predators, I confirmed, grabbing the first carrier. I set them down in a line and started introductions, because if I was going down for this, I was going down with style. Ladies, gentlemen, and gelatinous colleagues, allow me to introduce your salvation. I opened the first carrier. This is Captain Whiskers. Orange tabby. 15 pounds of pure hunting instinct wrapped in a package that looks like a furry traffic cone. Captain Whiskers strutted out like he owned the place. Because of course he did. He was a cat. He owned everything. Graxel's eye stalks bent down to observe. It's orange. He's magnificent. I corrected. Next up, Princess Fluffbottom. Calico. Attitude problem. We'll cut you. Princess. Fluffbottom emerged with the energy of a disgruntled duchess who'd been woken from a nap. She took one look at the assembled aliens and made a sound like a dial-up modem having an existential crisis. Is it malfunctioning? Counselor Plixnor asked. That's just how she communicates, I said. This distinguished gentleman is Sir Reginald, Tuxedo Cat. Thinks he's royalty. Honestly, he might be right. Sir Reginald stepped out, surveyed the room with green eyes that judged everyone's life choices, and immediately started grooming himself. Power move. Now this little terror is called Chaos Goblin. Black cat. All black. Like a shadow with teeth and zero impulse control. Chaos. Goblin exploded from the carrier like he'd been launched from a cannon. Did 3 laps around the docking bay. Scaled a support beam. And ended up hanging from a ceiling vent, staring down at everyone with eyes that reflected the lights like tiny demonic headlamps. Half the security team reached for their weapons. Stand down, I called. That's just what he does. He's fine. That creature is clearly possessed by malevolent spirits. Dr. Morphix blobbed. No, he's just like that. I opened the next carrier. This is Lady Murderbean, Siamese. Siamese cats are chatty, demanding, and have the energy of a caffeine-addicted tornado. She will never stop talking, and you will never understand what she wants. Ma, Lady. Lady Murderbean had a voice like a car alarm crossed with an opera singer. Make it stop, Graxel pleaded. Can't. She's got opinions, and by God, you're going to hear them. I opened the last carrier. And finally, this is Doofus. Gray short hair. Not the brightest star in the sky, but he's got a good heart, and he's just happy to be included. Doofus tumbled out of the carrier, immediately tripped over his own feet, and began purring loud enough to register on seismic monitors. Ambassador Threlix leaned closer. Why is it vibrating? That's purring. It means he's happy. Here, watch this. I reached down and scratched Doofus behind the ears. His purring intensified. His eyes closed in bliss. One back leg started thumping. These are your legendary predators? Graxel's voice dripped with skepticism. They're adorable. That's what makes them perfect, I said. You never see it coming. I'd already set up stations throughout the affected areas. Food bowls, water, litter boxes, which I'd had to explain 3 times. And honestly, the aliens were still deeply confused by the concept. I released the cats with one simple instruction: go nuts. That night, I stayed up monitoring the security feeds. 2300 hours. Captain Whiskers enters ventilation shaft in Sector 4. 2315. Sounds of screeching skittermites. Multiple life signs going dark on scanners. 2347. Princess Fluffbottom emerges from cargo bay, dragging a skittermite twice her size. Leaves it in front of Graxel's quarters like a gift. Or a threat. Midnight. Chaos. Goblin discovers the main skittermite nest. What follows can only be described as a massacre set to the soundtrack of demonic cats screeching. 0200. Sir Reginald catches 3 skittermites in the cafeteria, bats them around like toys, gets bored, and leaves them for someone else to clean up. Because he's classy like that. 0330. Lady Murderbean corners an entire skittermite family in the computer core. The security feed picked up her battle cry. 3 decks away, aliens woke up in a panic thinking the station was under attack. 0400. Doofus finds a skittermite, pounces enthusiastically, misses completely, crashes into a wall, shakes it off, tries again, and somehow accidentally catches 2. By morning, the ventilation shaft in Sector 4 was silent. I found Graxel in the command center, staring at the security footage with all 4 eye stalks. Murphy, he said slowly, what have you done? Pest control, sir. Want some coffee? The floor of the ventilation access corridor was covered in tiny skittermite corpses. Captain Whiskers was curled up in a sunbeam near the observation window, fast asleep, looking like the most innocent creature in the galaxy. They're monsters, Graxel whispered. No, I corrected, pouring myself coffee. They're cats. There's a difference. Probably. Princess Fluffbottom chose that moment to hop onto the command console, sprawl across the holographic display, and start grooming herself in the spot where Graxel usually stood. He stared at her. She stared back, then slowly, deliberately, pushed a datapad off the console. It clattered to the floor. She maintained eye contact the entire time. I already hate this, Graxel muttered. Day 1, boss, I said cheerfully. Just wait. 72 hours. That's how long it took for 6 rescue cats to completely eliminate a skittermite infestation that had stumped the greatest minds in the galaxy. It also took 72 hours for those same 6 cats to stage a complete hostile takeover of Orbital Station Zenith 7. Day 2 of Operation Cats began with Graxel attempting to reclaim his command chair. Captain Whiskers had other ideas. The 15-pound orange tabby had claimed the chair as his throne, and when Graxel tried to move him, Captain Whiskers did that thing cats do, where they somehow make themselves weigh 400 pounds through sheer force of will. Murphy, Graxel's voice crackled over my comm. Remove this creature from my chair immediately. I arrived at the command center to find Graxel in a standoff with a cat. A cat that was currently sprawled across the chair like a furry emperor, one paw dangling off the armrest, radiating supreme indifference. Sir, I can't just move him. Why not? You said they were domesticated. Domesticated doesn't mean obedient. It means they've trained us to feed them. Big difference. I pulled out my datapad. Look, cats respect territory. He's claimed that spot. You've got 2 options. Wait for him to move on his own, or get a different chair. Graxel's eye stalks quivered with suppressed rage. This is my station. Captain Whiskers yawned, showing every single tooth, then rolled onto his back and started purring. Was your station? I corrected. Now it's a timeshare. By day 3, the cultural integration was in full swing, and by integration, I mean complete chaos. Princess Fluffbottom had established herself as the queen of the cafeteria. She would sit on whichever table she deemed worthy, and judge everyone's food choices. Counselor Plixnor tried to shoo her away once. She gave him a look that could have stripped paint, and he apologized. To a cat. Sir Reginald had taken over the station's meditation garden. which the Zentarai monks used for their daily prayers. The monks didn't seem to mind. They said his presence was calming. He'd also killed 6 more skittermites in there and left them arranged in a perfect circle, which the monks interpreted as a religious sign. They'd started a shrine. I didn't have the heart to tell them it was just cat weirdness. Chaos Goblin remained true to his name. He discovered that the station's low gravity in certain sections let him do things that defied physics. I'd received 17 complaints about a demonic shadow creature ricocheting off walls in the recreation sector. That was just him playing. At night, he'd patrol the ventilation shafts, and you could track his progress by the panicked skittermite squeaks that abruptly cut off. Lady Murderbean had adopted Ambassador Threlix. She followed him everywhere, providing constant commentary on his life choices. Yes, I know you have an opinion about my report, but I will schedule the subcommittee meeting, I promise. Just please. Threlix looked at me with desperate eyes during a corridor encounter. Murphy, how do I make her stop? You don't. You just learn to live with it. She's part of your life now. Forever. He made a sound like a whimper. Doofus had become the station mascot. He was friendly, dopey, and had the survival instincts of a brick. Everyone loved him. He'd somehow caught 9 skittermites despite apparently not knowing where his own feet were at any given time. Dumb luck raised to an art form. Dr. Morphix had started a research project studying cat behavior. His preliminary report was 12 pages of increasingly confused observations. My favorite excerpt: subject exhibits behaviors that appear intentional yet random, strategic yet impulsive. They operate on a logic system that may be quantum in nature, or they're just messing with us. Further study required. The Galactic Health Inspector arrived on day 4. Inspector Vrel was a Chthonian, which meant she looked like a praying mantis wearing a business suit. She had a reputation for being absolutely ruthless. Station commanders had been fired over a single spot on a window. Graxel was sweating. Well, secreting. His species didn't technically sweat, but same energy. Inspector Vrel, he said, all 4 eye stalks attempting a smile. Welcome to Station Zenith 7. As you can see, we've completely resolved our pest situation through advanced. Princess Fluffbottom chose that exact moment to streak past at Mach 3 with a skittermite in her mouth, followed by Chaos Goblin in hot pursuit, because apparently she'd stolen his kill. They disappeared into a ventilation shaft. There were sounds of a brief, violent negotiation. Inspector Vrel's antennae twitched. What was that? Pest control, I said helpfully. The organic kind. She pulled out her scanner and began the inspection. Graxel trailed after her like a nervous puppy, making excuses, but the numbers didn't lie. 0 skittermite readings. Anywhere. The station was cleaner than it had been in months. Remarkable, Vrel muttered, checking a ventilation shaft that had been completely overrun a week ago. I've never seen an infestation eliminated so thoroughly. That's when Sir Reginald appeared, as cats do, from absolutely nowhere. He wound himself around Inspector Vrel's legs, purring like a diesel engine. She froze. What is this creature doing? He likes you, I explained. That's good. It means you've been judged and found acceptable. I don't require judgment from a... Princess Fluffbottom emerged from the vent and dropped a very dead skittermite at Vrel's feet, then sat down and stared up at her expectantly. Is this a gift? Yes. Congratulations. You've been adopted. Inspector Vrel looked down at the dead skittermite, then at Princess Fluffbottom, then at me. Her antennae did something complicated. I hereby certify this station as pest-free and in full compliance with galactic health standards, she said officially. Then quieter. Can I pet it? Sure, but she's got opinions about how... Vrel reached down. Princess Fluffbottom allowed exactly 3 pets, then got knot-mint. The zoomies and tore off down the corridor like her tail was on fire, bounced off 2 walls, and vanished into the ceiling. Inspector Vrel's antennae were fully upright. Fascinating. She left 30 minutes later with a full positive report and a data file on how to adopt Earth cats. I may have encouraged that. Graxel found me in the maintenance bay that evening. Captain Whiskers was sitting on my workbench, judging my repairs. Murphy, Graxel said, his voice tired. The Galactic Council has requested information on acquiring these cats for other stations. Yeah? Yes. Apparently word has spread about our success. He paused. I'm supposed to thank you. Officially. But unofficially? Unofficially, there is a cat in my personal quarters who keeps knocking things off my shelves at 3 in the morning and I haven't slept in 2 days. I grinned. That's Chaos Goblin. He's showing affection. I want to fire you so badly right now. Can't. I'm the only one who speaks. Cat. Graxel's eye stalks drooped in defeat, and he shuffled away, muttering something about retirement. Captain Whiskers looked at me and slow blinked. The cat equivalent of, "You're welcome." "Yeah," I said, scratching behind his ears. "We did good, buddy." He purred and pushed a screwdriver off the workbench. Some things never change. 3 weeks later, I was sitting in the cafeteria with what I can only describe as the galaxy's weirdest support group. Counselor Plixnor was at the next table, hand-feeding Princess Fluffbottom pieces of his lunch while she purred and judged his technique. Ambassador Threlix had given up fighting Lady Murderbean's constant commentary, and now just carried on full conversations with her like she was his personal assistant. Doctor. Morphix had abandoned his research project after concluding that cats operate on a plane of existence science cannot measure, and now he just posted videos of Doofus doing stupid things on the station's social network. The Galactic Council had officially requested that Earth establish a cat export program. Not asked, requested. As in, they were willing to pay. I'd spent the last week negotiating terms with Jenny back on Earth. She was having the time of her life. Turns out, when you're the only planet in the galaxy with an excess of apex predators that also happen to be adorable, you've got leverage. The deal was simple. Any station wanting cats had to meet strict care requirements: proper food, water, enrichment, veterinary care, and most importantly, each cat had to be treated with the dignity and respect due to a creature that could solve your pest problems, but also might knock your coffee off your desk just to watch it fall. Jenny was calling it the Interstellar Cat Adoption Network. She'd already trademarked it. My sister was going to be rich. Graxel walked into the cafeteria, and I did a double take. Captain Whiskers was perched on his shoulder like an orange furry parrot, surveying his domain. With regal satisfaction. "Commander," I said, trying not to smile. "Nice accessory." "Shut up, Murphy." But there was no real heat in it. Graxel got his food and sat down across from me. Captain Whiskers immediately started trying to steal his lunch. "The Council has officially recognized Earth's contribution to galactic station management. They're calling it the Murphy Protocol. They're naming it after me. They wanted to call it the Feline Solution, but apparently that sounds too much like a war crime in 6 different languages." He pushed his plate slightly away from Captain Whiskers, who responded by simply stretching further. "There are now 47 stations requesting cats. Your sister is scheduling interviews with potential adopters." "Interviews?" "She's very thorough. Station Commander Draxel was rejected because he referred to cats as equipment. She sent him a 20-page essay on why he was wrong." Graxel actually smiled. One of his eye stalks bent down to regard Captain Whiskers, who was now purring. "I suppose I understand her position." I watched this squid filing cabinet hybrid gently scratch a cat behind the ears and realized something had fundamentally shifted in the galaxy. "You know what the crazy part is?" I said. "Humans didn't even try to weaponize cats. We just lived with them for 10,000 years because we liked having them around. They kept our grain stores pest-free, sure, but mostly we just thought they were neat, and it never occurred to us that this was something special until we met you guys. Humanity's greatest strength," Graxel said thoughtfully, "appears to be your ability to befriend chaos and call it a pet. We domesticated wolves into dogs. We made friends with murder machines and turned them into therapy animals. We looked at cats, perfect killing machines that barely tolerate us, and said, yes, this will live in my house, and I will love it." I took a sip of coffee. "I guess when you spend your whole evolutionary history as the scrappy underdog on a death world, you learn to make allies wherever you can find them." Sir Reginald jumped onto our table, walked directly through Graxel's lunch, knocked over my coffee, and settled down in the exact center like a furry black and white sphinx. Neither of us moved him. Across the cafeteria, Chaos Goblin was teaching some alien younglings how to play, which mostly involved him running up walls while they tried to follow, and failed spectacularly. Their parents watched nervously, but the kids were having the time of their lives. "Murphy," Graxel said after a long pause, "I still think you're primitive. Fair, but perhaps there's something to be said for primitive solutions to complex problems. Also fair." Captain Whiskers stretched, yawned, and curled up on Graxel's shoulder, purring like a tiny motorboat. The station commander reached up and, almost unconsciously, started petting him. "Did I mention," I said casually, "that cats live 15 to 20 years? Graxel's eye stalks shot up. What? Yeah. You're stuck with him for a while. Hope you're cool with that. All 4 eye stalks turned to look at Captain Whiskers, who chose that moment to open one eye, slow blink at Graxel, and resume purring. I hate you, Murphy. No, you don't. You love these cats. Admit it, I will do no such. Captain Whiskers headbutted Graxel's nearest eye stalk affectionately. The commander's shoulders, or what passed for them, slumped in defeat. Fine. They've grown on me. Like a fungus. A cute fungus that saved your station and your career. A fungus that knocked over my antique Zentarii meditation crystal at 4 in the morning last Tuesday. Yeah, but look at his face. We both looked at Captain Whiskers, who was the picture of innocent contentment. Damn it, Graxel muttered. At that moment, Princess Fluffbottom, Lady Murderbean, and Doofus all simultaneously stopped what they were doing and stared intently at the same empty corner of the cafeteria. Every alien in the room followed their gaze, searching for whatever threat the apex predators had detected. There was nothing there. The cats kept staring. Why are they doing that? Plixner whispered, his crystalline form taking on a nervous shimmer. No idea, I said cheerfully. They just do that sometimes. But there must be something. Nope. Sometimes cats just stare at nothing and freak everyone out. It's part of their charm. All 3 cats maintained their vigil for another 30 seconds, then simultaneously went back to what they were doing like nothing had happened. The aliens remained on edge for the rest of lunch. I leaned back in my chair and smiled. Earth had joined the Galactic Council 5 years ago as the new guys, the primitive species that still used combustion engines and hadn't figured out cold fusion. We didn't have the best technology. We didn't have the most advanced weapons. We didn't even have particularly good social skills. But we had cats, and apparently, that was enough. Graxel caught my expression. You're entirely too pleased with yourself. Commander, we just solved a galactic crisis with the power of weaponized cuteness. Humanity's greatest contribution to the stars isn't going to be technology or culture or philosophy. It's going to be teaching the universe that sometimes the best solution to a problem is a 5-pound furball with murder in its heart and a complete lack of respect for authority. Captain Whiskers chose that moment to stretch, step directly onto Graxel's datapad, and send a message to the entire station command staff. An accidental message that just said, Graxel stared at his datapad in horror. I'm not correcting it, I said. Murphy, nope. That's an official communication from Captain Whiskers now. It's in the record. Somewhere in the ventilation shaft above us, Chaos Goblin found one last skit termite that had somehow survived the purge. There was a brief sound of scuffling, a triumphant yowl, and then silence. Station Zenith 7 was officially pest-free, run by a committee of 6 cats who answered to no one, and somehow more efficient than it had ever been. Humanity had arrived in the stars, and we'd brought our friends.
The holographic forest erupted with screams. A spindly Ligari student, a nervous, translucent thing named Vedil, sprinted blindly into a tree and collapsed in a tangle of limbs and broken pride. Behind him, the projected image of a 6-limbed predator snarled and pounced, passing harmlessly through his flailing form as the simulation paused with a soft chime. Unacceptable, the Zentari instructor rasped, disappointment coiling through his voice like static. That makes 14 failed evasions in a row. We will now review slide 32 again. There was a chorus of exhausted groans from the room. The survival seminar aboard the Polaris Nova was not what the Coalition Education Council had promised. No one had expected to spend 5 hours simulating prey behavior under fluorescent lighting, let alone to be judged by Dr. Kirix, a Zentari biologist, whose posture was straight enough to be measured in microns. His limb segments clicked together, not in the way that frightened smaller students, but close, as he paced in front of the flickering display panel. Julian leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. The only human in the room, he had a healing scrape across his left temple and an immobilization brace on one wrist. If anyone had asked, he'd say it was from a hydroponics incident involving a malfunctioning ladder, a startled maintenance robot, and poor decisions. But no one asked. They were all too busy pretending not to look at him, especially since that business with the galley knife last week. Slide 32, Kirix repeated. Observe. Predator identified visually from a distance. Standard evasion, Z, pattern, sprint. Minimal noise, direction opposite to wind. Another simulation played. A fictional prey creature bolted from a vaguely feline shape, zigzagging as instructed until it was pounced upon, pinned, and virtually shredded. Julian squinted. Wasn't that what we were supposed to do? Kirix ignored him. The fault lies in erratic pacing. The prey slowed when... Julian raised his hand. Kirix blinked, mid-sentence. Yes, Julian. Julian tilted his head slightly. Which kind of predator? There was silence. The Zentari's pupils retracted to pinpoints. Excuse me? Which kind? Julian repeated, completely straight-faced. I mean, this is visual hunting, sure, but are we talking ambush predator, chase predator, territorial threat? Is it hungry or defensive? Do we assume scent tracking or motion-based targeting? A few of the alien students turned in their seats to stare. Someone let out a quiet noise that translated, universally, to what? Kirix stood very still. There is only one kind of predator. It hunts, you run. If you fail, you die. Julian scratched his jaw. Not really, I mean, not always. Vedil, now upright and cradling a simulated bruised limb, turned nervously. How many kinds are there? Julian looked up at the ceiling thoughtfully. Well, on Earth, you've got pursuit predators like wolves and wild dogs. They chase you down till you drop. Then ambush types, crocodiles, some big cats, scent trackers like bears or bloodhounds. Then you've got defensive threats like hippos or moose. Oh, and territorial ones, like cougars. They'll stalk you if you look like a threat. Some birds of prey too, if you're near their nests. And sharks are kind of a mixed bag. What is a hippo? Someone whispered. Kirix tried to reclaim the discussion. This is irrelevant. The curriculum. Julian held up his hands. No offense, Doc, but you're running a one-size-fits-all demo. That only works if predators all behave the same way. On Earth, they don't, so neither do we. A murmur rippled through the room. Kirix hissed. Earth's biosphere is a statistical outlier. Dangerous, erratic, and hardly... Yeah, Julian nodded. That's the point. He stood, slowly, making sure to favor his braced wrist. Okay, example. You see a crocodile? Run in a zigzag. Seriously. They're fast in a straight line but suck at turning. Bears? You don't run. Back away slow. Make yourself big. Maybe play dead if it charges, but only for grizzlies. If it's a black bear, don't play dead. That gets you eaten. Eaten, Vedil repeated faintly. Julian shrugged. Cougar? Hold eye contact. Make yourself look big again. Yell. Don't turn your back, ever. They like the element of surprise. And hippos? Don't get between them and water. Just don't. Ever. Ever. Someone in the back whispered, Water? A four-eyed Tolkari student raised one hand tentatively. How does one identify the species in a moment of threat? Julian gave a lopsided grin. Trial and error. Kirix made a noise like a fan overheating. Julian continued, voice casual but clear. There's a reason humans are weird about survival. Most creatures stick to one strategy. We adapt, we bluff. Sometimes we intimidate the predator. Sometimes we scatter and rely on probability. Sometimes we fight back. And we've had to figure all this out without natural armor, claws, or speed. Just brains and panic. He motioned to the center of the room. Mind if I do a quick demo? Kirix didn't answer, which Julian took as a yes. Okay, you four, help me out. Stand in a group here. The students shuffled forward uncertainly. Julian gestured for them to clump together. Right, you're a herd animal, big and loud. Predator comes from there, he pointed, and you don't know which of you it'll go for. So, what do? Run, one offered. Exactly, but not in a line. You run all over the place. Julian stepped back. Someone counts to 3. Go. There was hesitation. Then someone whispered, 3. Chaos erupted. The group bolted in different directions, one tripping over a chair, another spinning and doubling back, flailing in panic. The remaining students stared in baffled silence. Julian nodded. See? Confuses the predator. Can't pick a target. Herd might lose one member, but it doesn't lose everyone. Kirix's mandible. Kirix's face stiffened. Julian walked back to his seat. Point is, you can't program survival. You have to feel it. That's what we do. That's what we've always done. There was a long pause. Then, a voice from the back. What if the predator is human? Julian froze mid-sit, then slowly turned. He didn't smile. Not exactly. More like a crooked twitch at the corner of his mouth. Then you're out of luck, he said simply. We're at the top of the food chain. There's no escape from us. The silence that followed was complete. Dr. Kirix quietly shut down the lesson module. After class, no one spoke. The alien students filtered out of the simulator hall like debris in slow orbit, hushed and disoriented, casting glances at Julian as though he'd quietly confessed to eating his neighbors. A few paused in the corridor, whispering in their native languages. One Ektari student made the sign of recursive motion, a gesture usually reserved for encountering religious paradoxes or malfunctioning AIs. Julian stretched his good arm and yawned. That went well. Julian, came a rasp behind him. He turned. Dr. Kirix was still in the hall, holding his instruction tablet like it had personally betrayed him. His posture had lost some of its razor-stiff sharpness. You are not to perform unauthorized demonstrations again. Do you understand? Julian nodded. Sure thing, Doc. Kirix twitched. I will be submitting a request to audit Earth standard survival training. The Coalition must investigate the viability of such chaotic adaptation methods. Julian gave him a thumbs up. Might want to include rabies protocols while you're at it. Kirix did not respond. He turned and stalked down the corridor, legs moving with mechanical efficiency. Julian started to follow the drifting stream of students toward the mess hall. He made it halfway before someone called out. Julian, a moment? He turned again. It was Threx, a tall, deep-shelled Revelin student known for his quiet disdain toward biological organisms with soft exposure vital points. Julian, being essentially a walking sack of meat with bones and complaints, hadn't expected Threx to voluntarily initiate conversation. Julian blinked. Hey Threx, what's up? The Revelin adjusted the scarf that wrapped around his air-sensitive joints. Your behavior, your explanation of predator response logic. It suggests significant environmental instability. Yeah, Julian said, Earth's basically a constant murder lottery. Threx hesitated. Would you teach me how to zigzag? Julian tried not to laugh. Sure. By the time they made it to the mess hall, 2 other students had quietly joined them. Vadel, who still looked slightly shell-shocked, and a lanky Farnerian named Ulzet with iridescent scales and nervous eyes. Julian grabbed a tray and loaded it with protein cubes and a coffee that could legally be classified as engine degreaser. Vadil cleared his throat. Is it true that human children are left alone outdoors? With predators? Julian paused mid-sip. Not with predators, no. But yeah, we let kids play outside. Usually they've got adult supervision nearby, and in places with dangerous wildlife, you teach them early. Like, don't run from a moose, don't poke snakes, don't corner raccoons. Ulzit looked pale, even through his opalescent hue. What is a raccoon? Tiny garbage bandit, Julian said. Tenacious little guys. You don't want to mess with one unless you've had your tetanus booster. Vadel blinked. Your children engage in trial by danger? Julian shrugged. Trial by life. You grow up learning how to read animal behavior. Sometimes you make mistakes, but that's why adults teach kids. And we've got a lot of protocols, fencing, repellents, education campaigns. Still, yeah, sometimes you just deal with it. Ulzit stared at him for a moment, then asked, how are you all still alive? Julian pointed at his temple. Sheer stubbornness and trauma bonding. Threx lowered his tray. This suggests not only tactical adaptation, but psychological endurance. Julian raised his coffee. Cheers to generational anxiety. The conversation was interrupted by a chime from the intercom. Attention, mid-cycle announcement. Coalition curriculum update request submitted for review. Subject, Planet Earth. Class 4, Predatory Ecosystems. A few heads turned. Julian grinned. Told you it wasn't just me. Later that day, back in his quarters, Julian wrapped his brace in a cold compression wrap. His wrist still ached, but it wasn't broken, just sprained. The medbay had run scans earlier in the week after the fall from the ladder. He was under orders to avoid lifting anything heavier than a datapad for 2 more weeks. The last time he'd ended up in medbay, it was for a gash across the thigh during a simulated evac drill. The time before that, mild hypoxia from trying to fix a vent clog without a respirator. Earth had trained him for risk management. The Polaris Nova had turned it into a lifestyle. There was a soft knock at the door. He opened it to find Kirik standing outside, flanked by a pair of junior instructors. His tone was stiff, but not hostile. "Julian, we are updating tomorrow's seminar to include species-specific evasive behavior drills. You will assist." Julian blinked. "I didn't volunteer for that." "You were volunteered." Julian opened his mouth, paused, then shrugged. "Fair enough." The next cycle, the seminar room looked very different. The holograms were updated with modular predator types, each based on characteristics from dozens of planetary archives. There were chase predators, ambush ones, scent trackers, sound-sensitive hunters. Some were based on known species, others extrapolated. Julian stood at the center, gesturing at a display. "All right, folks, today we're going to learn what not to do." He tapped a few buttons. A scent tracker simulation appeared bulky, slow, with nasal ridges flaring as it sniffed the air. First rule, don't leave a trail. Mud, sweat, blood, scent, they'll follow it. If you're injured, you're in trouble. If you're menstruating, trouble. If you're panicking and breathing hard, same deal. There was a ripple of confusion. Vidil raised a trembling hand. "How does one stop sweating while fleeing?" "You don't," Julian said. "You plan ahead. Learn to mask your scent, stay upwind, move through water if you have to. Humans use scent blockers, covering agents, sometimes even animal dung." A few students made noises of horror. Julian nodded. "Yeah, it sucks. Survival's not glamorous." The lesson moved on. Julian walked them through different threat responses: playing dead, freezing in place, group distraction, coordinated retreat, sacrifice tactics. "What about bluffing?" Threx asked. Julian paused. "Risky. Bluffing works if the predator has a fear instinct. If it's just hungry and doesn't see you as dangerous, it'll call your bluff." "And if it's intelligent?" Ulzet asked. Julian's face grew serious. "Then you better be smarter, or faster, or less appetizing than your friend." That earned some nervous laughter. The day ended with each student running a personalized simulation. Julian stood by, offering quiet advice. Vedil, now moderately confident, completed a chaotic escape scenario and cheered out loud when the simulation didn't end with virtual disembowelment. Kirik stood silently at the edge of the room, arms folded, his eyes unreadable. After the class dispersed, he approached Julian. "I have reviewed Earth's ecological database," the Zentari said slowly. "I now understand the reference to hippopotamus. It is not what I expected." Julian smirked. "Yeah, most folks assume the big ones are slow. Classic mistake." "I will be submitting a request for leave," Kirik said flatly. "Possibly a sabbatical. I need time to reconsider several things." "Want a hug?" Julian offered. "No." As the Zentari walked away, Vedil caught up with Julian, still jittery but buzzing with adrenaline. "I think I get it now," he said. "It's not about memorizing threats. It's about reacting to the unknown." Julian nodded. "Welcome to the real test. You don't survive by following rules. You survive by breaking the right ones." 2 days later, Julian found himself holding a clipboard, an intercom headset, and the shattered remains of his sleep schedule. The Polaris Nova's administrative suite had called it an honorary cross departmental role. Julian suspected that was diplomatic speak for, "Please manage the chaos you caused." His new assignment? Act as an informal consultant for the Coalition's ongoing overhaul of survival instruction protocols. No extra pay, no time off. The compensation was, apparently, making aliens scared of you forever. He sipped his 4th coffee substitute of the day and winced as a familiar twinge radiated down his healing wrist. The med team had cleared him for light duties only, but someone forgot to tell the simulation engineers that loading environmental presets involved heavy touchscreens and a too-tall console. Threx stood beside him, reviewing a list of simulated predator profiles with clinical interest. Entry 214 amperes, Apex class pursuit predator with endurance, metabolism, and limited sight. Earth model, canid. Recommended response? Find high ground, Julian muttered, or hide your scent trail and loop back. They tire eventually. And 214B? Pursuit predator with enhanced olfaction and higher stamina? You don't run, you trap it, or confuse it, or give it something else to chase. Threx tapped the pad. This should be included in the tutorial module. It island slide 74. Then why do students fail it? Julian raised a brow. Because most creatures aren't wired to plan under pressure. They panic. They flee. Instinct says, run fast, not smart. Threx tilted his head. That is inefficient. Julian chuckled. Tell that to my ancestors. They were mostly walking snacks. The next seminar wasn't held in a classroom. Instead, the students stood in a wide, dome-shaped arboretum chamber, half natural, half synthetic, designed for ecosystem study. The trees were real, but modified. The ground was spongy, the air cool and artificially scented with chlorophyll and something that reminded Julian of old camping trips. A sign outside read, "Controlled field simulation due, not engage with training predators." The student group huddled in a nervous arc as Julian stepped forward, thumbed the ignition for the field projector, and watched a flickering orange blur slink into place across the dome. It was a simulation, a semi-intelligent replica of a feline ambush predator designed with exaggerated stealth parameters. Julian waved casually. Meet the gorse cat. Not real, but close enough to ruin your week if you act like prey. Vidil already looked ready to faint. Where is it? Julian smiled. Good question. First lesson, if you can see it, you're already in trouble. The simulation began. Students moved. The gorse cat waited, and waited, then pounced. Even though it was intangible, 3 of the students screamed and hit the ground like they'd been tackled by gravity itself. Julian clapped once. Ambush predators rely on surprise. That means they prefer stationary prey. Don't freeze, keep moving. Avoid choke points, and don't turn your back. Even a bluff can give you a second of hesitation. They reset, tried again. This time, one student shrieked and bolted across the field in a full sprint. The gorse cat gave chase, then stopped. Too fast, too far. Julian nodded. See? Not about speed, about timing. Kirix, present but silent, observed from a nearby platform, scribbling notes. Occasionally, he muttered things like, unorthodox but distressingly effective, and must recalibrate threat assessment models. On the 3rd round, Julian stepped into the simulation field himself. He took a slow breath, adjusted his balance, and walked calmly across the terrain. When the gorse cat's projection twitched, he spun, stomped once, and yelled a sharp, guttural bark of sound. It froze. Julian spread his arms. Make yourself big, loud, unpredictable. Doesn't work on everything, but ambush predators hate exposure. Threx turned to Kirix. Do we have anything like that in Revelin space? Kirix's eyes didn't leave Julian. No, and thank the void for that. Later that week, the Coalition Office of Biological Standards invited Julian to a roundtable meeting. He arrived in a rumpled uniform shirt and a pair of regulation pants 2 sizes too big. A sleep-deprived coordinator greeted him with a grim expression. We've had 23 requests for specialized survival tutoring. The majority reference you directly. Is this intentional? Julian blinked. Nope. Do you understand the logistical burden this creates? Not yet, but I'm guessing you'll explain it. The coordinator did not smile. We now require a scalable framework to replicate your instruction methods across multi-species platforms. Julian crossed his arms. Look, I don't mind helping, but you can't teach survival like a math formula. It's about context, instinct, pattern recognition, reading situations. The coordinator's eye ridges flattened. Then, how do you suggest we proceed? Julian thought for a moment. Start with fear. Fear? Yeah, most people treat it like a failure. But fear's a survival tool. Teach people how to use it, what to listen to, what to ignore. You can't remove fear. You just rewire the response. The room fell silent. The coordinator finally nodded. We'll draft a proposal. You'll review it. Julian sighed. Sure, as long as I get lunch first. By the time the new training modules rolled out across the ship, Julian had unintentionally become a symbol, not of dominance, not even bravery, just competence in absurd circumstances. Even the ship's AI, which had previously flagged Julian as statistically accident-prone, updated its profile to include adaptive survivalist tendencies, reclassify risk index, unconventional but viable. And yet, nothing changed Julian more than what happened during a routine reactor maintenance drill. The simulated tremor alarm sounded, and half the engineering deck scrambled for the emergency hatches. Julian, seated on a utility crate with his lunch, stood up slowly and grabbed the nearest technician. You ran toward the sub-hatch, he said, pointing. That's a pressure vent zone. You'd be vacuumed out before you even hit the floor. The technician blinked. But that's what the evacuation map shows. The map's not updated. There's a repressurization tank behind that panel. You'd have 10 seconds at most. The drill was paused. Systems re-evaluated. Julian was right. That evening, the head of emergency protocol redesign invited him to consult over drinks. I think I'm becoming a bureaucratic cryptid, Julian told Vadil later that night, sipping a caffeine gel and icing his still tender wrist. The humans show up once in a cycle, speak prophecy, and vanish again into the ventilation ducts. Vedel smiled faintly. It's not a bad legacy. Then, during a weekly interspecies mixer in the observation lounge, a minor diplomatic incident unfolded. A visiting Zalin dignitary scoffed at the Coalition's curriculum changes. What could Earth possibly teach about evolution? It is a death world, primitive, reactionary, and devoid of rational biohierarchies. Julian, standing nearby with a half-eaten protein bar, raised one eyebrow. You know sharks haven't evolved much in hundreds of millions of years? The Zalin turned, and Julian bit into his protein bar. Humans did. There was a pause. Why? Because survival on Earth doesn't reward the biggest or the fastest. It rewards the weirdos who figure out how to make fire and throw rocks harder. He nodded toward the window, where Earth's blue curve hung in the distance like a haunted marble. We didn't survive because we're strong. We survived because we adapt, even if we have to scream at a bear while throwing our sandwich. Silence. The Zalin said nothing more that evening. It began with a power fluctuation. Not the harmless flicker of overloaded systems or mistimed relay syncs. This was a real, hard surge. Lights blinked across the Polaris Nova's central decks. Environmental control reset to baseline, plunging one corridor into humid overgrowth, another into brittle cold. In the Arboretum, a gust of wind burst through the trees like an unseen predator, scattering leaves and activating every movement-triggered hologram in a single stuttered roar. On Deck 17, the simulation chamber doors sealed, and a predator appeared inside. Julian wasn't there, not at first. He was on Deck 5, enduring a too-early morning strategy meeting about standardized fear response grading. The phrase behavioral metrics had come up 6 times before the alert tone buzzed over the comms. System lockdown in Simulation Dome 3. Training hazard activated. Biofeedback signals erratic. Medical requested. CX. That snapped him upright. He was already out the door before the system even finished the second announcement. Inside the chamber, chaos reigned. The program had spawned a prototype predator, a new one designed by the AI as an algorithmic synthesis of every creature Julian had ever mentioned. It was massive, with scaled limbs and ambiguous eyes, and it pulsed with adaptive learning code. It wasn't real, but it was real enough to trigger panic. It reacted not to movements or noise, but to emotional spikes, heart rate, temperature, pupil dilation. The students were trapped inside with it. Julian arrived just as Vadil's terrified voice crackled through the external speaker. I can't move. It's looking at me. Julian grabbed the nearest technician. Why aren't they being pulled out? The tech was pale. Simulation override malfunctioned. The AI rejected manual intervention. Says it's educational. Educational? Julian snapped. There are cadets in there with cardiac thresholds barely above jellyfish. The tech shrugged helplessly. It adapted too quickly. Reads panic as input, escalates pressure with every response. Julian turned to the internal mic. Vedil, can you hear me? A shuddering yes. Listen to me, buddy. You're not in danger. It's not real. It can't hurt you, but it can scare you. That's all it's doing. You remember the rules? Vedil whimpered. Don't freeze, don't show panic, don't run unless it's a pursuit type. Julian nodded, even though Vedil couldn't see him. Good, this one's emotional reactive, so you don't feed it. But I am scared. Perfect, Julian said. Now lie to it. The room went quiet. Julian hit the override console. I'm going in. The tech balked. You're not cleared for sim chamber entry. You're injured. I'm not walking in with a sword, Julian growled. I'm walking in with experience. Inside, the temperature dropped. The predator was crouched near the tree line, head tilted. It watched Ulzet with unreadable interest as the Farnerian crouched in the grass, trembling. Julian entered without ceremony. No bravado, no sudden movement. Just calm. He walked past the predator's flank. It turned its head but didn't lunge. It didn't know how to interpret him yet. He stopped in front of Ulzet and crouched. Hey, breath check, match me. He breathed in slow, controlled. Ulzet mirrored him, jaw clenched. You're not food, Julian whispered. You're not prey. You're too weird, too unpredictable. That's our trick. Behind them, the predator growled. Julian ignored it. Remember the bluff drills? We do them now. Get up, walk with me. Ulzet rose slowly. So did the predator. Julian turned and walked directly toward it. It froze. This thing runs on fear, Julian said loudly, projecting for everyone. But it doesn't know what to do with confusion. He stopped a few feet away and made himself tall. You're just a bad dream, he muttered at it. Then he spoke, not to it, but through it. You don't beat fear by pretending it's not there. You beat it by knowing when to use it. He took a step forward. The predator flickered, stumbled. It wasn't programmed to back down, but it also wasn't programmed for someone to approach. Julian turned to the students. You don't need to be faster than it, just harder to read. Scatter patterns, eyes on it. Nobody run unless I say. They moved as a group, deliberate, unpredictable. One student faked left, another darted to the right, but stopped short. Threx let out a snarl that wasn't from his species' lexicon. And the predator? It paused. Its behavioral matrix stuttered. Without a consistent input stream, without fear, it lost the thread. Then it shut down. The simulation dropped with a soft chime. The lights returned. One by one, the students turned to Julian. Is it over? Vedil asked. Julian exhaled. Yeah, you beat it. Kyrix arrived moments later, having sprinted from the secondary bridge in what might have been record time for someone with jointed legs. He looked around, then at Julian. You disarmed the scenario. Julian shook his head. No, they did. I just reminded them they could. The aftermath unfolded slowly. The incident was reviewed by 5 departments. The AI that had generated the predator was flagged for ethical breach, though no permanent harm had occurred. The training protocols were revised again. Julian, who had technically broken half a dozen regulations by entering the simulation, received a formal warning and a commendation in the same packet. Standard bureaucratic paradox. More importantly, word got around. After that day, students from unrelated tracks, diplomacy, logistics, even culinary sciences began signing up for adaptive response drills. Julian was assigned a temporary assistant, a soft-spoken glurite named Malin, who took notes and filtered Julian's off-the-cuff lectures into something the Coalition Curriculum Board could tolerate. When the first official Adaptive Threat Response elective launched 2 cycles later, it was the highest requested course on the ship. They called it the Human Module. Julian didn't particularly like the name, but he liked the results. One afternoon, months later, he sat beneath a filtered sunlight tree in the Arboretum, watching a new batch of students work through a simulated panic storm. Their forms weren't perfect, but they were thinking, adapting, not just reacting. Threx sat beside him. We are less frightened now, the Revelin said, watching the group. That's not the goal, Julian replied. No? The goal's not to be unafraid. It's to know what to do when you are. Threx was quiet for a moment. Fear is input, not error. Julian smiled. Exactly. That night, Julian walked the quiet corridors of the Polaris Nova, trailing his hand along the cool wall paneling. His wrist was fully healed. His medical log, once thick with entries, had thinned to near normal levels. He passed Vidil, who nodded confidently while heading toward the lab. Ulzit waved from a side hall. Malin gave a polite head bob while carting a crate of training sensors. Julian reached the mess hall and grabbed a meal tray. He sat alone, ate quietly. The stars moved outside the viewports, indifferent and massive. A voice from the next table murmured, "Do you think all humans are like him?" Another voice answered, "If they are, I'm never visiting Earth." Julian smirked into his food. No claws, no armor, no speed. Just stubborn brains, adaptation, and an uncanny knack for throwing a rock at just the right angle. That's how they survived. And out here on ships and stations, in simulations and classrooms, maybe that was enough to teach the galaxy something new. Maybe, just maybe, the most dangerous thing about Earth wasn't its predators. It was how it made humans learn to escape them.
The scout ship Vanguard was a sleek, arrowhead-shaped vessel, about 30 meters long from nose to tail, with a hull of reinforced titanium alloy painted in the standard Federation gray. Its engines hummed with the low, reassuring thrum of plasma drives, and inside, the cockpit was a cramped cocoon of glowing screens, ergonomic seats, and the faint scent of recycled air mixed with the metallic tang of machinery. Captain Alara Voss, a seasoned explorer in her mid-40s with short cropped hair and a scar tracing her jawline from an old asteroid mishap, sat at the helm, her hands steady on the controls. But even she felt a twinge of unease today. PX-47 was too quiet on the long-range scans, like the planet was holding its breath. Approaching atmospheric entry in T-2 minutes, Alara announced over the intercom, her voice calm but edged with the focus of someone who'd done this 100 times. "Everyone strapped in back there? Malik, how's the engine readout?" From the engineering bay just aft of the cockpit, engineer Malik Wren's voice crackled back, a bit muffled by the whir of diagnostic tools. He was younger, early 30s, with a wiry build and a habit of chewing on stylus ends when stressed. "Engines nominal, Captain. Shields at full. But this planet's magnetic field is playing havoc with the nav sensors. PX-47's got some weird fluctuations. Nothing in the briefing packet mentioned this." He paused, muttering to himself, "Of all the missions, why'd I have to lose my lucky data chip right before launch? Swear I had it in my pocket." Biologist Lena Kex, seated in the science station amid vials and scanners, chimed in next. She was the team's optimist, late 20s, with a ponytail that bobbed as she adjusted her glasses. "Could be auroral interference. Or maybe something biological in the upper atmosphere. Exciting, right? Uncharted world. Who knows what we're about to uncover?" Deep down, though, she whispered to herself like a quiet mantra, "Please let it be something alive, something new, not just rocks and dust again." Security officer Calder Hale grunted from his spot near the airlock, checking his pulse rifle for the umpteenth time. Broad-shouldered and taciturn, in his 40s with a buzz cut turning gray, he wasn't one for chit-chat. Exciting isn't the word I'd use. Unknown means dangerous. Keep your eyes open, folks. He thought back to his last posting, where unknown had cost him a partner. Ironic, how the safest jobs always turned into nightmares. And finally, Medic Tara Voss, Alara's younger sister by 5 years, sharing the same determined eyes but with longer hair tied back, spoke from the med bay. "Vitals are steady across the board. Just remember, if anyone feels queasy during descent, I've got anti-nausea shots ready. No heroes on my watch." She shot a glance at Alara through the vid feed, adding softly, "Especially you, sis. We both know you push too hard." Alara smiled faintly at that, a rare break in her professional facade. "All right, team, hold tight, entering Atmo now." The ship shuddered as it pierced the planet's envelope, flames licking the viewscreen from the friction. For a moment, all was routine, the G-forces pressing them back, the hull groaning like an old friend. Then, without warning, the world twisted. A ripple distorted the sensors, a wave of energy that made the instruments flicker wildly. Tension spiked. This wasn't in The Sims. What the? Malik started, his voice rising. Captain, we've got a surge. It's not turbulence, it's like the air's folding in on itself. Alarms wailed, red lights bathing the interior. Alara fought the controls, but the yoke bucked in her grip. Stabilize. Lena, scan for anomalies. Her mind raced. Was this sabotage? Or just the universe's cruel joke? I'm trying. Oh God, it's everywhere. Lena yelled, her fingers flying over the console. Readings off the charts. Electromagnetic, gravitational. Suspense hung in her words. What if this was the end? No glory, just a glitch. Calder's voice cut through. Strap down tighter. This feels like a trap. Irony hit him. Here he was, the paranoid one. And for once, he might be right. Tara's tone was urgent, heart rate spiking. Everyone breathe. She gripped her seat, thinking of home, of unfinished letters. Then blackness swallowed them all. No crash, no explosion, just an abrupt void, as if the universe had switched off. When Alara came to, her head pounded like a drum. She blinked against the dim emergency lighting, the cockpit screens dark except for a few backup panels sputtering to life. Status, she groaned, unbuckling and pushing herself up. Her boots clanged on the deck plating, gravity still online at least. In her mind, a quiet monologue played. We've survived worse, but this feels different. Like the planet wanted us down. No response at first. She staggered to the door, palming it open to the main corridor. Team? Sound off. A cough from engineering. Here, Malik, what hit us? He patted his pockets absent-mindedly. Still no lucky chip. Ironic, how the smallest losses nagged during crises. Lena's voice, weak, alive. I think, scanners are fried. She sat up, whispering to herself, if this ruins my samples, I'll scream. Calder appeared from the shadows, rifle in hand. I'm up. No breaches detected, but the hull's taken a beating. Drama in his tone. He'd seen ships crack open before. Tara emerged last, rubbing her temple. Everyone's got minor concussions at best. But Alara, the recording devices, they're all offline. Black box, cams, logs, wiped or powered down. We have no record of what happened. Suspense built. Who, or what, erased their trail? Alara stared out the viewport at the alien landscape, a dense forest of enormous trees, their trunks as wide as houses back home, leaves shimmering in hues of violet and green under a diffused sunlight. The ship had plowed a scar through the undergrowth, smoke wisping from the aft section. We crashed blind. All right, priorities. Secure the site, assess damage. Malik, get on repairs. Lena, enviroscan. Calder, perimeter. Tara, med checks. Let's figure out where we are, and why everything went dark. Irony, explorers, lost in the dark. As they moved, the airlock hissed open, releasing them into the humid, earthy air of PX-47. No one spoke of the unease knotting their guts, but it hung there, thick as the mist rolling through the trees. Malik paused, rummaging through debris. Hey, my data chip. Must have fallen during the crash. A small win, mundane amid the chaos, but it lightened his step. The crash site was a makeshift clearing now, the Vanguard nestled in a crater of upturned soil and splintered vegetation. The ship's exterior showed dents and scorch marks, but the core structure held, a testament to Federation engineering. Inside, the crew quarters were Spartan, bunks stacked like shelves, a small galley with nutrient packs, and the hum of life support systems filtering the outside air. Activities filled the days, calibrating tools, inventorying supplies, even a quick game of cards to break tension. For the first 2 days, they worked in shifts. Calder set up the energy fence, a shimmering blue barrier that zapped anything larger than a fist that tried to cross. This'll buy us time, he said, wiping sweat from his brow as he calibrated the emitters. But if something big comes knocking, we're in trouble. He thought aloud, funny, isn't it? We come armed to the teeth, but a fence is our first line. Irony of the stars. Lena was out with her scanner, documenting the flora. These trees are incredible, she said to Alara as they walked the perimeter, pausing to sketch a leaf sample. Trunks at least 10